The boy risked his life to protect his beautiful sister, but he was beaten to a pulp, and his leader was tossed by that guy into a bottomless abyss. He watched everything helplessly, only able to blame himself for being too weak. In the end, the guy hung him on a tree to be torn apart by wild beasts. Just then, an old man saved his life and took him in as a disciple. After enduring hellish agony, he eventually transformed into an invincible god of war. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. The story begins in Gong village. Sha Yu followed his father to live there since he was 10, but after his father passed away, everyone turned on him, bullying and driving him out because of rumors that his father was a deserter. From then on, he had a home, but couldn't return, barely surviving in the forest for many years. Suddenly one day, his sister came to call Sha Yu back. It turned out today was her coming-of-age ceremony, so she had asked the village chief for permission to let him come back for the feast. Sha Yu listened immediately, because ever since his father died, those two siblings had always taken care of him like family. The two of them returned to the village, and everywhere they went, people whispered and secretly cursed Sha Yu. But he didn't care at all, just treating it like dogs barking in the wind. Suddenly, they were blocked by a guy who, relying on being the village chief's grandson, arrogantly grabbed Sha Yu by the collar, hurling insults, and right at that moment, a large hand lifted him up like a frog. The person who arrived was the younger brother of Gong Qishan, just returning from a hunt. The sister saw this and told her brother to put him down, not wanting to get tangled up with the village chief. Qishan tossed the guy aside, and he lay flat on the ground, wailing in pain. The old woman who was the village chief saw her grandson's miserable state and flew into a rage, swinging her cane at Qishan, but it was like scratching an itch, completely useless. At that moment, Qishan presented the district magistrate's letter, then left with his sister and Sha Yu. The moment the village chief read the letter, her face turned pale as she looked toward the three of them, but they had already left. Meanwhile, at Liuning Manor, on a plain called Blood Tier Flats, an earth-shattering martial arts duel was taking place. Previously, the Morong clan had dominated the north, but they suddenly closed their doors and lived in seclusion for 10 years, leaving the northern martial arts world without a leader, in endless chaos. Among them, the forces of Great Strength Fortress and Longxian Manor were the strongest. So, the two sides decided to use a duel to determine the hegemon. On the hillside, a beggar was drinking wine while observing the match. He was Han Wuba, an elder of the beggar sect who had traveled a long distance to watch. The two on the platform quickly engaged in combat with blades. The dragon statue sword style of the Manor Master was famous for movements as fluid as dragons and phoenixes, while the ferocious blade of the Fortress Master carried the beauty of an unparalleled tyrannical blade. Han Wuba praised them silently. Their reputations were truly well-deserved. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, an old man with his hands behind his back descended. He stood beside a bronze statue on the mountain peak, silently observing the duel, seemingly ignoring the look of someone seeing a monster on Han Wuba's face as he stared intensely. At that moment, Han Wuba's heart was in turmoil. He considered himself highly skilled with sharp senses. Although he was drawn to the fight, he hadn't noticed the old man's presence until he was standing right next to him. Suddenly, the old man's brow furrowed. He gently pressed a palm against the bronze statue, placing his other hand on his chest clearly. An old injury was flaring up. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, and a powerful surge of internal energy flowed from his right palm into the statue. A moment later, the old man looked dejected, his eyes full of regret. As for Han Wuba, he was absolutely stunned. The old man was standing right beside him, yet he couldn't feel a shred of internal energy from him. At that moment, the old man suddenly muttered something cryptic. "My successor will return." After saying that, he leaped into the air, gliding over 30 meters in the blink of an eye before vanishing. Han Wuba hurriedly called out, wanting to ask for clarification, but the sight that met his eyes left him frozen. The solid bronze statue had been twisted into a pile of scrap metal, and a trail of green energy was still ravaging the structure. Seeing this, Han Wuba couldn't help but gape in shock. If that palm strike had hit him, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. As for the young man, after returning home with the two siblings from the Gong family, Gong Qishan suddenly asked his sister if she had someone in her heart. Hearing this, her cheeks flushed pink, and she said it was a silk merchant she had only met a few times. The young man sighed. He knew that if not for him being a burden, with his sister's extraordinary beauty, suitors would have surely broken down their door. That night, waiting until the two were sound asleep, the young man quietly got up, took his bow and arrows out of the house alone, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Qishan the moment he stepped out. The young man said he wanted to go into the mountains to find ginseng and earn a bit of a dowry for his sister, but Qishan saw through his thoughts. saying that whether his sister married or not, this place would always be his home. The young man waved his hand and turned to head up the mountain, while his sister in the house silently opened her eyes. On Trungbok Mountain, the young man had searched all day without success, but suddenly his eyes lit up. He had found 2 ginseng roots growing side by side, one large and one small. Sha Yu shouted with joy as if he had struck gold, but in an instant, the sun sank in the west. Thick fog rose across the mountain, and he could no longer make it down. Just as he was looking for a place to spend the night, he spotted a campfire nearby. He quietly approached and saw an old man sitting cross-legged under a tree. This person was the mysterious old man from Blood Tear Flats. Seeing an old man appear in the wild, isolated mountains, the young man couldn't help but be suspicious. The old man had already sensed him watching and said, "If you don't come out, I'll drag you out myself." The young man hurriedly scrambled out of the bushes, saying he meant no harm, and asking the old man if he could spend the night there. The old man glanced at him and gave a silent nod. Beside the fire, the young man picked some mushrooms and grilled them, offering a skewer to the old man as a gesture of gratitude. The old man took it, chewing each bite 36 times before swallowing. The young man saw this and asked if it wasn't to his taste. The old man said that doing so allowed the body to fully absorb the nutrients from the food, so even with little food, it could meet the body's needs. The old and the young chatted by the fire. During their conversation, the old man asked the young man, a person far from home, "Why do you live in Gong Village?" Speaking of this, the young man scratched his head sheepishly, saying he had promised his father he would never leave the village. The old man keenly sensed the boy was hiding something, but seeing his awkwardness, he didn't press further. The young man stammered a bit about his circumstances, then asked why the old man was in these desolate mountains. To his surprise, the old man replied that he was looking for death. The young man looked surprised and hurried to advise him, "I have an old illness and don't have much time left, but before I die, I must personally kill the enemy who destroyed my family. So, kid, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Death is just where I'm headed." Hearing this, the young man was at a loss for words. The old man closed his eyes and said nothing more. The young man could only sigh. They spent the rest of the night in silence. The next morning, he quietly left, sneaking a wild ginseng root behind by the fire. He didn't know that. During the night, a troop of men had ridden all night to reach the village. The leader was a Yuan dynasty envoy with a scar on his face. They were there to select concubines. Before leaving, Sha Yu looked back at the old man. Although he didn't know what the old man had been through, he hoped the ginseng would help him survive and fulfill his final wish. Shaking off the lingering thoughts, Sha Yu headed toward the village. Upon arriving, he was surprised to see the village deserted. Startled, he didn't realize someone was approaching from behind. In the next instant, a thug punched him hard in the back of the neck. The powerful blow sent him sprawling to the ground, and the thug immediately pinned him down. Other villagers jumped out to surround them. The village head stated bluntly that his sister would be chosen as a concubine candidate for the Yuan envoy. The letter from the local official was to warn me of the envoy's arrival at our village. "I know you two are very close, so I had to lock you up before he got here." Realizing the truth, Sha Yu gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. But the thug held him firmly. In a desperate move, Sha Yu bit the thug's finger hard. The thug let go in pain, but as soon as he did, Sha Yu struck him in the face with his elbow. Seizing the chance, Sha Yu pulled out his bow, kicked the thug away, and stepped on him, aiming an arrow at his head. The thug trembled in fear, begging for his life. Seeing this, the village head shouted that this would ruin the whole village, but an enraged Sha Yu fired an arrow, which grazed her, scaring her half to death. It pinned itself firmly into her walking stick. The village head's face was slashed by the arrow. Gritting his teeth, Sha Yu said coldly, "I've endured your bullying before, but don't you dare touch a single hair on my sister's head. I'm taking my sister out of this village now. Anyone who tries to stop me will get more than just a surface wound." Having said that, he ignored everyone and ran straight home. The thug scrambled up, shouting as he chased after him, but several war horses suddenly charged into the village the Yuan envoy had arrived to collect the girls. With a terrifying scar on his face, the envoy asked the village head where the beauties were. Sha Yu sprinted home, where his sister was happily greeting him, unaware of what was happening. Sha Yu quickly told her the situation. Before she could react, he grabbed her hand and ran toward the mountain. On the way, Sha Yu froze. He saw a group heading toward his house, led by the Yuan envoy. Just then, the envoy locked eyes with Sha Yu. Breaking into a cold sweat at the man's ferocious gaze, he dragged his sister deeper into the mountain forest. The envoy ordered his two subordinates to kill the boy, but keep the girl, she might become their concubine. The two subordinates bowed and leapt onto their horses. Moments later, to everyone's amazement, they galloped in pursuit. Soon, they caught up to the fleeing siblings. Remaining calm, Sha Yu quickly drew his bow and fired. The arrow whistled toward them, but one subordinate drew his blade, spun in midair, and sliced the arrow in two. Sha Yu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the subordinate lunged and struck him in the face, knocking him to the ground. His sister screamed in terror, but the other thug covered her mouth. The first subordinate, looking cruel, raised his blade to strike Sha Yu's head. Just then, a giant fist slammed into his face. It was Gong Qishan, who had just returned from gathering firewood. Seeing his comrade blown away, the second subordinate holding the sister turned pale. Saved, Sha Yu quickly explained the situation to Qishan. Knowing they wanted to kidnap the sister, Qishan flew into a rage, drawing his axe to kill them. He swung the axe and threw a heavy 10-pound log at the enemy, but the first subordinate easily hacked it in half. Suddenly, the first subordinate's eyes flashed, and he hurried to block Qishan's axe blow. Although Qishan was born with incredible strength, his combat experience was far inferior. The subordinate blocked the axe, used the momentum to pivot, and his blade swiped at Qishan's neck. But right then, a foot stomped onto Qishan's shoulder. Sha Yu vaulted up, 2 arrows aimed at the enemy. Without hesitation, he fired both shots. The subordinate turned pale, frantically withdrawing his blade to block the arrows. Unexpectedly, Qishan's iron fist arrived, landing a thunderous blow to his stomach, a blow so strong it warped his face. Like a kite with a snapped string, he flew backward, slamming into a large tree. Before he could recover, another arrow was aimed straight at his head. He managed to tilt his head, dodging the arrow, but felt a sharp pain in his right leg. The second arrow had pierced through his calf. Seeing his comrade injured, the second subordinate panicked. A cold voice rang out. "Useless trash. You can't even handle 2 kids?" The siblings startled. It was the Yuan envoy. His eyes narrowed like a hungry tiger staring down its prey. He was a Yuan envoy sent to pick concubines, but also a rare elite warrior in the army. Seeing his 2 men failing, the envoy shot them a look. One subordinate broke into a cold sweat. The man said nothing and strode forward. A powerful aura radiated from him, hitting the siblings with immense pressure. Sha Yu gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but Qishan couldn't handle the pressure. He roared and swung his axe, but the envoy easily dodged, and in a blink, a large hand was pressed against Qishan's chest. The envoy channeled his energy. Qishan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his mountain-like frame was launched into the air. He flew over a dozen yards, crashing through a large tree. Fortunately, the tree cushioned his fall, and Qishan rolled to the edge of the cliff before stopping. Seeing his brother struck until he vomited blood, Sha Yu was both panicked and furious. As he shouted out, the envoy slid right in front of him, and Sha Yu reacted with lightning speed. He immediately drew his bow and aimed the sharp arrow right at his opponent's head. He fired without hesitation, but his opponent was even faster, ducking to dodge the shot. The arrow only pierced the envoy's hat. Without stopping, the envoy swung his left hand and struck him right in the ribs. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, rolling across the ground like a ball. Seeing the mink skin getting in the way, the envoy let out a cruel laugh and glared at him. Just as the envoy moved in to finish him off, a large hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. The envoy turned his head, only to lock eyes with the bloodshot gaze of Gong Qishan. From behind, Gong Qishan roared, "You coward! If you're so tough, kill me first." His large hand tensed with all his might, and he lifted a massive tree, hurling it straight at the envoy. The man didn't even blink, his expression terrifyingly calm. He simply balled his fist and punched, shattering the wood as if it were an egg against a stone. Swift as lightning, the envoy lunged forward and kneed Gong Qishan, sending him flying. He didn't stop there. The cruel man continued his assault. Seeing this, he rushed in from behind, but it was no use. The envoy tilted his body to dodge, then slammed his fist into his face like a father beating his own son. He spun through the air before crashing onto the ground. Their older sister watched in agony as both her younger brothers fell, but she was helpless, held tight by one of the envoy's men. As the envoy approached to kill him, he suddenly froze. Gong Qishan was gripping his leg tightly. "You scumbag, even if I die, I won't let you kill my brother." "Fine, then I'll grant your wish and kill you first." With those words, the envoy punched Gong Qishan in the face, but Gong Qishan didn't seem to feel it. He struggled to get back up. The envoy's pupils contracted in disbelief. He saw Gong Qishan's face twisted in rage, his voice cold. "You bastard. I'm going to kill you." With that, Gong Qishan surged to his feet, grabbed the envoy's wrist, and drove a powerful blow into his head. Unexpectedly, the envoy jerked free, and in the blink of an eye, He slipped behind Gong Qishan. He reached out and grabbed his spine, lifting him as if he were hoisting a small mountain. Gong Qishan let out an agonizing scream as the envoy applied pressure. The envoy didn't care. He walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, a cruel smile on his lips, and tossed Gong Qishan into the abyss. Sha Yu screamed in pain, struggling to reach him, but by the time he reached the cliff's edge, Gong Qishan was already at the bottom. "Don't be so impatient. I'll send you down to join him soon." Sha Yu didn't hear the envoy's threats. He couldn't believe his brother had died right before his eyes. Suddenly, overcome with rage, Sha Yu headbutted the envoy, sending him sprawling. He then leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the envoy's chest. Sha Yu went berserk, raining blows down on the envoy's face. The two henchmen watching couldn't believe their eyes. Though fast, Sha Yu was surely no match for the envoy. Suddenly, an iron grip clamped onto the young man's wrist. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The envoy smiled wickedly, and his aura suddenly surged. Before Sha Yu could react, he felt a force so strong it felt like it would tear him apart. A moment later, he was sent flying by the envoy and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The envoy walked over slowly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a cruel voice, "You've got guts. I'll let you die in one piece." He pulled 2 chains from his belt and threw them, wrapping them tight around Sha Yu's arms and hanging him from a tree. "If your sister is lucky enough to be chosen as a concubine, you two could have become royalty in the great Yuan Empire. But now your brother is dead, and you will be hanged to death on this tree. You brought this all upon yourself." With that, the envoy ordered his men to drag Sha Yu's sister away, leaving him hanging in the forest. Not long after, hungry wolves caught the scent of blood and tracked it to him. The pack looked at the man hanging in the air, their eyes gleaming with greed. One wolf quickly climbed a low branch and leaped to bite Sha Yu. Just then, a figure slowly approached. It was the old man Sha Yu had met in the woods yesterday. The old man reached out with his left hand, and a streak of blue energy shot out, striking the wolf mid-air. Instantly, the beast was torn to shreds by the powerful force. The other wolves then swarmed around the old man. They lunged at him in unison, but the old man didn't flinch. He smiled, and a massive surge of internal energy erupted from his body. With lightning speed, he grabbed a wolf by its snout. Blue energy flowed into the wolf, turning it into a pile of mangled flesh. Just then, another wolf silently circled behind him, leaping to bite his neck. The old man had anticipated it. He spun around and delivered a palm strike to the wolf's back, killing it instantly. The old man moved among the pack as if strolling through a garden. In an instant, several wolves lay dead. Sha Yu watched the scene, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected the old man he'd bumped into to be this powerful. The old man looked up at him and asked slowly, "Do you want to live? Even if it means suffering pain worse than death itself? My sworn brother is dead, and the sister who raised me has been snatched away." At this, Sha Yu let out a bitter laugh. "Is there any pain left that could possibly be worse than what I'm enduring now?" Hearing this, the old man didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and fired 2 streams of energy, snapping the tempered steel chains. He caught Sha Yu as he fell. "You're a tough one. Even after all this suffering, you can still manage a smile. From today on, you are the successor of Han Wuba." The young man had 35 broken bones and 72 damaged muscles, but his master said his condition was actually quite good. Sha Yu looked at him, confused. He watched as the master took the centennial ginseng root he had left behind, channeled energy into his palm, and extracted a drop of pure ginseng essence. The master dripped the essence into his mouth and spoke slowly. "The human body has 206 bones and 639 muscles. If you understand them, you can gain perfect control over your body. Because you cannot move at all right now, your nerves will be extremely tense and sensitive." After saying this, Han Wuba extended 2 fingers and began tapping the acupuncture points on Sha Yu's body. Powerful energy immediately flooded the young man's body, blending with the ginseng essence to relentlessly repair his damaged meridians. Focus your mind and feel the flow of energy. After opening 36 major acupuncture points, you will be able to sense every state of your body, feel how your muscles intertwine, and understand how your toes control the movement of your hands, how these joints allow you to jump and move with such power. You can even hear the blood flowing through your veins. Once you fully grasp all of this, you will have mastered the essence of our sect's martial arts. The intense pain forced Sha Yu to cry out. Han Wuba watched it all in silence, his expression stern. There is a saying, "Without destruction, there is no creation. You must break in order to rebuild. Whether you are reborn or crippled for life, it all depends on your willpower." A hint of reluctance flashed in the old man's eyes. "My boy, This is the only path for you to inherit the title of heaven-breaking martial icon. 1 year later, at Wangxian Cave on Mount Jiaoxiang, two thin, elderly men sat cross-legged, waiting in silence. A moment later, a figure glided in like a gentle breeze. It was Jia Zunji, the leader of the northern martial arts world. It turned out that in the north, there was a group of people whose martial arts had reached a supernatural realm, entering the carefree state of the immortals. Among them, the three masters of Wanxian Cave, led by Jia Zunji, held the highest cultivation. At this moment, Jia Zunji spoke slowly. The purpose of inviting you two here today is surely clear to everyone. Within 1 year, 12 of our northern masters who had reached the carefree immortal realm have fallen one after another. It turned out that about a year ago, an old man led a young man to find the Seven Earth Immortal at Teeling. The Seven Earth Immortal unleashed his heaven-turning technique, with surging energy accompanied by snow and rain attacking the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man raised his left hand, lightning seemingly crackling within his palm. With just one strike, he shattered the very heaven-turning technique the Seven Earth Immortal had always been proud of. Then, the old man struck again without pause, appearing before the Seven Earth Immortal in a flash. Using his hand as a blade, he easily severed the man's meridians. Before the Seven Earth Immortal could even react, he was struck through the chest, and then he bled from all 7 orifices, dying on the spot. Even more terrifying was that after he died, the powerful inner energy continued to ravage his corpse. 2 months later, the old man led the young man to find Tia Shanzi. Tia Shanzi unleashed his mountain-suppressing technique, the Seven Earth Divine Skill, but the old man seemed to be deliberately toying with him. Facing the limitless wall, which was said to be indestructible, he chose a direct head-on collision. Again, with just one strike, he caused the limitless wall to collapse, and then his index finger pierced Tia Shanzi's palm like a razor-sharp blade. But what followed was a massive surge of the old man's inner power. Tia Shanzi, you had reached the carefree immortal realm, yet every bone in your body was crushed into fine powder. In an instant, he exploded, leaving not a single fragment of bone behind. At this point, Jia Zunjie's voice deepened. If all 12 masters died at that old man's hands, the situation would be dire. If this continues, forget about building a new nation. I fear that even our existing influence will suffer heavy losses. The East Sea Sword Immortal couldn't believe it. In the north, no one had ever been able to kill a master of the carefree immortal realm so easily. The Diamond Venerable suspected the royal court had discovered their plans, but he immediately dismissed the thought. Even the royal court would struggle to easily eliminate a master of the carefree immortal realm. Just then, Jia Zunjie said slowly, "Have you two forgotten that person? 10 years ago, we united 30 masters of the carefree immortal realm to surround and kill him, but not only did we fail, we lost half of our masters. That limitless hand, Han Wuba, the heaven-breaking martial icon, has returned with his disciple." At the same time, in a dense forest, Sha Yu wore a pair of iron gloves, ready for battle. Han Wuba lunged forward. Seeing his master attack like a tiger descending the mountain, Sha Yu met him without fear. The teacher and student clashed quickly, both striking with lightning speed, remaining evenly matched for the moment. Over the past year, Sha Yu had worn 80-pound iron gloves every single day, and the heaven-breaking divine skill taught by Han Wuba was showing some success. For 1,000 years, the heaven-breaking divine skill had always been passed down through a single lineage. The one who masters the heaven-breaking divine skill is known as the heaven-breaking martial icon. This skill is based on dismantling bones and joints, using one's own inner energy to strike the opponent's meridians and pressure points, thereby destroying their bones and muscles. Your movements are too slow. Speed it up. Stop using your brain to think about the techniques. Let your body move naturally. The heaven-breaking divine skill has no special stances. It simply uses all your strength to snap joints and crush muscles. Sha Yu hurriedly tapped his shoulder with 2 fingers, using his own inner energy to neutralize the piercing force on his arm. Unexpectedly, his master's fingers struck first, hitting him square in the forehead, sending him flying. Sha Yu retreated several steps before regaining his balance. You feel tired, but your enemies won't. If dozens of people surround you, will you just stand there waiting to die because you're exhausted? There was no gentleness in Han Wuba's voice. Adjust your breathing and go again. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned a ghostly blue, and his figure vanished on the spot. Sha Yu's face turned pale at the sight, but the next moment, his master's right palm pressed against his chest. Han Wuba channeled his power into his palm, and Sha Yu was sent flying like a bolt from a crossbow. The young man gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the power his master had forced into his body. The two conflicting forces collided inside him, causing the stone beneath his feet to shatter. I wanted to teach you gently, but I don't have time anymore. Feel it for yourself to reclaim everything you've lost. This mountain was a martial arts sanctuary that even the royal court dared not set foot upon. Yet now, two people, one old and one young, dared to storm it. The warrior monks guarding the mountain roared and rushed out. The young man charged in, meeting them without a trace of fear. Sha Yu dove into the crowd like a tiger among wolves. He dodged and moved with such agility that no monk could withstand a single blow. Han Wuba watched his disciple, feeling very satisfied. But at that moment, another group of monks surrounded them from behind. They rushed at the old man with long staves. Han Wuba kept one hand behind his back, his right hand suddenly reaching out, and a powerful surge of energy blasted backward. The 1,000-year-old stone bridge behind them was instantly destroyed. The massive, 1,000-pound stone bridge was sent flying by the old man, easily blocking the pursuers. Soon after, the two crossed the bridge, but in front of them, another crowd of monks blocked the path. The lead monk shouted, "Han Wuba, 10 years have passed, what more do you want?" Han Wuba didn't even pay him any mind, whispering to his disciple, "Sha Yu, this is my personal vendetta. If you get involved, their hatred might become a burden for the rest of your life. But remember, a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. If they are your master's enemies, just kill them. I live alone. What is there to be afraid of?" After saying this, Sha Yu poured all his inner energy into both palms. The two iron gauntlets couldn't withstand the force and shattered. Seeing this, the lead martial monk immediately gave the order. Dozens of martial monks jumped off the stone platform and charged toward the master and his disciple. Sha Yu channeled his internal energy, which began radiating outward. He took a step forward, his hands no longer bound by the iron gauntlets, and unleashed two powerful strikes, sending several martial monks flying in an instant. Seeing his subordinates beaten to a pulp by the young man, the lead martial monk gritted his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He let out a loud shout, suddenly leaped into the air, and using the momentum, brought his long staff crashing down directly toward Sha Yu. Sha Yu dodged the staff, and the solid iron weapon slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crack. With Sha Yu now in midair, he unleashed a palm strike, a surge of energy shooting straight toward the martial monk's head. The monk hurriedly tilted his body to dodge, but the powerful energy blast hit the ground instead, creating a deep trench. The martial monk swung his staff behind his back, gripped the end, and suddenly exerted force. The long staff lunged out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Sha Yu's chest. Seeing the staff carrying the force of a thunderbolt, Sha Yu smiled faintly and held out his right hand. To everyone's shock, he caught the staff with his bare hand. The martial monk's expression changed completely. At that moment, Sha Yu suddenly applied pressure, and the staff made of refined iron instantly deformed, twisting like a piece of rope. The intense twisting force made it impossible for the martial monk to hold onto the staff, but he was decisive. He immediately released it and lunged forward to attack Sha Yu. He leaped high and delivered a kick toward Sha Yu's head, but Sha Yu was faster. With one strike to the monk's knee, he snapped the man's leg instantly. The martial monk screamed in agony and fell off the stone platform. In his dazed state, he caught a glimpse of the young man's eyes and realized they were a strange shade of blue. At this, Han Wuba looked at the martial monk and said slowly, "You advised me to let go of the hatred from 10 years ago. I wonder, 10 years later, can you forgive my disciple for crippling your leg? You hypocrites always stand on your high horses and preach. Today, I'll let you taste this feeling to see how compassionate you really are." As soon as he finished, Han Wuba led Sha Yu straight into the Wangxian Cave. The Wangxian Cave is a place isolated from the outside world, an ideal spot for martial arts training. There is green bone pill here that the three immortals have hoarded, which you can use as food. On the walls, there are dozens of night luminescent pearls that you can use for travel expenses later. Before Han Wuba could finish, the ground suddenly shook, and a 10,000-pound stone door crashed down, sealing the cave entrance. Han Wuba let out a cold laugh. They're always pulling these tricks. But that's fine. Sha Yu, once you break this stone door, you will officially inherit the heaven-shattering martial arts. After saying that, the master and his disciple jumped deeper into the cave. Before long, they arrived at a clearing inside. 3 old men were sitting cross-legged on 3 stone slabs. They were the 3 masters famous throughout the north of Wangxian Cave. The lead one, Jiazunjie, said calmly, "Bah, the strength wielder. It's been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Han Wuba stood straight and replied coldly, "Jiazunjie, I have been looking forward to this day every single day." At this, the Vajra ascetic sneered. That brat and Gu Qingfeng must be your disciples, right? It seems you don't care about your disciples' lives. I called them here to teach him one final lesson. With that, Han Wuba tore off his cloak, revealing muscular flesh covered in countless scars. The scar over his heart was particularly terrifying. Sha Yu, from now on, you must memorize every movement of mine. Even the blows I have to take, they will be valuable lessons for you. Sha Yu frowned upon hearing this, as he sensed the hidden meaning behind his master's words. The young man was silent for a moment before saying with a slightly trembling voice, "Yes, master. This disciple understands." No sooner had Sha Yu finished than the Haidong sword immortal made the first move. He flicked his left hand, and a 3-foot sword appeared. The cold blade, propelled by inner energy, pinned itself into the stone at the top of the cave. Instantly, countless stone fragments rained down, smashing into Han Wuba. The other two understood the cue and stood up simultaneously, the 3 top masters attacking Han Wuba together. Jia Zunjie flicked his left hand, and a powerful burst of force shot out. The Vajra ascetic extended 2 fingers, continuously tapping the air, utilizing his famous technique, the Vajra Samsara finger. In an instant, sword energy and finger force surrounded Han Wuba. Surrounded and attacked, Han Wuba smiled. The old man reached out his left hand, poured all his inner energy into his palm, and slammed it hard onto the ground in front of him. A powerful aura of energy exploded from him, radiating outward. The entire ground cracked under the power of this palm strike. Han Wuba stood still as if he were a god descended to earth. Seeing this, Jia Zunjie could not believe his eyes. At this moment, Han Wuba said coldly, "Even with my old illness, killing the 3 of you is as easy as killing dogs." It turned out that 10 years ago, the 3 masters of Wangxian Cave had plotted to overthrow the imperial court and sought out Han Wuba to invite him to join them, but were refused. Worried that Han Wuba would ruin their plans, Jia Zunji lured him out and conspired with 30 masters of the Xiaoyao immortal realm to surround and kill him. At the same time, Han Wuba's wife was assassinated but died tragically at home. His only daughter and her nanny went missing in the chaos. Han Wuba fought with his life, killing half of the masters who surrounded him, but he himself was heavily wounded in that battle. Although the heaven-shattering divine art was very effective at healing meridian injuries, the wound to his heart could only be temporarily suppressed, not fully cured. Over the last 10 years, Han Wuba had searched all over the north, but still couldn't find his daughter. It wasn't until news came that his daughter had gone to the Central Plains that Han Wuba set out for the Central Plains to search, but while passing through the Blood Tier Flats, his old injury recurred. Realizing he didn't have much time left, he had no choice but to return to the north to find a successor. And that was why he met Sha Yu on Changbai Mountain. Now, the enemies who had shattered his home were right in front of him. Han Wuba's eyes were filled with killing intent. The old man extended both hands, currents of energy wrapping around his arms. The Haidong Sword Immortal, who was standing closest, hurriedly dodged and then lunged forward to stab at Han Wuba's head. Unexpectedly, Han Wuba caught his wrist with his left hand. As the two passed each other, Han Wuba used only one move to rip off the Haidong Sword Immortal's left arm. The Haidong Sword Immortal screamed in agony, and seeing this, the other two hurriedly rushed forward to join the assault. Han Wuba extended both hands simultaneously, and 2 powerful surges of energy shot out. When the old man clenched both fists, the energy exploded in front of them, sending even the Haidong Sword Immortal, who was kneeling on the ground, flying away. Haidong Kiem Tien braced himself with his sword, sliding back several yards before finally coming to a stop. The other two quickly regulated their internal breath, struggling to use their own inner energy to suppress Han Wuba's overwhelming aura. Han Wuba sneered, "Is that all you 3 masters from Wanxian Cave have?" Hearing this, Jia Zunjia flew into a rage, and Monk Jinggang was so furious his hair stood on end. As for Haidong Kiem Tien, having lost an arm, he was filled with bitter hatred. Just then, Jia Zunjia pressed his palms together, focusing all his remaining energy. His heart is wounded. He can't hold out much longer. Let's all attack at once and wear him down until he dies. With that, the 3 stood up and charged at Han Wuba together, but Han Wuba's presence suddenly surged to a terrifying new level. The old man's tiger-like eyes glowed. "My time is running out. One strike to decide it all." Sha Yu watched silently from the side as a powerful aura suddenly erupted into the sky. The entire cave was leveled by Han Wuba's final strike. The 3 masters of Wangxian Cave were utterly annihilated. A moment later, Sha Yu found his master amidst the rubble. By now, Han Wuba was dying. "Sha Yu, don't be sad. I have avenged myself. I have no regrets in death. My only regret is that I couldn't find my daughter. If she is still alive, She must be about your age. When she went missing years ago, she was carrying her mother's sword manual with her. If you ever get the chance to find her, let her live a peaceful life if she's doing well. But if she is suffering, just help her out once, that will be enough. Tears streamed down Sha Yu's face, and he nodded repeatedly, promising to fulfill his master's final wishes. Leaning against the stone bed, Sha Yu sighed. His master's voice still echoed in his ears, as if it were only yesterday. A moment later, Sha Yu knelt and performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows before Han Wuba's remains. Master, I don't know how to repay the debt of your guidance. For 10 years, I have never once forgotten your teachings. As he spoke, he couldn't hold back his tears. A while later, Sha Yu stood up slowly. Master, I can finally say with pride that I am your disciple. The young man's gaze grew firm and resolute. From this day on, I am the 35th successor of the Heavenly Destroyer martial arts. At the same time, at Fengmo Temple on Diuhuang Mountain, alarm bells rang out frantically. The warrior monks grabbed their long staves and ran toward Wangxian Cave. Before long, hundreds had gathered at the cave entrance, ready for battle. Suddenly, the stone door that had been sealed for decades let out a massive explosion, as if a giant hammer had struck the hearts of the monks. The monks didn't hesitate, quickly forming a formation. The crashing sounds from behind the stone door grew louder, and the ground shook so violently that some monks nearby were knocked off their feet. The one-legged warrior monk shouted, "Everyone, watch out! The Ba Force Master has returned." As soon as he finished, another loud blast erupted, and the massive stone door shattered. The thick stone wall was sliced in two, a bare foot appeared before them, and then a young man in tattered clothes stepped out of the cave. The young man squinted, adjusting to the sunlight. It was Sha Yu, having spent 10 years in seclusion within Wangxian Cave. The one-legged monk gasped. 10 years ago, his leg had been severed by Sha Yu, and the painful memory flooded back. Meanwhile, Sha Yu muttered, "When did a temple appear here?" Just then, a monk stepped forward. "Little pilgrim, this Fengmo temple was built solely to keep your master trapped inside." The speaker was Yuan, the abbot of Fengmo Temple. The old monk stared hard at Sha Yu. "Do you also wish to bathe this place in blood like your master did?" Sha Yu smiled at this. "My master's revenge has already been fulfilled. I have no desire to kill anymore." Yuan was taken aback. The boy's answer left the old monk speechless. The warrior monks whispered that he couldn't be trusted, since he was the disciple of that Ba Force master, but the abbot remained silent, not ordering the disciples to attack. Seeing that persuasion was useless, the one-legged monk laughed, glaring at Sha Yu with malice. "For 10 years, I have trained day and night, waiting for this very day." The monk swung his long staff, his voice cold. "Don't think that just because you're his disciple, even if that Ba Force master himself stood before me right now, I would still fight him." Sha Yu smiled knowingly. 10 years have passed, and you still haven't let go of your hatred? Very well, I will grant your wish, but please wait for me a moment. With that, Sha Yu turned and walked back toward Wangxian Cave. The young man looked up at the 3 immortal statues at the cave entrance, obviously carved by these monks. Sha Yu's expression darkened as he looked at them. He extended his fair right hand, and a blue inner energy swirled in his palm. Then, Sha Yu gently placed his hand against the cliffside. Suddenly, all the energy in his body surged into his palm, and a powerful force erupted against the mountain, causing the aura to ripple across the entire cliff. Immediately, a sky-shattering roar tore through the night. A moment later, another explosion followed. The 3 statues on the cliffside instantly shattered, and the entire Wangxian Cave collapsed in the blink of an eye. The one-legged monk broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Yuan was shocked. He hadn't expected the other party's Heavenly Destroyer divine art to reach such a level. Sha Yu turned around and said calmly, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, do you want to come at me one by one, or all at once?" Faced with the young man's calm tone, everyone was silent. No one dared to make a sound. After a while, Yuan said shakily, You said you didn't want to kill anymore. If we let you go, what will you do?" Sha Yu crossed his arms and looked at the old monk with a faint smile. "That would save me a lot of trouble. I would be very grateful." Yuan looked deeply at the young man. "Very well. The old monk appreciates your compassion, young pilgrim. You may go." The one-legged monk tried to object, but Yuan snapped that, even with 10 years of hard training, trying to defeat the successor of the Heavenly Destroyer was nothing but a pipe dream. Sha Yu didn't want to drag this out, so he turned and walked away. Hundreds of people silently watched him leave, none daring to stop him. As he passed the one-legged monk, Sha Yu said quietly, "Years ago, you tried to stop my master from getting his revenge, so I took your leg. It was unavoidable. But I still believe our duel was fair. If you want revenge, come find me, and I will be ready. At that moment, Yuan asked, Little pilgrim, where do you plan to go after leaving the mountain? The young man stopped and said, Naturally, I will fulfill my master's last wish first. I am heading to the central plains to find his daughter. Yuan gave a bitter smile. It seemed a great upheaval was coming to the central plains. Sha Yu glanced at the old monk without a word, then pushed off the ground and vanished in a flash. Watching him leave, Yuan muttered, This young man has extraordinary talent. He's likely already surpassed his master. He might just become the greatest martial arts prodigy we've ever seen. By a small mountain stream, Sha Yu shook out his long hair, sending water droplets flying everywhere. He hadn't bathed in 10 years. After cleaning up, he pulled his clothes from the water, but they were in tatters and impossible to wear. A few priceless night pearls tumbled out from his clothes onto the grass. Sha Yu picked up a jade pendant that had fallen with them. He stared at the pendant in his hand, lost in thought. A moment later, he snapped out of it. The urgent task now was to find some clothes. Just then, the scent of food drifted toward him. It seemed someone lived nearby. With that thought, the young man launched himself forward. In the next second, a figure blurred past. Soon, a simple little house came into view. In the yard, some clothes were hanging on a rack. Sha Yu was secretly pleased. His toes barely brushed the fallen leaves as he soared toward the house. In the yard, a little girl was called by her family to collect the laundry. She was just grumbling to take the clothes down when a sudden gust of wind swept 2 outfits away. While she was wondering about the strange wind, she saw a young man descend from the sky and quickly pull the clothes onto his body. Sha Yu hadn't expected the clothes to fit so perfectly, so he tossed the girl a night pearl worth a fortune. I'll be taking these. This gem is more than enough to cover the cost. The girl stared at the pearl in her hand, stunned. A moment later, she came to her senses and asked who he was. But when she looked up, the young man was already gone. Under the sunset, Sha Yu stood atop a treetop, just like he did years ago. It was finally time to return to the Central Plains and fulfill his master's dying wish. In a valley in Phoenix City, Liuning Province, a torchlit carriage convoy was slowly moving forward. Situ Zhan, the sect master of the Clear Sword sect, was scanning the surroundings warily. A flock of birds startled from the cliffside made him lose focus for a second. An old man beside him spoke up to reassure him. Sect Master Situ, you don't need to be so anxious. This is Xiao Zimin, the commander of 1,000 households in Phoenix City. In this place, who would dare to oppose the Clear Sword sect? Hearing this, Situ Zhan smirked. The Clear Sword sect couldn't stay trapped in this tiny Phoenix City forever. As it turned out, the Iron Martial Alliance was rising rapidly in the current martial arts world. Situ Zhan's goal was for his sect to join their ranks, but to achieve that, he first had to claim dominance over Liuning. After the Murong family went into seclusion, the Great Power Fort, one of the 3 major forces, had become the hegemon of the region. But recently, the Murong family had begun to resurface. Thinking of this, Situ Zhan smiled slightly. Our goal is the entirety of Liuning. In terms of wealth, the Great Power Fort is nowhere near our Clear Sword sect. As long as this mission goes smoothly, the Clear Sword sect will reach new heights. Behind him, countless gold bars were piled high on the wagons. Sect Master, defeating the Great Power Fort to join the Iron Martial Alliance won't be difficult at all, if you ask me. We will assist you, as long as we work together. But before he could finish, an arrow pierced straight through his heart. Xiao Zimin looked at the arrow in his chest with disbelief before tumbling off his horse from the force of the impact. Situ Zhan was startled and immediately saw dozens of figures descending from the cliff. It was the notorious White Dog bandit gang. By dawn, the valley had fallen silent. 2 survivors looked at the devastating scene in silence. The man leading them spoke indifferently. Thinking they could bypass everyone to swallow the Imperial gold, they ended up slaughtered by the White Dog gang. Those Clear Sword sect fools really didn't know their own limits. Just then, the woman sensed something wrong, darted behind her brother, and whispered that they were being watched. Both looked up at the cliff to see a dark figure holding a long spear hiding there. Realizing he was spotted, the figure leaped away and vanished. The woman asked her brother if they should intercept him, but the man said it wasn't necessary. That's the assassination squad of the Great Power Fort. The iron-faced judge must be nearby. We and the Great Power Fort will have a confrontation sooner or later, but there's no need now. Let's go. The White Dog gang has the gold. If we don't find them quickly, it'll be hard to get it back. At the same time, at the North Ming Inn in Liuning, the place was bustling with noise. A large man was drinking amidst the cheers of the crowd, downing a whole jar of wine in the blink of an eye. His subordinates roared with laughter and applauded non-stop. Luo Haxia, the leader of the White Dog Gang, shouted, "Brothers, drink your fill tonight." Just then, a subordinate stepped forward, trembling. "Boss, I'm the one who provided the information about the gold. This time, my reward." Luo Haxia laughed heartily, promising he wouldn't treat him unfairly. The innkeeper cowered behind the counter, shaking, looking up anxiously every now and then, praying for the bandits to leave soon. Just then, a swaggering figure entered the inn. The man didn't seem to notice the bandits causing trouble, and when Luo Haxia saw him, he was startled. The notorious killer cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is he here? He recognized the man as Ji Wushui, the captain of the Great Power Fort's assassination squad. Ji Wushui found a table and sat down majestically. Luo Haxia's subordinates, who didn't know him, walked over and told him that the North Ming Inn had been booked by the White Dog Gang today, but Ji Wushui didn't seem to hear them. He suddenly asked the innkeeper in a loud voice why he hadn't brought any tea. The innkeeper, cowering in the corner, hurriedly brought the tea. At that moment, a voice rang out from the inn's entrance. To think the iron-faced judge would get so angry over a cup of tea. It seems the Great Power Fort is nothing special. The newcomers were the two siblings who had been tracking them. Seeing them, Ji Wushui was slightly surprised. So, it's the Murong duo. Could the Murong family be trying to get involved in this too? Luo Haxia was already breaking into a cold sweat. He hadn't expected the Murong family to join the fray. Murong Guang said calmly, "This junior pays his respects to the iron-faced judge senior of the Great Power Fort." The White Dog Bandit's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, while Ji Wushui remained cold. The Great Power Fort does not wish to conflict with the Murong family. Would you two mind leaving? Murong only replied coldly. If the Murong family asked you to retreat, senior, would you consider it? Hearing this, Ji Wushui sneered. I never expected the high and mighty Murong clan to reappear in the martial arts world over mere gold and silver. Ji Wushui's eyes flashed with malice. Since that's the case, I'll slaughter everyone here. Stolen gold. As he finished speaking, the aura around Ji Wushui suddenly shifted. The entire inn seemed to shake from the impact, yet the Murong brothers didn't show a hint of fear. Their expressions simply darkened. Murong clan, we've been in seclusion for 2 years. It seems you pests have forgotten who truly rules these lands. As they spoke, the Murong brothers drew their weapons in unison, their voices chilling. What's the great strength sect supposed to be, anyway? Right then, Luo Haxia suddenly shouted, "This thief isn't giving up either, you bastards. Do you think our White Dog Gang is easy to bully?" At that same moment, a young man muttered to himself as he walked in. "They say you have to stop by the Baiming Inn." Sha Yu moved like a ghost, slipping between the two Murong brothers. For the first time, Ji Wushui wore a serious expression. He couldn't even clearly track the boy's movements. Ignoring the hostile gazes around him, Sha Yu crossed his arms and casually walked to an empty spot in the inn, sitting down to order a bowl of noodles. The Murong brothers couldn't help but stare at his back, stunned. Right then, Ji Wushui's eyes flashed with malevolence. Taking advantage of the Murong brothers' distraction, he immediately made his move. Ji Wushui lunged forward with terrifying speed, his thin, withered left hand suddenly reaching out. The ribbons wrapped around his arms shot out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Murong Ji's face. Seeing this, Murong Guang narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, his folding fan snapped open, faster than lightning, blocking the attack in front of his sister. Ji Wushui was shocked that his opponent had reacted so quickly. Staggered and pushed back, Murong Guang poured power into his legs, stomped hard on the floor, and lunged toward Ji Wushui. Ji Wushui didn't dare be careless, frantically channeling his inner energy into the ribbons. The ribbons seemed to come alive, coiling around his hands and transforming into knuckle dusters. Ji Wushui blocked the strikes with his hands, absorbing the thunderous blow from Murong Guang with his own body. The two clashed and broke apart, then immediately engaged again. In the blink of an eye, they traded several blows. Suddenly, Murong Guang swung his fan, forcing Ji Wushui to dodge, and then he tapped the tip of his foot against the fan, using the momentum to spring up and create distance from his opponent. Ji Wushui's 10 fingers dug into the pillar, hanging upside down on the wall like a giant spider. Murong Guang smirked. Your fleeing technique is truly a rare sight, senior. Ji Wushui wasn't angered. Instead, he laughed sarcastically. Is that all the martial arts the Murong clan has to offer? Before he could finish, his hat was sliced in two and fell to the ground. Murong Guang's eyes grew cold, filled with murderous intent. What kind of skill does the Great Strength Sect really have? Just then, a pop sound echoed behind Ji Wushui, and his head wrap was blown away by an invisible force. The smile on Ji Wushui's face slowly faded. Murong Guang ordered his sister, "Leave the White Dog Gang to you. I'll deal with this old man." Hearing this, Ji Wushui's expression turned even grimmer. The White Dog Gang members standing nearby were already terrified by the battle. Just then, Luo Haxia glanced toward the door, but Murongji blocked it. The young woman drew her sword and said coldly, "Captain Luo, if you think you're running, you've made a mistake. If you tell me where you hid the stolen gold, I might let you die quickly." Luo Haxia was furious. He had dominated for so many years, he had never been insulted like this before. "Whether it's the Murong clan or the Great Strength sect, I'll kill you all today." The White Dog subordinates, hearing this, drew their blades and charged. At the same time, Ji Wushui shouted, "Assassination squad, listen up. Kill them all, leave no one alive." Instantly, dozens of black silhouettes smashed through the windows from upstairs. It turned out, Ji Wushui had ambushed his assassination squad here beforehand. The assassins swarmed down, diving into the slaughter. They were all elite members of the Great Strength sect, and even when facing superior numbers, they didn't waver, shouting in unison, "The gold belongs to our Great Strength sect." Hearing the shouting, Sha Yu, who was eating his noodles, was startled. He turned around, muttered curiously, "Huh?" Inside the inn, the three factions were fighting chaotically. Sha Yu continued to eat his noodles calmly. The innkeeper advised him to leave because it was dangerous. Sha Yu said, "I've been away from the north for 10 years, and I haven't had a decent meal yet." "Innkeeper, why are they fighting? I heard them mention gold earlier, but I'm not really sure. It seems the Great Strength sect and the Murong clan are fighting over the gold that the White Dog Gang stole." Hearing this, Sha Yu understood. He had heard his master mention the Great Strength sect and the Murong clan. These two factions were competing for dominance in Liaoning. Murongji kicked an assassin subordinate, sending him crashing into the counter, where he passed out. She turned to look at Sha Yu, who was sitting and eating his noodles, seeing him calm and devoid of fear. Murongji thought to herself, to be so calm in the middle of this chaos, could he be a hidden master? Suddenly, she felt danger behind her. It was a Great Strength sect expert rushing at her with a spear. Murongji spun around, slashing with her sword, and the Great Strength sect expert was cut in two. After taking care of the attacker, Murongji looked at Sha Yu again. She watched him for a moment, and then dismissed the strange thought from her mind. The boy looks only 20. How could he have reached such a level of inner restraint? She warned him coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of here now." "Thank you for the advice, miss, but I have 2 bites left. I'll leave once I'm finished. You carry on. Don't mind me." Murongji looked at Sha Yu, surprised. "You've got quite a bit of nerve, but suit yourself." With that, she lunged back into the fray. At this moment, the Great Strength sect expert who had been knocked out earlier woke up. Seeing Sha Yu sitting at the counter, he mistook him for one of the White Dog Gang members, screamed, and lashed out with his hand. Seeing this, Sha Yu spun the chopsticks in his hand, poured his inner energy into them, and tapped the expert's finger. A powerful surge of energy pierced his finger and flowed into his meridians. The expert instantly coughed up blood, collapsed to the ground, and died on the spot. Sha Yu sighed. It seemed the martial arts of the Great Strength sect weren't all that impressive. He looked outside and saw Murong Guang and Ji Wushui fighting fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ji Wushui sneered, "Your Murong clan has been busy collecting gold in Liaoning lately. What's your real motive?" Murong Guang frowned and replied coldly, "Nothing to talk about." With that, he surged forward and attacked with his fan, but Ji Wushui dodged. Luo Haxia observed the battlefield and shouted angrily, "Even though we of the White Dog Gang are brave, we're no match for the elite troops of the Great Strength sect." At this moment, a subordinate trembling reported, "Boss, we've lost 80% of our men. What should we do now?" "Damn these bastards. I'll risk my life against them," Luo Haxia said. He clenched his hands, channeled his inner energy into his arms, crouched down, and slammed both hands into the ground. A powerful surge of energy radiated outward, knocking everyone back. Even Murong Guang and Ji Wushui, who were locked in combat, were caught off guard. Murongji was astonished. She never expected this robber to be so skilled. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Luo Haxia charged in like a mad bull, slamming into her before she could react. "Iron-faced judge, Murong twin heroes, I'll remember this. I will definitely have my revenge." Luo Haxia roared and bolted from the inn. Murong Guang knew things had gone south and gave chase immediately. Ji Wushui, unwilling to drag this out, shouted, "Assassination squad, follow orders. After him!" Everyone in the inn was stunned as a crowd of people rushed out, chasing after Luo Haxia. Murong Guang caught up to Luo Haxia and said coldly, "Luo Haxia, do you really think you can outrun me with that level of lightness skill?" Ji Wushui also arrived, threatening him to hand over the gold, and the Dali fort promised to protect him. By this time, Luo Haxia's subordinates in the inn had come to their senses and tried to slip away, but Murongzi blocked their path. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her sword, slicing through a subordinate's throat. He let out a tragic wail before collapsing to the ground. Murongzi didn't even bother to wipe the blood splattered across her face. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Luo Haxia, I swear I'll take your life with my own hands." With that, she touched the ground lightly and leapt out of the inn. The North Ming Inn had now turned into a battlefield, with corpses piled high like a mountain. Sha Yu slowly walked over to a subordinate who was gasping for air. The man weakly begged Sha Yu to spare his life. "I don't know about saving people, but killing? That I'm quite good at," Sha Yu said, extending his left hand to gently strike 2 acupoints on the man's neck. Then, he channeled his internal energy into the man's body. The subordinate felt his internal organs churning in agony. He stared at Sha Yu, struggling to endure the pain. What are you doing? Tell me where the gold is hidden, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead." East Dongming Mountain, Yinku Ridge in the valley. There's a cave hidden by vines. With those words, the subordinate breathed his last. Sha Yu let go, his expression unchanging as he calmly muttered, "Thank you. Rest in peace." He smoothed the man's face to let him rest. Half an hour later, at Yinku Ridge, 100 miles from Dongming Mountain, Sha Yu looked around, confirming this was the place. Sure enough, he found clear hoofprints and carriage wheel ruts pressed into the earth. The wheel ruts were an inch deep, indicating the load was extremely heavy. Sha Yu followed the tracks to a valley, and indeed found a cave hidden by thick vines. Sha Yu pushed the vines aside and peered into the cave to see countless wooden crates stacked high, filled to the brim with gold. The entire cave was overflowing with it, yet Sha Yu seemed completely indifferent. He only took a few gold bars, tucked them into his bag, and surveyed the cave, deep in thought. He knew he would need this gold later, but what should he do with it now? After a moment, Sha Yu left the cave. Considering the situation back at the inn, the Dali fort would likely struggle to win, and in the end, the Murong family would surely come to claim the gold. With that in mind, Sha Yu reached out his hands, channeling all his internal energy into his palms. His master once taught that everything in the world has a flow. If you cut off these lines of connection, the heavenly destruction divine art could shatter anything. Sha Yu struck out with both hands. 2 powerful bursts of energy shot into the cliffs on either side. The cave shook violently, and rocks collapsed, sealing the entrance. Sha Yu jumped onto a tree branch, quietly observing his handiwork. Once the dust settled, the entrance was completely buried. Sha Yu remained calm. This way, no one could easily get their hands on the gold. Job done, he began to calculate. Currently, the Dali fort in Fushun was fighting the Murong family in Shenyang for territory in Liaoning. 10 years ago, when his master went to find his daughter, he had been blocked at Blood Tear Ridge. Shenyang was the most populous place in Liaoning. After some deliberation, Sha Yu decided to go to Shenyang to scout ahead. On the other side, Ji Wushui put everything into his punch, and Murong Guang channeled all his internal energy into his fan. As they clashed, roof tiles shattered and scattered everywhere. Luo Haxia watched in terror. The power of these two far exceeded his own. Senior Ji Wushui, we both know how our strengths compare. Is it really necessary to fight to the death? A slash appeared on Ji Wushui's cheek, blood trickling down. You brat, you're still far from my level. Assassination squad, capture Luo Haxia. The elite subordinates of Dali Fort obeyed and charged toward Luo Haxia. Murong Guang thought to himself that this was bad. While his martial arts were slightly superior, he couldn't take on so many opponents alone. Just then, a figure flew in. It was Murong Ji, who had been in pursuit. Big brother, leave Luo Haxia to me. Instantly, several flashes of swordlight flickered, and 4 of the Dali Fort's elite subordinates died on the spot. Murong Ji sheathed her sword after a few strikes, then lunged forward to grab Luo Haxia by the throat. Before he could react, the young woman had him under control. Ji Wushui rushed over, but a powerful wave of internal energy surged forward, blocking his path. It was Murong Guang intervening. Ji Wushui hurriedly used both hands to deflect the blow, but his arms were immediately injured, blood flowing out. I told you to stop earlier and you wouldn't listen. Now it's too late, leave your life here. Luo Haxia, still held by the throat by Murong Ji, gasped, the gold is mine. You won't get your hands on it. Murong Ji gave a cold laugh. I'll make you confess it yourself. With that, she channeled her internal energy into him, enveloping his body. The special technique she used was none other than the Murong family's soul shadow arts. That night, Dali Fort was lit with bright lanterns. with 7 corpses laid out neatly in the courtyard. Wan Jixing, the leader of Dali Fort, looked at the bodies, his expression contemplative. What a pity. So many dead, it's useless for me to keep standing by and watching. Indeed, they dared to kill our assassination squad. This proves they aren't afraid of declaring war on Dali Fort. At this moment, Ji Wushui spoke in a low voice. The failure this time was due to my incompetence. I ask Master Wan Jixing to punish me. You did your best. Punishing you won't change anything. I don't understand why the Murong family has re-emerged on the pugilist scene for a bit of gold. But whatever their goal is, Dali Fort cannot let them have their way. At this, Wan Jixing's voice boomed like a giant bell. Everyone, listen up. From this day forward, Dali Fort and the Murong family are mortal enemies. No disciple is to go out. Everyone is to focus on preparing for battle against the Murong family. The Dali Fort disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Ji Wushui bowed his head in shame, about to say something. Wushui, if you were truly incompetent, wouldn't that mean I misjudged you? Don't let your thoughts run wild. When the time for the decisive battle comes, you will lead the vanguard to atone for your failures. Hearing this, Ji Wushui immediately knelt on one knee, his face full of gratitude. Wan Jixing nodded. Good, that's how it should be. He then looked at one of the bodies on the mat, his gaze sharp. This body has no sword wounds, which means death wasn't caused by external injury. Internal organs aren't damaged, so it clearly wasn't internal trauma either. Wan Jixing placed 2 fingers on the corpse's pulse to examine it carefully, and suddenly, his expression shifted. He died after someone used immense internal energy to shatter his meridians. Wan Jixing turned back to look at Ji Wushui. Wushui, when you fought the Murong twin heroes, was anyone else there? Ji Wushui said there was a young man around 20 years old present, but he didn't seem unusual, nor did he look like someone with such profound internal energy. Wan Jixing pondered. At just over 20, it was indeed hard to possess such power, so there must have been another expert helping them. Wan Shengxian, you and Hui Shuang go greet the Northern Wind Inspector together. You must ensure absolute safety. After instructing his son, Wan Jixing fell into deep thought. To be able to shatter meridians with such precision using internal energy, even he couldn't do it. Could there be such a master hidden within the Murong family? Or perhaps another expert intervened. Even though his heart was as calm as an ancient well, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The existence of this person could very well become a new variable. At the same time, at the Murong estate in Shenyang, the Murong twin heroes hesitated before a door. You've returned late. It seems things didn't go as planned. Murong Guang's face turned pale as he said bitterly, I've disappointed you, brother. Disappointed? I never had any expectations to begin with. Enough talk, get in here. Father is waiting. Murong Juncheng opened the door. Inside, an old man stood with his back to them, his hands behind his back, looking at the rafters. It was Murong Dongtian, head of the Murong family. Murong Juncheng reported respectfully, Father, Murong Guang and Murong Ji have returned. Murong Dongtian turned around, his expression cold. I heard you didn't get the gold. We used the soul-searching technique to find where the gold was hidden. But hearing this, Murong Dongtian's eyes became sharp. But what? When we arrived, there was a landslide. The entire mountain had collapsed. But please rest assured, Father, as long as you give us time, we will move mountains and drain seas to find that gold. After hearing Murong Guang tell the whole story, Murong Dongtian raised his left hand, his 5 fingers curled, and a powerful suction force radiated from his palm. Murong Guang felt his throat tighten, and Murong Ji screamed in terror. Murong Guang was pulled toward Murong Dongtian, floating in midair, before being grabbed by the throat. For such a dereliction of duty, what use are you to me? Seeing this, Murong Ji intended to beg for mercy but was stopped by her eldest brother. Father is furious. Don't speak up, sister. Murong Dongtian was like a raging lion. Do you know why our Murong family had to close our doors for 10 years? It was to join the Iron Martial Alliance and become part of the 5 Dragon Alliance. Your vision is so limited. You see, 20 years ago, the Murong family was growing too fast, causing the 5 great families to worry that we would threaten their status. Thus, they relied on the Iron Martial Alliance to establish the 5 Dragon Alliance to restrain us. That is why, 20 years ago, a major incident occurred. I, the Patriarch Murong Dongtian, suddenly announced the closure of our doors and personally killed all the elders who opposed me. Do you think I did all of this just to join that damn 5 Dragon Alliance? I want the Murong family to rule over the entire Iron Martial Alliance. As he said this, Murong Dongtian slammed his son's head against the railing. Veins bulged on his forehead. Murong Guang, what did you see? Murong Guang struggled to suppress the pain and said tremblingly, I saw the Northern Underworld Cave. That's right, the Northern Underworld Cave. If I obtain the legacy of the Northern Underworld Emperor, what is the Five Dragon Alliance to me? With that gold, I can open the gates to the cave and fulfill my wish. And now, because of your mistake, the plan I've meticulously cultivated for 20 years is about to go down the drain. At this moment, Murong Juncheng gently advised, Please calm your anger, father. I believe Murong Guang acted unintentionally. Moreover, you don't need to worry. I have prepared a backup plan. In a few days, the Iron Horse Escort Agency will transport more gold, and we will surely be able to open the cave. Hearing this, Murong Dongtian's anger subsided. He told his two children, You two stop interfering in this matter. Recently, there has been news of movement from the Northern Wind Inspector of the Hidden Tiger Alliance. You two are responsible for guarding the perimeter. Do not let any slips occur. After saying this, Murong Dongtian looked toward the Northern Underworld Cave and muttered, I have endured for 20 years, and now I am just one step away. He clenched his fist, crushing the railing. A ferocious look appeared on his wrinkled face. When that time comes, the whole world will be under the feet of the Murong family. Sha Wu was watching the full moon in the night sky when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Sha Wu, my sister is counting on you. Sha Wu ran like the wind, intending to help his companion up, but then he heard someone calling his name from behind. Sha Wu turned his head and saw Gong Wei looking pale. Sha Wu, save me. I don't want to be taken away. Sha Wu tried to rush over, but discovered he was tied up tightly. The Yuan dynasty envoy looked at him like a hungry wolf and said coldly, You are quite brave. I love breaking the will of people like you. Sha Wu woke up with a start. It was just a nightmare. He found himself drenched in sweat, his mind a blank. Just then, gentle footsteps approached. Sha Wu turned his head vigilantly and saw several figures wearing conical hats walking toward him. Two of them stepped forward, and the leader cupped his hands in greeting. It was Mo Buyu from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. They were escorting goods to this area and were looking for a place to rest, so they came to ask Sha Wu if they could stay the night. Sha Wu followed the rules of the underworld, introduced himself, and said this was unclaimed land, so there was no need to be formal. The escort team rested by the fire. Mo Buyu was a lively person and started a conversation with Sha Wu. During the conversation, Sha Wu learned that they were transporting goods to Shenyang. This place had high elevation and was open on all sides, very favorable for defense. Therefore, every time they went to Shenyang, they rested here. Hearing that Sha Wu was also on his way to Shenyang, Mo Buyu asked if he had any connection to the Murong family. Mo Buyu suddenly fell silent, his expression grim as he said, I cannot reveal the client's information. Sha Wu quickly apologized, saying he was just heading to Shenyang and was asking out of curiosity. Mo Junji, Mo Buyu's younger brother, quickly eased the atmosphere by offering Sha Wu a plate of food. Sha Wu thanked him and changed the subject. I want to go to Shenyang to look into some things. I wonder how you all usually go about gathering information. Mo Buyu began to explain that information gathering depends on the type of intelligence. Mo Junji added, In the Central Plains, the beggar sect is the fastest at gathering information. Even though their status is low, their numbers are vast. The beggar sect's eyes and ears are everywhere, and there is even a branch of the beggar sect in Shenyang. Hearing this, Sha Wu began to make his own plans. Mo Buyu said that the situation in Shenyang was currently very complex. The Great Strength Fortress and the Murong family were about to clash, so if Sha Wu didn't have anything important to do, he should steer clear. Sha Yu said there was something he absolutely had to do. A mysterious smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he declared that, no matter what, he had to make a trip to Shenyang. Seeing Sha Yu so calm, Mo Buyu secretly thought to himself, It seems this young hero is no ordinary person. I have spoken too much, he thought. As night fell, silence took over. The next morning, Sha Yu set out with the Ta Ma escort agency. Along the way, Mo Buyu introduced Sha Yu to the current state of the Jianghu. Brother Sha Yu, the Tiwu League is currently at its peak. Can you believe a sect in the Jianghu has grown to the size of an entire city? It is truly unprecedented. Seeing Sha Yu show no reaction, Mo Buyu was surprised. Could it be that you have never heard of the Tiwu League? Sha Yu replied that he came from the north and did not know much about the state of the Jianghu. Hearing this, Mo Buyu explained clearly. It turned out that the Taiwu League was formed by the Juchong Manor, the Wulong Alliance, and the Shihu Alliance, gathering most of the top masters in the Central Plains. Leading them were the two sages, along with the three overlords, the four venerables, and so on. One of the two sages was the sword sage, Manhwa, the leader of Juchong Manor. The other was the Fist Sage, Huangpu Junyuan, the leader of the Wulong Alliance. These two forces kept each other in check. It was said that the martial arts of the two sages and the three overlords had reached the transcendental realm. Xia Yu thought to himself. In the north, there was also a group of people who reached the transcendental realm, but they were all killed by my master. I wonder how these masters compare to my master, or rather, I wonder who would win if they faced me. Suddenly, a faint scent drifted over, interrupting his train of thought. This scent was very familiar to Xia Yu. It was the smell of fresh blood. Mo Junji rode up to report, "Big brother, there are many corpses ahead. The Jianghu is treacherous. People killing each other is truly terrifying." Hearing that there were bodies ahead, Mo Buyu rushed over to check. Seeing hundreds of corpses littering the roadside, Xia Yu couldn't help but shudder. Mo Buyu shouted orders loudly. "It seems the Dali fortress and the Murong clan have clashed. Everyone, hurry up. We must pass through Blood Tear Valley quickly." The escort team urged their horses to gallop toward Shenyang. Xia Yu sat in the carriage, lost in thought. He realized that most of the corpses were wearing northern clothing. At this moment, Mo Buyu spoke up, cutting into Xia Yu's thoughts. "Don't worry, we will reach Shenyang today." There were rumors that the Dali fortress was harboring a group of refugees from the north. It seems the rumors are true. The Dali fortress probably didn't want to exhaust their strength too early. Hearing the words refugees, Xia Yu smiled bitterly. If there were no other way, who would want to die in a foreign land? But immediately after, a glimmer of hope rose within him. If there were many refugees here, he might be able to find news about his master's daughter and Wu Ai. Just then, Mo Junji, who was riding ahead, shouted, "Big brother, I see the bronze black dragon statue." Xia Yu listened as Mo Buyu recounted the history of this black dragon statue. It turned out that after the Murong clan closed their doors, this area was frequently plagued by war and chaos, with blood staining the earth red. That is why it was called Blood Tear Valley. To commemorate the fallen, people erected 2 bronze statues here, but 10 years ago, one of the 2 statues was destroyed. No one knew how that statue, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, was destroyed. Xia Yu looked at the statue and frowned. Could Master have done this? Not long after, the city of Shenyang appeared before them. Entering the city, everyone from the escort agency parted ways with Xia Yu. Mo Junji cupped his hands and said, "The beggar sects branch is on East Bamboo Street. Brother Xia Yu can go there to find out more." Xia Yu returned the gesture and said, "Thank you." Mo Buyu put his arm around Xia Yu's shoulder and said, "Because we still have a mission, we must part ways here. If you have time in the future, young hero, you must come to the Ta Ma escort agency to hang out. We will drink until we're tipsy. May your martial journey be smooth." Xia Yu nodded with a smile. "If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come." Seeing the escort team head off into the distance, Xia Yu turned to observe his surroundings. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto a roof. With a few bounds, Xia Yu reached the top of the highest city wall. He observed for a moment and told himself, "I wonder where the Murong clan is." Suddenly, Xia Yu smiled. It must be that fortress, backed by the mountains. Just then, Xia Yu's eyes locked onto something. He saw 2 figures standing on the city gate. They were the 2 Murong brothers he had met at the Beiming Inn. It seemed his guess was correct. That was indeed the Murong clan. Looking in the direction the 2 men were pointing, he saw a convoy of carriages passing through the city gate. Xia Yu chuckled to himself. The Tai Ma escort agency's cargo was indeed being delivered to the Murong clan. Suddenly, Xia Yu heard cries for help. He turned to look in the direction of the sound, seeing 3 thugs beating a child. They were hitting him and cursing without a hint of mercy. "We already told you, this is beggar sect territory. You're not allowed here." Xia Yu frowned. He heard the child's voice. It was a northern accent. Xia Yu jumped off the city wall and rushed toward the child. The child covered his head with his hands, crying and begging, "My mother is sick. I want to ask the beggar sect to help me find my father." "Do you think the beggar sect helps just anyone?" the disciple said, raising his staff to strike. At that exact moment, a figure glided over like a ghost. Xia Yu was fast as lightning, shielding the child and pointing his finger at the staff. A powerful burst of internal energy caused the staff to shatter into pieces. The beggar sect disciple stared at Xia Yu in shock. Xia Yu shouted coldly, 3 grown men beating a child? Is this how the beggar sect behaves?" With that, he flicked his fingers toward the foreheads of the other 2 thugs. Both were sent flying instantly. Xia Yu had easily taken down all 3 thugs, but he did not know that all of this had been witnessed by an old beggar on the roof. It was Han Wuba. He met his master 10 years ago, the old beggar muttered. "This martial art, is it possible?" Just then, another beggar sect disciple scrambled up. "You brat! Who are you? How dare you interfere with the beggar sect's business?" He lunged forward, his hand clawing like an eagle toward Sha Yu. Sha Yu was unfazed. He parried the strike and used his thumb to strike the Shenmen acupoint on the man's arm. A powerful surge of energy flowed from Sha Yu's heart meridian into the disciple's body. The man screamed in pain and collapsed to his knees. Sha Yu said coldly, "What did this child do wrong? Why treat him like this? I heard the beggar sect values justice, but now it seems that's just a hollow reputation." At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. To blame the entire sect over a small matter is perhaps too harsh. We have turned this child away many times, but he would not listen. "I am Han Wuba, an elder of the beggar sect. May I ask the young hero's name?" Sha Yu looked at the old beggar coldly, neither arrogant nor humble. "I am Sha Yu from the north." Han Wuba smiled broadly. "I wonder if brother Sha Yu could let him go. Although he acted improperly, there is no need to cripple him. Is there?" Sha Yu's gaze turned icy. "Only those of equal standing have the right to set conditions." At this point, Sha Yu increased the pressure of his grip. Ignoring the beggar disciple's pathetic wailing, he said coldly, "It seems we are not on the same level, young hero. Your point is well taken. So, my condition is this. The 100,000 disciples of the beggar sect must not seek revenge against you, and they must ensure the safety of that child." Sha Yu understood the old beggar's hidden agenda and silently cursed him for being a sly fox, but he still let go. The beggar disciple cradled his injured arm and collapsed to the ground. Hong Wuguai chuckled, "I knew you were a reasonable man, young hero. Many thanks for showing mercy." Ignoring the old man's flattery, Sha Yu turned to look at the little girl behind him. "What is your name? Are you also from the north?" The girl nodded and said her name was Wu Shengnan. "You mentioned your mother is ill. Let me take a look at her with you." As Sha Yu led the girl away, the beggar disciple asked the elder in frustration why he hadn't taught that brat a lesson. "You should be glad you're still alive. If I hadn't stepped in, forget about you, this entire beggar sect branch could have been wiped out. Look at those other two disciples. If he really wanted you dead, even I couldn't have stopped him. Did you notice his hands? They are fair and smooth, even more delicate than a woman's. But you cannot imagine the terrifying strength hidden within them." At this point, Hong Wuguai sank into his memories, his voice becoming distant. "Those hands, they were just like the hands of an old man I met 10 years ago. His hands were also as beautiful as a woman's, but I will never forget what happened that day." With just one gentle palm strike, he turned a bronze statue weighing 10,000 caddies into scrap iron. Hong Wuguai's voice trembled slightly. "I still remember that old man's final words. He said his successor would return. It seems the martial arts world is about to face a major upheaval. Who would have thought someone would dare to attack the Murong family patrol right here in Shenyang?" Just then, a squad of Murong family disciples was patrolling the city. A subordinate suggested to the captain that they go for a drink once the patrol was finished, but the captain strictly refused. "We are in the midst of a conflict. Even though the Great Strength Fortress doesn't have the capacity to attack us here in Shenyang, we cannot lower our guard." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand pierced through his chest. The captain stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. He never expected that Ji Wushui of the Great Strength Fortress would infiltrate the city. The Murong disciples panicked as they saw their captain killed. Ji Wushui roared, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." His henchmen surged forward, slaughtering everyone in their path. A moment later, two figures arrived, Murong Juncheng and Murong Guang. Seeing the countless bodies of the Murong disciples lying across the ground, Murong Juncheng asked coldly, "What is the situation in the city?" Murong Guang replied that the current state remained unclear. "Assassinations like this are happening frequently within the city. They are very clever. It seems they want to cut off our influence on the outside." Just then, Murong Ji flew over. "Big brother, the northern wind envoy of the Tiger sect has appeared." Murong Juncheng and Murong Guang were both startled by the news. Murong Juncheng asked coldly, "Chu Muling has arrived in Shenyang? Is the information accurate?" "Yes, I have confirmed it myself. It is indeed the northern wind envoy, Chu Muling." Murong Guang's expression turned grave. It seemed the Tiger sect intended to intervene. "Big brother, we must act now. The Great Strength Fortress is a subordinate of the Tiger sect. Chu Muling will certainly side with them, that much is obvious. But if we act recklessly, it will be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Tiger sect. Let's do this. I will go meet him to see what his intentions are. Murong Guang, you must head to the Northming Cave to report this to father. Perhaps you can get it done by tonight." At the same time, in an inn within the city, a physician was checking the pulse of a woman. After a long while, the doctor sighed. "This is very difficult to treat. Her meridians are severely damaged, and her vital energy is in complete chaos." Upon hearing this, The little girl burst into tears. Sha Yu asked, "What is the difficulty? Is it because the consultation fee is insufficient? Or is your medical skill not up to the task? I am the best physician in Shenyang. How could my skills be lacking? But to cure this illness, we need wild ginseng and other extremely rare medicinal herbs." Before the physician could finish, Sha Yu placed a gold ingot on the table. "No matter the cost or the time it takes, please, I beg you, do your best to save her." Looking at the heavy gold ingot on the table, the doctor gulped. "Don't worry, young hero. I will definitely cure her." With that, the physician stood up to take his leave, saying he would return after preparing the medicine. Knowing her mother could be saved, the little girl cried even harder, saying she didn't know how to repay Sha Yu's kindness. Sha Yu walked up to her and comforted her gently. "Cruel fate only targets the miserable. Evil only bullies the weak. Promise your big brother that no matter what difficulties you face, you won't shed tears so easily." The girl didn't fully understand, but she nodded in agreement. "All right, now your big brother has a few questions for you. What exactly happened to your mother?" In the inn room, Sha Yu sat by the window, lost in thought. Wu Ai had been abducted by the Yuan emissary, which perhaps had nothing to do with the Murong family. But regarding the clues about his master's daughter, based on the little girl's story, the Murong family was highly suspicious. The girl's mother had been involved in an accident while looking for her husband. Her father was a merchant who traveled between the north and the central plains. One day, his fellow countrymen began to disappear. Her father knew the Murong family and asked them for help, but was refused. That very night, her father also vanished. Rumors had it that he was taken by the Murong family to some mountain cave. It was said that many northern people were being held there. Sha Yu thought for a moment, then suddenly asked the old beggar sleeping in the corner of the room, "Old man, what do you make of this?" The old beggar grinned. "How did you know I was here? I can smell you from half a mile away." Han Wuba ignored Sha Yu's teasing. "I know you've been eavesdropping on the roof all this time. Tell me, what do you think about the continuous disappearance of northern people?" Han Wuba said that the disappearance of people from the north wasn't unusual. 20 years ago in Shenyang, and even across all of Liaoning, it happened like clockwork. Back then, the beggar sect investigated, but found no results. We only vaguely felt it had something to do with the Murong family. But since the Murong family shut their doors, all leads were cut off. They say the beggar sect holds the most accurate information in the Central Plains. Looking at this now, it seems like nothing more than a rumor. You young people are just so impatient. We didn't find anything 20 years ago. But in recent years, we've learned quite a bit. For instance, the location of the cave you're looking for. At this point, Hong Wuguai paused, implying that free information only went so far. Sha Yu turned to look at him. "Are you looking to negotiate a deal?" Hong Wuguai said seriously. "It's the rule of the beggar sect." Right at that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Both of them looked up simultaneously to see a man in black robes, carrying a long sword, walking in slowly. It was Chu Muling, known as the Northern Wind Envoy. Unlike the two sages, the third uncle, and the fourth venerable who had long made a name for themselves, there were three rising stars in the pugilistic world known as the Three Heroes, and Chu Muling was one of them. He is a young talent of the Tiger sect. After introducing the background of the newcomer, Hong Wuguai whispered, "He came here personally, which proves that the Tiger sect takes this battle very seriously." Hearing this, Sha Yu glanced at Chu Muling a few more times. Just then, another person walked in. Murong Juncheng cupped his hands in a salute, his attitude humble. "Long time no see. It is an honor for the Murong family to have the Northern Wind Envoy grace us with his presence." Chu Muling replied indifferently. "Long time no see. Murong Juncheng." Murong Juncheng invited him inside to talk, but Chu Muling declined, saying he already had an appointment. Hearing this, Murong Juncheng was slightly stunned, his mind beginning to speculate, while Chu Muling cupped his hands to greet him. "This junior greets Elder Hong," Hong Wuguai asked with a laugh. "You know me? I heard that the senior has been in Shenyang for 10 years, and I haven't had the chance to pay my respects until now." Hearing this, waves crashed in Murong Juncheng's heart. A beggar sect elder had been in Shenyang for 10 years without his knowledge. Chu Muling noticed the shift in Murong Juncheng's aura. It seemed the Murong family was unaware of this. Murong Juncheng hurriedly composed his expression and stepped forward to greet him. "I am Murong Juncheng of the Murong family. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Hong Wuguai laughed triumphantly and lowered his voice to brag. "How about that? Do you see how impressive this old man is now?" At this moment, Sha Yu was drawn to Murong Juncheng's next remark. "Since you have an appointment, I will only ask one question before leaving. If the Murong family and the Great Power Fortress must clash, I wonder which side the Northern Wind envoy will stand on. Facing Murong Juncheng's direct question, Chu Muling remained cold. The invincible Blade Master did not want the Murong family and the Great Power Fortress to continue fighting. Furthermore, the old man suspected that all of this had been orchestrated by someone. Murong Juncheng remained calm. Are you implying, envoy, that you suspect our Murong family? You are overthinking it, Juncheng. That is not what the old man meant. Chu Muling looked straight at Murong Juncheng. I trust that is the case. Hearing this, Murong Juncheng cupped his hands behind his back to take his leave. But after walking a few steps, he stopped, turned his head, and spoke with an enigmatic tone. Brother Muling, please be careful. Shenyang is not peaceful tonight. Chu Muling's gaze sharpened. There is no need to worry about me. He walked out of the inn. Murong Juncheng sneered. The invincible Blade Master doesn't want to fight again. Does he think the Murong family is afraid of him? His face turned vicious, losing all the courtesy he had shown just moments ago. Tonight will be the night of your death. Inside the inn, Chu Muling and Han Wuba were chatting. Sha Yu was still pondering their recent conversation when he was interrupted by Chu Muling. I am Chu Muling, of the Tiger Sect. May I ask your name, sir? He asked, following the conventions of the pugilistic world. At that moment, Chu Muling's heart was in turmoil. He could not sense a single trace of energy from this young man. Han Wuba took the opportunity to ask Chu Muling directly why he had come to find him. Is it just to gather news about the Murong family, or do you want the beggar sect to stay out of it? Chu Muling asked bluntly. Han Wuba was not wrong. The invincible Blade Master was trying to prevent the conflict from escalating. If an all-out war broke out, the Tiger sect would definitely join the fray, with the Five Dragon Alliance lurking on the sidelines. If that happened, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Since the invincible Blade Master has spoken, I guarantee that the beggar sect will not meddle in this matter. Saying this, Han Wuba suddenly changed his tone. But if you have other motives, the senior is joking. How could the Tiger sect have other motives? After a few polite exchanges, Chu Muling took his leave. That night, outside the Great Power Fortress, Wan Zhixing and his children waited at the gate to welcome Chu Muling. Chu Muling recounted what had happened today, and Wan Shengxian immediately asked how the Great Power Fortress should respond. Chu Muling sneered. Since a battle with the Murong family was inevitable, we might as well strike first and end it quickly. Let's go. Tonight, we will seize the inheritance of the Northern Darkness Emperor. On the other side, the master and his disciple stood on a cliff, looking down at the quiet city of Shenyang. Han Wuba asked Sha Yu if he intended to make a move tonight. Sha Yu replied, Tonight is the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. Sha Yu tapped his feet and leaped forward, his hands clasped behind his back. Let's fly. Don't you want to go watch the show? In the secret chamber of the Murong family, Murong Juncheng was reporting everything to his father. After hearing this, Murong Dongtian immediately said, The Tiger sect came here under the pretext of mediation, but in reality, they want to fight for the Northern Darkness Emperor's inheritance. The beggar sect elder, Han Wuba, is also in Shenyang. Although he promised that the beggar sect would not interfere, we cannot afford to be off our guard. If the beggar sect dares to intervene, we'll wipe them all out. Murong Dongtian looked at the two golden wheels on the stone table, his eyes burning with desire. After tonight, our Murong family will no longer need to hide. Neither the Five Dragon Alliance nor the Iron Martial Alliance is worth my concern. Murong Dongtian's tone became manic. Once I possess the heaven-breaking golden wheels, this world will be at my feet. The city was already filled with corpses. At this moment, Han Wuba's voice sounded from behind. Why are you surprised? The struggles between martial arts clans have always been like this. The two of them stepped over the scattered bodies. I'm not surprised. If they weren't like this, we wouldn't be able to act so easily. Hearing this, Han Wuba couldn't help but shudder. He hadn't expected this youth to have such a ruthless mindset. Before long, the two reached a cave entrance behind the mountain. A cold blast of air hit their faces. This was the Northern Darkness Cave, guarded by the Murong family for so long. At this moment, inside the Northern Darkness Cave, the Great Power Fortress and the Murong family were engaged in a fierce battle. Screams echoed throughout the cave as Ji Wushui charged forward, shouting, Destroy the Murong family. On the other side, the Murong family disciples drew their swords to fight back, chanting the slogan, To protect the Northern Darkness Cave. Wan Shengxian and his sister stuck close to Ji Wushui, and in an instant, the siblings killed several people. Chu Muling drew his blade and unleashed his lion blade technique. The flashes of light covered the area, causing several Murong family disciples to die on the spot. In less than half an hour, the Great Power Fortress had slaughtered the Murong family disciples. Wan Zhixing frowned, his expression puzzled. The Murong family has spent 20 years hiding this place. So why have we won so easily? No sooner had he finished speaking than a golden beam of light shot out from behind. Several of the great power fortress subordinates were sliced in half and died instantly. Hearing the miserable screams, Chu Muling was startled, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. The golden beam of light struck with unstoppable force, streaking straight toward Wan Jixing. Ke Wushui cried out in alarm. "Alliance leader, watch out!" Wan Jixing heard the shout. Sensing the danger behind him, he gave everything to dodge, but his left arm was still severed by the golden light. Blood splattered everywhere, and Wan Jixing clutched his amputated arm as cold sweat poured down his face. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Wan Zixing fought through the pain and glanced over to see a group of men in black robes slowly approaching. The faces behind their masks emanated intense murderous intent, and an aged, powerful voice rang out. "Even the Northern Wind Imperial Envoy has personally arrived. It seems the inheritance of the Northern Ming Emperor is truly enticing." Upon hearing the voice, Mu Ling turned her head. An old man stood there, his presence overwhelming. Two golden chakras spun around him. It was Murong Dongtian, the head of the Murong clan. Returning to Sha Yu, they had just entered when they saw countless corpses strewn across the passageway. Sha Yu was startled to see many disciples of the Great Strength sect riddled with arrows. They had clearly triggered a trap in the corridor. The two carefully ventured deeper. Han Wuba asked, "Are you here for the Northern Ming Emperor's inheritance too?" Sha Yu stated bluntly, "I have no interest in that." Han Wuba stared in shock. The Northern Ming Emperor's inheritance is a treasure everyone in the martial arts world dreams of. If you aren't interested, why did you come to the Murong clan? Before he could finish, the stone tile under Han Wuguai's feet suddenly sank, triggering a mechanism beside the passage. Startled, Han Wuguai channeled all his internal energy into his hands to brace against the incoming stone pillar. But the power of this mechanism was far beyond what the old man had imagined. Even with all his might, he was pinned against the wall by the pillar. Just as he was on the verge of disaster, a fair hand appeared. Sha Yu glided in front of him, struck out with his palm, and the massive stone pillar, weighing thousands of pounds, instantly shattered. Sha Yu smiled. His heavenly breaking divine art had never failed in 1,000 years. Han Wuguai looked at Sha Yu, his jaw dropped in disbelief. After saving him, the two continued deeper inside. Soon, they reached the exit. Unexpectedly, beneath the Northern Ming cave lay an entirely different space. Han Wuguai looked at the scene before him, stunned. It was a massive ice lake hundreds of feet wide. On the surface of the lake, a crowd surrounded a group of people in the center. Han Wuguai recognized Murong Dongtian, standing on a stone platform. Could those two golden chakras be the inheritance of the Northern Ming Emperor? But Sha Yu cared nothing for that so-called treasure. His gaze was fixed on a small house in the far corner. Sha Yu flew toward it. Han Wuguai was confused and scratched his head. Who ignores such treasure right in front of them? Sha Yu landed as lightly as a feather and peered through the iron bars. He saw that there were indeed many northerners imprisoned inside. Han Wuguai followed and was equally shocked. Sha Yu's eyes turned cold. He reached out with his left hand, wrapped in internal energy, and released a powerful blast that demolished the entire wall. Murong Dongtian heard the commotion, frowned, and turned to look. He saw an old man and a teenager standing there. He recognized the beggar as Elder Han Wuguai of the beggar sect. Murong Dongtian coldly ordered, "Murong Guang, Ji, lead the Black Sword Squad to kill those two. Remember, do not let anyone leave the Northern Ming cave alive." Murong Guang and Murong Ji obeyed and immediately moved out. Sha Yu demolished the rest of the cells and calmly asked, "Is Wu Sheng's father here?" A man tremblingly stood up and walked forward. He asked in a shaking voice, "I am Sheng's father. Do you know Sheng? How is she? And is my wife well?" Sha Yu nodded and said, "They are both fine. I will take you back to reunite with your family." Hearing this, the man burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. "Thank you, young hero. If not for you, we would have died unjustly here." He sobbed uncontrollably. "Hundreds of us have already died. Murong Dongtian is truly a devil." Han Wuguai was also choked with emotion, never expecting the old man to be responsible for such heinous crimes. Sha Yu's eyes were cold. "I must meet Murong Dongtian." Just then, a voice rang out. "You dare to release these northern slaves on your own? You are truly bold." Hearing the word slaves, Sha Yu's fury flared, and he turned to look. The people arriving were Murong Guang and Murong Ji, whom he had met earlier. Sha Yu asked coldly, "Who did you call slaves?" Murong Ji saw the intense hostility from the other side, and dared not answer for a moment. Could this teenager also be a northerner? Han Wuguai felt a sense of dread. It was rumored that the Murong clan had been training a team of swordsmen for 20 years. It seemed this was the legendary Black Sword Squad. "Old master, please help me look after these people." Han Wuba quickly asked what Sha Yu intended to do. "I already told you, I want to meet that old man, Murong Dongtian." A swordsman in black robes grew angry at this. "You've got some nerve, daring to call the clan head by his name." The teenager, completely unafraid, stepped forward and said coldly, "Get lost." The swordsman stepped up, channeled his energy into his longsword, and rays of internal energy flared out. Han Wuba was startled. Murong Dongtian had clearly invested a lot of effort into them. Sha Yu showed no emotion toward the swordsman's energy. He waved his hand, and waves of energy radiated from his body. Sha Yu gave a cold laugh, stepped forward, and reached out to catch the sword tip. Before the shocked eyes of the swordsman, his steel-forged blade shattered in two. A smile grew on Sha Yu's face. "If you want to stop me, heavenly breaking martial icon, you'll have to put your life on the line." As he spoke, Sha Yu's fair hand landed on the swordsman's dantian. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy, like a flood, poured into the man's meridians. The swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood. Sha Yu's hair whipped around as he roared, "Whoever blocks me, dies." At that moment, the sound of a sword being drawn from its scabbard echoed. Murong Guang and Murong Ji lunged forward, both drawing their weapons to attack Sha Yu. Sha Yu glanced at them and said coldly, "Do you want to die too?" He channeled his energy into his palms, his aura suddenly soaring. "Then today, I will wipe out your entire Murong clan." Suddenly, a shoe flew in, blocking Murong Ji's sword. It turned out to be Han Wuba stepping in to help Sha Yu. The Murong siblings attacked simultaneously, knocking the old beggar back. Han Wuba flipped in the air and landed gracefully. "I've still got plenty of tricks left. Why don't you let him go, and I'll fight you instead?" Han Wuba said, glaring at Sha Yu. "What are you still standing there for? Go, hurry." Sha Yu smiled slightly. There was no need for words. Murong Guang ordered, "Black Sword Squad, block him." Dozens of black-clad swordsmen charged on command. Sha Yu sneered, "If they want to die, I have no qualms about a massacre." Sha Yu used his elbow to shatter a swordsman's arm, then struck his palm into the man's stomach. The swordsman was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Sha Yu glided in front of another swordsman, kicked his leg until it snapped, raised his left hand, and struck the man's chin with a palm blast. The swordsman collapsed to the ground, dead or alive. No one knew. Just then, another swordsman lunged forward, murder in his eyes, thrusting his blade straight at Sha Yu's heart. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Sha Yu let out a cold laugh. In an instant, the swordsman's vision blurred. The youth was gone. Sha Yu had appeared right behind him, grabbed the man's neck with his left hand, and gripped the sword-wielding wrist with his right. With a forceful twist of both hands, he wrenched the longsword away. Sha Yu struck the blade with his palm, and it went flying back, piercing through 3 more swordsmen. The trio spat blood, collapsed, and died on the spot. The sword didn't stop, embedding itself deep into the cave wall. The remaining swordsmen were terrified. Sha Yu didn't stop, funneling his internal energy into his 4 poles. His eyes blazed. "Have you ever heard of the heaven-shattering martial statue? Today, I'll show you what it's really about." Sha Yu roared and unleashed a palm strike. A swordsman turning back was instantly struck dead. Violent waves of chi rained down like a storm. The swordsman caught in the blast died immediately. Like a tiger descending from the mountains, Sha Yu tore through the crowd, unstoppable. A swordsman screamed, lunging for Sha Yu's head. Sha Yu didn't dodge. He charged forward, catching the tip of the blade between his fingers, fast as lightning. The swordsman turned pale. With a chilling gaze, Sha Yu suddenly applied force with his fingers, twisting the steel blade into a corkscrew. A surge of powerful chi coursed into the swordsman's arm, shattering it to pieces. The sheer force of the twist hurled him into the air before he crashed to the ground, his fate unknown. Yet, more black-clad swordsmen charged in, fearless of death. Facing a swarm of enemies, Sha Yu didn't flinch. His eyes flashed with cold intensity. He channeled power to his feet and stomped the ground. Tiny stones vibrated and lifted into the air. Sha Yu surged chi into his hands, and as the stones fell before him, he swept his arms out. Countless pebbles shot out like arrows, flying straight into the crowd. These little stones carried terrifying power, slamming into the mass of swordsmen. Many couldn't dodge in time, and several stones exploded in the crowd, dispersing waves of turbulent chi. Miserable screams rang out everywhere, but the Black Sword Squad was truly fierce. Many still charged in, undeterred by death. Sha Yu stood with one hand behind his back, lifting his right arm, his robes fluttering in the wind. The black-clad swordsmen quickly closed in, but instead of attacking, they swirled around him like ghosts. Sha Yu channeled qi into his right hand, his expression cold as he watched the situation. A moment later, dozens of swordsmen moved in unison, gathering at one spot to form a vortex of qi surrounding Sha Yu. The vortex gradually tightened, sealing off all his exits. Seeing this, Sha Yu's expression didn't change. He remained as calm as ever. Suddenly, countless swords struck out from within the vortex. The Black Sword Squad was using the Northern Dipper Immortals slaying formation, perfected over 20 years. Countless blades pointed straight at him, closing in. Just then, a sharp glint flashed in the youth's calm eyes. He crouched down and struck the ground with his palm. Sha Yu smirked, his internal energy erupting from his palm, a powerful and overwhelming wave of qi radiating outward. The sword formation, just formed by the Black Sword Squad, was shattered. The entire northern underworld cave seemed to tremble, and the three of the Hong Five freaks fighting nearby were forced to pause. They turned to look, only to see a massive crater appearing on the surface of the previously calm lake. Murong Guang immediately ordered, "Murongji, you go handle those northerners, then return to father quickly. I will deal with this old man." With that, Murong Guang lunged, waving his fan to attack the Hong Five freaks. The Hong Five freaks dodged in midair. The old beggar was clearly truly enraged now. "I don't care about me, but those northerners are innocent." He pulled a soft whip from his waist, spun in the air, using the momentum to lash out at the Murong siblings. The whip flew like a dragon out of the sea, striking at both of them. The Murong siblings raised their weapons to defend. Missing his mark, the Hong Five freaks retreated a few steps, putting distance between himself and the duo. The old beggar flicked his whip, laughing loudly. "Today, I'll show you two brats, the true technique of this old man." Murong Dongtian swung his golden wheel down, slicing Ko Wushui in half, killing him instantly. Chu Mulin saw this, feeling both terrified and furious. He let out a loud shout and charged toward Murong Dongtian. He swung his saber down from above, but a flash of silver intercepted his strike. It was Murong Juncheng, who appeared just in time to block the blow with his silver wheel. Chu Mulin was stunned. He didn't expect Murong Juncheng to possess such a weapon. Murong Juncheng said coldly, "Chu Mulin, I've always been curious why you were called one of the three heroes." At the same time, Wan Shengxian and his sister also charged in, attacking Murong Dongtian together. But before they could get close, they were blown back by two golden wheels. Murong Dongtian reached out and grabbed Wan Jixing, who was nearby. The man didn't even have time to react before his throat was caught. Murong Dongtian hoisted Wan Jixing up, saying coldly, "The grand ambition of the Murong clan is near completion, but you lot in the Great Power Fortress remain a thorn in my side, especially over these past 20 years. With you calling yourselves the overlords of Liaoning, I am very displeased." Just then, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire northern underworld cave. Murong Dongtian was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw countless black-clad swordsmen being tossed into the air, their miserable screams echoing everywhere. Murong Dongtian tossed Wan Jiqing aside and looked over. He saw the corpses of the black-clad swordsmen lying scattered all around. Murong Dongtian was horrified, unable to believe that the elite squad he had spent 20 years meticulously training had been wiped out in an instant. Right then, a figure glided over. The youth stood with his hands behind his back, looking bold and unyielding. It was Shan Sha Yu, who had just caused quite the scene. Shan Sha Yu stood beneath the stone platform, looking at Murong Dongtian with eyes full of murder. "Old man, what right do you have to disregard the lives of the northern people? The strong survive, the weak are discarded. That is the law of nature. You may have some martial arts, but trying to defend those slaves? You truly don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. You mean whoever is strong is in the right? Fine then, let's compete and see who is stronger." Murong Juncheng and Chu Mulin also noticed the situation on the other side. Chu Mulin realized that the person was the same Shan Sha Yu he had met at the inn. Then, he looked at the massive crater, which was over 30 meters wide. The handsome youth's face changed slightly. He felt a vague sense of dread toward Shan Sha Yu. It wasn't just because he could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of the Black Sword Squad. It's not just because he can create a massive crater with a single palm strike, but because of the extraordinary aura emanating from Sha Yu. Cold sweat trickled down Chu Mulin's temples as he trembled. Just then, Murong Juncheng spoke up. "Your opponent is me." With that, Murong Juncheng lunged forward, swinging his silver wheel down. Chu Mulin hurriedly raised his blade to block, but Murong Juncheng's strength was so immense that he was sent staggering back several steps. Chu Mulin tried to suppress the surging blood in his body, then glared at Murong Juncheng with eyes as fierce as a raging lion. Murong Juncheng, aren't you curious why I'm ranked among the 3 heroes? Today, I'll show you whether I deserve that title or not. On the other side, Murong Dongtian heard Sha Yu's words and sneered. This heaven-breaking golden wheel in my hands? I control it as easily as moving my own arm. You naive brat, how dare you be so arrogant? I have inherited the legacy of the Northern Abyss Emperor. Who else in this world could be my match? Having said that, Murong Dongtian funneled his internal energy into his left hand and raised it high. The golden wheel spun around him, radiating a brilliant golden light. Murong Dongtian flicked his left hand, and the golden wheel shot forth, carrying the power of thunder, as it hurtled straight toward Sha Yu. Surprisingly, Sha Yu didn't dodge. The young man stood tall, with his hands behind his back, looking composed, before simply extending his left hand. On Sha Yu's fair arm, cyan-colored chi flowed endlessly. He caught the razor-sharp, heaven-breaking golden wheel with his bare hand. In that instant, the 2 clashing forces created a terrifying explosion. Murong Dongtian laughed loudly. I have poured 20 years of heart and soul into training this heaven-breaking golden wheel. It is the legacy of the Northern Abyss Emperor. You little brat, daring to block it with your bare hands, you truly don't know your place. As the dust settled, Sha Yu's calm voice echoed from within, dismissing the 2 spinning blades. You dare call yourself invincible? Old man, you must still be dreaming. Murong Dongtian's eyes widened in disbelief. As the dust cleared, Sha Yu was still standing in the same spot, saying coldly, Is this the reason the Murong clan has been hoarding gold? Hearing this, Murong Dongtian was startled. Don't tell me you stole my son's gold? Sha Yu didn't answer. He just sighed. Killing so many people just for this toy? You old man, you really have too much time on your hands. The young man sneered. I don't care for this trash, take it back. With a flick, Sha Yu struck the golden wheel with his palm. It flew back like a shot, with even more force than when Murong Dongtian had controlled it. It flew straight toward Murong Dongtian, who was standing on the high platform. He didn't dare block it directly, and hurriedly tried to control the remaining golden wheel. Murong Dongtian swung his right hand, throwing the second wheel. The 2 golden wheels collided in midair, emitting a screeching metallic ring like a giant bell. The sound echoed like rolling thunder, and the swirling chi caused the debris around the platform to shatter. Murong Dongtian was horrified. He never expected Sha Yu's strength to be this terrifying. He scrambled to pour all his internal energy into his hands, trying to suppress the golden wheels, but it seemed he could no longer hold them off. Murong Dongtian's aged eyes were filled with fear. Finally, the golden wheel was knocked back, stopping less than 2 feet away from him. Murong Dongtian looked at his trembling hands, terror gripping his heart. Just then, Sha Yu's voice rang out again. As the head of the Murong clan, I should let you die with some dignity. Suddenly, Sha Yu's tone shifted. But thinking of the people of the North who had suffered so much before their deaths, Sha Yu channeled his internal energy, letting powerful waves of chi radiate outward. The young man's hair whipped in the wind, a cold smile on his face. Therefore, I cannot let you die too easily. Having said that, Sha Yu sprang forward like a tiger descending a mountain. Murong Dongtian hurriedly summoned his 2 heaven-breaking golden wheels. The old patriarch had never suffered such humiliation. Murong Dongtian waved his hands, shouting, You think you can be arrogant with those cat-like tricks, trying to kill me? I, Murong Dongtian, am not that easy to take down. With that, he commanded the 2 wheels to attack Sha Yu. Sha Yu leapt up, gliding between the 2 wheels like a butterfly through flowers. The young man landed lightly on the ground, his voice cold and filled with killing intent. Old man, you say my martial arts are just cat-like tricks? Sha Yu slammed his right palm into the ground, using the recoil to spring up. Today, I'll show you whether the heaven-breaking divine art is just a cat-like trick or not. Finishing his sentence, the youth spun around and delivered a powerful kick toward Murong Dongtian. Sha Yu leaped high and kicked down. Murong Dongtian hurriedly raised his hands to block, but the force behind the strike left him stunned. This brat is so young, yet his internal energy is this profound. Sha Yu continued to spin, sweeping a kick that struck Murong Dongtian's head. The old man was sent flying. The youth's gaze was cold. Old man, look closely, this is the heaven-breaking divine art you called a cat-like trick. Having said that, Sha Yu charged. Murong Dongtian wasn't about to give up, immediately controlling the heaven-breaking golden wheels to attack. They spun at high speeds, aiming for Sha Yu's throat, but Sha Yu ducked quickly to evade. He continued his assault, striking Murong Dongtian's abdomen with a palm blast. The old man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The relentless attacks made Murong Dongtian so angry he could no longer hold back. He roared as his chi surged outward. Murong Dongtian poured all his internal energy into his hands, then swung them forward with everything he had, commanding both wheels to strike Sha Yu. The speed of the heaven-breaking golden wheels multiplied instantly, reaching Sha Yu in a heartbeat. But Sha Yu slipped effortlessly between the two wheels, completely unscathed. Murong Dongtian refused to give up. He balled his hands into fists and pulled them to his sides. The two wheels flew back under his command. Seeing the wheels continuously graze, Sha Yu, Murong Dongtian cheered. "Brat, you're digging your own grave." But before he could even finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. Sha Yu's body began to fade. The wheels had only sliced through an afterimage. Sha Yu had already leaped into the air. Murong Dongtian looked up to see Sha Yu right in front of him. Sha Yu lifted his foot and stomped straight toward Murong Dongtian's head. The old man hurriedly raised his hands to block. Sha Yu didn't follow up. Instead, he used the recoil to back away, creating distance from Murong Dongtian. Sha Yu crossed his arms over his chest, his internal energy beginning to surge. His voice was cold as ice. "Old man, this will be a pain you will never forget." Having said that, the young man lunged forward, striking out with both palms at Murong Dongtian. The old man tried to strike back, but Sha Yu easily neutralized his attack. Sha Yu grabbed Murong Dongtian's arm with his right hand and struck the man's elbow with his left. A cracking sound echoed out. His left hand struck a pressure point on the man's arm, sending his internal energy surging into the man's meridians, causing the surrounding debris to scatter. Murong Dongtian felt a wave of energy rush straight to his head. Before long, the man's right eye began to bleed. Sha Yu gave a cold laugh. "Old man, this is only the beginning." On another part of the battlefield, Murong Kuncheng and Chu Muling were locked in a fierce fight. Chu Muling swung his blade, forcing Murong Kuncheng back, and coldly asked, "Do you still doubt why I am called one of the three heroes?" Murong Kuncheng roared and charged forward again. But just then, a powerful blast of energy shot through, followed by a massive explosion nearby. Both fighters were startled, and Chu Muling quickly turned his head toward the source of the blast. Murong Kuncheng also had a bad premonition. He glanced over as the dust settled to see an old man standing there in shock. It was Murong Dongtian, covered in blood. Seeing his father's miserable state, Murong Kuncheng screamed in alarm, but Murong Dongtian had no mind left to answer. He was struggling to endure the energy ravaging his body, staring at his right arm, and intending to use his inner strength to suppress Sha Yu's energy. Sha Yu seemed to see right through the old man's thoughts and said, "If you want to live a little longer, you had better not do that. Once you circulate your energy, you will surely die." Hearing this, Murong Dongtian gritted his teeth, his expression turning ferocious as he roared, "You insolent brat! I have dominated the martial arts world my whole life. Do you think I can be scared by you? You say if I circulate my energy, I'll die? I don't believe in such bad luck." With that, Murong Dongtian poured his energy into his right arm. He actually managed to suppress Sha Yu's energy. Murong Dongtian laughed loudly. "With such a cheap trick, you want to do something to me?" Sha Yu watched Murong Dongtian silently, his gaze like that of someone looking at a dead man. Just as expected, the moment the words left his mouth, the situation changed. The energy Murong Dongtian had just suppressed suddenly erupted, shattering the meridians in the man's right arm. Blood poured from Murong Dongtian's nose and mouth. Terrified, he realized the blood and energy in his body were spiraling out of control. Murong Dongtian quickly used his left hand to press a pressure point on his right arm, trying to stop the energy from spreading. But unexpectedly, as the energy flowed in, Murong Dongtian's expression turned even worse. The energy in his right arm was not only unsuppressed, but it became even more violent. Murong Dongtian gritted his teeth to endure it, but the energy in his right arm made him stagger. Sha Yu crossed his arms and said slowly, "Blocking your meridians is a good idea, but with your current inner strength, you cannot do it. This surge of energy will spread from your right arm to all your meridians. I already told you, I won't let you die that easily." Hearing this, Murong Dongtian wore a sinister expression. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he extended his left hand. Two braking wheels flew back under his control. Sha Yu leaped up and easily dodged. "It's useless. With your current strength, you can't hurt me." As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Yu's pupils contracted. He saw Murong Dongtian using the wheels to slice off his own right arm. You can't imagine that the head of a prestigious clan would be willing to cut off his own arm just to survive. Seeing Murong Dongtian act so decisively, Sha Yu had to look at him in a new light. "Severing your arm can indeed stop the flow of energy. It seems I underestimated you." Murong Dongtian ignored Sha Yu's praise. He raised his left hand high above his head as a scorching heat rose up, enveloping the wheels. Under his command, the two wheels burned like two suns. The surrounding space seemed to melt, and Murong Dongtian's aged eyes were filled with malice. "You bastard! I swear I will skin you alive." Having said that, Murong Dongtian's energy erupted, and the two wheels spun at a terrifying speed. They formed a sea of fire that lit up the sky. The scorching heat radiated out, incinerating everything in its path. Sha Yu couldn't help but look serious. He saw Murong Dongtian like a sun in the middle of the day, with waves of heat radiating out and covering the entire northern underworld cave. Even Chu Muling and Murong Kuncheng in the distance were affected. This sudden change forced both of them to stop, looking toward the high platform in disbelief. "Brat, you dare to ruin the Murong clan's grand plan? Pay for it with your life." Facing this terrifying power, Sha Yu calmly crossed his arms, not wavering in the slightest. "If you had used this move earlier, you wouldn't have had to cut off your own arm." Saying that, he took a step back and poured his energy into both hands. Sha Yu crouched down, placing his hands in front of his abdomen, with blue energy swirling in his palms. The young man said with a cold look, "Old man, I already told you, I will definitely take your life." With that, Sha Yu pushed his hands forward, and a powerful wave of energy shot out, colliding with the sea of fire created by Murong Dongtian. The energy in the young man's body surged like a great river flowing eastward, constantly gathering into his hands. The power of the energy blast suddenly skyrocketed, shattering the sea of fire enveloping the wheels. Sha Yu clenched his hands, and the two breaking wheels shattered into pieces. Then, a series of explosions echoed in the air, like thunder on a clear day. The consecutive blasts shook the entire northern underworld cave. Chu, Muling, and Murong Kuncheng in the distance both had to use their inner strength to defend themselves. Murong Kuncheng desperately shouted, "Father!" Van Treek Tin, who was already heavily injured, was also caught in the aftermath. The master of the Great Strength sect was shaken so hard he vomited blood, and the other subordinates of the Great Strength sect were in a miserable state, blown into the air before falling to the ground. Murong Dongtian circulated his energy throughout his body, trying to hold on. He still couldn't accept this reality. His breaking wheels of the Northern Underworld Emperor had been easily destroyed by the young man before him. This clan head, who was once a regional overlord, trembled and asked, Who exactly are you?" The young man laughed coldly. "I am Sha Yu, the 35th generation successor of the heaven-breaking martial statue. 20 years ago, after discovering the Northern Underworld cave, I spent great effort planning every single detail. I've poured 20 years of my life's work into this, even going so far as to purge every elder in the clan who dared to oppose my plan. And yet, today, it's all been ruined by a brat like you. What kind of grudge do you have against my Murong family?" Sha Yu didn't answer. He just kept walking forward. Murong Dongtian panicked and scrambled backward. "Stay back. Don't you come any closer." In his panic, the old patriarch, once considered a hero of his generation, collapsed to the ground, watching as Sha Yu approached with murderous intent. "Murong Dongtian, you've reached the end of the road. I beg you, don't kill me. I want to live. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. When the northern people begged for their lives, did you ever listen? To you, they were nothing but ants, worthless and beneath notice. But I'm different. I am the head of the Murong family. Don't you want the inheritance of the Northern Ming Emperor? I can give you everything. Just please don't kill me." Murong Juncheng tried to dodge, but the blade still grazed his face, drawing a few drops of blood, except for Chu Mulin, who slashed his left eye blind. The eldest young master of the Murong family is no mere amateur, daring to get distracted while fighting me. "Chu Mulin," Murong Juncheng roared in rage. "You spineless coward, fighting dirty." With that, he whipped his right hand out, and his silver wheel flew straight toward Chu Mulin's throat. Chu Mulin swung his blade down, colliding with the silver wheel. But Murong Juncheng was furious, and his strength was overwhelming, knocking Chu Mulin back a great distance. Murong Juncheng pressed his advantage, channeling all his internal energy into his fist before lunging at Chu Mulin and landing a heavy blow to his stomach. Chu Mulin was sent flying again. He felt the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He gritted his teeth, but couldn't stop a mouthful of fresh blood from spewing out. After forcing Chu Mulin back, Murong Juncheng recalled his silver wheel and hurled it forward again. He pushed off the ground, chasing after the weapon as it headed toward the high platform, spinning straight at Sha Yu. Sha Yu was just about to strike, but suddenly, a glint appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and easily swiped the silver wheel attack aside. It turned out Murong Juncheng's true goal wasn't to attack him, but to save his father. Murong Juncheng hoisted his father onto his shoulder. I, Murong Juncheng, will remember what happened today. I will have my revenge. With that, he focused all his strength into his legs and leaped. In the blink of an eye, he had soared 10 zhang away, fleeing. Sha Yu knew that if he didn't pull the weeds out by the roots, they would only grow back when spring returned. He immediately reached out, preparing to finish them. But unexpectedly, Murong Juncheng struck first. He controlled the silver wheel to attack Sha Yu. You're as foolish as your father. That attack is useless. But at that exact moment, a gleam flickered in Murong Juncheng's eyes. He used his left hand to maneuver the silver wheel, making it change direction and fly behind Sha Yu. A split second later, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Sha Yu was startled, thinking to himself that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a massive stone pillar, already severed, crashing down. The pillar, weighing thousands of pounds, fell toward him. Still calm, Sha Yu muttered, "That is something I didn't foresee." The massive pillar slammed down, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Over on the old beggar's side, the fight was still raging. Despite facing the Murong siblings alone, Han Wuba showed no signs of falling behind. He flicked the whip in his hand and laughed heartily. "Brats, it's time you see what this old man is truly made of." Before he could finish, Murong Guang lunged forward. He used his momentum to spin and strike with his fan, but Hong Wuguai immediately whipped out to block it. The fan and the whip clashed in midair, creating a loud boom. The old beggar stepped back to widen the distance. Murong Guang seized the chance to close in for hand-to-hand combat. Murong Ji rushed in as well, her movement techniques incredibly agile. In an instant, she had bypassed Murong Guang, appearing behind Hong Wuguai and cutting off his retreat. Murong Ji thrust her sword toward the old man's throat, forcing him to dodge in a hurry. At the same time, Murong Guang's fan came sweeping down. Hong Wuguai did a backflip in the air, narrowly avoiding the pair's assault. He landed on one hand, then kicked out powerfully with both feet at the Murong siblings. Caught up in their attack, the two were caught off guard and took the full force of the blow. The old beggar seized the opportunity, lashing out with his whip. Like a giant python, it coiled tightly around Murong Guang, and Hong Wuguai yanked him high into the air. Bound tight, Murong Guang couldn't break free. Hong Wuguai hurled him toward Murong Zi, and the two collided mid-air. The old beggar swiftly retracted his whip, causing the siblings to tumble to the ground. They struggled to stand, faces ashen. Hong Wuguai sneered. "The Murong family claims to be the best in Shenyang, yet this is all you have to show for it? Even our beggar clan wouldn't casually decide the life and death of others. Who do you think you are, to do so?" Just then, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Hearing the noise, Hong Wuguai couldn't help but look over. The entire northern Ming cave seemed to tremble, and the rescued northern people looked on in terror. Seeing this, the old beggar couldn't help but worry about Sha Yu. The Murong siblings glanced over to see Murong Juncheng, carrying his father toward them. "Murong Guang, heir, retreat at once. I've activated the Grand Destruction Formation." At that moment, another massive explosion rocked the area. A powerful surge of internal energy shot into the sky, scattering debris everywhere. Amidst the dust, a fair, slender finger gave a slight flick. Hearing the explosion, Murong Juncheng looked back. He saw Sha Yu standing there, his expression grim. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from him, shattering the giant stone pillar into powder. Murong Juncheng couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such powerful martial arts before. "Big brother, don't activate the Grand Destruction Formation. Wait for me in second, brother," Murong Ji shouted. Sha Yu's heart sank at the sound of it. Strange noises began to echo from the peak of the northern Ming cave. Murong Ji looked anxious. "Second brother, we have to go now." But Murong Guang replied with a crazed expression, "I'm not leaving. Even if I have to die in this cave, I will settle the score with that old beggar." Murong Ji stared at her brother in disbelief. The girl was momentarily at a loss. "Do you honestly think you can beat me with that pathetic level of martial arts?" Murong Guang, hair disheveled and face contorted in rage, glared back. "Shut up, old man. I'll tear you to pieces, and then I'll slaughter every one of these northern slaves right in front of you." But at that moment, a chilling voice cut through the air. Sha Yu's eyes were cold as ice. "Relying on just you?" As soon as the words left his lips, he appeared directly in front of Murong Guang and struck him with a palm. Murong Guang flew backward like a leaf in a gale, slamming violently into the cliff wall a dozen zhang away. The sheer force of the blow caused the cliff to shatter. Seeing this, Murong Ji rushed forward, filled with both anxiety and rage. Seeing Murong Guang struggle repeatedly to stand, Murong Ji hurriedly helped her brother up, asking anxiously, "Second brother, are you okay? Please, Wake up. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. So you can disregard the lives of others, yet you cherish the life of your own brother? Murongzi looked at the person who spoke, her expression complex as she asked, "Why must you keep opposing our Murong clan? I'm opposing you? Clearly, you are the ones opposing me. Don't play the fool, you're the one who stole the gold at Bangsi, right? What exactly is your goal?" Ever since I traveled from the north to the central plains, I've discovered 2 clues, and both lead back to your Murong clan. First, 10 years ago, a group of Yuan envoys headed north. They passed through Shenyang and entered Changbai Mountain. But at that time, the Murong clan had closed its doors to the outside world. Perhaps that has nothing to do with you, but the second incident happened 20 years ago. Back then, your Murong clan secretly imprisoned many refugees from the north. A young girl was taken to Shenyang through the Blood Tear Valley and then vanished. How can you dare to say this has nothing to do with the Murong clan? An old man in the crowd heard this and his face changed. Could this young hero have come here searching for that girl? The crowd was still talking, unaware that danger was closing in. Just then, a massive explosion erupted from above the beaming cave. Murongji's face turned pale. She hadn't expected her eldest brother to trigger the Great Destruction Formation before she and her second brother could escape. Countless buried thunder orbs detonated. The sound was deafening, echoing throughout beaming cave. Even a master like Han Wuba couldn't help but look alarmed. Murongzi seemed to have accepted her fate, looking at Sha Yu with a complex expression. When I first met you at the Beaming Inn, I knew you weren't ordinary. I never expected you to be a hidden master, but those who meddle in others' business in the pugilistic world rarely live long. Now you are going to be buried here in Beaming Cave along with us. Even if you're lucky enough to survive, I will find you and take my revenge. Having said that, Murongji hoisted Murong Guang onto her back and leaped upward. Ignoring the surrounding explosions, she flew toward the top of the cave. With a thunderous boom, the entire Beiming cave collapsed. Half a month later, at the Murong clan estate, Murong Dongtian sat drinking alone to drown his sorrows in the twilight. In just half a month, the old patriarch looked 10 years older. Cold-hearted as he was, the loss of his son was still a heavy blow. Murong Dongtian finished his last cup of wine and smashed it on the ground, muttering, "Murong Guang, your death was just an accident. The men of the Murong clan do not fear death. I will avenge you. First, I will wipe out the remnants of the Great Strength Fortress. Then I will annex the surrounding factions. One day, I will surpass the 5 great clans. Just give me a little more time. This time, no one will ruin my plans." Murong Dongtian rubbed his severed arm, which was still aching dully. The image of that young man still haunted his mind. The old patriarch yearned to restore his former glory, but who was that boy? It no longer mattered to him. No matter which sect he belonged to, knowing he had died in Beiming Cave was enough. In the middle of the night, the wind howled and dark clouds obscured the sky. Murong Dongtian opened his eyes, suddenly terrified to see the youth he considered a nightmare standing right before him. Sha Yu stood tall, looking down, and said slowly, "Old man, I told you, I would definitely take your life." It turned out that after Beaming Cave was destroyed, Sha Yu had used the heaven-shattering divine art to carve a path to freedom. The rocks, which seemed solid, were nothing more than tofu in his eyes. Han Wuba followed behind, silently sighing. If not for Sha Yu, they likely would have all been buried there. Not long after, they followed Sha Yu out of the ruins. At that moment, the old man from the crowd suddenly asked Sha Yu if the girl he was looking for happened to have the surname Han. Sha Yu was slightly surprised, confirming that she was indeed a girl named Han, who was about 5 or 6 years old back then. The old man said he had been imprisoned in Beaming Cave 20 years ago. During that time, the Murong clan had kidnapped many people, young and old alike. But their main goal was to exploit Beiming Cave. Therefore, they sold the weak women and children to human traffickers. The old man said the girl was likely named Han Xiangya, a very clever and bright child. Not long after being kidnapped, she was sold off. The records from that period must surely still be in Murong Dongtian's possession. As long as those records were found, they could track down clues about the girl. Hearing this, Sha Yu turned around immediately, saying he would settle this debt himself. That was why he broke into the Murong estate that night. After saying this, Sha Yu extended 2 fingers and struck several acupoints on Murong Dongtian's chest. Instantly, a surge of powerful internal energy flooded the old man's body. Finishing the task, the youth coldly said, "I remember saying I wouldn't let you die so easily. It is time for you to pay for what you've done." Murong Dongtian stared at the youth in terror. Soon after, a powerful wave of internal energy radiated throughout the attic, taking a long time to gradually dissipate. Just then, the voice of Murong Juncheng rang out from outside. "Father, As per your wishes, we are preparing to depart for the Iron Martial Alliance. Jier and I will investigate clearly. We must find out who framed the Great Strength Fortress to secure the support of more martial arts factions. Tonight, we have come to bid you farewell. Murong Juncheng waited for a long time but heard no response from his father. He looked inside and his face changed. He saw Murong Dongtian lying on his chair, unresponsive, with currents of internal energy still moving through the old patriarch's body. Murong Juncheng panicked. Father, what happened to you? Murong Ji, hurry and call a physician. By now, Xia Yu had already quietly left. The youth heard the screaming in the attic, looked back, and gripped the ledger in his hand tightly. Xia Yu ran like the wind toward the inn where he had been staying. As he leaped onto the windowsill, he heard a familiar voice. Did you get what you wanted? Xia Yu jumped to the ground and entered the room to find Han Wuba waiting. Murong Dongtian was a villain, but also a formidable figure. He died just like that, aren't you regretful? Xia Yu replied that he had no connections with that type of person. Finding clues about his master's daughter was enough. Han Wuba seemed indifferent to Xia Yu's coldness, saying that 20 years had passed, so the clues might not help him find the girl. Xia Yu frowned upon hearing this and placed the ledger on the table. He looked at Han Wuba and asked directly, Actually, I wanted to ask for your help. Have you ever heard of the black market? Hearing the words, black market, the old beggar instantly turned serious. He explained that it was also known as the Dark Commerce Guild, though calling it a guild wasn't quite accurate. Rumor had it that it was an alliance formed by countless merchants, but no one knew who stood at the top, nor did anyone know the true extent of its scale. It was only whispered that there wasn't a place or a task the Dark Commerce Guild didn't have its hands in, even the slave trade, which went against all codes of the martial world. The only thing for certain was that the black market had deep ties to the Five Dragon Alliance. So, besides knowing it's linked to the Five Dragon Alliance, there aren't any other valuable leads? That's right, but if I intervene, there's a chance we could track down the black market. Xia Yu stared intently at the old beggar. What do you have in mind? But Hong Wuguai simply replied that free information only went so far. Hearing this, Xia Yu smiled. He pulled an object from his bag and placed it before the old man, the Nightglow Pearl he had retrieved from the 10,000 Immortals cave. Upon seeing the Nightglow Pearl, Hong Wuguai couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never seen one so magnificent, but after a moment, he gritted his teeth and pushed it back. Xia Yu couldn't understand why he would do that when he clearly wanted it so badly. Hong Wuguai then began to recount a story from 10 years ago. It turned out that 10 years prior, after meeting Han Wuba at the Blood Tier Plane and witnessing the sheer power of a single palm strike from him, his own faith in his martial arts had been shaken to the core. It was the parting words of Han Wuba that kept Hong Wuguai in Shenyang for 10 years, waiting for the master's successor to appear. Through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, through rain, heat, and storms, this beggar sect elder had kept watch beside the bronze black dragon statue, waiting patiently. It wasn't until a few days ago, when he saw the Iron Horse escort agency passing through the Blood Tier Plane, that he noticed a young man sitting on a carriage. The moment I first saw you, I knew you were the one I had been waiting for, because your profound eyes were exactly like that old man's. Xia Yu frowned upon hearing this, surprised that the old man had met his master 10 years ago. So, you want to obtain the heaven-breaking divine art? Indeed. That is what I desire most. As I said before, knowledge comes at a price. If you agree to this condition, we can help one another. Xia Yu thought for a moment, then let out a laugh. He cupped his hands and said, The heaven-breaking divine art has been a secret passed down through generations. I'm not sure if I've mastered the whole thing, but I guarantee I will teach you everything I know. Hong Wuguai beamed, his face lighting up. He cupped his hands as well, and said solemnly, Regardless of who you want to find, regardless of how many people you need to track down, I, Hong Wuguai, as an elder of the beggar sect, will do everything in my power to assist you. Under the moonlight, the old man and the youth looked at each other and smiled. A deal between the two was officially struck. One, a young expert who had just stepped into the martial world. The other, a seasoned elder of the beggar sect. Two people who originally had nothing to do with each other were now traveling the martial world together because of a single promise. The next day, Xia Yu rose early to set out. According to the intel, the black market was operating in Taiyuan, Shanxi. On the road, Hong Wuguai produced a small notebook and handed it to Xia Yu, saying it contained a list of famous figures in the Central Plains martial world, and that he should learn a bit about them if he intended to walk the pugilistic path. Xia Yu opened the book immediately, studying it intently. Hong Wuguai added more context from the side. The first person mentioned in the book was one of the two saints, known throughout the underworld as the Saint of Fists, Huangfu Junyuan. the head of the Five Dragon Alliance, one of the three great powers of the Iron Martial Alliance. Next was the second saint, the Sword Saint Plum Blossom Yezi, who guarded the Ninefold Mansion, a power under the Iron Martial Alliance that stood as a counterweight to Huangfu Junyuan's Five Dragon Alliance. Han Wuba said that while these two were hailed as the strongest in the martial world, the three overlords and four venerables were not to be underestimated either. Next were the three heroes and the three flowers. The three heroes included the Iron Blade Triad, the Shadowless Blade, and the North Wind Envoy. The three flowers included Bloodplum Blossom, Snow Lotus, and Waterflower. All were famous young experts in the martial world. Hearing this, Sha Yu mused to himself. The North Wind Envoy. That's right, the Chu Mulin we met in Shenyang is the North Wind Envoy. He hails from the Master Fox Alliance, another power within the Iron Martial Alliance. The Great Might Keep in Shun Prefecture is also a branch of the Master Fox Alliance. The Peerless Blade Overlord, Chu Husheng, is said to be the leader of the three overlords, with martial arts nearly on par with the two saints, and Chu Mulin is the disciple of the Peerless Blade Overlord, making him a leader among the younger generation. The three heroes and three flowers are all around your age. If you have the chance, you should try to befriend them. The old man and the youth continued their journey toward Taiyuan Prefecture. At night, the two found a place to rest in the suburbs. Han Wuba downed a gulp of strong liquor, feeling much more at ease. Sha Yu was still reading the martial arts list. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Old man, according to this list, is there truly no one stronger than the two saints?" Han Wuba was slightly surprised, then thought for a moment, and said that there might be one person stronger. Sha Yu's expression turned solemn. "I heard that in the northern plains, there is an expert known as Heaven and Earth. This person is not only powerful, but incredibly ruthless. It is rumored that even if the three overlords joined forces, they couldn't defeat him. There is still no information about his true identity, so most people dismiss it as mere nonsense. I only know that such a person exists, unless another expert like you appears." Sha Yu ignored Han Wuguai's praise. His mind was filled only with the image of that person from 10 years ago. Could Heaven and Earth be the Yuan envoy who took Wu away? Han Wuguai snuck a look at Sha Yu, and seeing him remain calm, he brought up learning the heaven-breaking divine art. "Actually, I don't know much about the heaven-breaking divine art either. My master only said it was a martial art passed down through 1,000 generations, striking at emptiness, evading at solidity, acting according to one's heart with no fixed moves. If that's the case, doesn't it sound like a street fight? It surely isn't just that. Of course not. To use the heaven-breaking divine art perfectly, you must understand the human body, its meridians, and its acupoints. Once you understand these, you can grasp how your opponent generates power and where their energy flows, allowing you to strike their weak points, destroy their muscles and bones, and cut off their circulation. My master said that everything in the world has a pulse." Saying this, Sha Yu waved his hand, releasing a burst of internal energy. The powerful blast struck a boulder. Seeing this, Han Wuguai's eyes went wide. Using internal energy to sever the pulse of all things, nothing is unbreakable. Sha Yu clenched his left fist, a surge of powerful internal energy radiating out, instantly shattering the boulder. The surrounding ground trembled, catching the five monsters of Hong off guard. They fell backward, sitting hard on the ground with looks of terror. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the leader of the five monsters of Hong discovered that his wine flask had spilled, and the precious liquor he treated as a treasure was all gone. He angrily accused Sha Yu of doing it on purpose, and after the old man and the youth bickered for a while, they agreed to rest. Meanwhile, in Dalibao, there were two people in Fushun who couldn't close their eyes. Wan Jitin and Chu Mulin sat around a stone table, their expressions heavy. The Murong family claims Murong Dongtian died of a heart condition. What do you think about that? Anyone who knows even a little martial arts knows that an expert like Murong Dongtian couldn't possibly die from heart failure. It was clearly Sha Yu who dealt the blow, but the Murong family just doesn't dare to admit it. Wan Jitin said that his hunting party had previously encountered Sha Yu at Banke, and one of his subordinates had also been killed after having his meridians shattered. This fortress master looked regretful. I should have recruited him back then. Even if you had tried to recruit him then, he would have refused. Have you forgotten what he said when he saved us? If it weren't for the fact that you paid those northern refugees enough, just the act of you inciting them against the Murong family would have been enough to lead Dalibao to the same end. It's fortunate that Sha Yu didn't join the Five Dragon Alliance. Otherwise, our Tiger Alliance would have gained a formidable opponent. Now that Murong Dongtian is dead, this is a great opportunity for Dalibao to take Shenyang. I have other important matters and cannot stay long. I'll await your good news. After saying this, Chu Mulin stood up to take his leave. This young hero was not as calm as he appeared. Elsewhere, in the city of Shenyang, a man in a conical hat hurried into a tavern. He walked straight to a table in the corner of the second floor, and then cupped his hands to report, but was stopped by the man sitting at the table. Quan Dohuan signaled for his subordinate to wait. He was talking about an important part. Then he looked at another table nearby, seeing a few people surrounding a man with a severed leg. This man was vividly recounting the battle at Baiming Cave. That boy had hands as soft as a girl's, but you cannot imagine the terrifying power hidden within them. You only need to be touched by him, and your muscles and bones will be instantly twisted. The entire Black Sword Squad was no match for him. He only needed to lightly palm the ground, and the entire frozen lake in Baiming Cave shattered. When I woke up, I saw my leg was broken, but I didn't feel any pain at all, because that boy stood before me like a towering mountain, his overwhelming aura leaving me unable to move. His temperament was like a god of war descended from the heavens. No one could rival him. Hearing this, Quan Dohuan felt a tremor in his heart, then calmly asked, "Minhui, what do you make of this story?" Ni Minhui replied, "The man with the severed leg is exaggerating too much. What kind of martial art in this world could be so divine? There's no smoke without fire. I must return to Taiyuan immediately. You go to the beggar sect and investigate the background of this god of war." Ni Minhui immediately cupped his hands in obedience. "Now, tell me, what is the cause of Murong Dongtian's death? According to the Murong family, he died of heart failure, but it is unclear whether it was due to illness or external force. There are also rumors that he was assassinated." Quan Dohuan rubbed his teacup, lost in thought. How interesting, not even daring to announce the cause of their own family head's death. I wonder what happened between the Murong family and that god of war. Then he narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "But isn't the nickname God of War a bit too arrogant?" In just 3 days, an old man and a teenager had traveled from Shenyang to Taiyuan. The 5 monsters of Hong regretted deeply not agreeing to ride horses. He never expected that Sha Yu could run without stopping for 3 whole days. The two entered the city of Taiyuan and found a tavern. During their meal, the 5 monsters of Hong told Sha Yu about the black commerce. It turned out that after the Yuan army was defeated and retreated to the north, a large merchant guild called the Great Heaven Merchant Guild appeared in the Central Plains. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild grew very quickly, worrying the black commerce. Therefore, wherever there was a branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, there would also be a branch of the black commerce, and the Great Heaven Merchant Guild had close ties to the beggar sect. Because of this, the 5 monsters of Hong confidently said that he would definitely find information about the black commerce. Just then, noise erupted on the street. They saw 3 guards blocking a man's path. Sha Yu looked over, his pupils contracting. The man being blocked had a face full of murderous intent. Sha Yu felt a terrifying killing aura radiating from the man. The 5 monsters of Hong also looked over curiously, his expression turning ugly. The situation did not seem good. Just then, the blocked man spoke up. "I thought who it was. It turns out to be young Master Huang. I hear you rely on your father's power to act recklessly and tyrannically, and dozens of girls have committed suicide after being humiliated by you." As he said this, the man's killing intent intensified. "The Yuan army has not been driven out for long, and you demonic heretics are already starting to cause trouble." Hearing this, the 3 guards were extremely angry and drew their blades, but suddenly a voice rang out from behind, making them stop. Huang Yiwo stepped forward, saying he was willing to spend a large sum of money to hire Kang Wei to work for him. Kang Wei smirked upon hearing this. "Young Master Huang, I'm afraid you've never heard of my title, the Underworld Demon Blade." Having said that, Kang Wei flicked his finger against the blade ring, and the scimitar at his hip flashed. "My blade exists to punish demons." After saying that, Kang Wei's aura suddenly changed. The 3 guards heard the title Underworld Demon Blade, and their expressions shifted. But at that very moment, a few flashes of light appeared. Before the 3 guards could react, they were killed by Kang Wei. Huang Yiwo saw this and trembled with fear, not knowing what to do. At this point, the 5 monsters of Hong stood up. "Are you intending to interfere in this? If what that executioner says is true, then Huang Yiwo is not worth saving." The 5 monsters of Hong said that although Huang Yiwo was a villain, his father was the leader of an orthodox sect, and he couldn't stand by and watch him die. Sha Yu said disdainfully, "What is called orthodox is merely self-proclaimed. If you want to go, go yourself." By now, Kang Wei had rushed forward, swinging his blade toward Huang Yiwo. Huang Yiwo was panicked, his face deathly pale. Just then, the 5 monsters of Hong flew in, shouting, "Stop!" Kang Wei only saw a flash before his eyes. The 5 monsters of Hong had appeared in front of him, launching a kick. Kang Wei hurriedly raised his hands to block, and the 5 monsters of Hong missed one strike, immediately unleashing a series of kicks. Kong Vi used his twin blades to deflect the attack and struck back a few times. In a flash, they traded blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Han Wuba seized the chance and unleashed a palm strike. Kong Vi couldn't dodge in time, taking the hit to his chest and flying backward. He stumbled back, hunched over, his expression grim. He hooked his fingers into the rings attached to his blades and yanked them free, hurling the twin weapons toward Han Wuba. The blades tore through the air, aimed straight at Han Wuba's throat. The old man leaped up, kicking the blades away. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "Young hero, hold your hand. I only want you to spare his life." However, he didn't realize the hilt of the blade was tied with a thin silver wire. Kong Vi said nothing, reached out to catch the rebounding blades, and whipped his hands around. The silver wires, thin as spider silk, silently surrounded Han Wuba. By the time the old beggar realized it, it was already too late. Kong Vi sneered, "Got you." With that, he clenched his left hand, binding him tight so he couldn't move. Putting power into his legs, Kong Vi lunged at Han Wuba. Sha Yu, who had been watching the situation closely, narrowed his eyes. He channeled his internal energy into his palms and grabbed the chopsticks from the table. With a flick of his wrist, Sha Yu sent the chopsticks flying like bolts. They instantly severed the silver wires. Han Wuba scrambled to break free, then looked at his opponent in terror. Kong Vi lost his balance and staggered back a few steps. The executioner couldn't believe it, not even a sharp broadsword could cut his silver wire, yet it had been snapped by a pair of chopsticks. At that thought, Kong Vi was furious. "Who dares to sneak attack me? If you've got guts, show yourself and face me." He scanned the area where the chopsticks had come from, but the window was empty. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder and a calm voice sounded in his ear. "Face-to-face combat then? Fine. Does using hidden weapons count as face-to-face? Sha Yu said, his expression indifferent. "Can we just call it quits for today?" Taken by surprise, Kong Vi jolted and quickly swung his blades behind him. "Looks like you really want to fight." Sha Yu spun to dodge the blades. He used the momentum of his spin to deliver a sweeping kick. Before Kong Vi could even track the movement, he was kicked in the face and sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, Sha Yu caught up, grabbed his wrist with his left hand, locked his shoulder with his right, and forced his arm to snap. Ignoring Kong Vi's screams, Sha Yu struck him in the back with a palm. Kong Vi rolled across the ground, finally coming to a stop. The executioner gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled up. He was secretly terrified. The young man's techniques were unpredictable, and he couldn't grasp them at all. Just then, his twin blades flew back, aiming straight for his forehead. Kong Vi gathered all his strength, tilting his head to dodge the incoming weapons. Sha Yu smiled at this, pressing his 2 fingers together, with blue energy swirling around his fingertips. With a light flick, the energy clinging to the blades suddenly exploded. Kang Vi tried to block, but he was blasted backward, rolling across the ground several times before stopping. Han Wuba stared at the silver wire, lost in thought. He realized it was made of diamond stone. The elder of the beggar sect was startled as a thought flashed through his mind. On the other side of the battlefield, before Kong Vi could catch his breath, he saw a cold glint in Sha Yu's eyes. In an instant, the boy was right in front of him. Sha Yu pressed his palms together, channeling his internal energy. Kong Vi turned pale, thinking, "I'm dead." But right at that moment, Han Wuba shouted, "Sha Yu, please, show mercy." Sha Yu heard him. His expression shifted slightly, but he couldn't pull back his palm strike. It landed with earth-shattering power. The wall behind Kong Vi collapsed, and dust filled the air. Han Wuba stared in shock. With a strike like that, he figured the man would have been pulverized, but Sha Yu had managed to pull back some of his power at the last second, so Kong Vi only sustained minor injuries. Narrowly escaping death, Kong Vi stared at Sha Yu in horror. Sha Yu spoke slowly, "This ends here." He then changed his tone. "Or do you still want to keep inhaling that smoke?" Kong Vi's expression changed. "When did you find out?" At the same time, on a high tower 100 miles away, a man wearing a hat stood on the roof of the West Jin Palace, holding a bow. He looked down, muttering, "Rare to see someone so young with such deep internal energy. But before my heaven's sight divine art, he's just a moving target." The man drew his bow and aimed at the youth in the distance. "Just another young martial artist destined to die. Rest in peace." He closed his eyes. A moment later, they snapped open, flashing with light as massive internal energy radiated from his body, spreading in all directions. Within dozens of yards, everything was clear in his sight. He could even sense the aura of people hundreds of miles away. But at that moment, A voice sounded in his ear. I suggest you stop now. The man in the hat was startled. That brat can use voice transmission? Maybe you don't understand. I've spared you once already. Don't test my patience. Hearing this, the man in the hat glared, unable to believe it. Still, he didn't give up, preparing to shoot an arrow through the boy's head. Sha Yu turned back and cast a cold glance at him. A cold light flashed in Sha Yu's eyes, and suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. A powerful wave of energy erupted with Sha Yu at the center. The man in the hat felt a surge of force hit him, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. His hat fell to the ground. He struggled to steady himself, terrified. A moment later, he laughed, cupped his hands, and used voice transmission to reply. I was too arrogant. Your martial arts are truly profound. I am impressed, and will come to seek your guidance another day. Sha Yu looked at him without saying a word. Just then, Han Wuba stepped forward. Seeing Sha Yu staring at the distant roof with a serious expression, the old beggar asked, What is it? Sha Yu was silent for a moment before saying, Nothing. Han Wuba didn't press him further, and led Sha Yu up the mountain. On the way, Sha Yu asked why the old man had told him to show mercy earlier. Han Wuba explained it was because of the silver wire Kongvi used. You don't know, that wire is made of diamond stone, the signature weapon of the Dark Commerce Guild. Just by seeing it, we can gather clues about them, one way or another. Sha Yu said that if Kongvi and his accomplices joined forces, even he might not be able to win. Hong Nu Kuai was surprised to hear that. He has accomplices? That's right. Ever since you made your move, he has been watching. If he had stepped in back then, you would definitely be dead by now. Hong Nu Kuai didn't seem too concerned by Sha Yu's words. He said that with Sha Yu here, he didn't need to worry. Under Hong Nu Kuai's lead, the two arrived at a large gate on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Sha Yu looked up and noticed the sign on the gate was blank. Hong Nu Kuai explained that this was a branch of the beggar sect in Taiyuan. The sign was blank because the beggar sect practiced chivalry. Anyone without a place to stay could find refuge here. The two went inside to a dilapidated temple, where he reached out and pressed a brick on the wall. A secret stone door immediately slid open. Sha Yu followed Hong Nu Kuai inside. He heard the sound of clashing staffs as a group of beggar sect disciples bowed to greet Elder Hong. Hong Nu Kuai looked at the scene before him, his face filled with pride. In the vast square, thousands of beggar sect disciples were gathered. On the surface, this was just a crumbling temple, but no one expected that a powerful force was hidden behind it. Sha Yu never dreamed that this was a beggar sect branch. Hong Nu Kuai led Sha Yu to a secret room and briefed him on the situation. It turned out that the Taiyuan branch was responsible for gathering intelligence across the Central Plains, verifying it, and reporting it to the main headquarters. Since the incident where the Yuan envoy kidnapped Nugu Ai happened 10 years ago, the relevant information had already been sent to headquarters. Therefore, Hong Nu Kuai had sent someone to headquarters to make contact. Then, the old beggar called branch leader Trong To Nat to ask what information had been gathered about black trade. Trong To Nat said that the head of the black trade branch in Taiyuan was named Lian Tu Ingia, who was not only a skilled merchant but also a martial arts expert. The hardest part was that he was extremely cautious. Even those closest to him did not fully trust him, so no one knew where he was hiding. Beggar sect disciples were working hard to track him down. Do you really want to confront black trade? They have very close ties to the Five Dragon Alliance. If you turn against them, things will be very difficult later on. Hearing this, Sha Yu smiled. Are you worried I'll go directly after them? Hong Nu Kuai said that with Sha Yu's personality, that was very likely. Besides, there is also news about that executioner I told you to investigate. It is indeed the underworld demon blade Kang Vai. He is currently being held in prison, awaiting trial. Hong Nu Kuai's expression changed upon hearing this. If it really was him, then this was going to be troublesome. At the same time, in the dark dungeon of the Taiyuan government office, Kang Vi sat cross-legged, muttering, Demons and heretics must be eradicated. Not one shall be spared. Veins bulged on the forehead of the underworld demon blade, his expression growing increasingly insane. Suddenly, Kang Vi opened his eyes wide and shouted, Demons and heretics must be eradicated. As he spoke, Kang Vi's thin arms suddenly rippled with muscle, and his frail body ballooned to several times its original size. The jailer heard the strange noise and was slightly surprised. Inside the cell, Kang Vi flicked his wrist, and a silver thread shot out. Two jailers walked over to inspect, but they didn't realize a silver wire was wrapped around the cell door. Immediately after, the cell door was sliced apart by the silver wire and exploded, sending wood fragments flying everywhere. Kang Vi continued to mutter, Whoever stands in the way of eradicating demons is also a demon. The two jailers were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Kang Vi stepped out like a demon from hell, coldly stating, "You demons and heretics all deserve to die." Seeing Hong Duquai's grave expression, Sha Yu asked, "Have you heard of him before?" "Yes, he is quite famous in the pugilistic world. They say the underworld demon blade Kang Vi is over 7 feet tall and wields a 5-foot-long sword. He is one of the 5 great guest experts of the 5-Dragon Alliance, and his martial arts rank in the top 5 of the Alliance. The troublesome part is that his mind is not quite right. He has always pursued justice in an extreme way. Moreover, he has his own unique definition of justice. He judges good and evil based on his own subjective perspective and deals ruthlessly with those he deems demons or heretics." Kang Vi broke out of prison, killing every guard in his path. A man wearing a hat and holding a bow stood tall and proud. The underworld demon blade calmed down slightly upon seeing him. The Iron Cavalry, Divine Archer, Amdao Duong, said coldly, "I had no choice. The situation is urgent." With that, he tossed his long sword to Kang Vi. Kang Vi caught the sword and asked, "What is so urgent?" "Lian Tungia is looking for you. It seems to be about the 5-Dragon Alliance and black trade." Kang Vi drew his sword and said coldly, "They just want me to clean up their mess. Tell him to wait. I have work to do." Saying this, Kang Vi swung his blade and left. Meanwhile, at the Hoa Tuong sect, Hoang Nivo slammed the table, yelling angrily, "Father, your son was nearly killed, yet you're doing nothing. What's the point of just locking him up? Wouldn't killing him just take one word from you?" Sect leader Hoang Do Chin scolded, "Isn't this all because you went looking for trouble? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused our Hoa Tuong sect? Those losers went looking for their own deaths. What does that have to do with me? Am I even your biological son?" Seeing his son like this, Hoang Do Chin sighed and slumped into his chair. At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in Hoang Nivo's eyes. He turned and marched outside, shouting, "Disciples of the Hoa Tuong sect, hear me. I am your young sect leader. That bastard dared to humiliate me, which means he humiliated the Hoa Tuong sect. Everyone, follow me to the jail and hack him to pieces." With that, Hoang Nivo led the way out. The Hoa Tuong sect disciples followed behind, but just as he opened the main gate of the sect, he saw a man as large as a pillar standing in his way. Kang Vi grinned maliciously. Before Hoang Nivo could even react, a cold flash of light struck. The young sect leader of the Hoa Tuong sect was cut in half, the sharp blade energy undiminished, knocking away everyone behind him. Hoang Do Chin, inside the main hall, was devastated at the sight. He roared, drew his sword, and rushed out to attack Kang Vi. Kang Vi gripped his sword and laughed. "Hoang Do Chin, you are the one who birthed this brat. You are the source of these demons and heretics." Hoang Do Chin stomped on the wooden debris, his fat body soaring into the air gracefully. He then used the momentum to descend, slashing his sword down hard. Kang Vi was not afraid at all. Raising his blade to parry, the two swords collided, emitting a piercing metallic ring. Kang Vi laughed. As expected, the Hoa Tuong sect is also full of demons and heretics. "Today, I shall eradicate you all." With that, Kang Vi gathered his strength and sent Hoang Do Chin flying back. Hoang Do Chin spun through the air several times before planting his hands on the ground to regain his balance. His face twisted with rage. "Our Hoa Tuong sect has always acted righteously, as everyone in Taiyuan knows." Kang Vi sneered, "I only trust my own judgment." Seeing this, Hoang Do Chin said nothing more, and internal energy began radiating from his body. Under his command, the energy condensed into blades of light. Kang Vi's pupils constricted. He never expected this sect leader to have such a technique. Hoang Do Chin clasped his hands and pointed into the air, and the energy blades swarmed toward Kang Vi like a cloud of locusts. Kang Vi did not dare to be careless. He used the Su Chin carries the sword technique to deflect the blades aimed at his back, while simultaneously spinning to shatter those flying toward his face. Kang Vi looked at Hoang Do Chin and said coldly, "Old man, is that all you've got? You started this, so face the consequences." Seeing more energy blades incoming, Kang Vi swung his sword in a blur of motion, blocking every single one. Watching Hoang Do Chin attack relentlessly while Kang Vi remained unscathed, the disciples of the Hoa Tuong sect were terrified, their faces turning pale. Hoang Do Chin broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth, his jaw trembling. He poured all his internal energy into his longsword, and a powerful aura enveloped the blade, transforming it into a massive construct of energy. Kang Vi frowned slightly. Hoang Do Chin pushed off the ground, soared into the air, and lunged straight at Kang Vi. Kang Vi gave a cold laugh. "Now that's a little better." He stepped back, crouched low, and held his longsword against his hip. This underworld demon blade let out a hearty laugh, but even that wasn't enough. Finishing his laugh, Kang Vi roared, spinning his waist to build momentum. He unleashed a horizontal slash, so powerful and domineering that it seemed to tear the very air. Huang Dochin was trapped in midair with nowhere to dodge. The blade light sliced through him, cutting him in two. The sharp energy didn't stop there, tearing through the entire building behind Huang Dochin. A massive explosion shattered the silence of the night in Taiyuan. Elsewhere, at a beggar sect branch, Sha Yu and Hong Yu Kuai sat around a campfire. The old beggar was proudly showing off a beggar sect delicacy, but Sha Yu frowned at the dish in the pot, his face full of disgust. Just then, a disciple approached Truong Tanat and whispered a report. Upon hearing it, Truong Tanat's expression shifted. Sha Yu and Hong Nagu Kuai looked over and asked, "What happened?" Truong Tanat replied heavily, "The Hoa Tuong sect has been wiped out by Kang Vi." Hearing this, both their faces turned grave. At the same time, in a casino in Taiyuan, Kang Vi walked in, exuding killing intent. Reaching the second floor, he swept his cold eyes over the gamblers below. A low voice sounded behind him. An attendant bowed. "Master Kang, the sect leader is waiting for you inside." With that, the attendant led Kang Vi deeper into the casino. They reached a secret room, and the attendant turned a bronze statue on the table, revealing a hidden door in the wall. The attendant bowed. "Please, Master Kang." An old man was sitting inside, waiting. Seeing Kang Vi enter, he said slowly, "The underworld demon blade deigns to visit. What an honor for me." Kang Vi looked around and remarked softly, "The sect leader certainly knows how to pick a spot." His expression turned serious. "Speak. Why did you call me here?" Lien Tungia didn't beat around the bush, stating directly that he needed Kang Vi's help. Kang Vi narrowed his eyes. "Is this an order from the Five Dragon League?" Lien Tungia claimed it was his own private matter, but one that would also benefit the Five Dragon League. Hearing this, Kang Vi understood perfectly and turned to leave. If it wasn't an order from the Five Dragon League, he had no reason to take orders from him. Goodbye. But Lien Tungia called out, "Wait, Master Kang, I've heard you consider it your duty to eliminate evil and perverse forces. Right now, a group from the north is brazenly plundering the wealth of the Central Plains. Can you really just turn a blind eye?" Lien Tungia continued, "They are like demons corrupting people's hearts. As far as I know, the Great Sky Trading Company was founded by a couple from the north 10 years ago. Every year, they make tens of millions of taels of silver in the Central Plains, significantly hurting our black commerce trade." Hearing this, Kang Vi turned back, his expression one of disbelief. "The Great Sky Trading Company isn't a Central Plains force?" "That's right, and I heard the Five Dragon League is negotiating with them. Regardless of the profits, we shouldn't be doing business with outsiders, should we?" Hearing this, Kang Vi could no longer contain his anger. He gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles cracked. The underworld demon blade seemed deeply provoked. They are all evil, damnable demons. With that, Kang Vi turned to leave, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, the Great Sky Trading Company will soon vanish from Taiyuan." Watching Kang Vi storm off with killing intent, a smile spread across Lien Tungia's face. A man wearing a hat stepped out from within the room. "Am Dao," Duong said, with clear admiration. As expected, it only took a few words to make him work for us. Lien Tungia glanced at him, smug. "You flatter me." Kang Vi's parents had died at the hands of the Yuan military, and he had loathed Northerners ever since. "I just gave him a little motivation. That is the scary thing about you. So, is the plan proceeding as expected?" "Of course. I always wanted you to participate. Let's go." To Red Cliff Pavilion. At the same time, at a tavern in Taiyuan, Sha Yu still couldn't get used to the beggar sect's specialty food. "Let's go." To Red Cliff Wall. Meanwhile, at a tavern in Taiyuan Prefecture, Sha Yu still hadn't grown accustomed to the strange food from the beggar sect. Finally, he decided to go to the tavern to drink alone. Sha Yu raised his cup, his mind in total turmoil. He recalled the news he'd heard at the beggar sect branch, a melancholic sadness rising in his heart. "I wonder if I did the right thing by sparing Kang Vi." "What? You said Kang Vi wiped out the entire Hoa Tuong sect?" "That's right. Not a single soul survived. The bodies of sect leader Hoang Do Chin and his son Hoang Ngivo were even hung up." Hong Nu Kwai heard this, his face turning pale. Even he couldn't understand why Kang Vi would do such a thing. Branch leader Truong, select a few skilled men to secretly tail Kang Vi. Don't miss a single detail. Truong Tunat immediately bowed to accept the order. Sha Yu regained his focus. He began to think about the connections between these clues. According to Hong Gu Kwai, Black Commerce acted very secretly, so his immediate goal was to infiltrate the Great Sky Trading Company. Just then, a few figures appeared, catching Sha Yu's attention. He looked up and saw a woman and two men heading upstairs, carrying long swords in their hands. With just a glance, Sha Yu recognized the pattern on the men's cloaks. He had seen it in the martial arts scroll. It was the symbol of the Huashan sect. As for the woman, she had a graceful figure and wore a red veil. Her eyes were as sparkling as water, but when Sha Yu saw the plum blossom pattern embroidered on her veil, he understood immediately. The Huashan sect worships Taoism and has never accepted female disciples, but there is one person who made them break their rules, the blood plum blossom, one of the three flowers, Duanmu Tongyan. The three of them arrived at the tavern and saw that the second floor was full. Duanmu Tongyan scanned the room and spotted Sha Yu sitting alone by the window. She observed the young man and noticed his deep eyes and calm demeanor. Duanmu Tongyan walked over and said the tavern was full, then asked if Sha Yu would mind if they shared his table. Sha Yu smiled and agreed. The three sat down and called the waiter to bring food. While eating, Duanmu Tongyan introduced her name and sect to Sha Yu. The other two also introduced themselves. One was named He Zonggren, the other Tang Muhe. They were both second-generation disciples of the Huashan sect, high-ranking disciples at that. It was a pleasure to meet them. I am Sha Yu from the north. May I ask which sect you young heroes belong to? Sha Yu said he was not a member of the Central Plains martial arts world, and that his martial arts were only for self-defense, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Duanmu Tongyan grew secretly wary, but before she could speak further, Sha Yu stood up to leave. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave now. He Zonggren saw this and said, if you had heard the reputation of the blood plum blossom, you wouldn't be so calm. Duanmu Tongyan remained composed and said, the Jianghu is vast. It's normal for him to have never heard of my name. In the current situation, we must be careful. Who knows if he is connected to the underworld demon blade? But Duanmu Tongyan was very certain, believing this youth had nothing to do with the destruction of the Heqiang sect. He did possess martial arts, but she couldn't sense any aura from him at all, especially those calm, languid eyes. Those were the eyes of someone who didn't care about worldly affairs. Tang Muhe had a different opinion, arguing that no matter how strong the underworld demon blade is, he wouldn't dare to challenge the largest sect in Taiyuan alone. As far as I know, Kang Wei acts according to his own beliefs, so he doesn't care for and wouldn't be able to cooperate with anyone else. You two don't need to keep guessing. Everything will be clear after we meet Quan Duhuan of the Great Heaven Merchant Association tomorrow. That night, the three stayed at an inn. The next morning, Duanmu Tongyan was practicing swordplay in her room, when suddenly she saw Sha Yu passing by on the street. Duanmu Tongyan was slightly surprised, then looked closely and realized it was the youth she had met at the tavern the night before. Duanmu Tongyan felt a bit uneasy. She didn't know why Sha Yu always made her feel anxious. Thinking this, Duanmu Tongyan sheathed her sword and jumped out the window. But right at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Senior sister, we have to get to the Great Heaven Merchant Association today, so we should head out now. After waiting a while and hearing no answer, Tang Muhe and He Zonggren pushed the door open. But when they entered, they found the room empty. Meanwhile, at another inn in Taiyuan, Kang Wei sat in his room, mumbling to himself. The eyes of the underworld demon blade turned fierce. They are all demons and heretics. I must eliminate them. Having said that, Kang Wei stood up and grabbed his longsword. Great Heaven Merchant Association. Kang Wei will destroy you all. On the other hand, at the branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Association in Taiyuan, manager Zheng Feng was meticulously recording the ledgers. When he heard that they would be hosting the Taiyuan magistrate today, the branch master's eyes flashed with cunning, and he ordered Zheng Feng to prepare money from the treasury. The city wall collapsed last night. We, the Great Heaven Merchant Association, must win the contract to repair the wall. Quan Duhuan sneered. If we are spending money, we have to play big and satisfy that magistrate all at once. The manager memorized every instruction from Quan Duhuan, then bowed to go make arrangements. I heard that Ni Minghui has returned from Shenyang. Go call him here. Not long after, Ni Minghui arrived at the study to report what he had investigated. As far as he knew, Murong Dongtian died at the hands of the god of war, but for some reason, the beggar sect did not want to reveal any information about the god of war. Quan Duhuan heard this, frowned, and felt that the beggar sect wouldn't do that for no reason. As for the black merchant, there had been no movement from them so far. Quan Duhuan was astonished to hear this. The Great Heaven Merchant Association and the black merchant had always been in secret competition, but for the past 3 months, the other side had been eerily quiet. This made Quan Duhuan feel uneasy. The Lian Si Yi he knew had never been someone to sit still. According to the news his subordinates gathered, Kang Wei, one of the 5 great guest masters of the 5 Dragon Alliance, had appeared in Taiyuan. Moreover, last night, this underworld demon blade had committed crimes openly. It was said that he killed the young leader of the Heqiang sect. then killed the leader Huang Duzheng, and single-handedly slaughtered all the disciples of the Heqiang sect, causing the sect to be completely wiped out. As for the reason why he did that, it was still unclear, but his subordinates guessed that his purpose in coming to Taiyuan was certainly related to the Five Dragon Alliance. And the Five Dragon Alliance had a close relationship with the Black Merchant. It was very likely that the Black Merchant would make a move in the near future. Quan De Huan agreed with his subordinate's speculation, but even though he had clashed with Lian Ziyi many times, he couldn't guess what that old fox was plotting. If only the young lady were here. With her intelligence, she would definitely have figured out their plan. Just then, a subordinate ran in from the front courtyard, panting and saying there was a letter sent by the young lady. Quan Do Huan was delighted to hear this and hurriedly ordered them to bring the letter in. The branch master skimmed the letter, but the more he read, the uglier his expression became. A moment later, he slammed the letter onto the table, causing the entire study to fall silent. After a while, Ni Minghui dared to ask about the contents of the letter. The young lady negotiated with the Five Dragon Alliance, but it was unsuccessful. They demanded that we not take action against any other force. Moreover, at this point, Quan Do Huan's expression became furious. They even want the young lady to marry one of them. The night before, the young woman and the boy had just met at the tavern. Duanmu Tongyan followed Shan Shawu, keeping a respectful distance. Watching the boy's back as he walked slowly ahead, Tongyan wondered to herself, what exactly is this mysterious boy's goal? Suddenly, Shan Shawu turned his head, but the girl on the rooftop had already vanished. Looking toward the roof, the boy sighed and muttered, "If you wanted to follow me, you could have just said so. No need to be so sneaky." Hiding in a corner, Duanmu Tongyan held her breath, her heart pounding with unease. This Huashan sect swordswoman had completely masked her presence, so how did he still manage to spot her? Just then, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She saw a tall man wielding a long sword blocking Shan Shawu's path. Shan Shawu looked at him with icy eyes and spoke calmly. "You wiped out the Heqiang sect last night, and today you dare to show your face in public? Hellblade Kangwei, you really have some nerve. Kid, we meet again. Perfect, let's settle our score right here and now." Duanmu Tongyan was stunned. It seemed these two already knew each other. Could it be, as Tang Muhe said, that Shan Shawu is also involved in the Heqiang sect massacre? At that thought, Duanmu Tongyan tightened her grip on her own sword. Shan Shawu felt no fear at Kangwei's threat. He was simply curious how the arm that had been shattered just yesterday could have healed so quickly. Moreover, since he had already defeated him once before, the man's audacity was baffling. It seemed this Hellblade title wasn't just for show. Kangwei was also deep in thought. He knew the boy in front of him possessed great martial arts, but since the boy had stopped him from killing Huang Yiwu, he must be some kind of heretical demon. With that thought, Kangwei let out a cold laugh and gripped his sword tighter. "Kid, I know you've got some skills." Kangwei channeled his inner energy, his aura surging violently. "But you're a heretic, and I'm going to end you." Suddenly, a figure flew in. A woman in red landed right between them. Duanmu Tongyan held her sword steady and said in a clear, crisp voice, "Young Master Shan, we meet again." Her gaze was stern. "We can talk later. For now, I have to settle your business with the Hellblade." With that, Duanmu Tongyan stepped toward Kangwei. Shan Shawu frowned. He wondered if the Blood Plum Blossom had misunderstood something. Duanmu Tongyan spoke up. "Senior Kang, it has been a long time." "Greetings, Senior." Seeing this, Kangwei lowered his sword and bowed in return, though deep down, a seed of doubt was sown. Why would the Blood Plum Blossom Duanmu Tongyan appear in Taiyuan? Was she sent by the Nine Layers Pavilion? With that in mind, Kangwei asked bluntly, "And what business brings the swordswoman of Huashan here?" "Naturally, I am here because of you, Senior. I heard you caused a bloodbath in Taiyuan, and I have come to investigate." "You mean the Heqiang sect? They were all heretical scum. They deserved to die." Hearing this, Duanmu Tongyan angrily retorted, "Senior, please, think about what you're saying. Do you have any idea how many innocent people those beasts harmed? Can you really justify your actions to their victims?" The young master of a sect that claims to be righteous acts so lawlessly, and his father covers for him instead of disciplining him. A small leak will sink a great ship. If you ignore the weeds, the field will never grow. Kangwei laughed loudly, looking proud. "If you don't nip these heretical demons in the bud, they will only cause greater catastrophes later on. Therefore, even if I have to kill 10, 100, or wipe out an entire sect, I will not hesitate." At this, the Hellblade's eyes became sharp as blades. He raised his sword. "Even if the opposition is from the Iron Martial Alliance, I won't back down." Shan Shawu sighed, not knowing quite how to judge the situation. Duanmu Tongyan stated, "Our Huashan sect is a subordinate of the 9 Layers Pavilion, while Senior Kang belongs to the 5 Dragon Alliance." Saying this, she drew her sword, her beautiful eyes fixed on Kang Wei without a hint of weakness. If Senior Kang refuses to listen to reason, and remains so stubborn, then if we clash, it will mean war between our 2 factions. The atmosphere in the street grew heavy with tension. Killing intent filled the air. Shan Shawu also grew serious, realizing that many people were starting to gather around, a crowd forming and whispering loudly. "Isn't that the Blood Plum Blossom from Huashan? And that's Kang Wei, the one who wiped out the Hexiang sect. Why are they fighting?" Shan Shawu thought to himself that the crowd was truly ignorant. If the 2 sides clashed, innocent bystanders would certainly be caught in the crossfire. Just then, Tang Muhe and He Zongren happened to pass by, looking for their senior sister. Seeing the crowd, He Zongren looked over curiously and saw his senior sister facing off against a man. Getting a closer look, he started, "Isn't that the Hellblade Kang Wei?" Without thinking, the 2 jumped through the crowd and shouted, "Senior sister, we're here to help." Duanmu Tongyan was distracted for a split second, and in that moment, Kang Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He drew his sword, and Duanmu Tongyan drew hers as well, but a beat too late. She pivoted, moving as gracefully as a butterfly. Just as the 2 blades were about to collide, a shadow flickered in. Shan Shawu reached out with both hands, catching both longswords. His voice remained as calm as still water. "Both of you, please stop. One is a renowned swordswoman of the Huashan sect, and the other is one of the 5 great guests of the 5 Dragon Alliance. If you fight, the innocent people around you will get hurt. Why don't we call it a day and settle this another time?" Kang Wei pursed his lips. He knew that if he let Shan Shawu talk him down now, he might never get another chance to confront him. The Hellblade shouted, "In the name of righteousness and justice, I fear nothing." With that, Kang Wei channeled power into his arms. Shan Shawu saw this, his eyes flashing with a cold chill, and suddenly, a surge of powerful energy exploded from his body. The energy rolled, like a tidal wave, into Kang Wei's sword-wielding arm. Feeling his blood churn, he let out a cry of pain. This was the second time Kang Wei had felt the breath of death so close, but as quickly as it appeared, that overwhelming energy vanished. Kang Wei stared at the boy in disbelief. Shan Shawu let go and gently pushed Kang Wei back. The man stumbled, and even the proud Hellblade couldn't help but feel terrified in that moment. The 2 Huashan disciples, who were rushing over, froze in their tracks. They never expected the boy they met last night to be this strong. "I don't want to kill innocent people either." Having said that, he grabbed Duanmu Tongyan's hand and pulled her away. Startled, she cried out, "Shan Shawu." Shayu didn't care and pulled her along. But just then, Kang Wei's voice rang out from behind them. "Young master, please hold on. I still haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name." Shayu turned back and said indifferently, "I am Shayu." With that, he pulled Duanmu Tongyan away from the crowd. Tang Muhuo and He Zongren hurried after them, leaving Kang Wei standing there stunned. The Netherworld demonic blade felt deeply distressed. He didn't want to give up his conviction, but his opponent was too strong. It seemed he would have to find someone to help. Meanwhile, as soon as Shayu left the crowd, he met 2 men. 2 beggar sect disciples cupped their hands in greeting, saying they had been sent by an elder to track Kang Wei. Shayu looked back at Kang Wei and said it wasn't the right time to tail him. "He is mentally unstable right now. If he discovers you, you'll be in danger." When Duanmu Tongyan saw how respectfully the 2 beggar sect disciples treated Shayu, she became even more confident in her assessment. This young man was truly extraordinary. The 2 disciples bowed to thank Shayu and said they would be more careful. Tang Muhuo and He Zongren followed behind Shayu with confused expressions. A moment later, He Zongren spoke up. "Shayu, please let go." Only then did Shayu realize he was still holding Duanmu Tongyan's hand, and he quickly let go. "My apologies." Tang Muhuo quickly said, "We should head to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild." Shayu felt a stir in his heart at these words and asked if he could accompany them. Tang Muhuo gladly agreed. Duanmu Tongyan recalled her master's instructions before she set out. "Tongyan, this mission is very difficult, but you must succeed, not just for the 9 Heavens Mansion, but for your own sake. You must know what to do and what not to do. You must know who to associate with and who to stay away from." "Master, don't worry, I will definitely keep that in mind." She firmly believed that Shayu and Kang Wei were connected, and furthermore, he had close ties to the beggar sect. From the words of those 2 disciples just now, she guessed that he might even be acquainted with a beggar sect elder. In that case, He was exactly the person she needed to cultivate a relationship with. Who knows? Perhaps she could recruit him to the Nine Heavens mansion later. Soon, the group reached the Taiyuan branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Standing before the entrance, Xiaoyu looked up at the magnificent architecture and the brilliant red doors. To be so luxurious for just a branch office showed just how wealthy the Great Heaven Merchant Guild was. Duanmu Tongyan took a jade pendant from her person, handed it to the gatekeeper, and said she wanted to see the branch master. Standing behind her, Xiaoyu's keen eyes caught a glimpse of the butterfly-shaped jade pendant in the girl's hand. The youth paused and reached into his own chest, fumbling for a moment. He also had a butterfly-shaped jade pendant, though it was slightly smaller. It was a gift from a little girl named Su Xiaohu over a decade ago when he was still in the north. This is my most precious possession, and I am giving it to you. One day, I will surely become the richest merchant in the world. When that time comes, bring it to find me. Remembering the past, Xiaoyu smiled. He wondered how that little girl had been living since coming to the Central Plains. With that thought, Xiaoyu already had a plan. Coming to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild this time, besides gathering news about the Black Merchant, perhaps he could find news about Su Xiaohu. After reporting, the gatekeeper led the group inside. Not long after, they arrived at the inner courtyard of the branch. Manager Cheng Feng cupped his hands in greeting. So it is the blood plum blossom, one of the 3 flowers and 7 vices. Since you hold the young mistress's token, you are a guest of honor at the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Please, come inside. Once finished, Cheng Feng led everyone to a small pavilion. Along the way, the pavilions and rockeries were arranged so exquisitely that Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel. But for some reason, a strange thought crossed his mind. Did that little girl from years ago live in such a luxurious place now? Just then, Duanmu Tongyan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Xiaoyu, I made a friend at the Iron Martial Alliance a few days ago. That person is very close to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, and it just so happens that they have a branch here in Taiyuan, so I decided to drop by. So, Xiaoyu, if you want to travel the martial world, you should make more friends. Xiaoyu didn't understand what she meant, so he just nodded and followed along. A while later, they arrived at the parlor. Inside, Branchmaster Quan Duhuan was already waiting, and everyone took their seats. Quan Duhuan asked directly, has the heroine Duanmu come here because of the netherworld demonic blade Kang Wei? Duanmu Tongyan did not beat around the bush and admitted that it was true. She wanted to find information about him. We have been tracking Kang Wei for a long time. Recently, he has been in very close contact with Lian Siyi of the Black Merchant, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Just as I suspected. Manager Cheng brought over a ledger for the heroine to review, which recorded all the information on Lian Siyi, including his business dealings, his relationships with local officials, and even other martial sects. The only thing is, we still haven't found his whereabouts. This information is usually not allowed to be disclosed, but since the heroine holds the young mistress's token, we will make an exception. We still don't know what Kang Wei's purpose is in coming to Taiyuan, but we suspect it has to do with the Black Merchant, and it is very likely instigated by the 5 Dragon Alliance. Duanmu Tongyan took the ledger and read it carefully. When she reached one specific detail, she couldn't help but read it aloud. 20 years ago, they collaborated with the Murong family on human trafficking. Her voice was soft, but it was like a thunderclap to Xiaoyu. Quan Duhuan perceptively noticed the change in the youth. He had been silent ever since entering the parlor, but why did he have such a strong reaction to news about the Murong family? Although Xiaoyu quickly regained his composure, his gaze still made the man wary. At this moment, Duanmu Tongyan said, information is never free. I wonder what Branchmaster Quan desires. Quan Duhuan said bluntly that he wanted the protection of the Nine Heavens Mansion to minimize any potential losses for the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. The Great Heaven Merchant Guild is under the protection of the authorities. I'm afraid you don't need our Nine Heavens Mansion. Heroine Duanmu, the destruction of the Harmony Hall was a martial arts grudge. It is common for the authorities not to intervene. But yesterday, dozens of guards were killed, and yet the authorities haven't made a move. I suspect that the Taiyuan prefect has colluded with the 5 Dragon Alliance. I fear that from now on, the authorities will not interfere in any of Kang Wei's actions. Duanmu Tongyan replied that she did not have the authority to mobilize the entire Nine Heavens Mansion. Quan Dohuan suggested that simply mobilizing the martial sects around Taiyuan Prefecture would be sufficient. Duanmu Tongyan weighed her options and finally agreed. Seeing them both haggling over every minor benefit, Shen Xiaoyu couldn't help but think they were far from ordinary people. Right then, Quan Dahuan looked over at Shen Xiaoyu, noting he still didn't know the young brother's prestigious name. For such a secret conversation, for the martial artist Duanmu to bring this young man along, he must be someone extraordinary. Before Shen Xiaoyu could reply, Duanmu Tongyan spoke up. I invited Shen Xiaoyu along because I need his help. Ever since Murong Dongtian died, the beggar sect has kept everything under wraps. Not just the Zhujiang Manor, but even the Iron Martial Alliance hasn't received any news. Hearing Duanmu Tongyan mention this, Quan Dohuan couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Shen Xiaoyu. Shen Xiaoyu, I know you have a special connection with the beggar sect. If you can help us obtain some information, the Zhujiang Manor will surely reward you handsomely. Shen Xiaoyu closed his eyes upon hearing this. So, they've been tailing me, just because of my connection to the beggar sect. Shen Xiaoyu opened his eyes, and the aura around him suddenly shifted. Martial artist Duanmu, my relationship with the beggar sect isn't as close as you think, Shen Xiaoyu said coldly at that moment. I can pass the message along for you, but don't get your hopes up. After saying this, Shen Xiaoyu stood up, no longer wanting to interrupt their conversation. Goodbye. The two Huashan sect disciples were stunned by the young man's aura. Even Quan Dohuan, with all his experience in the martial world, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This kid isn't easy to deal with. Truly, heroes appear at a young age. Duanmu Tongyan regretted being so impulsive and hurriedly called out for Shen Xiaoyu to stop, but Shen Xiaoyu had already stepped outside. Duanmu Tongyan regretted her rash actions. She and Shen Xiaoyu had only met once, yet she had already overstepped. She had violated a taboo of the martial world. On the surface, Quan Dohuan criticized Shen Xiaoyu for being overly sensitive, but in his heart, he took careful note of him. My young mistress has been searching for a certain youth for years. They say he was her childhood sweetheart. Judging by his accent, he seemed to be a northerner. Especially his eyes, they look exactly like the ones the young mistress described. I wonder if that boy is the one she's been looking for all this time. Shen Xiaoyu left the Great Heaven Merchant Association alone. He had already obtained information about Lian Ziyi, and his next step was to find the location of this black merchant. But just as he stepped outside, a beggar sect disciple ran up to him. The disciple said he was sent by Elder Hong to invite Shen Xiaoyu back to the beggar sect. At the same time, on Wuzhu Mountain, a figure was walking silently through the woods. It was Kang Wei, the one who had been defeated by Shen Xiaoyu. Two beggar sect disciples were assigned to tail Kang Wei from a distance. Suddenly, one of them felt a sharp pain in his heel. You keep following him. I have a stomach ache. I'll be back in a bit. But when the disciple returned, Kang Wei had vanished. The beggar sect disciple scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what to do. He didn't realize that a figure was quietly approaching him. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. He turned his head to see Kang Wei standing there with a cold gaze. Looks like you were looking for me. The beggar sect disciple saw Kang Wei's sudden appearance and was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. In that instant, a silver thread as thin as a hair flew toward him. Before he could react, the silver thread wrapped around his neck. A flash of light followed, blood sprayed, and the disciple's body hit the ground. Kang Wei walked toward two figures in the woods. The man in white didn't understand why Kang Wei had killed a beggar. Kang Wei said that a beggar couldn't possibly follow him from such a distance. It was clearly the beggar sect sent to spy on him. Yin Daoyang agreed with Kang Wei's assessment and then coldly ordered, "Search this area thoroughly. See if he had any other accomplices. We must not let the location of the red wall be exposed." Ma Yuan, hiding in a nearby bush, covered his mouth tightly. The beggar sect disciple was teary-eyed, swearing in his heart that he would avenge his brother. Kang Wei and Yin Daoyang reached a mountain trail, and after crossing a ridge, a magnificent, imposing building appeared before them, the Red Wall, the secret base of the Black Merchant. Inside the building, Lian Ziyi was sitting under the eaves, looking out over the courtyard. A subordinate dressed in black was kneeling to report, "Master, those slaves have been completely brainwashed. They will obey every command absolutely. In 5 days, they can be handed over to the Five Dragon Alliance. If they are trained in martial arts for a few more years, their strength will increase significantly." Lian Ziyi nodded, then sighed. "I always feel like something is still missing." The subordinate said that the physiques of these slaves had been improved to the absolute limit. Once trained in martial arts, they would become a formidable force. Lian Ziyi shook his head. "That's not what I mean. I mean their talent isn't good enough. Thinking back to 20 years ago, there was a young girl with incredible talent, but unfortunately, she had escaped." Just then, Kang Wei and Yin Daoyang entered. Kang Wei stated bluntly that he had come to ask for Lian Ziyi's help. Yin Daoyang recounted the encounter with the beggar. Hearing this, Lian Ziyi was startled. The old fox immediately realized they might have been followed. Kang Wei dismissively said there was only one beggar, and he had already taken care of him. Yin Daoyang added that he hadn't found anyone else. Don't worry too much. Lian Siyi remained very cautious, saying it was time to leave the Red Wall. Hearing this, both were startled. They knew Lian Siyi had spent 20 years meticulously building this place. 20 years of effort. If they hesitated now, disaster might befall them. The beggar sect can come here once, so they can come again. Marshal Brother Yin, take those slaves to the Five Dragon Alliance tomorrow morning. I will prepare everything. As long as the martial arts sects are fighting each other, and as long as the Ming Dynasty and Northern Yuan are at odds, our business will never end. There is no need to worry about momentary gains or losses. After finishing, Lian Siyi looked at Kang Wei. What did you come to find me for? The Netherworld Demon Blade smiled coldly. I just need you to find something for me. Meanwhile, at the beggar sect branch, Ma Dayuan knelt in the main hall, sobbing bitterly. The beggar sect disciples surrounded him. Han Wuba listened to Ma Dayuan tell the whole story, his expression heavy. The disciple pressed his forehead to the ground, bowing repeatedly. Elder, I am useless. I just stood there and watched Li Yan get killed. Please, punish me according to the rules. Shen Xiaoyu crossed his arms and sighed. I never expected what he said the other day would come true. Hong Wuguai stated that Li Yan's death was caused by Kang Wei, advising Ma Dayuan not to blame himself too much. Zhang Tuyi speculated that Wuzhu Mountain was the hideout for Lian Sunyi. Elder, we must capture Lian Sunyi before he escapes. I have already sent our best trackers there to investigate. We will surely have news soon. Hong Wuguai nodded, though even he hadn't expected that Lian Sunyi would be hiding in the mountains outside Taiyuan City. Just then, a beggar gang disciple rushed over and shouted, Elder, we have news from Wuzhu Mountain. Elder, we've discovered a secret base at Wuzhu Mountain. Please give the order, so we can avenge Brother Li Yan. Hearing this, Hong Wuguai stood up immediately and commanded coldly, Branch Leader Zhang, stay here to guard the branch, and keep a close eye on the Great Heaven Merchant Association. I have a feeling something major is about to happen there. Then, Hong Wuguai looked at the crowd and spoke in a booming voice. Disciples, listen up. Anyone below the 6th rank, stay at the branch with Branch Leader Zhang. Anyone at the 6th rank or higher, follow me to take down Kang Wei. The beggar gang disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. After speaking, Hong Wuguai looked at Xiaoyu. Seeing him about to leave, he asked, Beggar gang fellow? But facing a master like Kang Wei, casualties are inevitable, so you want to go there first to deal with him yourself? Xiaoyu remained silent, implicitly confirming the elder's guess. Kid, you underestimate our beggar gang too much. Going together. Xiaoyu smiled without a word. This secret base had existed in the mountains for 20 years, without being discovered yet tonight. An old beggar had come begging for food. Hong Wuguai deliberately feigned surprise to catch the attention of the 2 black merchant guards. Hong Wuguai stepped forward, saying he wanted some food, and promised that if they ever fell on hard times later, they could join the beggar gang. Upon hearing the words beggar gang, the 2 guards immediately tensed up. One drew his sword, intending to attack, but was stopped by the old beggar. I'm just asking for food. Why the need for swords and killing? With that, Hong Wuguai gave a cold laugh. Instantly, the 2 guards were sent flying, slamming into the heavy doors and crashing to the ground, dead or alive. Hong Wuguai ordered, Men, charge. Finish this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the beggar gang disciples swarmed forward. They rushed in with their staves like starving tigers. Seeing this, the black merchant guards drew their weapons to retaliate. Both sides clashed fiercely. In an instant, the entire Chibi wall was filled with screams and the sounds of battle. Amidst the chaotic crowd, an old man and a teenager moved as if no one were there. Hong Wuguai looked at Xiaoyu with a proud expression. Well, our beggar gang disciples aren't just good at gathering information, our martial arts aren't half bad, are they? It was exactly as Hong Wuguai said. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the beggar gang had gained the upper hand. Just then, a guard with a sword lunged toward them. Hong Wuguai didn't show a hint of fear. Hands behind his back, he delivered a kick to the opponent's face. The toes that hadn't been washed in 30 years poked straight into the guard's nose. Hong Wuguai smiled, putting force into his leg, and the guard was instantly kicked away like a ball. Lian Sunyi, on the upper floor, slammed his hand down on the railing. This black merchant leader was burning with rage. He had planned to secretly transport the slaves the next morning, but never expected the beggar gang to strike tonight. Lian Sunyi angrily asked where Kang Wei was. Yin Daoyang replied that he had gone to deal with the Great Heaven Merchant Association. Master Yin, do you intend to just stand by and watch? If that old beggar continues this slaughter, our 5 Dragon Alliance will suffer heavy losses. I am no match for that kid. I can only wait for the right moment. Besides, why didn't you prepare in advance? I am truly disappointed in you." Saying this, Yin Daoyang set his teacup on the table. His voice cold and indifferent. "You should know your place. Whether the Chibi Wall is destroyed or you die here, it will not affect the cooperation between the Dark Merchant Association and the Five Dragon Alliance. Everything here has nothing to do with the Black Merchant or the Five Dragon Alliance. This is all of your own doing." Hearing this, Lian Sunyi gritted his teeth, angry to the point of boiling over. He understood that Yin Daoyang was trying to wash his hands of the situation. Once the human trafficking was exposed, the righteous sects in the martial world would attack, and he would become the scapegoat. He stepped forward, staring intensely at Han Wuba and Sha Yu. Lian Sunyi tried to keep his composure, saying, "The beggar gang claims to be righteous, yet dares to break into someone's home in the dead of night? If word of this gets out, people will laugh at you." Lian Sunyi, a beggar gang disciple, died here. I, the old man, am here to demand justice. Hearing this, Sha Yu looked up. Today, he had finally met this mysterious black merchant leader. 20 years ago, it was he who had kidnapped his master's daughter. "Humph. You say I killed a beggar gang disciple? Do you have proof? I see that you and the beggar gang are clearly using your strength to bully others." Han Wuba said that they had witnesses, and if Lian Sunyi was innocent, he should let the beggar gang search the premises. "So, that's how it is your gang is determined to oppose me." Han Wuba frowned, his gaze icy. "You killed a beggar gang disciple first, so what if I oppose you?" Lian Sunyi gave a cold laugh, then pulled out a short whistle and blew it. A bizarre whistle sounded, and immediately, rapid footsteps echoed. From all directions, a crowd swarmed in, surrounding the beggar gang group. These people wore hemp clothing with vacant expressions. It turned out they were the slaves Lian Sunyi had trained for the Five Dragon Alliance. The beggar gang disciples changed expressions. A moment later, a disciple with a staff charged forward, swinging his staff with a whistling sound toward the head of a slave. But the slave didn't seem to feel it and made no move to dodge. The beggar gang disciple was stunned, unable to believe it. In the blink of an eye, the staff struck down, knocking off the slave's hood. Underneath the hood was the innocent face of a child. Sha Yu and Han Wuba were both horrified. Just then, Lian Sunyi's maniacal laughter rang out. "Don't be surprised. They have been trained to no longer feel pain. Doesn't your beggar gang claim to be a righteous sect? I want to see if you can raise your hands against these children." Hearing this, killing intent surged from Sha Yu. This old man was truly deserving of death. At this moment, Yin Daoyang also spoke up. "Lian Sunyi, you have violated our agreement by using these slaves as shields. That's not exactly following the rules. When life is about to end, what rules are there left to talk about? If you don't want these slaves to all die here, then hurry up and act. Otherwise, do you know how you'll explain this to the Five Dragon Alliance?" Yin Daoyang heard this, his face darkening, the corners of his mouth twitching. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Bloodsword guest, take orders." Instantly, a figure like a demon appeared. It was a bloodsword guest, part of the elite force of the Five Dragon Alliance. With a single command from Lian Siyi, the bloodsword guest leapt onto the railing. A flash of light erupted as the bloodsword guest drew his blade, then vaulted down from the second floor. Several other swordsmen appeared from the shadows, giving chase. Shan Sha Yu watched, noting that while there were only 12 of them, their aura was as overwhelming as an entire army. The 12 bloodsword guests quickly joined the fray. The leader leapt up and swung his sword down. A beggar sect disciple was sliced in two, blood spraying from the wound and dripping onto the longsword. The beggar sect disciples recoiled as blood splattered onto the white robes of the swordsman, making his face look even more terrifying. The lead bloodsword guest said coldly, "Kill them all." His subordinates obeyed instantly and surged forward, suddenly shifting the battle, which had been in the beggar sect's favor. A moment later, Shan Sha Yu noticed something unusual. Even though these children were young, their physiques were identical to adults. It was clear they had been subjected to some twisted method to artificially force their muscles and bones to develop. Not only that, but their minds had been suppressed with secret arts. No matter how terrified they were, they didn't dare move without orders. Moreover, this state was clearly irreversible. At this rate, the children likely wouldn't live past 20. Filled with fury, Shan Sha Yu wondered, had the master's daughter been harmed in the same way? Seeing the killing intent rising in Shan Sha Yu's eyes, Han Wuba quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. The old beggar's voice was grave. "Shan Sha Yu, calm down. Those men in white are from the Five Dragon Alliance. If you strike now, there will be no turning back." Shan Sha Yu said coldly, "You are an elder of the beggar sect, yet you watch your disciples being slaughtered and do nothing?" Han Wuba sighed. The Beggar Sect and the Five Dragon Alliance are currently in a delicate balance. The Northern Plains have not been completely wiped out, so all the sects in the pugilistic world have an unspoken agreement. Eventually, we may have to compromise. That's the pugilistic world for you. Everyone speaks of righteousness, but when their own interests are at stake, how many truly remember it? But you are different. You aren't from the Central Plains martial arts scene, nor do you belong to any sect. If you intervene, the Five Dragon Alliance will not let you off. Shan Yu gave a cold laugh. Elder, can you hear the crying of these children? They are terrified out of their minds, yet they dare not retreat. Can you hear the cries of the Beggar Sect disciples? They were already, why must they come here to shed blood for nothing? I began training at 14, and it's been 12 years since then. You must have been training even longer than me, right? At this point, Shan Yu shouted in anger. If you've trained your whole life, but don't dare to act, then let me ask you, Elder. What was the point of mastering the heaven-breaking divine art? These words from Shan Yu shook Han Wuba. Ever since becoming a Beggar Sect elder, he had always been cautious, weighing the pros and cons, but now he felt his state of mind was inferior to that of a mere teenager. His disciples were risking their lives in battle, yet he was still hesitating. With that thought, Han Wuba drew his whip. The elder of the Beggar Sect laughed loudly. Well said, kid. You've got guts. You go deal with Lian Ziyi. I'll handle these bloodsword guests. With that, Han Wuba poured his internal energy into his body, and the whip in his hand flew out like a dragon heading to the sea, lunging forward. Instantly, the whip tightly bound the arm of a bloodsword guest. Han Wuba put strength into both arms, and jerked hard. His body flew forward, using the momentum to kick the bloodsword guest directly in the face. The man let out a miserable scream as his longsword dropped to the ground. A cold glint flashed in the Beggar Sect elder's eyes. He kicked the hilt of the sword, sending the 3-foot blade flying through the air, piercing the bloodsword guest's chest. The force of the kick sent the man flying over a dozen yards, and the longsword continued its trajectory, pinning him firmly to a wooden pillar. The bloodsword guest was nailed to the post, dead on the spot. Seeing this, the lead bloodsword guest's face changed. He loudly warned his subordinates to be more careful. Han Wuba stood with his hands on his hips and roared with laughter. Brothers, today let's fight to our heart's content. Our Beggar Sect has been quiet for too long. It's time we show them the true power of us beggars. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beggar Sect disciples cheered and charged, surrounding the remaining bloodsword guests. Han Wuba took the lead, swinging his whip. The whip crackled with the force of thunder, forcing the bloodsword guests to dodge instead of blocking directly. With one move, Han Wuba shattered their formation, then ordered the formation of the dog-beating array. Hearing this, the lead bloodsword guest was startled, and hurriedly told his men to retreat and form a defensive circle. But the moment he was distracted, a Beggar Sect disciple struck him from behind. The bloodsword guest clutched his back and turned to counterattack, only to be struck in the face by that same disciple. He tried to suppress the pain and retreated to create some distance, but the Beggar Sect disciple chased him down, continuing the assault. The bloodsword guest leapt up, using his feet to stomp on the tip of the opponent's staff. Borrowing the rebound force, he flew outward, intending to strike the other disciples on the outer perimeter. He no longer wanted to fight, he only wanted to escape the encirclement, but it was clearly too late. A Beggar Sect disciple stepped onto a comrade's shoulder and launched himself down like an arrow from a bow. He swung his staff, hitting the lead bloodsword guest squarely on the nape of the neck. The other bloodsword guests were defeated as well. By now, the Beggar Sect's dog-beating array was fully set up. Watching the scene, Shan Yu silently praised them before looking up to the floor where Lian Ziyi was standing. The leader of the Black Mountain Gang was grinding his teeth, his rage burning intensely. He could not believe that the elites of the Five Dragon Alliance were helpless against a bunch of beggars. At that moment, Shan Yu's gaze turned sharp. He pushed off the ground and leapt up. Shan Yu lunged toward the balcony to attack Lian Ziyi. Lian Ziyi was too busy cursing to notice, and suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind coming toward him. A moment later, Shan Yu appeared right in front of him. Lian Ziyi was terrified and slumped to the ground. Shan Yu reached out with his left hand, his chi coating his palm. The teenager's voice was as cold as ice. Lian Ziyi, 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Murong family? And where did you take them? I don't have much patience. Where is he right now? For the first time, the leader of the Black Mountain Gang felt the breath of death so close. He tried to open his mouth to speak, but not a sound came out. Just then, a voice rang out. Young hero, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Yin Daoyang slowly pulled back his sun-piercing bow, a cold smile crossing the face of the renowned master of the Iron Cavalry divine art. Victory is not yet certain, old man. As soon as he spoke, an arrow shot out with terrifying speed. A golden aura condensed on the arrowhead. Across a distance of 30 meters, the arrow arrived almost instantly. Although he was on guard, Shan Shawu did not expect his opponent to strike so quickly. He only saw a flash of golden light, tearing straight toward his chest. The young man was immediately sent flying by the powerful impact. Shan Shawu landed lightly, the arrow still embedded in his chest. He frowned and spat out a mouthful of stagnant air. Yin Daoyang poured all his strength into that shot, then leaned against the wooden railing to watch. Lian Ziyi thought Yin Daoyang had succeeded and began to cheer him on. But Yin Daoyang frowned after observing closely. Shan Shawu was slowly standing up, his right hand gripping the arrow tightly, with less than 3 inches of the arrowhead protruding from his palm. Clearly, the young man had managed to catch the lethal arrow at the very last moment. Shan Shawu stared at the arrow in his hand, his heart still racing. If he hadn't quickly retreated to create distance, he would have likely been shot through the chest. The young man tossed the arrow aside and said coldly, "You are quite good at seizing an opening, but it's a pity that the only chance you had to kill me was squandered." Failing in his first attempt, Yin Daoyang immediately channeled his golden eye heavenly vision skill to observe intently. In an instant, the entire flow of internal energy circulating around Shan Shawu's body became clear to him. He could see a powerful, dense aura hidden deep within the young man's dantian. Wisps of refined internal energy rose from the top of his head. Yin Daoyang gulped, unable to believe that such a young teenager possessed such pure internal strength. A moment later, he steadied his nerves, drew another arrow, stomped hard, and leaped from the balcony. Yin Daoyang glided through the air, drawing his bow to fire. A golden aura condensed on the arrow as it flew straight toward Shan Shawu. The latter retreated gracefully, dodging with ease. Shan Shawu frowned, filled with suspicion. His opponent was an archer. Why wasn't he keeping his distance but rushing forward instead? Just then, Yin Daoyang surged forward behind his arrow. The eyes of the Iron Cavalry master blazed, his internal energy flowing ceaselessly. Yin Daoyang raised his hands, his movements sharp and continuous. This time, he unleashed a barrage of 10 arrows. Shan Shawu darted like a storm, dodging continuously, his speed so fast he left nothing but after images. Yin Daoyang maintained a distance of 30 meters from the young man, his hands working relentlessly. In a blink, the arrows flew like thunderbolts, tearing through even a foot-thick stone wall. Lian Ziyi watched the situation below from the balcony. Although Yin Daoyang was one of the 5 great guest masters of the 5 Dragon Alliance, he seemed unable to do anything to the young man. The leader of the Black Mountain Gang thought to himself that this was not a place to stay, and it would be better to leave soon. Shan Shawu kept dodging the arrows, knowing that if he continued like this, he would only be on the receiving end. Seeing a large flag nearby, Shan Shawu reached out and grabbed the flagpole. His movement speed was already immense. After grabbing the pole, his body suddenly swung around, and immediately after, he launched himself like a cannonball, using the momentum to fly straight at Yin Daoyang. Seeing this, Yin Daoyang immediately kicked back. Shan Shawu missed, landed firmly, then pointed his toes hard against the ground, and soared upward. Seeing the young man switch from defense to offense, Yin Daoyang was horrified, and fired 10 more arrows in quick succession. Shan Shawu moved like a ghost, flickering in and out of sight, evading every single arrow. The two of them chased each other until they reached a small building. Yin Daoyang flew into the building without hesitation. Shan Shawu refused to let him go and immediately followed. Just then, Yin Daoyang suddenly thrust his right hand forward, and silver wires shot out from his wrist, instantly weaving a thick spiderweb across the room. The young man was caught off guard and charged straight into the trap. Shan Shawu cursed, his right foot stepping forward to stabilize his stance. "You brat, it's too late to realize it now." As he spoke, Yin Daoyang jerked his right hand hard, the silver wires tightening instantly, coiling around Shan Shawu. Surprisingly, the young man was faster. He immediately retreated toward the door, though a few strands of his hair were sliced off by the sharp silver wires. "When you approached me, I already felt something wasn't right, so it was all a ruse to lure me here. It would have been quite an interesting game, but now that you've seen through it, it's boring." Hearing this, Shan Shawu's gaze turned icy. "Do you find this interesting?" The young man extended 2 fingers, gathering massive, domineering force at his fingertips, then flicked hard at a silver wire beside him. A powerful, tyrannical force surged along the wire. In a flash, many of the silver wires could not withstand it and snapped. Sawdust filled the air, and the young man's voice rang out. "Those children look like they're only 13 or 14, yet you tortured them to such a state." Yin Daoyang was horrified by the sight before him. These silver wires were forged from diamond stone. They shouldn't be breakable by sheer internal force alone. He hadn't expected the teenager in front of him to be capable of such exquisite control over his internal energy at such a young age. Shan Shawu's eyes revealed a murderous intent, and he continued, "Fighting against people like you makes me sick." As he finished speaking, the young man vanished. Yin Daoyang was terrified and scrambled backward. Shan Shawu stuck to him, pursuing relentlessly. The young man kicked off the corridor pillar, not expecting his opponent to be aiming at him just around the corner. Shan Shawu's eyes grew cold. His right hand shot up, slamming a powerful palm strike into the adjacent pillar. Along with the immense force from his palm, a massive explosion of energy erupted, and in an instant, the entire small building collapsed. Amidst the ruins, Yin Daoyang's eyes went wide, unable to believe the sheer power of his opponent's palm strike. Through the swirling dust, Yin Daoyang flew out of the building. The Iron Cavalry Master had nearly been buried in the rubble. Before he could even steady himself, a shadow chased him like a phantom. Seeing this, Yin Daoyang couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was one of the 5 great guest masters of the 5-Dragon Alliance, yet he was being pushed to this extent by a nameless teenager. Thinking this, Yin Daoyang spoke slowly. "We are fighting to the death, yet we don't even know each other's names. I am Yin Daoyang, known to the world as the Iron Cavalry, Divine Art. I am Shan Shawu, from the northern frontier, and today, I will definitely take your dog life." Yin Daoyang laughed coldly, said nothing more, and pulled 10 more arrows from his quiver. The master of the godly riding technique stepped forward, his eyes returning to normal before flashing with a sharp, piercing light. Under his internal energy, 10 arrows hung eerily in the air before him. Yin Daoyang channeled his entire strength to envelop each arrow, and under the propulsion of his internal energy, every single one began to spin relentlessly. This peerless archer unleashed his arrows like flowing water and moving clouds. In an instant, the 10 arrows merged into one, surging toward the young man with the power of thunder and wind. Sha Yu showed no fear. He extended his left hand, and a massive, rolling wave of internal energy erupted from his palm. The incoming energy instantly engulfed the arrows, shattering the force clinging to them into fragments. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the area. The collision of their powers sent debris flying everywhere. Before the dust could even settle, Sha Yu lunged forward, his fair hand descending like Mount Tai, aimed directly at the top of Yin Daoyang's head. Seeing the young man strike, Yin Daoyang was filled with sheer terror. The master of the godly riding technique didn't dare sit and wait for death. He desperately funneled all his remaining power into a final arrow. The distance between them was less than 10 feet, making it impossible to dodge. As the arrow shot toward Sha Yu like a meteor, seeing Yin Daoyang fire directly at his face, Sha Yu used his core strength to twist his body in midair. He reached out with his fair hand, and his overwhelming force caught the arrow dead in its tracks. Sha Yu grabbed the arrow and continued his downward momentum. In the blink of an eye, they bypassed one another. The next moment, the arrow was embedded deep in the center of Yin Daoyang's forehead. Sha Yu landed on the ground and said coldly, "I told you I'd take your dog's life today. Rest in peace on your way out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Daoyang buckled and died on the spot. Hong Nui watched the scene in disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure. This battle would surely send waves through the 5-Dragon Alliance. Thinking of this, he scanned the area, intending to find Lian Tungia first, but discovered that the Black Mountain sect leader had vanished without a trace. No one knew that a horse was currently galloping at full speed toward Taiyuan Prefecture. On the horse's back, Lian Tungia was as terrified as a stray dog. He knew the beggar sect must have sealed off every exit. He had to reach the Great Heaven Merchant Group to find Kang Vi. Only Kang Vi could safely escort him out of Taiyuan. Back at the Great Heaven Merchant Group, Kang Vi wore a cruel smile as the main gates were suddenly smashed to pieces. Miserable screams erupted from within the estate. Tong Mo, he, and Doan Mok Tung Yen were mid-discussion when they were startled by the noise. Just then, the head steward, Trin Fong, ran in, panting as he reported, "Manager, Trin, Kang Vi is attacking. The merchant guards are fighting for their lives, but they're no match for him. I advise you and Commander Do Huan to retreat." "Shut up. If I leave, this branch will cease to exist. My daughter is still with the 5-Dragon Alliance. She'll be in grave danger." Tang Mo, he, and Doan Mok Tung Gian were baffled by the news. Even with Kang Vi's high martial arts, why would he suddenly attack the Great Heaven Merchant Group? Doan Mok Tung Yen suddenly realized the 5-Dragon Alliance must have guessed that the partnership with the Great Heaven Merchant Group had failed, so they were resorting to this. low tactic to prevent the merchant group from aligning with other powers. They rushed to the front courtyard, only to see a crowd of guards confronting Kang V in the plaza. A guard screamed and charged straight at Kang V. Kang V remained unperturbed, drawing his longsword to meet the challenge. His figure flickered like a butterfly dancing in a forest of flowers. Moments later, under the moonlight, severed limbs and blood sprayed everywhere as Kang V slaughtered the guards. The demon blade of the underworld laughed boisterously. "You demonic outsiders deserve to die." Just then, another guard attacked him from behind. Kang V shot a glance back, sneered, and flicked his wrist. His longsword instantly pierced the guard's chest. Seeing their comrade killed so brutally, 2 more guards rushed in, but they were cut down by Kang V before they could even get close. Despite the guards fighting to the death, the gap in power was far too great. Every strike from Kang V claimed another life. This demon blade was like a reaper come to life. None of the guards could withstand a single blow. The captain of the guards, Neep Min Hai, gnashed his teeth in fury. The captain channeled power into his legs and leaped into the air, charging straight at Kang V. "You lunatic, I'll kill you today." Kang V gave a cold, mocking laugh. With just that level of skill, he lunged forward to meet Neep Min Hui head-on. As Neep Min Hui descended, he swung his sword down, but Kang V blocked it with a fiery, overwhelming technique. The two began to trade blows, a whirlwind of sword shadows flashing through the air. Kang V's swordsmanship was powerful and decisive, every strike brimming with lethal intent. Neep Min Hui struggled to defend himself, gradually losing ground. After 10 moves, Kang V knocked Neep Min Hui back and said coldly, "That's all you have? I don't have time to play with you." With that, the aura of the demon blade surged violently. He threw his sword scabbard at Neep Min Hai. As it flew toward him, Neep Min Hai frantically raised his sword to block it. Unexpectedly, Kang Vi was already right there. Neep Min Hai's pupils contracted, sensing something was wrong, but before he could react, Kang Vi swung his sword horizontally. A spray of blood erupted from Neep Min Hai's waist. The guard captain was sliced in two by Kang Vi. Du Huan turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Neep Min He was his right-hand man, yet he had died such a wretched death. Neep Min Hui gritted his teeth and gasped his final words. "Kang Vi, you won't have a good end." "True. I don't think I'll have a good end either, but that will have to wait until after I kill you." Saying this, the demon blade lunged forward, targeting Do Huan, who was still in a state of shock. In midair, Kang Vi laughed loudly. "Time to die, you follower of demonic heretics." He swung his sword toward Do Huan's head, but just as the blade was a foot away, it couldn't move any further. It turned out that Tang Mo, he and another had blocked Kang Vi's lethal strike. "Kang Vi, don't overreach. The Mount Hua sect will not stand by and watch." Kang Vi, angered, pushed more force into his blade, sending sparks flying where the swords met, but he still couldn't break through. At that moment, a figure landed on his sword blade. Don Mok Tung Gian looked cold as ice as she shouted, "Do you really think you can touch my aunt?" With that, Doan Mok Tung Yen leaped into the air and thrust her sword forward. Her blade whizzed through the air, aimed straight at Kang Vi's throat. He ducked his head to dodge, simultaneously retracting his sword to parry. Seeing this, Tang Mo, he, and the others struck at Kang Vi's lower body, but he retreated gracefully, evading them with ease. Pushed back by a single strike, Kang Wei shouted in resentment, "It was you at the 9 Layers Pavilion who made the first move. You'll bear the consequences yourself. You're nothing but thieves acting like gentlemen. Brother, don't waste your breath on him. Let's kill him and be done with it." With that, the 3 of them lunged at Kang Wei together. Just then, Duanmu Tongyan seized the chance to strike with her sword. Kang Wei tilted his blade by half an inch, successfully parrying the blow, but the force behind her sword knocked him back several yards. He slammed into the wall behind him and tumbled out. Kang Wei narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. Clearly, the reputation of the blood-plumb bone-melting flying wave was no exaggeration. Suddenly, this man from the Demon Blade Alliance glared, his muscles bulging to several times their size. Fueled by internal energy, thick blue veins rippled across his skin, his muscles surging like an ancient demon god. This sudden transformation shocked Tang Muhua and the others, and even Duanmu Tongyan stared in disbelief. A moment later, they all felt a massive surge of power hit them, and all 3 were instantly knocked back. Duanmu Tongyan lightly tapped her toes on a piece of debris, her body gliding away like a graceful swan. She spun in midair to dissipate the force, then landed safely. It turned out she had used the Huashan sect's signature movement technique, the dark fragrance glide. Tang Muhua and his companion had a much harder time. Both had to retreat several yards to regain their footing. As the 3 fell back, they stayed on high alert. Kang Wei sneered. That was the dark fragrance glide, wasn't it? Truly exquisite. But at that moment, the trio wasn't focused on Kang Wei's martial arts. They had once heard their master speak of a secret technique in the martial world, one that could stimulate the growth of bone and muscle, multiplying one's strength. Seeing it with their own eyes today, they couldn't help but be amazed. Kang Wei retorted with a cold laugh. What's wrong? Scared just by seeing me like this? If you knew the Five Dragons Alliance's plan, wouldn't you be scared to the point of fainting? After knocking the three of them back, Kang Wei said coldly, That's all I can tell you. Say any more, and I'm afraid the Fist King will kill me first. Hearing this from afar, Quan Do Huan felt a jolt in his heart. Could the plan Kang Wei mentioned be the one orchestrated by Huangfu Yunchuan himself? But Kang Wei wasn't as calm as he appeared. He had already tested Duanmu Tongyan's martial arts, and the two remaining Huashan disciples were not to be underestimated. If he kept dragging this out, the outcome was uncertain. Thinking this, Kang Wei switched his sword to his right hand, stepped forward with his left foot, and crouched, preparing to strike. Duanmu Tongyan frowned until now. Kang Wei had only fought with his left hand. Who would have guessed this Demon Blade Alliance fighter was actually right-handed? Meanwhile, on the other side, within the courtyard of the Wuzu Mountain Temple, a few surviving Bloodsword warriors were preparing for a desperate breakout attempt. Han Wuba kept a cold face, whipping his long lash forward. It struck out like a python, instantly coiling tightly around a Bloodsword warrior's neck. Putting force into his arm, Han Wuba launched himself like an arrow from a bow. A fierce knee strike slammed directly into the warrior's face. The old beggar moved as nimbly as a dragon. In the blink of an eye, the three remaining warriors fell one after another. One of them, after hitting the ground, was still struggling. Without hesitation, Han Wuba stomped down hard. The Bloodsword warrior's head cracked open, and he died on the spot. By this time, the situation was resolved, and Yin Dao Yang had arrived. Han Wuba mentioned that Lian Ziyi had escaped. Sha Yu didn't seem too worried. Weren't these remaining warriors still here? They could just interrogate them to find out where Lian Ziyi was hiding. Han Wuba noted that the Bloodsword warriors were the elite of the Five Dragons Alliance, strictly trained, so even with any method, it wouldn't be easy to squeeze information out of them. Sha Yu's face darkened as he calmly said, Don't worry, they will tell me. Beggar sect disciples bound the surviving warriors, dragging them before the group. Out of the 12, only 6 remained. Han Wuba's attention shifted to the children nearby. The old beggar thought to himself, as long as they caught Lian Ziyi, the beggar sect would have leverage against the Five Dragons Alliance. And if they could help these slaves recover their senses, the children would become direct evidence to expose the human traffickers' crimes. Han Wuba patted one of the children gently on the shoulder. Little one, the beggar sect will protect you until your bodies and minds are fully healed. Unexpectedly, this simple gesture from the old beggar terrified the child. The enslaved child reflexively drew a short blade from its sheath, the edge glinting with a cold light. Han Wuba's expression shifted. The short sword was already close, aiming straight for his face. The old man leaned back, just in time to dodge the horizontal sweep, then moved back gracefully to put distance between them. At that moment, the other child slaves seemed triggered, and they all ran toward Han Wuba like madmen, attacking in a frenzy. Sha Yu stepped forward, shielding Han Wuba behind him. The young man's eyes were calm, his voice steady. Let me handle this. It seems they misunderstood your kindness. Hearing this, Han Wuba was slightly startled. Sha Yu, they're just children. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on them. With that said, Sha Yu poured strength into his feet and stamped down on the ground. A 3-foot-long blue stone brick cracked under his feet. The boy reached out his left hand, wrapped in overbearing internal force. Sha Yu tapped a finger on the brick, and the stone exploded, with countless fragments flying outward. The shards fell like a heavy rain, striking the pressure points of the slave group. Over 100 children were instantly immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The beggar sect disciples whispered among themselves, stunned that the young man the elder had brought along possessed such immense power. Sha Yu walked over slowly and cradled a paralyzed child, just as Han Wuba had saved him years ago. From now on, no one will control you ever again. You are free. The child didn't know if they understood, but tears streamed down their face. Han Wuba dragged the surviving swordsman to a spot nearby. After subduing the slaves, Sha Yu walked over and asked, Speak. Where did Lian Ziyi go? Don't even think about keeping quiet. Sha Yu saw the flicker of cold defiance in his eyes. Without a second thought, he flicked his 2 fingers like lightning, striking 3 pressure points on the warrior's chest. The warrior's hand suddenly began to move against his will. Sha Yu shoved a short sword into his hand, and the blade drew closer to his own throat. The warrior looked terrified, intending to commit suicide. A blood sword warrior, would you rather die than betray your comrades? Well, Sha Yu replied with a twitch of his heart. If you want to be a hero, I'll grant you that wish. The young man flicked his fingers slightly, and the swordsman's arms jerked, forcing his blade to change course and strike directly at his own comrade. The swordsman was terrified, struggling to hold his own wrist, but his hand no longer seemed to belong to him. The sword kept inching deeper into his ally's throat. Eyes wide with terror, the swordsman shouted, "Stop!" Sha Yu sneered, ignoring the plea completely. Didn't you say your comrades' lives were more important than your own? Well, I'll just let you kill them one by one, with your own hands. The Hong Five Ghosts watched the scene unfold with a smirk. The blood sword warriors were trained with iron wills. The creed of never betraying one's comrades was carved into their minds from a young age. Sha Yu's actions were cruel, yet they instantly shattered the mental defenses of these elite warriors. Sure enough, seeing his comrade about to die a horrific death by his own hand, the swordsman couldn't take the pressure and screamed, "Stop, I'll tell you." Lian Ziyi definitely ran to the Datian Trading Company. Sha Yu remained stone-faced and asked, "Are you sure? Don't even think about lying." He previously asked Kang Wei to wipe out the Datian Trading Company, and Kang Wei agreed to his request. The Hong Five Ghosts asked the young man what he intended to do. Sha Yu replied with a grave expression, "I must head to the Datian Trading Company. I have to capture Lian Ziyi. I'll leave this place to you, Elder." With that, Sha Yu channeled strength into his legs, pushed off the ground, and vaulted into the air, disappearing. Immediately after, the bluestone ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere, the sheer force creating a gale that made everyone squint. In just a blink of an eye, Sha Yu had traveled over 100 yards. He knew full well that even with 3 Huashan disciples guarding it, the Datian Trading Company would struggle to hold off Kang Wei. If he arrived too late, Lian Si would surely escape, and the clues to his master's daughter would be lost again. Thinking this, Sha Yu gave his all, pushing his movement technique to the limit. Under the moonlight, only a silhouette could be seen racing toward Taiyuan City. This place was once the most luxurious estate in Taiyuan Prefecture, but now, because of one man's arrival, it had become a scene of ruin. Quan Dohuan observed the situation, thinking to himself that his life now depended entirely on the 3 Huashan disciples. Even if the Datian Trading Company possessed mechanisms capable of destroying the entire estate, he wouldn't regret sacrificing his own life. He just didn't want any harm to come to the young miss. Manager Cheng Feng tried to convince his master to take the chance to flee, but Quan Dohuan ignored his subordinate's advice. Watching the 3 Hushan disciples fighting to the death against Kang Wei, the frail leader of the trading company said slowly, "Having made a pact with Duanmu Kongyan, I cannot betray my ally, even if it costs me my life. It's true that merchants value profit, but keeping one's word is even more important." At this, Quan Dohuan clenched his fists, muttering, "Forgive me, miss. I fear I can no longer serve you, but I will never break my blood oath." At that moment, Kang Wei let out a loud roar and leaped into the air. Duanmu Kongyan quickly warned her 2 junior brothers to be careful. The demonic blade was shrouded in murderous intent, his power surging through his sword. He swung down, and several blades of energy erupted instantly. Seeing this, Duanmu Kongyan's expression turned solemn. The Huashan swordswoman leaped from the ground, stepped back, and funneled all her internal energy into her sword. She soared into the air like a plum blossom amidst the cold snow. In an instant, sword energy swirled around her, incredibly powerful. Then, Duanmu Kongyan concentrated her sword energy and swung, the strikes blooming like plum blossoms. The 2 longsword wielders clashed violently in an instant. Tang Mu and the other disciple quickly scrambled aside. The 2 waves of sword light collided with a massive impact, and in a heartbeat, turbulent shockwaves dispersed, sending immense force spreading all around. Kang Wei chuckled. The snow plum blossom truly lives up to its name. Then, a flash of malice crossed the demonic blade's eyes. "But thinking you can stop me with just this? You're dreaming," Kang Wei shouted, stabbing both hands into the ground with his sword. The aura around him suddenly spiked, and his massive internal energy poured into the blade. The solid ground began to crack, bit by bit. The technique he used was his famous masterpiece, the heaven-shattering slash. In an instant, a violent wave of sword light engulfed by flying debris surged forward. Seeing this, Duanmu Kongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The tide of sword light, carrying heaven-shaking power, crashed toward them. Zongren and the other disciple tried their best to defend, but the immense pressure felt like Mount Tai bearing down on them. Their cultivation was too low, they were about to collapse. Duanmu Kongyan knew she couldn't withstand this attack alone. The snow plum blossom made a decisive choice. calling her junior brothers close. Zongren, Tang Mu-hei formed the three talents sword array. Back me up. The two Huashan disciples understood their senior sister instantly and rushed to her side. The three of them immediately formed the array, their auras linking together. As one, they channeled their energy, creating a counterwave of sword light. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact in midair. For a moment, the entire estate seemed to shake. When the dust finally settled, Kang Wei stumbled back a step. The demonic blade stood with his hands on his hips, gasping for air. A moment later, he covered his nose and took a sharp breath. A stream of bright red blood began to flow from his nostrils. The demonic blade had clearly suffered internal injuries from the clash, but the three on the other side were in even worse shape. Tang Mu and the other disciple were bleeding from their 7 orifices and had stopped breathing. They collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Duan Wukongyan's clothes were shredded and tattered. The snow plum blossom braced her sword against the ground, struggling to stay upright. Kang Wei sneered coldly. Duan Wukongyan, you can't blame me for bullying the weak. His eyes flashed with malice again. This is all because you brought this upon yourselves. Meanwhile, on a street not far from the Daitian Trading Company, a group of beggar sect disciples armed with bamboo staffs were patrolling the area. They were acting on the orders of the Hong Five Ghosts, blocking the main routes of Taiyuan Prefecture. The unusual activity of the beggar sect made passers-by turn and stare. Hall Master Zhang Tuyi was listening to his subordinate's report when suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. Zhang Tuyi's expression shifted in shock. He realized it was coming from the direction of the Daitian Trading Company. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from behind, and Zhang Tuyi and his men turned to look. A person was galloping furiously through the crowded street. It was none other than Lian Ziyi, desperately fleeing toward the Daitian Trading Company. A beggar sect disciple shouted, "Don't let him escape, that's Lian Ziyi." By then, Lian Ziyi had already galloped out of sight. Zhang Tuyi hurriedly gave the order to pursue, and the beggar sect disciples immediately chased after the Great Heaven trade caravan. Little did they know, the caravan had already turned into a battlefield. Seeing Kang Wei slowly approaching Duan Wukongyan with a ferocious look, the Ma Dao master's smile became even more sinister. You are part of the Huashan sect, yet you collude with these Tabe merchants, helping them plunder wealth from the Central Plains. Duan Wukongyan, your Huashan sect has truly devolved into a demonic cult. Hearing this, Duan Wukongyan gritted her teeth. Don't you dare insult my sect. As she spoke, she shouted and tried to stand up to fight, but Kang Wei swung his sword instantly. She was forced to block the attack. Exhausted from before, she was sent flying by a single strike and collapsed to the ground, causing the butterfly-shaped jade pendant hidden in her clothes to fall out. Kang Wei rested his sword on his shoulder, walked up to her, and said coldly, "Little girl, you really don't know your place. So what if I insulted your sect? In the martial arts world, power is everything. Whoever has the sharper blade holds the definition of justice." Seeing Duan Wukongyan lying helplessly on the ground, Kang Wei narrowed his eyes and looked behind him. His goal for this trip was to wipe out the Great Heaven trade caravan. Killing the boxing master first was the most urgent task. Thinking this, he turned and walked toward the two masters not far away. Duan Wukongyan tried to stand up to stop him, but she had no strength left. Manager Cheng Feng threw himself in front of his master to protect her. No matter how hard his master tried to pull him away, the manager refused to move an inch. Kang Wei raised his sword and said coldly, "Stop struggling. Both master and servant can head to the afterlife together." Just then, a frantic voice called out from behind him. Lian Ce rode up, voice trembling. "Master Kang, we must leave here at once." Kang Wei paused, asking what on earth had happened. The beggar sect brought a teenager to attack the Red Thunder Wall. Master Doan is holding them off for now, but he won't last long. We are out of time. We must retreat immediately. Upon hearing this, Kang Wei's gaze darkened. He said slowly, "It's already too late to leave. He is already here." Seeing Kang Wei's grim expression as he looked behind him, Lian Ce turned back and gasped in horror. A figure stood silently atop the ruins, illuminated only by the moonlight, a young man with long hair flowing in the wind, standing tall and imposing. Looking as if he had seen a ghost, Lian Ce screamed and fell to the ground. He couldn't wrap his head around how this nightmare of a man had arrived so quickly. Shen Xiaoyu looked toward the distant corpses, among them Tang Mu and the other man, people who were laughing and talking with him just that morning, but were now breathless and devoid of life. The young man let out a long sigh. In the end, he was a step too late. Suddenly, his eyes caught the butterfly jade pendant on the ground. He leaped down and glided toward the courtyard. In 2 bounds, he was in front of Duan Wukongyan. Shen Sha Yu crouched down to pick up the pendant, and looking closely, he saw the word "Little Tiger" carved into it. The corner of the young man's mouth curved into a faint smile. Just as he guessed, the pendant really belonged to Little Tiger. Shen Sha Yu slowly walked to Duanmu Kongyan, took her hand, and placed the pendant in her palm. Then, he took off his long coat and draped it over her to cover her body. The young man's tone was filled with a hint of reproach. "These clothes are tattered now. Kang Wei isn't an easy opponent. You really hit a wall this time, didn't you?" Saying this, Shen Sha Yu leaned in closer, his voice softening. "But regardless, thank you for risking your life to keep your promise. The owner of this pendant will definitely be very grateful." The scent of the man washing over her made Duanmu Kongyan blush. This famous snow plum blossom was uncharacteristically stuttering, unsure of how to respond. The young man stood up. "You should rest and recover your energy. Leave Kang Wei to me." Hearing this, Duanmu Kongyan hurriedly cried out, "You have to go. You are no match for him." Shen Sha Yu ignored her advice. Looking at the ruined trade hall, the young man said coldly, "He will pay for everything he did today." With that, he slowly stepped in front of Kang Wei, facing him. "You did all this just because the Great Heaven Trade Caravan was founded by Tabe people?" "That's right. Everything in the Central Plains belongs to the Central Plains. We just drove the Yuan army out. I cannot sit by and watch outsiders come here to loot our wealth. The death of the boxing master is just the beginning, and that girl from the north will be punished as well." Hearing this, Shen Sha Yu's internal energy surged, and wisps of pure qi radiated from his body. His eyes were filled with frost. "Very well. That reason is enough for me to kill you." Faced with the young man's overwhelming murderous aura, Kang Wei turned pale. The Ma Dao master hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, don't strike yet. During the previous battle, he had suffered internal injuries. If he fought Shen Sha Yu now, he would surely die. It seemed he had to use that item if he wanted a chance to survive. To explain this, we must look back at a hidden detail from episode 30. At that time, while at the Red Thunder Wall, Kang Wei had asked Lian Sihe for a favor. "Lian Sihe, as far as I know, you are holding a divine pill, right? Ordinary people eat one to extend their life. Martial artists eat one to increase their cultivation. Give it to me now." "Master Kang, you're joking, aren't you? If I had that, wouldn't I have been a top-tier master long ago?" Years ago, the Quan Sheng sect lost a divine pill, and 20 people lost their lives because of it. You were one of the suspects. However, they never found the thief, and the matter faded into obscurity. But I know some of the details behind it. If I report this to Quan Sheng, Lian Siye's expression darkened. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I just want you to live a more peaceful life." Lian Siye stared at Kang Wei for a moment. "Follow me." The other man smirked, silently agreeing, implying he would keep the secret. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yin Dao Yang spoke up, warning them directly that Kang Wei was playing with fire and would likely end up dead. Kang Wei just gave a cold laugh, not caring at all. "If the secret of the divine pill is exposed, I might die. But if I face that young man with my current strength, I will definitely die. Between two evils, I choose the lesser one. I have no other choice." Not long after, Lian Sihe led Kang Wei to a secret room, where a pill lay quietly in a brocade box, the very divine pill that the Quan Sheng sect had lost all those years ago. "Now I'm giving it to you. From here on out, this has nothing to do with me. But let me warn you, this pill was crafted in the early days. Its potency is not very stable." Kang Wei snatched the pill from Lian Tuye's hand. "Don't worry. I'll take care of your affairs properly. I'm heading to the Dai Thien Trading Guild right now." Kang Wei looked at the pill in his hand as if gazing at a lover. To defeat that boy, he was willing to pay any price. Seeing Kang Wei pull a black pill from his chest, Sha Yu was momentarily confused. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Wei swallowed the pill. As he gulped it down, Kang Wei felt a surge of raw power rushing straight to his head. The man known as the Demonic Blade threw his arms up, let out a long laugh toward the sky, and his immense power spread across the 4 pools in a blink. Seeing this, Sha Yu frowned. He could sense his opponent's inner energy increasing tenfold in an instant. Kang Wei casually swung the longsword in his hand, and a violent arc of swordlight shot out. "Sha Yu, if I don't kill you one day, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." The boy faced this sudden change, yet remained unfazed. "Stop the small talk, just make your move." Kang Wei sneered, then roared, spinning his body to leverage his momentum for a horizontal slash. The overwhelming force from the sword surged forward, sending debris flying everywhere in its path. Sha Yu took a slight step back, just enough to dodge this powerful strike. Kang Wei lunged forward, bringing down a mighty mountain-splitting strike. In an instant, a massive wave of sword energy crashed down toward the boy. Unexpectedly, that sword energy was blocked, like a rushing river meeting a towering mountain, split into two smaller streams. Kang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a pale hand stopping his blade. The boy's cold voice echoed in his ear, "Kang Wei, you are going to die today." With that, Sha Yu surged forward, attacking straight toward the center. The boy unleashed a palm strike, hitting Kang Wei's sword arm, and a domineering internal energy surged through, piercing inward. Kang Wei let out a miserable shriek as the powerful internal force spread from Kang Wei's arm to the blade itself, causing the 5-foot sword to crack piece by piece. Ignoring Kang Wei's wails, Sha Yu struck his elbow with another palm. The sound of bones shattering rang out crisply, and a flicker of cruelty flashed in Sha Yu's eyes. "So, you're the demonic blade, are you? Today, I'll send you to meet the king of hell." After saying that, Sha Yu grabbed Kang Wei's wrist, pivoted, and using his own momentum, hurled the giant man away. Mid-air, Kang Wei tried to focus his energy to stabilize himself, only to find his internal blood flow in chaos. He couldn't summon his internal force at all. At that moment, a figure lunged at him, and Kang Wei's expression changed instantly. After sending Kang Wei flying, Sha Yu had charged right at him. The boy channeled his domineering Chu Yen internal force into his palms and struck Kang Wei's lower abdomen. Kang Wei let out a pained cry, flying backward like a withered leaf in the wind. Sha Yu continued to press the attack relentlessly. The boy kicked toward the sky, stomping down hard on Kang Wei's left arm, and the powerful force instantly shattered the elbow, snapping the entire arm. Sha Yu unleashed 2 more strikes in quick succession, his movements fluid and restless. His footwork was ghostly. Gliding close, he thrust both hands forward, delivering a powerful double palm strike to Kang Wei's spine. Once again, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His entire body was broken, his bones shattered, and his muscles completely destroyed. Seeing Kang Wei drop to the ground like a pile of mangled meat, Sha Yu pulled back his hands, suppressed the surging force within his body, and slowly walked up to his opponent, saying coldly, "Once you reach the underworld, you can go be a demonic blade there." As the boy turned to leave, the situation suddenly shifted. Kang Wei, who appeared beyond saving, began to slowly stand up, his body maintaining a twisted, grotesque posture. As the sounds of bones popping and grinding echoed from within him, the demonic blade laughed like a madman. "Do you know why they call me the demonic blade? Even if every bone in my body is shattered and my flesh torn apart by your energy." As he spoke, he sprang up like a coiled spring. "I am the immortal body returned from hell. I will eradicate all evil from this world." As he finished, streams of energy rose up, and his broken hands instantly healed as if nothing had happened. Sha Yu stood not far away, coldly watching it all. The boy's eyes were calm, his expression unchanged. His heaven-breaking divine technique was based on the art of dismantling bones and tendons, essentially channeling his own energy into the opponent's body to sever muscles, bones, and disrupt the flow of vital energy. At this, Sha Yu let out a cold laugh and curled his right hand into a claw. "Originally, I intended to leave you with a whole corpse, but it seems I was overthinking things." With those words, the energy in Sha Yu's palm suddenly erupted, triggering the internal force hidden inside Kang Wei's body, causing it to detonate instantly. "If you are an immortal body, then I will leave you with no body at all." With the powerful eruption of energy, Kang Wei's screams grew weaker and weaker, finally dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke, leaving no bones behind. Lian Tuwai stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. The mighty demonic blade had been utterly annihilated by the boy before him. Seeing Sha Yu looking at him with cold eyes, the human trafficker couldn't help but tremble all over. "Lian Tuwai, now we finally have time to talk." Just then, rapid footsteps approached. It was the beggar sect disciples arriving late. By now, the Daithian Trading Guild had returned to silence. 2 days later, in the study of Qian Dao Hoan, manager Trin Fong was reporting the losses of the guild to him. Qian Dao Hoan instructed him to take good care of the wives and children of the guards who had fallen in battle, then asked after the condition of Doan Moktung Yen. Trin Fong replied that the heroine Doan Mok had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, silently staying in the small building beside the bodies of her 2 martial brothers. Hearing this, Qian Dao Hoan held his forehead, feeling a headache. After this battle, the Daithian Trading Guild inadvertently owed the Ku Trong mansion a great favor. Although both sides had reached an agreement, he still worried that the Ku Trong mansion would use this opportunity to demand more conditions. Thinking of this, Qian Dao Hoan leaned back in his chair, sighed, and felt guilty for failing to meet the young lady's expectations. A long while later, he spoke slowly. Where is Sha Yu now? Trinfong said directly that Sha Yu had taken Lian 2Y down to the dungeon and forbidden anyone from coming near. At the same time, in the dungeon of the Dai Thien Trading Guild, Lian Ce screamed in a panic, "Is anyone there? What are you people trying to do?" Just then, a voice came from the dungeon door. "Lian Ce, you'd better pray that you remember what happened 20 years ago." Seeing Sha Yu slowly approaching with a chair, Lian Ce scrambled back in a frantic hurry. Ever since witnessing Sha Yu's ruthless methods that night, this human trafficker had been scared out of his wits. Sha Yu sat down on the chair comfortably, his voice cold. 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Murong family? And where did you take them? At this, Sha Yu smirked. I don't have much patience. A moment later, agonizing screams began to echo through the dungeon. One day, at the beggar sect branch in Yuan, a few disciples gathered together, whispering to each other. Did you hear the news? Kang Wei was beaten into oblivion. Not even his bones were left. I heard. It was done by the person they call the God of War. Really? Then why did he come to find Elder Hong today? No idea. They say he's been interrogating Lian Ce. The agonizing screams have lasted all night long. Keep your voices down. Elder Hong is coming. Han Wuba walked along, listening to the strange gossip. Reaching a pavilion, he saw Sha Yu staring into the distance with a cold expression. The children had been brought to the beggar sect branch. At this moment, several disciples were trying to help them recover and train. The two of them, one old and one young, silently watched the scene for a long time without saying a word. A moment later, Sha Yu spoke up. Old man, do you think they can recover to be normal? Who knows? No one can say for sure. It could be a year, or it could be 10. They don't even remember their own names now, only the numbers assigned to them. This is a very specific type of brainwashing. I'm afraid it will take a long time for them to recover. I've ordered my subordinates to lock down the information, but I don't know if we can hide it from the Five Dragon Alliance. Sha Yu nodded slightly, then asked about the information he had asked Han Wuba to collect. It was quite difficult, but luckily, I managed to finish it. Once he finished speaking, Han Wuba took a notebook out from his robes. This is the child trafficking record from Lian Ce. The methods of purchase and training are all recorded in detail, but it still doesn't state where the children were taken after their training. Sha Yu carefully flipped through it for a moment, then calmly said, It's fine. Once I storm the Five Dragon Alliance, I'll find out for myself. Many thanks for your chivalrous help, Elder. At first, Han Wuba laughed loudly. Don't mention it, but after realizing the implication of Sha Yu's previous statement, the old beggar immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The beggar sect elder stared into the teenager's eyes, and seeing the serious expression on his face, he realized that Sha Yu's talk of attacking the Five Dragon Alliance was definitely not a joke. Han Wuba hesitated for a moment before deciding. He considered Sha Yu a soulmate, so naturally, he would accompany him. Just then, Sha Yu stood up. Let's go. These children will be taken to Quan Duhuan. Hearing this, Han Wuba couldn't help but be stunned, saying, Is Quan Duhuan really trustworthy? Is he trustworthy? I'm not sure, but I trust Su Xiaohu. Do you know the young master of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild? I suppose you could say I know Su Xiaohu. We were both young back then. I hope these children won't be controlled by others later. What do you mean by that? Do you not trust our beggar sect? I certainly trust you as a person, but I'm not so sure about your sect leader. Faced with such a group of mindless killing machines, any faction in the martial arts world would find it hard not to be tempted. Han Wuba scratched his head upon hearing this, not knowing what to say, so he changed the subject, asking where they planned to go. We're heading south to Anhui. According to Lian Ce, my master's daughter is there, only 28 years old but already leading the entire Great Heaven Merchant Guild. The 10 branch leaders under her command all deeply respect and admire her. I have summoned you all here today because I have a favor to ask. If you ever meet a man from the northern frontier carrying my token, please report it to me immediately and support him with all your might. This is my father's order, as well as my own request. This matter is the supreme command of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. I hope you will not delay. In the reception room, Quan Duhuan watched Sha Yu leaving, while the young miss's instructions from years ago echoed in his mind. As a trusted subordinate of Su Xiaohu, he was always cautious and thorough. That night, when Sha Yu picked up the young miss's token, the subtle change in the teenager's expression was still deeply etched in his memory. As far as he knew, since arriving in the Central Plains, the young miss had only given out 3 tokens, and none of them were to men. Thinking of this, Quan Duhuan got straight to the point, asking Sha Yu if he came from the northern frontier. Sha Yu frankly admitted it, confirming his suspicion. Quan Duhuan sat up straight upon hearing this. Then, does Sha Yu know our young miss? Sha Yu did not hide it. How has Xiao Hu been living these years? Hearing this, Quan Do Huan gripped his hands in excitement, but he still cautiously asked if the other party had the young Miss's token. Sha Yu reached into his chest and felt around for a moment, soon pulling out an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade pendant. Seeing this, Quan Du Huan's pupils constricted. This smaller pendant was the very first one the young Miss had ever made. This usually calm branch leader rushed forward, grabbing Sha Yu's hand with both his own, his voice emotional. Sha Yu, I've finally found you. The young Miss has been searching for you all these years. We must set off immediately. I will take you to see her. She is currently at the Iron Feather Alliance. If she hears this news, she will definitely be overjoyed. In truth, the young Miss has been very sad these past few years. Sha Yu looked at the emotional man, momentarily unsure of what to do. How has Xiao Hu been all these years? Hearing this question, Quan Do Huan sighed, steadying his emotions before recounting the whole story. It turned out that in recent years, the Great Heaven Merchant Guild had grown rapidly, leading many factions in the martial arts world to try to absorb them, especially the Five Dragon Alliance, a subordinate of the Iron Feather Alliance, which had been eyeing the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, and recently even wanted to use marriage to control them. Seeing that the marriage proposal failed, they sent 5 top experts and Black Constant to destroy all of our branch forces everywhere. Thanks to Sha Yu, our Shanxi branch escaped disaster, but I don't know what cruel methods they will use in the future. At any rate, if the young Miss knows that Sha Yu has come to the Central Plains, she will definitely be very happy. Hearing this, Sha Yu had already made his plans. I truly miss that girl too, but I have urgent business to attend to, and must depart immediately. Seeing the teenager's serious expression, Quan Do Huan could not insist on keeping him, so he asked where Sha Yu was heading. I must head to Anhui immediately. Once everything is settled, I will go find Tu Chu Ho myself. Finishing their conversation, the two stood up and bowed to each other. Watching the teenager's retreating figure, Quan Do Huan sank into deep thought. He never expected that the person the young lady had been waiting for these past 10 years was this very teenager. His martial arts are incredibly powerful. It's likely no one of his generation could match him. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through his mind. Sha Yu came from the north. He must have passed through Liaoning to get to Shanxi. Working backward from the time he appeared in Shanxi, Sha Yu was in Liaoning exactly when that god of war appeared, and he also had close ties to Hong Nu Kuai, an elder of the Beggar sect. The Beggar sect has always tightly sealed all information regarding what happened to the Murong family during that period. In Liaoning, the person who could overwhelm Dai Li Bao and the Murong family just by entering the Jianghu was already hailed as a god of war. With all these clues connecting to this mysterious teenager, Quan Do Huan tapped his finger lightly on the table, lost in thought. He keenly sensed the foreshadowing of an impending storm. The Central Plains, Jianghu, is likely about to face a massive upheaval. He just didn't know if this would be a blessing or a curse for the Daithian Trading Company. After a moment, he clenched his fist, resolute. No matter what, he had to report this news to the young lady immediately. The god of war is Sha Yu. At the same time, a boat was gliding across Taihu Lake. A silver-haired man stood at the bow, looking into the distance. As the boat passed, the scenic beauty of the 72 peaks and 48 islands came into view. Along with the scent of incense, the boat reached Thaksun Island. By now, many small boats were anchored at the dock. Thaksun Island was the smallest of the 48, so it rarely drew public attention. Since the black merchant established a secret base here, they strictly forbade outsiders from approaching. As the boat docked, the silver-haired man stepped slowly off the bridge. A group of subordinates knelt respectfully and greeted him in unison. Greetings, leader. The man kept his hands behind his back, walking leisurely without saying a word. Before long, he reached the grand hall of the secret base. The silver-haired man sat in the master's chair, listening to the black merchant's regional branch leaders report their recent earnings. Thanks to everyone's efforts, our total revenue has increased by 40%. If it weren't for the Daithian Trading Company interfering, our earnings would be even higher. The silver-haired man nodded slightly, barely accepting the numbers. The branch leaders began to complain, saying that many of their business deals had been snatched away by the Daithian Trading Company. The silver-haired man pondered for a moment and said slowly, "It seems we must take action against the Daithian Trading Company." A branch leader spoke up, saying the danger didn't end there. Many emerging trading companies were active, and the position of the Black Merchant Trading Company was being severely shaken. He noticed the leader tapping his finger on the armrest. The branch leader couldn't help but ask what was troubling their leader. The leader replied that the action against the Daithian Trading Company had already begun, and while it might not show immediate results, They would definitely have a satisfying answer after some time. He shifted his tone. Have you heard of the title, God of War, recently? Not long ago, the head of the Murong family in Liaoning was killed. In the last few days, I also received news that Lian Tu-Y in Shanxi has gone missing. The branch leaders were stunned. Lian Tu-Y was always cautious. How could he suddenly vanish? It was rumored that both events were related to that god of war, and two great masters of the Five Dragon Alliance had also died by his hand. I don't care about their deaths, but over 100 slaves intended for the Five Dragon Alliance have vanished, and this will severely damage our reputation as the Black Merchant. At this, one of the branch leaders stood up, bowed, and said, I request to go investigate. Our Henan branch is close to Shanxi. I believe we can get to the bottom of this soon. His eyes glinted with cruelty. I will definitely make him pay. We will uncover his identity and background. If he can be recruited, we will pull him into our fold. If not, we must eliminate him quickly. Meanwhile, at the Taiyuan mansion, Sha Yu was leaning against the city gate waiting for Hong Nagu Kwai. A noodle stall across the street caught his eye, with a sign reading, The best noodles under heaven. The teenager rubbed his stomach, finally realizing how hungry he was. Just as Sha Yu ordered a bowl of pork knuckle noodles to feast on, a beautiful figure quietly appeared behind him. The person was Doan Mok Tung Yen, one of the three flowers. Grateful for Sha Yu's heroic actions, she took a butterfly-shaped jade pendant from her bodice and asked softly. Sha Yu seemed to recognize the owner of the jade. Hearing her, he smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Doan Mok Tung Yen's heart fluttered. How does Sha Yu know the young lady? That was over 10 years ago. Perhaps she doesn't even remember me anymore. Doan Mok Tung Yen stated directly that the young lady had not forgotten, and that Manager Quan said, Tu Tie Ho had always been looking for him, and since she had kept her promise by building a powerful trading company in the Central Plains, it was now his turn to fulfill his promise. One was a warrior who, upon entering the Jianghu, was hailed as a god of war. The other was a young business prodigy who had become wealthy in her own right. No one could have guessed that the two shared a bond from childhood. 10 years ago, Sha Yu was traveling with his master, Han Wuba, on the way to Miaohuang Mountain. Nearing the mountain, the master and disciple stopped at an inn at the base. We will rest here today. Tomorrow I will teach you your final lesson. Sha Yu clenched his fist upon hearing this. He understood his master's meaning but bowed respectfully. Shortly after, they finished their dinner. Just then, a figure skipped over, and a small hand slapped the table. A little girl, cute as a doll, appeared before them. She stared into Sha Yu's eyes with wonder. Big brother, why are your eyes blue? They're so pretty. The lively girl immediately struck up a conversation with him. A moment later, Han Wuba asked, Little one, is there something you need from us? The girl turned to look at the old man, seeing that his eyes were also blue, and couldn't help but praise them. She then flashed a sweet smile, saying she had come with her father to eat and rest. But since the inn was full, they asked if they could share a table. Sha Yu looked at his master for permission. Han Wuba remained silent for a moment, before nodding in agreement. Dad, come here. I told you the old man would agree. Once she said that, she plopped down next to Sha Yu, grumbling to herself, while pummeling her tired legs with her small fists. Seeing how clever and cute she was, Sha Yu decided to strike up a conversation. Hey there, little one. How old are you? Where are you from? She told him she was already 12 and wasn't a little kid anymore. Hey mister, your eyes are so pretty. What's your name? Sha Yu smiled and gave her his real name. That's a nice name. But it sounds a little sad. My name is Su Xiaohu. Let's be friends. Time flew by while they chatted, and soon the moon was high in the sky. Su Xiaohu let out a contented sigh, looking truly happy. She had been traveling around with her father since she was very young. Su's father couldn't help but apologize, feeling guilty. But Su Xiaohu spoke up in her childish voice to comfort him, then pouted, complaining that, if it weren't for that uncle who betrayed them, their family wouldn't have ended up in this state. Her father just sighed, soothing her gently, saying he had no other choice who could withstand that kind of pressure from a trade guild. Han Wuba heard their conversation, and couldn't help but look over, curious. Her father explained he used to be a merchant from the north. After his business failed and he suffered heavy losses, he was now on his way to the Central Plains to start over. Han Wuba spoke bluntly. The Central Plains are in chaos right now. It's extremely difficult to build a fortune from scratch there. I know that. They say a general named Zhu Yuanzhang is leading an uprising, and word is they've already driven the Yuan army back to the north. Now is the perfect time to rebuild everything, so I'm planning to go to the Central Plains to try my luck. Hearing that the Yuan dynasty had been overthrown by the Ming, Sha Yu's expression shifted slightly. Years ago, his good brother, Gong Qishan, had fallen off a cliff, his fate unknown. Gong Wuai had also been kidnapped by a Yuan envoy, and her whereabouts were still a mystery. If the Yuan had been driven back to the north, he wondered how Gong Wuai was doing now. Su Xiaohu, young as she was very sharp and quickly sensed the boy's sudden shift in mood. "Mister, don't worry. Once I become the richest mogul in the Central Plains, you can come find me if you ever have any trouble." Seeing her confident expression, Xia Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and he reached out to pat her head unconsciously. "Thank you, Su Xiaohu. I'll be counting on you then." That unexpected, intimate gesture caught her off guard, and her cheeks flushed pink. But a moment later, Su Xiaohu shouted indignantly, "If you pat my head, I won't grow any taller. If I don't grow up, who's going to marry me? Are you going to take responsibility for that?" Her strange logic left Xia Yu flustered. The boy raised his hands, breaking into a cold sweat. "Since you're handsome, I'll let you off this time. Don't touch my head again." Even the usually stern Han Wuba couldn't help but laugh. She really was an interesting little girl. That night, since the inn was fully booked, the four of them had to share a room. Han Wuba offered his bed to the father and daughter, while he and Xia Yu leaned against the wall and fell into a deep sleep. Gazing at the boy's handsome face, his sharp brows and bright eyes, a strange feeling stirred in Su Xiaohu's heart. Then her father's voice came from behind. "Xiaohu, your stare is going to burn a hole in that young man's face." Su Xiaohu, embarrassed and angry, started playful fighting with her father. "Xia Yu, let's go. I didn't expect you to be so popular with the girls." Flustered, Xia Yu stood up to leave with his master. Su Xiaohu chased him to the door and asked, "Where are you going?" Xia Yu said they had to continue their journey and said their goodbyes. Hearing that, her heart ached, and her eyes, which were as bright as diamonds, suddenly welled up with tears. The master and student traveled through the night toward Miaoxiang Mountain. Just then, they heard a voice behind them. It was Su Xiaohu, running after them all by herself. She forced a smile and handed Xia Yu a butterfly-shaped jade pendant. "Brother Xia Yu, this is my most precious possession. It's the same color as your eyes. I want to give it to you. One day, I'll become the wealthiest merchant in the Central Plains." She said this with great solemnity. "You must promise me you'll come find me then." Looking at the girl's serious face, Xia Yu smiled gently. "All right, I promise you. When that day comes, I will definitely come to find you." Watching the two figures disappear into the night, her father, who had chased after her, asked, "Isn't that your most prized possession? Why give it to that boy? I wouldn't judge someone wrong. He and that old man are no ordinary people. They have a very special aura about them. I'm certain Brother Xia Yu will grow up to be a great hero. This is the first investment I've ever made." "Just an investment? It's not that simple, Dad. Don't interfere with your daughter's personal life." Elsewhere, Han Wuba suddenly smiled. "That girl has a bright future," continued. "Her thick brows and bright eyes show she is exceptionally intelligent. Her wide, flat forehead and full temples are the signs of someone destined for wealth and nobility. Plus, those full lips show she is a deeply loyal person. Xia Yu, you must cherish this bond." The boy looked at the butterfly pendant in his hand and replied softly. Xia Yu snapped back to reality from his memories and muttered, "Xiaohu, wait a little longer. I will come to find you." At the same time, at the Iron Martial Alliance, Su Xiaohu was heading toward her room, with a subordinate following and nagging her. "Young miss, you were too reckless. Rejecting the Five Dragon Alliance so directly is not a wise move." "Then what do you think is wise? Should I have really let them marry me off?" The subordinate was momentarily speechless. He was about to compose his words to try persuading her again, but Su Xiaohu walked straight into her room and told Bu not to let anyone disturb her. The subordinate stood at the door, wanting to say more, but Bu had already closed it. Su Xiaohu leaned against the window, looking dejected. After a while, she asked softly, "Has there been any news from Uncle Quan?" Bu respectfully replied that the chapter president had not sent any letters yet. Su Xiaohu frowned slightly. That day, she had given the token to Duanmu Songyan, requesting an alliance. The Taiyuan branch should have sent news by now. Could something have happened along the way? Just then, a subordinate reported from outside the door, "Young Miss, Huangfu Yunxuan and Nangong Tu Kiao from the Five Dragon Alliance are here to see you." Hearing that, she frowned and coldly ordered, "Invite them to wait in the front hall. I'll be there shortly." Upon hearing that Huangfu Yunxuan and the other had come to request an audience, Su Xiaohu headed straight for the hall. Huangfu Yunxuan showered Su Xiaohu with praise, but she remained rather indifferent. After everyone was seated, Su Xiaohu asked the purpose of their visit. Huangfu Yunxuan showered Su Xiaohu with praise, but she remained quite indifferent. After they settled into their seats, Su Xiaohu asked about the purpose of their visit. Nangong Suqiao got straight to the point. We're here to borrow 100,000 taels of gold from the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Su Xiaohu couldn't help but frown slightly. She sat up straight, her beautiful face turning serious. Miss Nangong, you ask for 100,000 taels of gold the moment you arrive. The least you could do is tell me what it's for, right? That is basic courtesy in any partnership. Nangong Suqiao let out a soft laugh at this. The leader of the Three Flowers spoke with an air of complete arrogance. I can only tell you this much. This money will be used to establish a new organization within the Iron Martial Alliance. Nangong Suqiao's gaze sharpened. Besides, what makes you think we are partnering? No matter how big the Great Heaven Merchant Guild is, you are, after all, just a merchant group. Let's put it this way. Even if the Great Heaven Merchant Guild refuses to hand over this money, it makes no difference to us. I suggest you don't flatter yourself, Miss Su. The mocking tone made Su Xiaohu tremble with anger. Bu, standing by her side, looked at her mistress with a pained expression. A moment later, Su Xiaohu managed to suppress her fury, speaking with a balanced, neither arrogant nor sycophantic tone. I appreciate the offer, Miss Nangong, but I still cannot provide this money. 100,000 taels of gold is no small sum, and I have only just finished negotiations with the Five Dragon Alliance. I want to wait until I've negotiated with the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance before I decide. Huangfu Yunxuan watched the two women trading barbs, but his mind wasn't on their conversation at all. One was among the Three Flowers of the Nangong family. The other was the head of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. The second young master of the Quansheng sect was lost in his own imagination. Could it be that these two women were competing for his attention? Su Xiaohu's airtight answer left Nangong Suqiao unsure of how to respond. After a few more pleasantries, she had no choice but to take her leave. Before departing, the Blood Lotus Flower gave a deliberate warning. I hope Miss Su thinks carefully. Don't let a good opportunity slip away. Su Xiaohu replied that she certainly would think it over. Huangfu Yunxuan grabbed Su Xiaohu's hand, appearing reluctant to part. Faced with the sudden gesture from the second young master of Quansheng, Su Xiaohu didn't show anger. Instead, she skillfully pulled her hand away and politely bade them farewell. Once they left, a cold expression immediately appeared on Nangong Suqiao's face. Su Xiaohu's mention of the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance was undoubtedly intentional. At that thought, the Blood Lotus Flower felt a surge of hatred. She silently vowed that one day, she would make her opponent kneel and beg for mercy. In the next room, Su Xiaohu rubbed her aching temples and sighed. She knew Nangong Suqiao's words were the truth. No matter how much money you have, you can never overcome sheer martial force. But fortunately, the Iron Martial Alliance was currently split into 3 factions of equal strength. It was precisely because they all wanted to control the Great Heaven Merchant Guild that she was able to navigate between them. Suddenly, the image of 10 years ago flashed in her mind, and a sweet smile touched the lips of this business prodigy. At the same time, at the gates of Taiyuan Prefecture, Shanxi, Tian, Xiaowu and the boxer were saying their goodbyes. Watching the youth's retreating figure, everyone had their own private thoughts. The boxer ordered manager Cheng Feng to send letters to all branches. Whenever Tian Xiaowu needed help, they were to assist him with everything they had. Duan Mukongyan, however, felt a complex mix of emotions. She had previously suggested traveling with Tian Xiaowu, but he had politely refused. I know you approached me with an agenda. If I traveled with you, I would certainly have to be on my guard even more. You are a burden to me. The Snow Plum Flower silently regretted it. That youth would only open his heart to those who treated him with sincerity. As for Tian Xiaowu, the two traveled south. Upon learning their destination was Hefei, the old beggar remarked that it was the lair of dragons and tigers. I am only going there to verify information, not to engage them in battle. Yet, the tree desires to be still, but the wind will not cease. Just because you don't provoke others, doesn't mean they will leave you alone. As evening fell, the two found a place to rest in the woods. Han Wuba chewed on a piece of dried meat and said with a meaningful look, "You brat, tell me, how many people have you offended since arriving in the Central Plains?" After speaking, the old beggar looked toward the forest behind them, his eyes sharp. In an instant, he heard strange noises from the woods. A group of men in black was rushing toward them. Tian Xiaowu spoke calmly. I didn't want this, but perhaps this is fate. Hong Wuguai downed a gulp of strong liquor. Judging by their movement, these were all high-level experts. Tian Xiaowu nodded slightly. There were 18 of them in total, each carrying a long sword. It seemed there would be no peaceful rest tonight. After eating, stretching the muscles a bit is good. Not long after, a group of assassins silently ambushed them. They exchanged glances. and then one assassin leaped down from a tree. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Like an arrow, he pushed off the ground, lunging forward with a sword aimed directly at the youth's head. Tian Shaowu flicked his 2 fingers gently. The refined steel sword instantly bent and deformed. The assassin was terrified. He felt an immense force surging back from the sword, and the next moment, he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. After spinning in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground. His arm holding the sword had been twisted by the youth's internal energy like a rope. The other assassins, seeing their comrade defeated, jumped down from the trees, but they only saw Han Wuba finish a gulp of strong liquor. The old beggar puffed out his chest, let out a roar like a tiger, and sprayed a mist of wine and saliva. The force behind the mist sprayed out like a torrential downpour upon the assassins. The assassins shrieked as they fell from the air. At that very moment, a cold light flashed in Tian Shaowu's eyes. The youth stomped hard on the ground, and the campfire in front of him was instantly extinguished. Burning logs shot out like sharp arrows, easily piercing through the bodies of the assassins. Some were struck in vital points and died on the spot. Others were burned alive by the alcohol on their bodies. The assassin leader was horrified. In an instant, they had lost half their men. The leader immediately ordered, "The surprise attack has failed. Kill that brat now." Just as he finished speaking, he saw the ground in front of him suddenly erupt. A sword thrust up from the earth, aiming straight at the youth's throat. The youth extended his right hand, with his 5 fingers curled and powerful inner energy surging from his palm. The assassin's longsword could not advance even an inch further. Shen Xiaoyu remained expressionless, speaking coldly. "You think you can kill me with skills like these?" A gleam sparked in Shen Xiaoyu's eyes. He extended his right hand, gathering intense inner energy in his palm, and then snapped the sharp sword like it was mere paper. Shen Xiaoyu struck the assassin with a palm blow. The force of the blow did not diminish. The ground within several feet cracked open, sending stone debris flying everywhere. The assassin died on the spot, his bones completely shattered. Just then, several other assassins rushed forward. Faced with the mob surrounding him, the young man did not waver. He threw a palm strike, hitting one of the assassins squarely in the head. Following that, Shen Xiaoyu moved as agilely as a dragon, weaving through the group of assassins in the blink of an eye. Each palm strike claimed the life of an assassin instantly. Seeing this, the leader of the assassins was terrified and turned to flee. Shen Xiaoyu raised his left hand, channeling his profound inner energy into his palm, and unleashed a strike. A powerful wave of force shot out, hitting the leader squarely in the back. The man let out a cry, feeling as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. He fell to the ground and rolled several feet away. The leader felt his blood and qi boiling inside, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and scrambled to his feet to run into the forest. Han Wuba intended to pursue, but Shen Xiaoyu stopped him. "Let him go. They are just a bunch of assassins following orders. Even if we capture him, we won't get any information out of him. Do you have any idea which faction sent them?" "I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect it might be people from the Black Shore Merchant Guild." After resting for the night, the old man and the youth continued their journey. The assassins who died last night left behind no clues, and those who were lucky enough to survive had all committed suicide using poison. The Murong family is currently struggling to protect themselves. The 5-Dragon Alliance won't pay attention to you for the time being. If they were truly sent by the black merchants as you suspect, then it means the upper echelons of the black merchants have set their sights on you. Hong Wuguai looked grave at this point. Perhaps they have already guessed that you are the war god. A few days later, the two arrived at Yuan, Henan. Yuan is famous as the source of the Ji River, backed by the Taihang Mountains to the north, and bordering the Yellow River to the south, known as the gateway to the northwest of Henan. Upon entering the city, Hong Wuguai said he had business to attend to, and left Shen Xiaoyu alone at a tavern to wait. The young man sat by the window, looking into the distance. He saw 3 people, 1 master and 2 servants, slowly enter the tavern. It was noon, and the place was packed. The 3 walked up to the second floor, circled around, and stopped in front of Shen Xiaoyu. The man leading them introduced himself as Zheng Yu, the head of the Hongye escort agency, and asked if it would be all right for them to share the table with the young brother. An older guard also introduced himself as Xue Xiao. Just as another guard was about to introduce himself, he suddenly clutched his chest, looking to be in great pain. Cold sweat broke out on the guard's forehead, and he tried his best to suppress his groans. Seeing this, Shen Xiaoyu glanced over and noticed a faint blue aura flickering around the guard's chest. The youth smiled cryptically and then cheerfully invited the 3 to sit down. During their conversation, Shen Xiaoyu remarked that the 3 didn't look like master and servants. Zheng Yu replied bluntly. Though they are master and servants in name, they are as close as brothers. Is my young brother still drinking that watered-down wine? Here, have some Dukong wine I brought from Yicheng. The flavor is excellent. After saying this, Zheng Yu handed Shen Xiaoyu a flask. The latter did not hesitate and immediately poured a cup. Throughout this, the two guards kept staring at the youth's actions, their faces filled with clear concern. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of triumph appearing in his gaze. Shen Xiaoyu picked up the wine cup and sniffed it lightly, then praised it. It truly is fragrant and rich. The flavor is unique. With that, the youth tilted his head back and drained the cup. Seeing their target drink, the corner of the guard named Xue Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Just then, Shen Xiaoyu's ears twitched. The sound of very soft footsteps stepping on tiles reached him. Unknown to anyone, several assassins were lurking on the roof of the tavern, dressed exactly like the group that had attacked him a few days prior. Shen Xiaoyu finished his wine, looked at them calmly, and said, "Now, you three can tell me your purpose for coming here. Even though you acted like you were just walking around when you came upstairs, your eyes have been fixed on my table the whole time. Now that I've given up my seat to you and finished the drink, you might as well speak your mind." Zheng Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. To think you'd still drink that wine after realizing something was wrong. I don't know if you have a secret protector or if you're just a fool. Since things have reached this point, I don't mind telling you, that wine was indeed poisoned. It's called 100 dissolving powder. Once it enters the stomach, it dissolves the inner energy in one's body. Anyone poisoned cannot use Lightfoot skills, and without the antidote, they will suffer from qi deviation and die within 3 days. Shen Xiaoyu stood up, swaying slightly. Was that group of assassins from before also sent by you? Zheng Yu stood up and walked behind the youth, sighing. Out of 18 experts, only one survived. We had no choice but to use poison. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Answer my question, or die from the poison in 3 days. Shen Xiaoyu looked at him through gritted teeth. You people are from the 5 Dragon Alliance. Zheng Yu remained cold. I am the one asking the questions here. You just need to answer. He patted the youth's shoulder. If I'm not mistaken, you are the war god, aren't you? Hearing this, Shen Xiaoyu had already deduced part of the truth and asked if they were from the black merchants. No sooner had he finished speaking, the guard suddenly drew his sword, shouting that he wanted to avenge his comrades, and slashed toward Shen Xiaoyu. But Zheng Yu shouted to stop him. Wait, I still have questions to ask. Speak now. Where are those children you hid? I advise you to answer honestly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoyu became even more certain of his suspicions. The aura around the youth suddenly shifted. He said coldly, "With skills like yours, you want to make me wish I was dead?" As soon as he finished, the guard with the sword turned pale. A powerful burst of inner energy erupted from within his body. The other 2 were stunned, completely unable to understand why this was happening. As it turned out, this guard was the very assassin Shen Xiaoyu had let go that day. When Shen Xiaoyu had struck his back with a palm blow, his own inner energy had entered the man's body. That was why, when he saw the man clutching his chest, he had noticed the irregularity. He had only been playing along to find out their true identities. The so-called 100 knowledge powder he had consumed was neutralized by his heavenly breaking divine technique. At that moment, the guard named Tishao barked coldly. What are you waiting for? Strike now. Immediately, a loud shout echoed from the rooftop, and a group of black-clad assassins leaped down into the tavern, charging toward Shan Shawu with drawn longswords. A flash of coldness glinted in the young man's eyes as he pushed his hands forward, striking 2 assassins in the chest. They let out a cry, and instantly stopped breathing. Seeing the situation turn sour, the guard Ti Xiao immediately fled. Shan Shawu sneered at the sight. Close as brothers, were you? How ridiculous, an assassin roared. You've got a lot of nerve being so disrespectful to our leader. He lunged, stabbing his sword straight at Shan Shawu's head, but the young man dodged it with ease. Leveraging his momentum to twist his waist, Shan Shawu landed a kick before the assassin could react, striking him squarely in the head. The final assassin turned pale at the sight. Just then, Shan Shawu surged forward, his right hand shooting out to grab the man's head, pouring his internal force into his palm. Shan Shawu smashed the assassin's head against the pillar, sending rubble raining down. Having disposed of the assassins in the blink of an eye, he turned around and stared coldly. That fellow Ti Xiao is your leader, isn't he? Watching the young man slowly approach, Zheng Yu stammered in fear. Don't even think about it. I won't say a word. Shan Shawu sneered. Lian Suyi was just as stubborn at first, but the human body doesn't know how to lie. A moment later, agonizing screams echoed throughout the tavern. It was the height of a summer afternoon, with the sun blazing. Yet the man felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Shan Shawu transmitted a surge of internal energy into Zheng Yu's body. Ignoring the man's wails, he spoke coldly. I have sealed the blood flow in your meridians. When the blood doesn't circulate, the body's warmth fades. In another moment, your limbs will start to freeze solid. At this, Shan Shawu's gaze grew icy. Who exactly is that Tiziao who ran away? Unable to bear the bone-chilling cold any longer, Zheng Yu finally broke, crying out, I'm just a manager. He is the owner of the Hongyi Escort Agency and the branch leader of the Black Merchant Association in Henan. Please, spare me. Hearing this, Shan Shawu frowned, his mind made up. As for Ti Xiao, he had fled straight back to the Hongyi Escort Agency. His subordinates suggested gathering their full strength to rescue manager Zheng. Tai Xiao rejected the proposal, claiming it wasn't worth sacrificing his entire force just for the sake of Zheng Yu. The Black Merchant branch leader put his mask back on and said coldly, that kid's martial arts are too strong. We must plan for the long term. With that, Ti Xiao ordered the abandonment of the Hongye Escort Agency, and they all retreated. An hour later, Shan Shawu and the Hong Five arrived at the Hongye Escort Agency, only to find the place completely empty. The Hong Five suggested they shouldn't get more deeply involved, and proposed heading to Anhui immediately. Shan Shawu nodded slightly. You know the trail has gone cold. Staying here is useless. There is a horse market nearby. We need to get moving. By the way, what were you busy with this morning? I went to the Henan branch and picked up some information. Want to guess what I found out? Stop playing games. If you want to say it, just say it. It's news about the Yuan dynasty envoy from 10 years ago. Hearing this, Shan Shawu paused for a moment, and then, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from the young man's entire body. Don't get agitated. The news hasn't been verified yet. The beggar sect disciples are working hard to track them down. I'm sure we'll have confirmation soon. Shan Shawu slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. A moment later, the young man regained his composure and said softly, Thank you. At the same time, at a ferry crossing on the Yellow River, a crowd of people huddled together, sighing. A heavy rain was falling, the river level was rising, and the Yellow River surged like an angry lion, roaring violently. Just then, a ferryman stared at the river with an expression of disbelief. He couldn't imagine anyone daring to cross the river in such weather, but there, drifting freely on the turbulent water, was a small boat. On the small boat, a man stood with his arms crossed, standing tall and proud between heaven and earth. A massive aura of internal energy surrounded him, preventing a single drop of rain from touching him. The man's eyes were deep and contemplative as he muttered, Sooner or later, I will reclaim the lost lands of the Central Plains. Just then, a wave 3 stories high rose up on the river, crashing down toward the small boat. The man snapped back to reality, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. A little rough water dares to block my path? Finishing his thought, the man lowered his center of gravity and channeled his energy into his dantian. With a technique to anchor his weight, he kept the small boat steady amidst the crashing water. Then, he pushed his hands out, exerting his massive internal power. Suddenly, the man's hair stood on end as he roared, In heaven and on earth, I alone am the honored one. With that, the force around him suddenly exploded, a powerful blast of internal energy radiating outward with him at the center. Wherever it passed, trees were leveled, and the massive waves were shattered. Within a radius of several dozen meters around the small boat, the wind calmed and the waves ceased. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by this blast of energy. Soft sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining onto the man's resolute face, further highlighting his overbearing aura. The small boat headed north, arriving at a pier in Yuan, where a man in a red cloak stood respectfully waiting. Seeing the man on the boat approach, Ma Zhongdao bowed respectfully. Greetings, City Lord. Halian Daji nodded slightly. Rise, Zhongdao. It's been a long time. The two walked together toward the nearby horse market. Along the way, Halian Daji asked about the situation at Blackblood City over the past 2 years. With you away, City Lord, the young master has made tremendous progress in his martial arts over the last 2 years. The 7 great demon lords have all praised his strength. I fear he may have already surpassed even you, City Lord. Halian Daji only gave a faint, dismissive smile and said nothing. Then his expression turned serious as he asked, How is that girl doing? She is the same as she has been for the past 2 years, though she is perhaps a little closer to the young master now. Halian Daji listened in silence for a moment before stepping quickly toward the horse market. Let's go. It is time to return. Meanwhile, at the horse market not far away, the Hong Five were selecting 2 horses. The old beggar was sharing his experience on how to pick a horse with Shan Shawu, but after waiting a while without a reply, he turned around to look and saw the young man buying something at a small stall. A moment later, Shan Shawu walked over, holding a rusted, butterfly-shaped copper object. The young man said, "You haven't seen Su Xiaohu for many years. When you meet again, you should prepare a small gift." The Hong Five looked with disdain at Shan Shaowu's foolish actions, remarking that even a beggar wouldn't give a girl such a rusted piece of copper. But then, they saw Shan Shaowu channel his internal energy into his palm. The rust layer on that bronze item began to flake off. The teenager's display left this beggar sect elder in awe. Just then, Xia Yu felt a massive, overwhelming pressure suddenly bearing down on him from behind. The young man hurriedly stopped what he was doing, and when he turned around, he saw 2 figures standing quietly, not far away. One of them was a man cloaked in black, his aura surging up to the heavens. He keenly sensed that the man's strength was on par with his master's, if not even greater. At that thought, the youth couldn't help but clench his fists, letting his own oppressive aura flare up to challenge the black-robed man. Helian Daji felt a shock of surprise in his heart, then let out a loud laugh and asked Ma Zongdao, who was standing behind him, "Zongdao, can you believe the Central Plains martial arts world still holds such a master?" Ma Zongdao was also finding it hard to breathe under Helian Daji's pressure. He stared intently at the youth, but noticed that the boy was meeting their gaze without a hint of fear. This peerless blood demon raised his left hand, his 5 fingers curled like an eagle's claw. That young man was undoubtedly a dangerous character. Just as he was about to strike first to seize the advantage, Helian Daji suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Zongdao, you are no match for him. Don't act rashly." Ma Zongdao looked embarrassed and bowed his head in apology, while Hong Wuba was utterly stunned. The old beggar swallowed hard, his throat dry. The strength the other side was displaying surpassed even that of Quanthang's Huangfu Junyue. It was truly the legendary state of harmony between heaven and man. Seeing Helian Daji manifest the power of a master in harmony with heaven and man, Hong Wuba lost his footing and slumped to the ground. Helian Daji locked eyes with the youth before him, taking a step forward to assert his dominance. Unfazed, Xia Yu remained calm and took a step forward to face him as well. The drizzling rain seemed to be pushed back by the pressure between the two. Suddenly, energy exploded from around Xia Yu, and Helian Daji immediately channeled his full internal power. The youth poured his tyrannical power into his fist, while the man focused his massive internal energy into his palm. Both went all out as they clashed. Suddenly, Xia Yu's pupils contracted. His spirit was shaken as his full-force punch struck nothing but thin air. Xia Yu looked around in confusion, feeling as if he had fallen into a wine cellar surrounded by endless darkness. Just then, a surge of energy suddenly struck at him. Xia Yu instinctively tilted his head to dodge, the energy grazing his cheek as it roared past, flattening the entire street. Xia Yu's mind snapped back to reality, realizing that he and his opponent had only clashed for a split second. A drop of cold sweat involuntarily rolled down the youth's face. Just then, the man's deep, resonant voice rang out. "You have a fine item in your hand." Xia Yu heard this and couldn't help but look down, seeing that the rust on the butterfly-shaped jade pendant had flaked off due to his energy, revealing its original form. Even more miraculously, after Xia Yu channeled his internal energy into it, 6 small characters appeared on the butterfly's wings. This is something Zheng Hanzi left behind. Those 6 characters were carved onto the wings using a secret technique. It's a pity that few in this world recognize it. I have wandered the Central Plains for 2 years and have never met a master like you. At this, Helian Daji chuckled softly. "May I ask for the young hero's name?" "I am Xia Yu. I haven't been in the Central Plains very long." Upon hearing this, Helian Daji was momentarily stunned, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter sounded like rolling thunder, with sound waves radiating out like a collapsing mountain. Hong Wuba hurriedly covered his ears, struggling to hold on. Ma Zongdao also had to channel his energy to keep his balance. A moment later, Helian Daji calmed down and slowly said, "Truly, heroes are born young. My apologies for my lack of insight. I am Helian Daji. It is a true honor to meet you today." Xia Yu smiled, showing no particular reaction to Helian Daji's praise. At this moment, Ma Zongdao led over a horse as black as ink. Helian Daji stroked the horse's mane, singing its praises before offering the reins to Xia Yu. "Meeting his fate, I gift this horse to you." Xia Yu stated that he was unworthy of such a gift, politely declining the man's kindness. Helian Daji didn't insist, instead turning to mount his own horse and saying that he still had to travel further north. Sha Yu mentioned that he too would be heading north before long. That is excellent. When you reach the north, you can come find me at Flying Snow City. As he spoke, Helion Daji looked deep into the youth's eyes. If you come, young hero, we at Black Blood City will certainly treat you as an honored guest. Farewell. With that, Helion Daji spurred his horse, which let out a long neigh before galloping forward. Ma Zongdao hurried to catch up. This peerless blood demon thought to himself that letting this youth go would surely become a great disaster in the future. But Helion Daji seemed to see right through his thoughts. Zongdao, don't do anything foolish. I don't want to lose my right-hand man just yet. Ma Zongdao was startled. City Lord, is he really that strong? From the very first glance, I knew he was the only one in the martial world today who could go around with me. We just clashed for an instant. You cannot imagine how terrifying his strength truly is. I am confident I could block one full-force punch from him, but I am certain that if I took that hit, I would lose an arm. It was an incredibly powerful and tyrannical force. To that youth, it seems there is nothing that cannot be broken. At this, Helion Daji rubbed his shoulder. The city lord was incredibly lucky that his arm was still intact. If we want to rule the Central Plains in the future, that youth will likely be our greatest obstacle. Helion Daji smirked, a flicker of anticipation for that day in his heart. The two said nothing more and rode north. Back on the other side, Han Wuba let out a long sigh. This beggar sect elder felt ashamed of his performance just now. Seeing Sha Yu standing there in a daze, Han Wuba asked if it was because the lingering poison in his body hadn't been fully purged. Sha Yu replied that the 100 knowledge powder had been completely neutralized. The youth slowly clenched the butterfly-shaped jade pendant and explained softly, "In the years since I learned the heaven-breaking divine art, Helion Daji is the first person to make me feel this much pressure." Han Wuba advised Sha Yu not to overthink it. The rain was coming, and they should be on their way. Meanwhile, at the Teach Vu Min headquarters, a carrier pigeon flew into the courtyard. A man in green robes opened the scroll, stepped quickly into the front hall, and soon reached Tutioho. Seeing his subordinate's hurried expression, Tutioho asked, "What happened?" "Young miss, this is a secret letter from the Shanxi branch." Su Xiaohu opened the scroll and scanned the contents, watching as the young lady's beautiful face tightened. The maid asked worriedly what happened, but Su Xiaohu just smiled, her voice clear as a nightingale, filled with joy. "Brother Shan Shawu has arrived in the Central Plains," she thought. Meanwhile, Nangong Suqiao's face turned ghastly pale after reading the secret report in her hand. The young lady of the Nangong family furrowed her brows, her eyes blazing with fury. Seeing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but ask, "Are the Ghost Blade and Iron Cavalry divine art masters both dead?" The latter was stunned upon hearing this, unable to believe it. It was said they were killed by someone called the War God. Kang Wei didn't even have a corpse left behind. It was unclear when such a high-level expert appeared in Taiyuan, but I am certain he is not part of the Nine Heavens Mansion. Regardless, the Five Dragon Alliance has suffered heavy losses because of him this time. Nangong Suqiao set the secret report down and coldly ordered, "I have never heard of this War God title. You must investigate this clearly at once." Jiang Shan replied that investigating wouldn't be difficult, but if the opponent could defeat two major experts of the Five Dragon Alliance, he feared he himself would be no match for him. Nangong Suqiao stated bluntly that they could ask the Wugang Yin family for help. Jiang Shan nodded lightly. If they were willing to intervene, there would surely be news. But you must pay attention to one thing. The Five Dragon Alliance is in need of people right now. If he is sensible, we can recruit him. If not, Jiang Shan understood the implication, and said coldly, "I understand. If he refuses, he must be eliminated." At this moment, Jiang Shan brought up another piece of information. He had just received word that the Haikang assassins were ambushing people in Henan. Nangong Suqiao, clever and sharp, immediately guessed that the Haikang assassins were likely also hunting the war god. That's right. Looking at the current situation, it is highly likely. Furthermore, this was an order from the Haikang higher-ups, though they suffered a crushing defeat and have all gone into hiding. At this point, Jiang Shan suddenly changed the subject. "Miss Nangong, there is something I need you to confirm for me. I heard that the North Wind Protector of the Lion Alliance died last night. I suspect everything stems from the incident in Liuning. The North Wind Protector must have known the truth. I hope you can step forward to inquire. What exactly happened in Liuning?" Nangong Suqiao nodded in agreement outwardly, but she had her own agenda. She knew Murong Dongtian and Huangfu Junyue had a secret pact. Now that Murong Dongtian was dead, The contents of that pact were known only to Quan Sheng, and to her knowledge, before he was assassinated, Murong Dongtian had handed something to a small escort agency to deliver to Quan Sheng. Because of this, she had kept the people from that agency detained. After delegating the tasks, Jiangshan stood up to take his leave. The Five Dragon Alliance expert's mind was racing. Nanggong Su Qiao had talent but lacked patience. Also, the Wugong Yin family was a notorious clan of assassins in the underworld. The entire family of several hundred people consisted of highly skilled killers. Was it worth using this force for a war god of unknown origin? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scoff to himself. If not for the protection of the Five Dragon Alliance, the Wugong Yin family would have become enemies of the entire underworld long ago. Besides, this was their dirty work to begin with. The Five Dragon Alliance expert looked up at the sky, sighed softly, and muttered, "War god, you are like a meteor falling into the underworld. In the end, you will disappear just like a meteor." Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, Nanggong Su Qiao was no longer concerned with the war god. The Lady Knight, known as one of the Three Flowers, stared coldly at a room. "That brat Su Xiaohu is too cunning. How can I take control of the Great Heaven Trade Union?" After thinking for a long time without success, the Lady Knight angrily whispered to herself, "You should feel lucky you weren't born into a martial arts family. Otherwise you would have died by my hands long ago." At the same time, on the outskirts of Luzhou City, two men, one old, one young, reined in their horses. "So you came here to find one of the Three Flowers, Han Xiangye?" "That's right. According to Lian Xiangyi, she is very likely my master's daughter." Waterflower Han Xiangye was the daughter of Han Zhengwu, the head of the Han family. Rumor had it that her strength had already surpassed the other two of the Three Flowers and the Three Heroes, and some even said she had 1 foot in the Sword Immortal realm. The Han family was once a major power in the martial world, but they had gradually declined since the rise of the Nanggong family. The two entered the city and headed to the beggar sects branch. Hong Wuguai seriously reviewed the intelligence reports sent from all over, but still couldn't find any news regarding the Yuan dynasty envoy. The old beggar looked at the youth, somewhat embarrassed, and said that perhaps Shan Shawu needed more time to rest. Shan Shawu replied that he had things to do and told Hong Wuguai not to worry about him. The old beggar's expression turned grave, urging Shan Shawu to be careful, as this was Nanggong family territory. The youth smiled and said he would try his best not to cause trouble. Night fell. In the main hall of the Nanggong family, candlelight illuminated the room. In the center of the hall stood a century-old crepe myrtle tree, decorated with great care. A large part of the bark had been stripped away, and on it were engraved 4 golden characters. "Use one staff, wield the sword to act with chivalry, and save the world." A white-haired old man asked, "How is the interrogation of the person from the Iron Martial Alliance going?" "It is still ongoing. I believe we will have clues soon." Nanggong Wugong furrowed his brows. "Hurry up. If we miss this opportunity, we will have even less hope of catching up to the Huangfu family." Nanggong Tigong replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, elder brother. We won't let Su Qiao's efforts go to waste." At the same time, in the gloomy dungeon of the Nanggong family, the sound of chains clanked as a man hung suspended, gasping for air, his body covered in wounds. The muscular man conducting the interrogation shouted, "What did Murong Dongtian give to Huangfu Yunxuan?" The captive's eyes were as firm as iron. "This man is Mo, the master of the Iron Horse Escort Agency." Back in the main hall, Nanggong Tigong stood up to take his leave, saying he had to go to the Han family to discuss the marriage arrangements. That old man Han Zhengwu is always hesitant. If it weren't for his daughter, I wouldn't bother trying to form an alliance with him. Don't worry, brother. I've been restraining myself, but tonight he must give me a clear answer." The moon rose high. Under the cover of darkness, a ghost-like figure glided through the city. The youth landed lightly on a roof, looking into the distance, only to see a magnificent, sprawling mansion not far away. It was the renowned Nanggong family. Shan Shawu looked away and gazed at the dilapidated house in front of him. This was the Han family residence he intended to visit tonight. He saw dozens of disciples guarding the entrance, and the youth was somewhat puzzled. According to Hong Wuguai, the Han family's strength was not what it used to be. Could these people be disciples of another sect? Setting aside his doubts, Shan Shawu slipped into the house. He landed on the roof as silently as a cat. The teenager carefully lifted a tile and peered through the gap, seeing 2 people inside the room deep in conversation. "Head of the Han clan. An alliance between our 2 families would only benefit the Han clan. I don't understand what you are still hesitating about. Even so, Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance. Regarding such an important matter as marriage, how could I decide for her? Does the clan head think my eldest son is not worthy of your daughter?" "Of course not. Your son is highly sought after by many families. It is our Han clan that is lowly and unable to reach such heights." Nangang Shigong seemed to have lost all patience. "Speak plainly, clan head. Are you looking down on the Nangang family?" Han Zhengyu struggled to suppress a cough, his voice trembling as he explained, "Of course not. If that is the case, then let us decide on this marriage. It is late, and I must not impose any longer. Farewell." With that, Nangang Shigong stood up and walked out of the Han estate. Han Zhengyu chased after him, insisting that such matters could not be decided so hastily. "If our alliance succeeds, the Nangang family will use all our strength to help the Han clan restore its reputation." Han Zhengyu seemed somewhat moved, yet he still insisted that his daughter must decide for herself. Parents arrange, children follow since ancient times. How could children be left to decide such things on their own? Let it be decided then. I will come tomorrow to discuss the specifics of the wedding. With those words, Nangang Shigong mounted his horse and left, followed by a group of his disciples. Shan Shawu heard every word of their conversation. Han Xiangya is currently at the Iron Martial Alliance. Could his visit tonight be in vain? Han Zhengyu returned to his room and sighed. He had not expected the Nangang family to be so coercive. Thinking of his daughter having to sacrifice herself for the family's interests, the sickly clan head coughed violently, nearly fainting. A moment later, he caught his breath. No matter what, this marriage would bind his daughter's life. Just then, a voice echoed beside him. "There is no need to suffer so much. Just speak directly to your daughter." Startled, Han Zhengyu reached out his thin left hand, drawing a long sword from 10 yards away, through sheer internal energy. The Han clan head prepared to fight back, but the teenager moved with the speed of lightning, appearing before him in an instant. Han Zhengyu was terrified, his pupils contracting in shock. The teenager's pale hand gripped the hilt of the sword, and despite all his strength, the elder could not pull it free. Realizing the massive gap in their power, he let go and asked helplessly who his opponent was. Shan Shawu apologized softly, revealed his identity, and explained that he had come for the sake of Han Xiangya. Han Zhengyu sat back on his bed and asked what relationship Shan Shawu had with his daughter. Shan Shawu stepped toward a portrait on the wall and said slowly, "As far as I know, Miss Han is not your biological daughter, is she? 20 years ago, you met Han Xiangya in Shanxi and adopted her." Hearing this, Han Zhengyu felt as if struck by lightning, trembling as he asked how the young man knew. "I traveled from the north to the Central Plains specifically because her biological father asked me to find her." Upon hearing this, Han Zhengyu was stunned. Her biological father is still alive? Recalling his master's dying wish, Shan Shawu continued, "My master has passed away, but before he died, he told me that if I found his daughter, and she was not living well, I should help her at least once. Therefore, I hope you can tell me her current situation." Han Zhengyu pondered for a moment before slowly recounting the whole story. 20 years ago, Han Xiangya was sold by the Murong family and ended up being raised in the Red Thunder Fortress in Shanxi. Xiangya was exceptionally intelligent and managed to find a chance to escape. I happened to be passing by, saved her, and brought her home. Over the years, I have always looked for her biological parents, but Xiangya suffered too much and lost all her previous memories. Then why is the Nangang family pressing for marriage tonight? They do not value Xiangya at all. They only want to exploit her martial arts. That is why I have always opposed this marriage. But Xiangya is now at the Iron Martial Alliance, 800 miles away, and the Nangang family is powerful. If what you say is true, I beg you to help her find her freedom." Shan Shawu sprinted, catching up to the Nangang family's entourage. He followed behind the last disciple, feeling only a light breeze before a hand covered the disciple's mouth and nose. In the next moment, the disciple felt himself lifted off the ground, weightless. The entire process happened in a blink of an eye. None of the other disciples noticed a thing. Shan Shawu struck the disciple's pressure points, then took his clothes to wear. The teenager looked toward the Nangang compound, silently resolving that he must investigate. The reason why the Nangang family was so determined to possess Han Xiangya. As a group of Nangang disciples entered the courtyard, one felt his vision blur, and he turned back, only to see a figure suddenly appear beside him. Seeing the stranger's face, he immediately demanded to know who he was. Unexpectedly, Shan Shawu extended his right hand, and several beams of internal energy shot from his fingertips, pinning the necks of the disciples behind him. These men could not even cry out. In an instant, they became stiff as wood, marching forward mechanically. This technique is the human puppet secret art, derived from the heaven-shattering divine skill. Master, what kind of martial art is the human puppet secret art? The heaven-shattering divine skill has been passed down for thousands of years. Predecessors from that era fought countless experts and learned from their opponents' techniques, incorporating them into their own. The so-called human puppet secret art is one of those. Simply put, it uses one's internal energy to control an opponent. But the terrifying point of the human puppet secret art lies in the fact that it not only controls an opponent's actions, but also their consciousness, according to one's will. If you can master this art, infiltration and assassination will be as easy as flipping your hand. Shan Xiaowu followed the group into the inner courtyard, unaware that a black-clad swordsman had already snuck in earlier. Just as Shan Xiaowu was assessing his surroundings, that black-clad swordsman was also silently calculating his moves. The Nangong family's security was tight. If he rushed directly into the inner court, he would certainly be discovered. Just then, Nangong Shigong asked his subordinate about the situation in the dungeon. His subordinate reported that the third master was still conducting the interrogation. Nangong Shigong was secretly shocked. He never expected anyone could endure so much at his third brother's hands. Thinking this over, Taigang Nangong ordered them to head to the dungeon. After passing a rockery, they soon reached the back courtyard. Descending through an entrance, they entered the dungeon. The smell of mold and blood in the air made Sa Yushan frown slightly. He followed Taigang Nangong in silence. Walking through the dark tunnel, he saw them head straight for a cell at the end of the passage. Taigang Nangong asked his younger brother how the situation was. Deqiang Nangong said that he had already used 22 types of torture, but the man still refused to talk. Hearing this, Taigang Nangong frowned. He stepped forward, grabbed Bu Yumo's face, and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, tell us the truth. What did Dongtian Murong give to Junyue Huangpu?" Bu Yumo had his mouth and nose covered, unable to utter a word. If he spoke, his entire family would be slaughtered. So he would rather die than say a single word. Hearing this, Taigang Nangong angrily snatched the long sword from his brother's hand and thrust it into Bu Yumo's shoulder. The latter let out a miserable scream. "I don't have much patience. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? If you don't talk, I will wipe out your whole family." Upon hearing the words T Ma Escort Agency, Sa Yushan couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the man in the cell and recognized him as Bu Yumo. "You've traveled with him before." No longer hiding, Sa Yushan stepped into the cell. The teenager's overwhelming presence left the other two stunned. Shigang Nangong was shocked and secretly furious. Ever since he left the Han family, he had felt as if someone was tailing him. He thought he was just hallucinating and didn't check properly. Just then, Sa Yushan flicked his fingers twice. Two bursts of energy shot out, hitting the two iron chains. The chains, as thick as a child's arm, snapped instantly. Bu Yumo went limp and collapsed to the ground. Sa Yushan smiled and draped his outer robe over Bu Yumo. The Nangong brothers finally snapped back to reality. Deqiang Nangong blocked the teenager's path and demanded to know who he was. Sa Yushan said coldly, "Get out of the way." Under the teenager's chilling gaze, this third master of the Nangong clan was momentarily flustered. Suddenly, Sa Yushan erupted with energy. "I told you to get out of the way." Immediately after, the two Nangong brothers were sent flying, slamming into the wall several yards away. Back in the main hall, Wugang Nangong was reading a secret report sent by Suqiao Nangong. The head of the Nangong clan had a grim expression. The report stated that the so-called god of war had headed south. Wugang Nangong was about to order his subordinates to track him down, when suddenly, a loud explosion reached his ears. He rushed to the window and looked outside, only to see two figures flying out of the dungeon like kites with broken strings. Seeing his two younger brothers blasted away like that, Wugang Nangong was horrified. As for the two Nangong brothers, after being blown back over 10 yards, they finally managed to steady themselves. Both were terrified, as they never expected the teenager's martial arts to be so formidable. Note: original text split for flow. They were stunned that the teenager's martial arts were so powerful. Seeing the opponent slowly approaching while carrying Bu Yumo, Shigang Nangong angrily shouted, asking who he was. Sa Yushan walked forward, his internal energy surging around him. Every step carried a powerful momentum. "I am Sa Yushan from Sabei. You may not have heard this name before, but someone gave me a nickname previously, which you might be more familiar with." At this, the teenager's eyes flashed. "They call me the god of war." Once those words were spoken, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Wugang Nangong looked at the teenager coldly and said, "So it is the god of war who has graced us with his presence. If there is some misunderstanding, why not come into the main hall and talk?" Then he whispered to his subordinate, "Go and prepare. We must host this distinguished guest properly." A moment later, Sa Yushan was invited into the Nangong family's main hall. Looking at the four gold-plated characters upholding justice to aid the world, the teenager smirked. Wugang Nangong sat in the head seat, his voice filled with arrogance. Those four characters represent the century-long glory of our Nangong clan. Then, the family head changed his tone. I have heard of your reputation. Dongtian Murong died by your hand, and the black merchant of Shanxi also tasted defeat at your hands. At this, Wugang Nangong's gaze became sharp. What exactly is your purpose in coming to our Nangong clan? Is it just to save the person on your back? Sayushan replied that he and Bu Yumo knew each other, and seeing him in trouble, he naturally had to intervene. Hearing this, Wugang Nangong stood up. The family head stroked the long, clear sword in his hand and said coldly, "This sword is called the Emperor's Sword. I have used it to take many lives." Wugang Nangong looked at Sayushan with icy eyes. But in the martial arts world, there is no such thing as justice. Only those who survive are righteous. The Nangong head pointed his sword at Sayushan and continued, "Since you know what we did to Bu Yumo, for the sake of the Nangong clan's reputation, I have no choice but to keep you here." Following Wugang Nangong's order, 11 black-clad swordsmen swarmed out from all sides, rushing towards Sayushan with drawn swords. The teenager tilted his body and kicked one of the swordsmen in the face. The man screamed as his sword flew out, and then he spun in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. After landing one strike, the teenager's entire aura suddenly shifted. He smirked. His voice sounded like ice from 10,000 years ago. "Do you think you can keep me with just this?" Having said that, Sayushan charged forward, taking the initiative to attack. The teenager threw a palm strike. A burst of energy, like a rainbow piercing the sun, shot straight forward. In an instant, several swordsmen were pierced through and died on the spot. The Nangong brothers, Ta Gang and his brother, were terrified. Both held their swords, ready to join the fight. But at that moment, a secret voice transmission reached their ears. It was the voice of their eldest brother, Wugang Nangong. "Idiots! Do you still not understand the significance of a group attack?" Dongtian Murong was, after all, a major figure in Liaoning, yet he died quietly at the hands of this god of war. Either his inner strength is enough to overwhelm Dongtian Murong, or his martial arts have something unique. He is so young, how much internal energy can he possibly have? His techniques must have something special. The two of us just need to observe carefully, wait for the right moment, and seize the opportunity to strike if we want to win. Seeing the three Nangong brothers standing still, Sayushan thought for a moment and figured it out. The teenager gathered force in his feet and stomped hard on the ground, his body soaring into the sky like a kite. Sayushan channeled his domineering energy into his palms. "If you want to watch, I'll let you watch." With that, the teenager unleashed a palm strike, his powerful energy pouring down like a waterfall onto the black-clad swordsmen below. In an instant, the black-clad swordsmen were engulfed by a surge of force. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Nangong Wugang's eyes. He had seized the moment when Shan Shaowu's strike had ended, and his new force had yet to generate. The head of the Nangong family shouted that this was the time to strike. Nangong Tigang rushed forward, unleashing the firmament-boundless sword technique. Nangong Degang also lunged out, using the 13 thunderous swords. The three brothers attacked the teenager simultaneously from 3 directions. Nangong Wugang's sword struck like a meteor toward Shan Shaowu's back. Little did they know, the teenager seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His fair, delicate hand quickly yet gently grasped Nangong Wugang's wrist. The sword that he was sure would claim victory suddenly changed course, plunging straight into the chest of Nangong Tigang, who was rushing in. Shan Shaowu repeated his previous move, striking Nangong Tigang's armpit with his palm, using the force to redirect the uncontrolled longsword, plunging it straight into Nangong Degang's chest. The teenager didn't stop, tapping Nangong Degang's shoulder with 2 fingers. His longsword immediately changed course again, thrusting toward his own eldest brother. In a flash, the 3 Nangong brothers had stabbed one another. Nangong Tigang was struck in the heart and died on the spot. Nangong Degang was pierced through the heart and also drew his last breath. Only Nangong Wugang was lucky enough to dodge the lethal blow, though he still had one arm severed. Watching Shan Shaowu carry Mo Buyu away into the distance, the head of the Nangong family stood there, stunned. Even though he had weathered countless storms, he could not comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, Nangong Wugang reached out his right hand, snatching the Qingdi imperial sword back into his grip. The Nangong family head caught his breath for a moment, then channeled all his remaining internal energy into the blade. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Shan Shaowu couldn't help but stop and look back, only to see Nangong Wugang channeling force into his legs and charging rapidly toward him. The teenager frowned. He didn't expect this old man to be so desperate. Seeing his opponent swinging the sword with enough power to split mountains and rivers, Shan Shawu quickly dodged. Nangong Wugong roared in anger. "You brat! I will definitely kill you today." After saying that, he leaped up, thrusting his sword straight at the teenager. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Shan Shawu's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. The teenager extended both hands, rotating them slightly in front of his chest. Immediately after, the longsword plunged straight into Nangong Wugong's own chest. Nangong Wugong cursed in a hoarse voice. "You have completely offended the Five Dragon Alliance today. You will surely die a gruesome death." Shan Shawu replied nonchalantly, "That is no concern of yours." With that, the teenager pushed his right hand, which was resting on the hilt, with great force. The longsword shot out, pinning Nangong Wugong to the ground. The blade sank 2 meters deep into the earth. The force was so immense that the surrounding ground collapsed, and gravel flew in every direction. The current head of the Nangong family was pinned there just like that. Shan Shawu looked up at the 4 gilded characters in the main hall. The teenager raised his left hand, channeling domineering energy into his palm, and released a palm strike. A powerful wave of force erupted. Shan Shawu clenched his fist, punched out, and the massive tree that had stood for hundreds of years suddenly exploded. With eyes as cold as ice, Shan Shawu said indifferently, "Your Nangong family does not deserve these 4 characters. This small house was built on a sheer cliff, 100 fathoms high, yet it was considered a forbidden land by those in the pugilistic world. This was because it was the residence of one of the 2 sages, the peerless Huangfu Yunxuan. Under the veranda, Huangfu Junyue was sitting alone at a table. A subordinate knelt on one knee 3 fathoms away, respectfully reporting, "That god of war first wreaked havoc at the Murong family in Liaoning, and a few days ago, he broke into the Nangong family alone, killing without mercy. The number of casualties is countless, including the 3rd master, Nangong Degang, who died on the spot. The 2nd master, Nangong Shigong, has also gone to see King Yama, and the family head, Nangong Wugong, was pinned to death in the main hall. It is said that this family head, before he died, witnessed a tragic scene, seeing the god of war destroy the plaque that his family had preserved for generations. Currently, the god of war's reputation in the martial arts world is skyrocketing. Many juniors admire his sudden appearance, but many masters are worried he will threaten their status. Furthermore, news says that the black merchant has also taken action against the god of war. Hearing this, Huangfu Junyue's movements faltered. The voice of the leader of the Peerless Pavilion remained as calm as water. Has the black merchant gotten involved as well? Yes. The black merchant's Henan branch chief led men personally to ambush the god of war in Henan, but they failed miserably. Huangfu Yunxuan paused, looked up at the sky, and after a while, said in a deep voice, "Send a letter to little Su Qiao. I want to meet her." Meanwhile, at the Taiwu Alliance, Nangong Su Qiao was reading a letter sent from 800 miles away. The leader of the 3 flowers suddenly saw her pupils constrict, then angrily crumpled the letter on the table. Nangong Su Qiao gritted her teeth. "Damn you, god of war. I will definitely mince you into pieces." At the same time, in a room at the Taiwu Alliance, Su Xiaohu also received news that the Nangong family had been wiped out. She was both shocked and worried for Shan Shawu. The Nangong family was severely wounded, and the 5 Dragon Alliance would certainly not let this go. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered Bi Lian, send a letter to all branches of the Great Sky Merchant Guild right now. Order them to spread the news of the god of war destroying the Nangong family. Be sure to emphasize that the Nangong family was detaining innocent people, and the god of war was acting for justice, both to prevent Brother Shawu from becoming an enemy of the martial arts world and to showcase his powerful martial arts, making those in the pugilistic world wary of him. Additionally, send a letter immediately to the 9 Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance, saying that I want to meet them to discuss important matters. The 3 powers of the Taiwu Alliance may be secret rivals, but they are allies in name. We absolutely cannot let them join forces against Brother Shawu. After giving a series of orders, Su Xiaohu thought for a moment and continued. Also, send someone to monitor Nangong Su Qiao. That woman will definitely find any way to get rid of Brother Shawu. At this point, Su Xiaohu's expression was cold. We must act very quickly. That night, Jiang Shan received Nangong Su Qiao's letter. He was ordered to go to Henan to assassinate the god of war, and to be certain, besides mobilizing the Wugang Yin, he also hired assassins from the Qingyang sect. After receiving Nangong Su Qiao's letter, he finally realized his mistake. The god of war had already reached Luzhou Prefecture and wiped out the Nangong clan. In the letter, Nangang Suqiao had made everything clear. Huangfu Yunchuan had been detaining Mo Buyu's family to keep his secrets hidden. If this got out, his reputation would certainly suffer. And since the Nangang clan had secretly saved Mo Buyu, if Quansheng found out, he would surely be furious with them. So, the top priority now was to kill Mo Buyu to silence him, and absolutely never let him expose the Nangang clan. If the god of war went to the Iron Martial Alliance to rescue Mo Buyu's family, then he and Huangfu Junyue would inevitably clash, and that would be the perfect moment to kill him. After reading the letter, Jiangshan couldn't help but admire this heroine. Even after facing a huge crisis in her own family, she remained calm and thought everything through. The Yin family patriarch next to him asked what had happened. Jiangshan stated bluntly that the god of war was not in Henan, but had gone to Luzhou, and their mission had shifted to prioritizing the assassination of Mo Buyu. Suddenly, Jiangshan sensed someone quietly approaching. The Wulong Alliance expert was just about to draw his sword when he heard a deep voice say, "You've wasted so much of our time." The newcomer was Yin Tu Yuan of the Wugang Yin clan. Just then, another woman stepped forward and said they should still be careful. They currently knew nothing about the god of war. This job didn't have much profit to begin with, and you even invited assassins from the Qingyang sect to join in. At this, Yin Muzhen let out a cold smirk, but if it means killing Mo Buyu, we won't lose much. Meanwhile, a carriage was racing toward the Iron Martial Alliance. Han Wuba was grumbling as he drove. He had only looked away for a moment, and Sha Yu had already caused such a huge mess. Seeing that no one in the carriage was speaking, he lifted the curtain to look inside and saw Sha Yu channeling his internal energy. He was refining the very essence of human life and dripping it into Mo Buyu's mouth. Han Wuba whispered to ask how his injuries were. "I've done everything I could. The rest depends on his own fate," he replied. "Besides, his meridians are shattered. Even if he survives, he'll never be able to fight again." Hearing this, Han Wuba couldn't help but sigh, yet he remained curious about Huangfu Yunchuan's secret. A moment later, Mo Buyu woke up, deeply grateful to Sha Yu for saving him. Sha Yu asked what exactly Mo Buyu had been transporting that made Quansheng go so far as to hold his family hostage. Mo Buyu recounted the entire story. It turned out they had received a new mission at the Murong clan and escaped before Dali Bao stormed the estate. But the Iron Horse Escort Agency always followed the laws of the underworld, transporting goods without ever asking about the client's secrets. He only knew it was a red-painted coffin, wrapped in iron chains and charms. According to the Murong clan, the coffin was found in the Daobei ruins, and it was said that whoever mastered it could dominate the martial arts world and become invincible. At this point, Mo Buyu became agitated. "Sha Yu, my family is still at the Iron Martial Alliance. I must go save them. We are already on our way to the Iron Martial Alliance. Just focus on healing, and don't worry so much." Han Wuba frowned upon hearing this. He knew that once Sha Yu made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. But their beggar sect had always stayed out of underworld feuds. If they got involved, the beggar sect would certainly be implicated, and that would cause major trouble. He silently decided he had to report this to the sect leader. Just then, Sha Yu's question interrupted his thoughts. "Elder, what is the rope in the carriage used for?" "That's a lifeline, used for anchoring boats or saving people who fall into the water. If it's in your way, just toss it." Sha Yu nodded slightly, already understanding. Might as well keep it. It might come in handy. Han Wuba scolded Sha Yu for being blunt, then continued whipping the horses, rushing toward the Iron Martial Alliance. But they didn't know that danger was creeping up on them. A group of people was lying in ambush in the woods not far away. Jiangshan and his cohorts had guessed Sha Yu's destination was the Iron Martial Alliance, so they had been lying in wait along this road since last night. Yin Muzhen turned to look at the ghostly figures behind them. "Sect leader of Qingyang, who strikes first?" The Qingyang sect leader stood with arms crossed, looking indifferent and detached. "Just make sure you don't get in the way of the Qingyang sect." Yin Jijiao was angered by the sect leader's arrogance, but Yin Muzhen reminded her that the man was over 60 and not to be trifled with. He might even backstab them at any moment. Right then, the sky suddenly opened up with pouring rain. Yin Muzhen smirked. "Heaven is helping us. Time to strike." Inside the carriage, Sha Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. He seemed to hear movement through the rain. The young man tilted his head to listen, and was soon certain that a group was closing in rapidly. With a clap of thunder, dozens of black-clad assassins burst out from the forest, charging straight at them. These assassins moved in total silence, clearly not ordinary fighters. Just then, a noise erupted from the carriage. The lead assassin had leapt onto the roof. But before he could act, Sha Yu smashed through the window and kicked the assassin square in the chin. Having struck successfully, The youth looked around and saw several more assassins on the roof. Sha Yu braced his hands on the carriage frame, spun his body with immense force, turning into a whirlwind. His legs flashed out, striking the assassins in the head and shattering their bones. After the clash, Sha Yu was even more surprised. These assassins worked in perfect synchronization, moving fluidly, unlike any he had faced before. At that moment, Han Wuba recognized the assassins. They were all using daggers, strapped to their forearms, the signature weapons of the Wugong Yin clan, a family of assassins. Han Wuba whipped the horses harder, the carriage flying down the road, but the assassins clung to them relentlessly. The youth channeled fierce energy into his hands, remaining unfazed despite the encirclement. Sha Yu's hands moved like lightning, defending his entire body, and with every strike, an assassin was sent flying from the carriage. Those struck suffered internal injuries and broken bones, while the unlucky ones had their meridians shattered, dying on the spot. But just then, two figures appeared in front of the carriage. Han Wuba was startled to see them. Both men wore green robes, radiating intense killing intent. The old beggar shouted, "Sha Yu, be careful! The Qingyang sect is here too. Two assassin families have teamed up." The young man listened calmly, his eyes as still as water. Zhan Xiaowu gently opened his eyes and flicked a finger. A domineering surge of energy shot out, striking both men squarely in the chest. The two assassins were slammed backward as if struck by a giant sledgehammer. Just then, a figure dropped from the sky. One assassin stepped on his comrade's corpse, using the momentum to lunge at Sha Yu. The latter remained calm, his left hand lashing out like lightning to grab his opponent by the throat. Sha Yu lifted the assassin with one hand, his youthful voice as still as an ancient well. "Whether you're from the Five Dragon Alliance or the Namkung clan, tell your masters to come themselves." Suddenly, the controlled assassin's eyes erupted into flames, and a massive surge of power swelled within his body. Seeing this, Sha Yu's pupils contracted. Instantly, the Qingyang sect assassin detonated. A massive shockwave tore into the sky. Even those half a mile away in Yuan could feel the terrifying power. Yin Muzhen crossed his arms and laughed loudly. The Qingyang sect's hellish burst art certainly lives up to its reputation. The Qingyang sect leader, however, ignored Yin Muzhen's remark. The assassin flickered and vanished from the spot. Yin Du Yuan asked if they should proceed with the plan. "Du Yuan, come with me." "Yin Zhao, stay here with Mr. Jiang. Mo Buyu must die, but killing the god of war would be even better. Yin Zhao, our Wugong Yin clan's reputation depends on you. For Sha Yu to become a heaven-breaking martial general means he must walk over the corpses of others. Although the heaven-breaking divine art is called the best in the world, heaven has eyes. Every martial art has a way to be countered. Over the past 1,000 years, the path of the heaven-breaking martial general has been paved with the lives of over 500 people. Whether you like it or not, the moment you became a heaven-breaking martial general, you stepped onto this blood-soaked path. This fear is the destiny of the heaven-breaking martial general. Are you willing to accept it? The youth didn't answer immediately but asked, "Then how did you overcome this fear, master?" Han Wuba laughed haughtily and shouted, "Amidst an army of 10,000, I remain free and unconstrained, walking as I please." A loud explosion echoed. Half the carriage was destroyed, but Mo Buyu gritted his teeth, ignoring the wood shards falling on him. Hong Wuguai struggled to hold the reins, keeping the carriage moving. The beggar elder turned back anxiously and shouted, "God of War, are you all right?" When the dust settled, Sha Yu's clothes were in tatters, a broken bone piercing his shoulder. The youth's face remained calm. "Don't worry, I'm fine." After saying this, Sha Yu pulled out the bone fragment and channeled his qi to control his muscles, quickly sealing the wound. He grabbed the lifeline on the carriage, vaulted into the air, and poured his immense internal energy into the rope. In an instant, the rope struck out like a dragon from the sea, piercing the pursuing assassins like lightning. The domineering internal energy tore through their bodies, killing them instantly. Sha Yu flicked his wrist, and the rope coiled around another assassin's neck. With a sharp tug, the man's head was severed. Meanwhile, other Qingyang sect assassins tried the same trick again, hoping to use the hellish burst art to strike Sha Yu, but he wielded the rope with such skill that they couldn't get close. However, the assassins recklessly charged again. The youth swung the rope hard, and in a flash, it pierced through their chests like a long spear. 3 assassins hung in the air like kites with broken strings. Just then, 4 more assassins leaped out. These 4 didn't attack Sha Yu but grabbed the rope instead. They hunched over, forcing their weight into their legs. The rope went taut, and even with Sha Yu's deep internal energy, he was yanked off balance. At that moment, a Qingyang sect assassin jumped onto the rope. The youth saw this and instantly understood their intent. He tapped his right index finger firmly against the rope. A powerful burst of energy traveled along it. The energy entered the assassins. Yongquan, acupoint, and the man was immediately launched into the air before his body was torn in two. The hellish burst art he had prepared detonated prematurely, instantly annihilating several Wugang Yin clan assassins. Just then, a Wugang Yin clan assassin dropped from the sky, his dagger stabbing straight toward Mo Buyu's throat. Have you ever heard of a sword technique that falls from the heavens? Seeing the assassin dive toward Mo Buyu, Sha Yu's usually calm face finally showed a flicker of change. The rope in his hand lashed out, instantly slicing the man in half. He did not know, however, that Yin Jiao, hiding in the woods, suddenly let out a cry. Her right pupil, usually alluring, suddenly turned blood red. She was using a secret technique of the Wugang Yin clan, the Blood Eye Curse, which allowed her to share her vision with other clansmen. At the same time, Yin Muzhen, lying in ambush, used the breath-resting technique, his heart rate and breath nearly vanishing. He lay still like a hibernating snake. Suddenly, the eyes of the Yin clan head also turned blood red, clearly having received the secret message from Yin Jiao. Every move Sha Yu made was under his surveillance. By now, the horses pulling the carriage were drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from the long, high-speed run. The assassins, however, kept pursuing like a swarm of ants. Han Wuba whipped the horses, urging the carriage forward. Sha Yu danced the rope in his hands, trying to hold the assassins back. Both sides are running and chasing, exhausting every ounce of strength. Along the way, explosions and screams echoed incessantly. Han Wuba turned back and asked anxiously, "Sha Yu, are you all right?" Sha Yu gave a sharp tug on the rope, signaling he was okay, but his heavy breathing betrayed his exhaustion. Han Wuba wore a grim expression. Driving through the heavy rain was already grueling, and with Sha Yu having to fend off so many assassins, it was even harder. If this keeps up, no matter how strong your martial arts are, you'll collapse from exhaustion. Sha Yu, hold on just a little longer, we're almost out of the forest. Just then, the beggar elder's face turned pale ahead, was not the exit of the forest, but a 100-foot cliff. Han Wuba screamed in terror and pulled the reins hard. Seeing the carriage about to plunge over the edge, Sha Yu gathered his qi in his dantian and swung the rope with all his might. The rope shot out, wrapping around a massive tree. The force was so great that the tree groaned and cracked, bark flying everywhere. Sha Yu gritted his teeth, pulling with all his might. The carriage stopped right at the edge of the cliff, then continued to race forward like lightning. Just then, several assassins seized the opportunity to catch up, but Sha Yu channeled his internal energy into his palm and uprooted a massive ancient tree. With the rope still attached, he swung the tree trunk horizontally, instantly blasting the assassins away. At that same moment, an assassin from the Thanduang sect unleashed the hellish explosive arts. The lifeline that had already claimed the lives of over 100 people could no longer hold up and snapped in two. Suddenly, Sha Yu noticed the pursuing assassins had vanished. "Sha Yu, have those bastards stopped chasing us?" The young man didn't answer the beggar elder's question. Instead, he turned his head to look deep into the forest. He kept feeling as if a pair of eyes were staring right at him. The blood-red glint in Amko Dao's eyes grew even more intense. This master of assassination, skilled in mysterious arts, muttered to himself, "God of War, this is only the beginning." True enough, Sha Yu's pupils constricted as a figure as tall as an iron tower appeared in the middle of the road. Once he saw the man's face clearly, Hong Nukuai's expression changed. He recognized the man as Amdo Vien from the Vu Quang clan. Amdo Vien crouched down and roared, "God of War, your life ends here." With that, he delivered an iron-fisted punch toward the head of the racing horse. Hong Nukuai felt as though the carriage had slammed into a small mountain. The beggar elder managed to tilt his head, just in time to dodge the blast of energy. As for Sha Yu, he quickly pulled Mak Batengu into his embrace. Just as the opponent's mountain-leveling punch was about to connect, the young man agilely leaped into the air to dodge. Seeing this, Amdo Vien barked, trying to run. Then, the muscles in his legs bulged, and his massive body launched forward like a cannonball. Sha Yu hadn't expected someone so large to possess such incredible lightness skills. Seeing Amdo Vien focusing his immense power into his fist, the young man had to channel his own energy to prepare for the impact. In the sky, a lightning bolt tore through the clouds. The two were about to engage in a real battle. But at that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed above Sha Yu. It was Mo Trin, who had been lying in ambush there all along. He had used the breathing cessation art to minimize his presence to the absolute lowest level, so no matter how sharp Sha Yu's senses were, he couldn't detect his presence. "God of War, I've been waiting here for a long time. Having said that, threads of energy shot from his sleeves, controlled by his internal power to form a blade of qi. The blade of qi aimed directly at Sha Yu's back. Sha Yu and Nin Jiao spun around, simultaneously throwing out their palms, barely managing to block the pincer attack. Amdu Vien's fist struck the steel wires. Ammo Trin had already rigged countless threads here. Sha Yu could only rely on the rebound force, combined with his lightness skills, to barely maintain his balance. The two from the Am clan saw they had cornered their opponent, and both laughed sinisterly as they lunged at Sha Yu. In the blink of an eye, they traded several moves in mid-air, with the two of them ganging up on him. Sha Yu was in constant danger. Amdu Vien's fist technique was powerful, decisive, and truly savagely aggressive. Ammo Trin struck with ruthless precision, his attack angles cunning, and both of them used internal energy to protect their arms and weapons. Clearly, they had already figured out the special properties of the Thien Fach divine art. The young man secretly resolved that he had to use a secret technique if he wanted to win in a single strike. Honggu Kuai watched the three of them fighting in midair for a long time without a clear winner. The beggar clan elder felt a chill of horror. He never expected the Wu Duong Am clan to have such formidable strength. Since meeting Sha Yu, he had never seen the young man struggle like this. At that moment, Sha Yu, who had been on the defensive, suddenly saw a flash in his eyes. He extended his left hand, his 5 fingers curled into hooks, and the tyrannical internal energy in his palm surged like waves. Unexpectedly, without him noticing when, thin golden threads had quietly latched onto the young man's arm. Sha Yu turned back to look, startled. Just as he was distracted, more golden threads wrapped around him. Countless threads suddenly tightened, instantly binding Sha Yu so he couldn't move. In midair, Ammo Trin stepped onto the golden threads, standing tall. This is the common failing of those new to the Jianghu, always thinking that by relying on your high-level martial arts, you can conquer the world. With that, Ammo Trin laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance. In the Jianghu, there is no high or low, only life and death. After speaking, the Am clan head lunged forward, the golden threads in his hands splitting into 9 strands, stabbing toward Sha Yu. Unexpectedly, at that exact moment, a faint smile appeared on the young man's lips. The internal energy around Sha Yu erupted, and the golden threads, which could withstand 10,000 pounds of force, snapped piece by piece. Ammo. Trin was so shocked his eyes bulged. He couldn't believe it. The silver energy surrounding the young man surged, condensing into an imposing blue dragon that looked down upon the world. The massive dragon, carrying the power of wind and thunder, struck the Am clan head in an instant. Seeing this, Amdu Vien screamed and lunged forward, wanting to use his powerful fist energy to save his big brother. But how could a firefly compare to the harvest moon? Amdu Vien had barely approached before he was swept into the tyrannical energy. A thunderous explosion tore across the sky, and both brothers were blasted away by the massive force. Amdo Vien flew back over Tenjiang, his fate unknown, while Ammo Trin was tossed into the air with a dazed expression. As he fell, he looked at Sha Yu, who was standing on the threads, and a wild thought flashed through his mind. This young man's cultivation might already rival the two saints. Just then, Sha Yu's legs, standing on the threads, sank slightly. It turned out he had reached out to grab the falling Ammo Trin. Sha Yu grabbed the opponent by the throat and said coldly, "Perhaps you still don't know for 1,000 years, the Thien Fach generals have never known defeat." Before he could finish, he felt a cold chill in his chest. A long sword had silently pierced his body. It turned out the Thon Duong sect leader had appeared behind Ammo Trin like a ghost. One sword passed through Ammo Trin and pierced right through Sha Yu's chest. Ammo Trin struggled and looked back, wanting to curse but unable to make a sound. "Ammo Trin, you once said I was the type to stab people in the back. With such a good opportunity, how could I miss it? John your peace all, go on your way with the god of war in peace. And of course, take the puppet he's carrying with you." Having said that, the Thon Duong leader pushed both hands forward on the sword. The blade pierced the young man's body but couldn't move an inch further, clearly clamped tight by the opponent's muscles. Yin Muzhen gathered all his remaining strength and gasped out, "You fool, why didn't you just go for the kill from the very beginning?" Just then, Zhan Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly. The young man's mouth curled into a cold, chilling smile. "A clean strike to the head, actually. That's not a bad idea." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Qingyang sect leader's expression shifted in terror. A surge of powerful, raw energy exploded from Zhan Xiaoyu's palm. In that instant, Yin Muzhen's head went flying into the air, while Zhan Xiaoyu's right hand remained frozen in its chokehold position. The headless corpse of Yin Muzhen collapsed to the ground, and right along with it fell the head of the Qingyang sect leader, who had been killed alongside him. The young man's figure flickered and vanished, shooting toward the ground like an arrow released from a bow. Zhan Xiaoyu landed softly in front of Han Wuba. He said gently, "Elder, please, I leave it to you to take care of Master Mo." When the beggar sect elder asked about the young man's injuries, Zhan Xiaoyu insisted he was fine. Suddenly, he whipped his head around to look toward the deep forest. "Elder, wait here, I'll be back in a flash." Hidden in the woods, Jiangshan and Yinji Jiao felt a shiver run through them as they met the young man's icy gaze. They watched as Zhan Xiaoyu pushed off the ground with the tip of his toes, lunging forward like a wild tiger descending from the mountain, charging straight toward their hiding spot. Jiangshan desperately tried to suppress the fear rising within him. The guest elder of the Five Dragon Alliance raised his hand and hurled several firebomb pellets, but Zhan Xiaoyu's internal energy intercepted them mid-air. The young man's movement technique was lightning fast. In a blink, he was right before them. Seeing this, Yin Jijiao's face drained of color, and she turned to flee in a panic. Jiangshan didn't even dare to resist, and chose to run for his life as well. They glanced back to see Zhan Xiaoyu's right hand suddenly rise, delivering a single palm strike to the massive tree they had just been standing by. The giant tree, which would have taken 3 men to circle, was sliced clean through by the young man's strike. Jiangshan chose a path opposite to that of Yin Jijiao. The sheer, terrifying power of Zhan Xiaoyu left him with no mental capacity to even contemplate fighting back. With the 2 top experts of the elite assassin families already dead at the opponent's hands, he could only pray that the monster would chase Yin Jijiao and not him. But just then, the sound of footsteps behind him grew closer, each light step echoing like a massive bell, sending tremors of dread through Jiangshan's heart. He could practically feel the murderous intent from the opponent's eyes drilling into his back. Beads of sweat broke out on Jiangshan's forehead. He pushed his lightweight movement technique to the absolute limit, but no matter how he channeled his internal energy, those footfalls, like the tolling of a death knell, continued to close the distance. On the verge of life and death, a sinister plan suddenly struck him. A small brown porcelain bottle slid from his sleeve into his palm. Inside was a substance known as the Ghost King Viper Poison. This is harvested from the place with the most intense yang energy in the entire desert. Once sprinkled on someone, it drains every drop of moisture from their body. No matter who you are, you'll end up a dried husk. Jiangshan stealthily listened to the footsteps drawing near. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout, halted, and spun around to launch his attack, only to realize there was absolutely no sign of Zhan Xiaoyu behind him. Jiangshan stood frozen, holding the Ghost King Viper Poison, unaware that Zhan Xiaoyu had vaulted high into the air and was currently landing gracefully directly behind him. Jiangshan scrambled to turn around, intending to hurl the porcelain bottle, but the young man had already anticipated his move and threw a punch. Zhan Xiaoyu unleashed his right fist, slamming it hard into Jiangshan's left arm, immediately reaching out with his left hand to seize the limb. Agony surged through Jiangshan, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his throat. Zhan Xiaoyu gripped his arm tightly and took the opportunity to shove the porcelain bottle into Jiangshan's mouth. Having subdued him, the young man coldly asked, "So, it seems you are the mastermind behind this assassination. Tell me, who sent you?" Seeing the opponent refuse to answer, the young man's expression grew even darker. "If you won't talk, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, at the Lion Alliance under the jurisdiction of the Iron Martial Alliance, Su Xiaohu came to pay her respects to the unrivaled saber lord, Che Haosheng. The young woman tried to remain composed as she stated her request, hoping to invite the Lion Alliance to take action and punish the Five Dragon Alliance. Che Haosheng appraised Su Xiaohu for a moment before settling into his chair, speaking loudly. "A little girl, the young mistress of a mere trading guild, dares to make such a demand? Do you even know what you are saying?" "This young one is well aware," she replied. "Coming here in the dead of night is for the sake of the Lion Alliance." Hearing this, Che Haosheng's hand, which was holding a teacup, paused. "Little girl, you can't fool me. Is this actually for that man called the God of War?" At the mention of this, a glint appeared in Che Haosheng's eyes. God of War? That nickname is far too arrogant. The Alliance leader already knows of the God of War, so surely you have heard much of his legendary feats. He is currently at the center of the martial world storm. Forming an alliance with such a young talent would certainly be beneficial. Are you saying that just because he defeated the Murong and Nangong families, our Lion Alliance must cozy up to him? Little girl, are you not underestimating this old man? I have roamed the Jianghu for decades. In the martial world, even the two saints couldn't touch me. You want me to curry favor with a brat who still reeks of mother's milk? How laughable. The unrivaled saber lord's martial arts are peerless. Everyone knows that. Forming an alliance with the god of war would surely bring 100 benefits and no harm to the Lion Alliance. The three of our factions and the Iron Martial Alliance are united as one, but taking action against the Five Dragon Alliance will inevitably trigger a chaotic war. How can you say it has no drawbacks? As far as I know, you have reached a divine realm in your arts, yet your true intentions are unfathomable, and you are now well over 70. As soon as these words were spoken, Che Haosheng's expression soured instantly. Su Xiaohu acted as if she noticed nothing and continued. In this world, no one lives forever. If one day the senior were to pass on, what would become of the Lion Alliance? Upon hearing this, Che Haosheng's beard and hair stood on end. Little girl, you are truly bold. Hearing Su Xiaohu speak such treasonous words, the aura around Che Haosheng shifted uncontrollably, and a cold, crushing pressure surged directly toward her. Facing the furious glare of the unrivaled saber lord, Su Xiaohu quietly gripped the fabric of her skirt, yet she managed to keep her face calm. This quick-witted young lady knew her words had struck a chord. She immediately bowed and said gently, I beg the alliance leader to calm your anger. Su Xiaohu only speaks the truth. Whether or not you are willing to admit it now, conflict between the Five Dragon Alliance, the Lion Alliance, and the other factions is inevitable. Everyone has seen the true strength of the God of War. If the alliance leader helps him now, the Lion Alliance will surely reap the rewards in the future. By the time she finished, every word Su Xiaohu spoke was firm and decisive. If the alliance leader is willing to offer your support, the Great Heaven Trading Guild will throw its full weight behind the Lion Alliance. Hearing the young lady analyze the pros and cons, Tai Haosheng suddenly grinned. So, you feel he is quite valuable, don't you? Sensing the pressure from the other side vanish in an instant, Su Xiaohu couldn't help but be slightly startled. The Great Heaven Trade Union has never lost out to anyone in business, yet now you are willing to concede for the sake of the war god. It seems you hold him in high regard. I am a merchant, and merchants do not do things that lack value. The value of the war god far exceeds the league leader's imagination. As soon as these words were spoken, the great hall fell into silence. After a long moment, Ti Haosheng spoke slowly. According to the rules of the Iron Feather League, as long as the Five Dragon League does not threaten the Lion League, we will not intervene. Pausing there, this invincible blade overlord changed his tone. However, we also have no obligation to cooperate with the Five Dragon League to deal with the war god. You understand what this old man means, right? Su Xiaohu knew that was enough. The young lady stood up to take her leave, but unexpectedly, Ti Haosheng's voice rang out from behind her. Little girl, are you married yet? If not, I have a suitable match to introduce to you. Thank you for your kindness, League Leader, but Su Xiaohu is not currently thinking of marriage, nor am I interested in a political alliance. Finished, Su Xiaohu walked straight out of the hall to take her leave. Hearing the footsteps fading, this invincible blade overlord sighed and said slowly, Tai Mu Ling, this little girl is quite something, but it seems she already has someone in her heart. Tai Mu Ling neither denied nor confirmed his father's teasing, expressing instead his gratitude that his father had agreed to his request. Actually, even if you hadn't advised against it, I had no intention of moving against the war god. That young lady didn't come here to ask us to punish the Five Dragon League. Her true goal was to prevent us from getting involved. She is a sharp-witted young woman, possessing not only great courage, but also insight far beyond her years. In fact, the more the Five Dragon League and the war god clash, the better. We don't need to get dragged into these muddy waters. Shortly after, Ti Haosheng told his son that Wan Jianxiang of the Great Strength Fort had recently sent a letter. The fort master's words were earnest, stating that if the Lion League clashed with the war god, they would certainly suffer heavy losses. Tai Mu Ling stated bluntly that both he and Wan Jianxiang had witnessed the war god's techniques firsthand, and what he feared most was the attitude of the beggar sect elder, Han Wuba, toward the war god. Han Wuba stayed in Shenyang for 10 years just to wait for him, and spared no effort to assist the war god. Tai Haosheng sighed slightly. The beggar sect always keeps to themselves, never getting involved in such disputes. For him to make an elder change his usual habits, it seems this war god truly cannot be underestimated. Elsewhere, at the Five Dragon League, the Saint Sovereign Huang Fujun Yue summoned a woman to meet him late at night. Su Qiao, do you know what kind of flowers I have planted in this garden? This flower is called the Vengeance Herb. It is said that when women in southern border wait for their husbands to return from hunting, they bite into a sprig. Once a woman discovers her husband has changed his heart or betrayed their tribe, she secretly feeds the juice of the Vengeance Herb to the man. The one who drinks it will not die immediately. Instead, their meridians will snap and their body will fester. Only after 3 days and 3 nights of absolute agony will they finally breathe their last. Huangfu Yunxuan stood behind him, dropping his playful expression. He knew his father was genuinely furious. Meanwhile, Nangong Suqiao was breaking out in a cold sweat. She realized the Saint Sovereign was implying she should hand over the puppet. Thinking of this, she immediately admitted her fault. This subordinate knows she was wrong. Please, League Leader, forgive me. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Junyue tilted his head, his tone suspicious. Su Qiao, why say that? As these words ended, Nangong Suqiao froze, unable to fathom the League Leader's thoughts, until she heard Huangfu Junyue's tone suddenly turn severe. Didn't your father already pay for his sins with his death? Or is there something else you are hiding from me? Faced with Huangfu Junyue's suddenly surging pressure, Nangong Suqiao felt herself being crushed, unable to even breathe. Only now did she realize that even if the war god didn't take action, this Saint Sovereign would have eventually wiped out the Nangong family himself. Just then, Huangfu Junyue suddenly pointed a finger, and a burst of energy shot out, enveloping Nangong Suqiao. In an instant, the swordswoman was lifted into the air by that force. Huangfu Yunxuan watched the scene, his heart trembling. Could his father have reached the realm of a half-step martial saint? After Nangong Suqiao landed safely, Huangfu Junyue said slowly, "Get up. Only a fool dwells on the past." The Saint Sovereign turned around, hands behind his back. "Su Qiao, if you wanted the puppet, you could have just asked me. Why play these games? Do you truly not trust me that much?" At this moment, Huangfu Yunxuan spoke up to defend her. Su Qiao has been trying her best to handle it. She won't let the 5 Dragon League lose face. Handle it yourselves. I am old and lazy. I don't want to deal with these trivial matters. Finished, Huangfu Junyue turned and left, returning to the main hall. The Saint Sovereign sat cross-legged and said coldly, "How far has the investigation into that war god progressed?" As soon as he finished, a figure appeared silently. The subordinate knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting, "His real name is Zhan Shawu. He belongs to no sect and follows no school. Tracking his movements suggests he comes from beyond the borders." Huangfu Junyue pondered this. The Nangong family was severely wounded but still has remnants. If the war god can eliminate them, it proves the other side still has some utility. If they are wiped out by the war god, it counts as removing a headache. Thinking this, a cold smile tugged at the corner of the Saint Sovereign's mouth. Huangfu Yunxuan escorted Nangong Suqiao down the mountain. The second young master said, "The Yin family of Wuyang has been silent until now. They must have failed." Nangong Suqiao replied that she had received news, that the war god was on his way to the Yangtze River, and she had already entrusted the matter to forces near the river to handle. Huangfu Yunxuan returned to his carefree demeanor and said bluntly, "If Nangong Suqiao finds it difficult, I can take care of eliminating the war god for you." Nangong Suqiao glanced at him and said, "The war god's strength is immense. He cannot be underestimated." Hearing this, Huangfu Yunxuan's eyes flashed. Could his martial arts be even higher than mine? Nangong Suqiao's face was grave, as she gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Huangfu Yunxuan suddenly grinned. This second young master, usually so playful, was now filled with a burning fighting spirit. Meanwhile, up the Yangtze River at Lu Shui Camp, one of the 18 camps along the river, leader Du Guqing was discussing a secret order sent by the main camp with his subordinates. One subordinate noted that the god of war's strength was unpredictable. Even though the head of the main camp promised a handsome reward, it would very likely put Lu Shui Camp in grave danger. At this point, Fan Xie advised the leader to think carefully before taking action. The rugged-looking man heard this, silent for a moment, the iron balls in his hands spinning incessantly, revealing his hesitation. Although the god of war's martial arts were formidable, if they fought in the water, he normally wouldn't be able to unleash even half his strength. Furthermore, if we could eliminate him, the reputation of Lu Shui Camp among the 18 camps would surely soar. Finishing his thought, Du Guqing sneered, "This arrogant fool has decided to intercept the god of war." The young man risked his life to save his friend, only to have his friend wake up and reproach him. "Young Master Zhan, because of you I got injured. I feel guilty about it. You should have just left me behind back then." Saying this, Mo Guyu looked at the young man and asked, "Why did you save me? You were in prison, willing to die, rather than talk, to protect your family. I respect you as a man. And besides, we are both from the martial arts world, no need to be so formal." Hearing this, Mo Guyu smiled, his inner guilt fading somewhat. Zhan Xiaoyu told him to rest and recover, then stood up and headed outside. The young man stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck. After escaping the pursuit that day, they had found a sub-branch of the Great Heaven Trading Group, and the very next day, they boarded a passenger ship belonging to the group, heading toward the Iron Martial Alliance. Zhan Xiaoyu leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, seeing the vast and misty Yangtze River, with mountains overlapping in the distance. It was truly a scenic landscape. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly. A figure on the deck caught his attention. Looking closely, it was a young man hugging a long sword. Zhang Xiaoyu observed for a moment, feeling a bit stunned. He realized that although the boy held a sword, there was no killing intent at all, and the boy didn't even notice someone was watching him. At that moment, he was still lost in the memories of before he descended the mountain. Han Su, if you want to go down the mountain, I won't stop you. Take this. Though it was an old sword, it was enough for self-defense. Han Su looked at the long sword his master gave him. The scabbard was mottled, appearing to have weathered many years. The grip wrapping had frayed in many places, vaguely revealing the two characters, Zhong Nan. Disciple. Remember, a swordsman needs not the sword itself, but the spirit of the sword. Han Su pulled back his thoughts, looked up at the sky, and sighed. Compared to the vast world of martial arts, Zhongnan Mountain was still too small for him. Suddenly, he felt a gaze evaluating him. Turning his head, he saw a young man watching him from afar. Han Su was slightly startled. He realized this person had blue eyes. Just then, Han Wuba walked up behind Zhang Xiaoyu and asked why the young man was staring at that guy. Zhang Xiaoyu said he was just curious. Han Wuba put his arm around the young man, pulling him back toward the cabin, saying, "Captain Ma of the Great Heaven Trading Group has prepared a feast. He invites you to drink." Seeing an old beggar sect member dragging that young man away, Han Su didn't think much of it and stood up to stretch his muscles. Suddenly, he saw a fishing boat casting nets near their ship and couldn't help but look, feeling suspicious. There were so many ships passing through here, it was no place to fish. Looking closer, he saw the fisherman had bulging muscles and radiated a fierce aura. When his eyes met one of the aggressive fishermen, Han Su was even more certain these weren't fishermen, but martial artists. Before long, the two boats drifted further apart, as if it were just a chance encounter on the river, causing no ripples. That night, 3 warships from Lu Shui camp quietly stopped on the water. Seeing the large ship getting closer through his telescope, Du Guqing asked in a low voice if they had confirmed the target was on board. Fan Xie said he had seen the god of war and Hong Wuba on deck with his own eyes, but he wasn't sure if Mo Guyu was on board. After reporting the intel, he still advised the leader to reconsider. If the god of war was truly as legendary as rumored, Lu Shui camp would be no match for him. Hearing this, Du Guqing was instantly enraged. What are you worried about? No matter how strong his martial arts are, once the ship sinks, he will be buried at the bottom of the river. Finished, he swung the long spear in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, the time to make a name for ourselves has come." The water bandits responded in unison, brandishing their blades and swords, full of momentum. On the other side, inside Zhang Xiaoyu's ship, Hong Wuba was clinking glasses with Captain Ma Miaomen. Ma Miaomen said, "It was the honor of a lifetime to serve 2 great heroes." Hong Wuba replied, "Across the 5 lakes and 4 seas, we are all brothers. No need to be formal." The two drank to their heart's content, even calling for Mo Guyu to join them, completely unaware that danger was creeping closer. Only Han Su remained at the railing, lost in thought. He had been suspicious all day that the fishing boat was tailing them. Just then, a calm voice spoke up behind him. Han Su turned around and saw it was the young man from earlier. "You also noticed someone was trailing this ship?" Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the reeds on the river and said calmly, "Maybe they are water bandits, or perhaps they are assassins." Before he could finish, the whole ship suddenly shook violently. The two, Hong Wuba and his companion in the cabin, instantly sobered up. Mo Guyu looked out the window and saw a burly man leap from the water, followed by several figures charging straight toward the large ship. Seeing 3 water bandits jump onto the deck, Han Su quickly grabbed his sword hilt, preparing to draw his blade and fight. But he found his arm felt like it wasn't his own. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't draw the sword even an inch. Zhang Xiaoyu watched the boy silently. This was the first time he had ever seen a swordsman who didn't know how to use a sword. Seeing the enemy closing in, Zhang Xiaoyu extended his right hand, a powerful and tyrannical aura coating it. Then he struck out with a gentle palm, a massive force surging forward. The 3 water bandits took the hit to their chests and perished instantly. Han Su stood stunned at the sight. The young man said casually, "Friend, hesitation is defeat." At the same moment, in the cabin, several sailors were desperately trying to plug a hole in the hull. Hong Wuba asked if they had hit a reef. Captain Ma said this route had no reefs. Just then, a sailor clarified the situation, reported back, claiming a massive chain was stretched across the river, blocking the path of the large ships. Upon hearing this, the boatmaster's face turned pale. Bluntly, "This is a common tactic of the Lu Shui camp." Hong Wuba understood immediately. He knew the Nangong family and the 18 camps of the Yangtze River had deep ties. Today's trouble was definitely caused by the Nam Kung clan. The elder from the beggar clan instructed the ship captain to quickly repair the boat, then dashed to the deck to prepare for the river bandits. Hong Wuba's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. If the 18 forts of the Yangtze River were all attacking at once, there would be at least 1,000 men. Even a god of war with unrivaled martial arts couldn't possibly kill them all. The old beggar dashed onto the deck, leaped onto the mast, and scanned the surroundings, seeing 3 warships turning toward them. Hong Wuba felt a secret relief. It seemed only the Lu Shui fort was acting alone tonight. He then jumped down beside Zhan Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, those are men from the Lu Shui fort, part of the 18 forts of the Yangtze River. Their leader, Dugu Qing, is ruthless and cruel. It's highly likely the 5 Dragon League is pulling the strings. The 18 forts or the 5 Dragon League, it's all the same. I'll kill whoever comes. As he finished, Han Su felt a chill run down his spine. Who on earth is this young man? Just then, the river bandits leaped onto the deck. Seeing the bandits screaming and charging at him, Zhan Xiaoyu extended his right hand. His 5 fingers curled into a hook. Powerful internal energy surged through his palm. The young man said coldly, "I'll kill as many as come." With a single palm strike, Zhan Xiaoyu sent the first bandit charging forward to his death. His accomplices behind him turned pale, shouting frantically to warn each other. Han Su, watching this, widened his eyes in shock. He never expected this young man to be so ruthless. Beside him, Hong Wuba saw the young man trembling in fear. The old beggar seemed to realize something and began to speak to him. "First time in the pugilistic world, so you've never seen such a bloody scene, right? Don't let his decisive strikes or his brutal techniques fool you. He hasn't even been in the martial arts world for 2 months, and he just turned 26 this year. But whenever he fights, this kid never hesitates to protect what matters to him. He wouldn't even mind facing the entire martial world." Saying this, Hong Wuba shot an insightful glance at the youth beside him. "I can see your internal energy is strong. Your talent must be decent. Don't let your potential go to waste." Han Su tightened his grip on his longsword until it creaked. For a moment, he fell into a state of inner conflict. "Senior, I once swore to draw my sword only to save the lives of the common people." "Nonsense. If you can't even save yourself right now, how can you talk about saving the common people?" Hearing this, Han Su felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Only today did he realize the creed he had held onto for so long was truly laughable. At that moment, a loud roar interrupted his thoughts. Dugu Qing roared from afar, "Fire arrows!" In an instant, the river bandits drew their bows, and a volley of arrows flew out, countless fire arrows descending like a swarm of locusts toward the large ship. The sails were hit and immediately caught fire. Several sailors were pierced by the fire arrows and died on the spot. The wooden deck began to burn. Seeing this, Hong Wuba couldn't help but change color. The Lu Shui fort clearly intended to burn them alive. As for Han Su, he dodged left and right, but the dense rain of fire arrows couldn't hurt him at all. Just then, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Zhan Xiaoyu's mouth. The young man channeled his incredibly domineering internal energy and threw a punch toward the water. The calm river surface suddenly surged, with waves 3 stories high, forming a wall of water between the 2 large ships. The incoming fire arrows were swept away by the wall, instantly extinguished, and fell into the air, losing all their force. The water wall then descended like a waterfall, dousing the fire that had just broken out on the ship. The river bandits on the deck couldn't react in time and were washed into the river. Hong Wuba was left stunned by the young man's thunderous methods. It was Zhan Xiaoyu's call that brought him back to reality. "Elder, please give me a hand. Throw me onto the Lu Shui fort's ship." Hong Wuba immediately understood, drawing the long whip from his waist. Zhan Xiaoyu jumped onto the whip immediately. "Senior, stay here and wait a moment. I'll be back shortly." Hong Wuba swung his arm, throwing the whip with all his might. Zhan Xiaoyu flew out like a cannonball, heading straight toward the Lu Shui fort's warship, more than 30 meters away. Seeing the youth descending like a shooting star, the Lu Shui fort men shouted and prepared to fight, but Zhan Xiaoyu stomped his foot hard on the deck. The river bandits were instantly sent, flying by the immense force. The youth smiled, raised both hands, channeled his domineering energy into his palms, and then slammed them onto the deck. Next, the sturdy wooden deck exploded, and all the bandits on the ship were blasted away by a single strike. The large warship was split in 2 by the young man's blow. Zhan Xiaoyu landed lightly on a piece of wreckage. The youth destroyed one ship and looked around, then kicked off the wood and soared away. He cut down the 2 remaining warships in an instant, causing countless bandits to scream and fall into the river. Zhan Xiaoyu ignored the tragic wailing around him and set his eyes on the last warship in the distance. The corners of the youth's mouth curled into a smile, and he muttered softly, "One last one left." With that, Zhan Xiaoyu stepped on the water and headed forward. On the other side, Han Su was stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this was human strength. Han Wuba, while fighting the bandits, shouted, "Don't just stand there, come help me." To his surprise, Han Su seemed like a different person. "Senior, please help me get to that ship." Han Wuba was slightly surprised but swung his long whip again. Han Su followed suit, jumping onto the whip. Han Wuba threw it with all his strength, and the youth shot out like an arrow from a bow. The old beggar shielded his eyes from the sun and looked into the distance. Could this kid have finally figured it out? On the last Lu Shui fort ship, Du Guqing was stunned by the sight, his hands trembling as he held his trident. Fan Zhe stood behind him, saying they should retreat immediately, but before he could finish, he saw a figure coming across the water. When he saw the stranger's appearance, Du Guqing at the bow changed color, while Fan Zhe looked up and warned loudly, "Fort Master, watch out above." Seeing the youth holding a sword and leaping from the air straight at him, Du Guqing swung his trident, intending to strike. Unexpectedly, Zhan Xiaoyu unleashed a punch carrying the power of wind and thunder. A powerful blast of energy hit the bow of the ship, and the sturdy warship was shattered by a single punch. In the heat of the moment, Campmaster Du Guqing roared in fury, channeling all his internal energy into his ivory trident. He swung the trident with blinding speed, determined to use all his lifelong martial arts to prove himself against the war god. Pham Chet drew his longsword from his waist, preparing to intercept the young man in midair for his master. Du Guqing lunged at Zhan Xiaoyu with his trident, while Pham Chet leaped up, slashing his sword toward Han Su. At that instant, Han Su closed his eyes, the advice of Zhan Xiaoyu echoing in his ears, "A hesitant friend will fail." Suddenly, a sound like a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens as the sword was drawn. Han Su's eyes snapped open, blazing with light, revealing his longsword inscribed with the words "Red Heart." In the moment they blurred past each other in midair, Pham Chet's sword-wielding right arm was severed. On the other side, Zhan Xiaoyu's gaze remained icy. With a single palm strike, he shattered Du Guqing's trident in two. The force of his palm strike did not diminish, slamming directly into his opponent's chest. Du Guqing felt a torrential wave of energy surging chaotically through his body, and moments later, Zhan Xiaoyu's palm pierced straight through his chest. The shockwave of energy rippled outward, catching the water bandits behind him and sending them flying into the air, where they died instantly. The entire warship was torn apart by the sheer force, eventually reduced to nothing but splinters floating on the river. After killing Du Guqing with a single strike, Zhan Xiaoyu turned to look at Han Su. Although the boy's sword technique was still raw, the very act of drawing his blade had unleashed that resonant sound. He hadn't expected the youth to have reached the realm of man and sword as one. Pham Chet, his arm severed, knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth. "Fine swordplay, but your experience in the martial world is still far too shallow." He snatched up his sword and lunged, a flurry of sword shadows slashing like silk ribbons toward Han Su's head. Taken off guard, Han Su tried to duck, but his hat was still sliced in two. Han Su scrambled back a few steps to put some distance between them, but Pham Chet pressed forward, swinging his blade directly at his head. In that critical moment, a burst of energy shot from Zhan Xiaoyu's fingertip, instantly piercing Pham Chet's body and freezing him in place. This was the human puppet secret art, evolved from the heavenly soul divine technique. Pham Chet tried to look behind him, only to find he couldn't even turn his head. Immediately after, he felt his neck tighten as a hand clamped around his throat. Pham Chet was lifted into the air by Zhan Xiaoyu with one hand, and he screamed, "Let me go! Kill me if you dare. The Yangtze 18 camps will never forgive you for this." Zhan Xiaoyu just gave a cold scoff. "Go tell your master we'll see who doesn't forgive whom." With that, the young man channeled a burst of energy into Pham Chet's neck, then carelessly tossed him aside like a dead dog. Zhan Xiaoyu asked if Han Su was all right, and after receiving a firm answer that he was fine, he looked at Pham Chet. "I've struck a burst of energy into your dantian. If your master can neutralize it, you might live. Otherwise, your dantian will explode and you will die. Remember, you only have 2 days." Terrified to his core, Pham Chet listened as the devilish young man calmly continued. "Also, pass a message to your master. If he is still determined, he is welcome to come find me, and I will be waiting." The surviving water bandits, as if granted a pardon, leaped into the river, wishing they had been born with more legs to run faster as they scrambled to escape. At this moment, Han Su stepped forward and bowed. "I am Han Su, the head disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect. Thank you for saving my life, young hero. You are too polite, Brother Han. It is I who should thank you for your chivalrous actions. I am Zhan Xiaoyu. Shortly after, the two returned together, vowing to drink until they were wasted that night. Only Han Wuba remained, still battling the last of the water bandits on the deck. Elsewhere, within the Iron Feather Alliance located in the Dongting Lake archipelago, an old man stood leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance with a troubled look. He had received news of the defeat at the Green Water Camp, but what he hadn't expected was that since that night, no one in the Yangtze 18 camps had dared to make a move. Nangong Shangyuan felt they should handle the war god themselves rather than relying on the Wuyang Yin family and the Yangtze 18 camps. Both the Wuyang Yin family and the Qingyang Gate had fallen to the war god. Xiangshan had also been turned into a dried husk. There was Ghost King poison in his mouth. He must have been forced by the war god to swallow it. After a long silence, Nangong Suojin sighed. Who exactly is this war god? Su Qiao claimed she had a new plan and hoped it would yield results this time. I hope so. A brat just entering the martial world who is this difficult to deal with is a real headache. At the same time, at a pier by Dongting Lake, many martial arts experts, having heard the war god was coming, flocked there, desperate to see his true face. Huangfu Yunxuan advised against it. Such petty tactics won't be enough to kill the war god. I advise you to think carefully. Nangong Suqiao insisted on having her way, saying that even if they couldn't kill the war god, they would make those around him suffer. Huangfu Yunxuan gave her a deep look and said nothing more. On the vast surface of Dongting Lake, a large ship sailed against the wind. After the previous night's battle, the sailors had repaired the vessel. Han Wuba pushed Mo Guyu on his wheelchair out of the cabin. The river breeze blew gently, and the warm sun shone down. The old beggar slumped onto the deck, looking quite relaxed, while Mo Guyu looked sullen, his brow furrowed. Along the way, although the Yangtze 18 camps hadn't attacked again, he knew full well the Five Dragon Alliance wouldn't let it go so easily. Han Wuba told him not to worry so much. If the Five Dragon Alliance didn't follow the rules of the martial world, he would order 10,000 beggar sect disciples to go to the Five Dragon Alliance and beg for food. Surprisingly, the old beggar's attempt to comfort him didn't work. I owe the young hero too much. If it weren't for me and my family, he wouldn't need to confront the Five Dragon Alliance. Don't overthink it. He caused an uproar at the Murong clan and ruined the business of those black market merchants. Even without you, he would still be against the Five Dragon Alliance. The kid just does what he believes is right, so you don't need to feel so guilty. At that moment, Han Su hesitantly walked up behind Zhan Xiaoyu. The young man looked at the other's silhouette, his mind in turmoil. He already knew the glorious feats of this war god standing before him. First, crushing the Murong clan in Liaoning, defeating the first-generation master Murong Dongtian, then crushing the black market merchants in Shanxi, and consecutively killing the Iron Cavalry, Divine Bow, and the Underworld Demon Blade. After breaking the rules and going on a killing spree at the Nangong family estate to save Mo Guyu, even executing the family head, Nangong Yujin, on the spot, Han Su found himself deeply admiring him. There would be nothing better than fighting side by side with such a man. Seeing him standing silently behind him, Sha Yu took the initiative to break the silence. It seems young hero Han is still riding the adrenaline from your first real battle. Unexpectedly, Han Su bowed respectfully. I am truly stirred, only because I was able to witness brother's exquisite martial arts with my own eyes. Sha Yu turned his head, looking back in confusion, only to hear Han Su say humbly, I, Han, am untalented, yet I wish to take you as my elder brother and serve by your side. Hearing this, both the Hong Five Freaks and Mo Guyu were stunned into silence, while Han Su insisted solemnly that he meant it with all his heart. Sha Yu turned back helplessly and smiled. Just call me brother, there's no need for such formalities. The Hong Five Freaks laughed out loud. Sha Yu, how about I call you big brother too? As soon as the words left his mouth, even the gloomy Mo Guyu couldn't help but smile. With a massive flag appearing in the distance, Sha Yu and his group finally arrived safely at the Iron Feather Alliance. In a quiet room elsewhere, the Fist Saint, Huangfu Yunxuan, was admiring a strange flower pot, where 5 flowers bloomed from the same root, yet each was a different color. The Five Dragon Alliance leader asked his subordinate behind him, if one flower is diseased, will it cause the roots to rot? If I prune it, this rare pot will no longer be unique. But if I keep it, all 5 flowers will die. Seeing his subordinate too afraid to answer, Huangfu Junyue did not press the issue. Let's go. Walk with me for a bit to clear my mind. I feel a bit restless. Shortly after, the two walked out of the courtyard one after another. While walking, the Fist Saint asked, I heard that the god of war has entered Hunan territory. That is correct. The ship has approached the Iron Feather Alliance and is about to dock. Should we take action? Huangfu Yunxuan noted that the reputation of the Five Dragon Alliance had plummeted. Since they didn't use force to eliminate him early on, making a move now would only ruin their reputation further. A cold glint flashed in the Fist Saint's eyes as he spoke. It's all because I trusted that girl, Su Qiao, too much. In the end, she is still too young and narrow-minded. Standing on a mountain peak, Huangfu Yunxuan looked out at the river, watching a large ship cutting through the waves, approaching from afar. The Fist Saint narrowed his eyes, his voice unreadable. Finally, you've arrived. The most powerful faction in the martial arts world, the Iron Feather Alliance, had set up a massive formation, all to welcome a youth who had just entered the Jianghu. The leader was an old man with a look of contempt on his face. This was Zhe Zhonghe, the man in charge of the Iron Feather Alliance's docks. He couldn't understand why they had to be so grand for a greenhorn. Seeing the ship gradually docking, Ge Zhonghe shouted loudly, "We have come to welcome you, God of War. Please come ashore and speak." Sha Yu stepped off the gangway slowly. Zhe Zhonghe, who had been full of disdain, suddenly changed his expression. He saw the God of War with eyes half closed, wisps of internal energy swirling around his body, his brow radiating a handsome yet majestic aura. Sha Yu suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, causing the busy dock to fall deathly silent. The Hong Five Freaks and their companions were also surprised that the Iron Feather Alliance had set up such a formation, feeling a bit uneasy. Sha Yu comforted them softly. These people are not worth worrying about. For now, we only need to keep an eye on one person. Saying this, the young man looked toward a distant cliff, seeing Huangfu Junyue staring back with a sharp gaze. The two were 100 paces apart, locking eyes. God of War, Fist Saint, a pleasure, he said quietly. Huangfu Yunxuan studied the God of War with interest, while Nanggong Su Qiao gritted her teeth at the sight of her father's killer. Seeing a man in purple robes approach, Huangfu Yunxuan asked in a low voice, "Du Gui, what do you make of him? This kid seems relaxed on the surface, but he is highly alert on the inside. His internal energy flows throughout his entire body. Even surrounded by enemies, he remains steady. This God of War is definitely a top-tier master." With that, Jin Guyu sneered and continued, "Miss Nanggong, I don't know what you're plotting, but I advise you to be cautious. He is not a man who can be dealt with by one or two assassins." Huangfu Yunxuan agreed. "Did you hear that, Su Qiao? Be careful." Back at the dock, Sha Yu stepped off the boat. Ge Zhonghe stepped forward to introduce himself as a Hallmaster of the Iron Feather Alliance's outer branch. "A pleasure to meet you, Hallmaster Ge. I am Sha Yu. I thought there would be a fierce battle after disembarking, but it seems I was overthinking. The grudges between you and the Five Dragon Alliance have nothing to do with the entire Iron Feather Alliance. We are not as narrow-minded as you think. As long as you do not break the rules of our Iron Feather Alliance, no one here will give you trouble. But I must remind you, the Iron Feather Alliance has 3 independent zones managed separately, aside from the public area. Whatever happens in those zones, the other parties will not interfere. Just like this dock, which I manage if I weren't from the Lion Alliance but a subordinate of the Five Dragon Alliance, you and I would likely be fighting right now." The Hallmaster's gaze intensified. "One last piece of advice. Survival here is justice. If Mo Guyu was truly wronged, he must stay alive to have a chance to prove it." Sha Yu sneered. "Those who commit crimes can act recklessly, while the victims must be careful at every turn. It seems the Iron Feather Alliance is no different from anywhere else." Just then, a voice as clear as a warbler's song rang out behind them. "Brother Sha Yu, I am here to help you. I will help clear Mo Daxia's name." As soon as she spoke, the crowd erupted in whispers. No one expected the young master of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild to publicly support the God of War. Even the experienced Hong Five Freaks were left stunned. Sha Yu walked slowly to the front of Su Xiaohu. The young man looked at the beautiful girl before him and said tenderly, "Su Xiaohu, is it really you? It's been a long time." After saying this, Sha Yu reached out and patted her head gently, just as they had done when they first met as children. Huangfu Yunxuan, watching the scene, was dumbfounded. Could it be that Miss Su rejected him because of this God of War? Thinking of this, the Fist Saint's second son gritted his teeth and said, "Su Qiao, whatever your plan is, as long as you can make that God of War wish he were dead, do it immediately. Rest assured, young Master Huangfu, I will make his life a living hell." Finished, she glanced toward a man in black hidden in the crowd. This was Yan Lianhua, who nodded quietly. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohu was having her head patted by Sha Yu. The beautiful girl was momentarily flustered. A moment later, she shed her dignified image, pouting as she said, "Sha Yu, brother, if you keep patting my head, I won't be able to grow taller." Han Wuba watched this scene and smiled with satisfaction. It was the first time he had seen Sha Yu this relaxed, but no one noticed that in the crowd, a man in black was silently gripping his sword hilt. Immediately after, the assassin suddenly lunged out. With the ringing of a blade, he leaped into the air, charging straight toward Sha Yu and his companion. The maid, seeing this, was terrified and hurriedly warned her mistress. Han Wuba and Han Su were standing too far away to stop it in time. By the time they realized the assassin's target was Su Xiaohu, Huangfu Yunquan was also panicked. "Wait, why is it Miss Su?" But the assassin had no intention of stopping. Just then, Sha Yu suddenly raised his right leg, landing a white horse drifts its hoof kick right on the assassin's throat, with enough force to send the assassin's head flying. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted from the assassin's neck. Sha Yu quickly moved to shield Su Xiaohu, taking the full brunt of the blood. The young man and woman locked eyes, deep affection overflowing. "Su Xiaohu, I promised you that I wouldn't let you get hurt, not even a little bit." But unexpectedly, just then, the elder shouted loudly, "Sha Yu, you dare to kill someone from the Five Dragon Alliance in broad daylight? Isn't that going a bit too far? After all, this is the Iron Martial Alliance, not a place for you to act recklessly." Everyone saw it. He attacked first. I was merely defending myself. If the Five Dragon Alliance wants justice for him, I can go meet the Martial Saint myself to explain. But before that, the Martial Saint owes me an explanation. Saying this, Sha Yu looked up toward Huangfu Yunquan in the distance. Why did the Five Dragon Alliance's people try to assassinate the young master of the Great Heaven Trading Group? And why, as the Honorable Martial Saint, are you holding Mo Geiyu's family hostage? Facing the young man's loud questioning, Huangfu Junyue was so angry he laughed, muttering, "What a disrespectful brat." The martial artists on the pier buzzed with gossip. Someone said in shock, "Sha Yu really doesn't know his place," daring to publicly challenge the Martial Saint. Others said if the rumors were true, Huangfu Junyue's actions were indeed inappropriate. Mo Geiyu was deeply astonished. He hadn't expected Sha Yu to dare question the Martial Saint on his behalf, while Han Su worriedly looked toward Han Wuba. "Elder, isn't my brother declaring war on the Five Dragon Alliance by doing this?" Old Beggar remained silent for a long time. The situation had exceeded his capabilities. Huangfu Yunquan certainly wouldn't admit what Sha Yu said, but if he didn't admit it, he would be accused of having a guilty conscience. Regardless, the two were bound to have a battle. Meanwhile, Huangfu Yunquan wasn't thinking that far ahead. The Martial Saint's second son was filled with burning rage, shocked that Nanggong Tuqiao had tried to kill Su Xiaohu. Thinking of this, Huangfu Yunquan cast a glance to the side, immediately lunging over, grabbing Nanggong Tuqiao by the throat and pinning her against a pillar. Nanggong Tuqiao had never seen Huangfu Yunquan this angry, hurriedly explaining, "Young Master Huangfu, this was something you agreed to. I thought you wanted to kill that beggar sect elder. You clearly knew I liked Su Xiaohu, yet you still wanted to kill her. Nanggong Tuqiao, how many lives do you think you have?" Just then, a hand gently rested on Huangfu Yunquan's shoulder. Jin Guyu said in a low voice, "Yunquan, stop acting out. Now is not the time for this." The God of War's words had backed the Five Dragon Alliance into a corner. If not handled properly, it would lead to endless future trouble. By now, Huangfu Yunquan had calmed down. "Nanggong Tuqiao, I'll remember this." The second young master released Nanggong Tuqiao, turning to ask Jin Guyu if he had any good plans. "The God of War clearly wants to drag the Five Dragon Alliance into this. We need to turn this into a personal feud." Finishing his sentence, Jin Guyu channeled power into his legs and leaped off the balcony, landing in front of Sha Yu within a few breaths. To finally meet the God of War. What luck. I am Jin Guyu, known in the underworld as the Bean Demon. Seeing the Bean Demon Jin Guyu jump into the arena, the elder hurriedly advised, "Master Jin, if your Five Dragon Alliance continues to cause trouble, things will reach a point of no return. I see the God of War has supreme martial arts. My hands are just itching for a fight. I'm here only to spar with the God of War. This has nothing to do with the Five Dragon Alliance." Sha Yu smiled slightly as Jin Guyu held his left hand in front of him, then brought his right hand to his waist. This Bean Demon stepped his left foot forward, his toes lightly touching the ground, lowering his stance, assuming a fighting posture, and said coldly, "You and I are both martial artists. How can we pass up the chance to meet our master? Enough talk. Let our techniques decide the winner." Su Xiaohu looked worried, but Sha Yu comforted her. "Don't worry. Su Xiaohu, step back a bit. We'll talk later." Finishing, Xia Yu tucked his robes back, the young man taking a half step back, also assuming a ready stance. You're right. Enough talk. Make your move. Both were brimming with fighting spirit. Instantly, murderous intent filled the entire arena. At this moment, Jin Guyu spoke slowly. Over the past few years, I've been nothing but a loyal dog protecting Huangfu Yunxuan. As he said this, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Today, let us have a battle to our heart's content. Before the words even finished, Jin Guyu charged at Xia Yu, a strike heading straight for the young man's chest. Xia Yu hurriedly put his hands up to block, but was still sent flying by the immense force. Jin Guyu pressed his advantage, throwing a straight punch toward Xia Yu's chest. The young man blocked it, but Jin Guyu immediately unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire attacks, every move powerful and lightning-fast. Xia Yu calmly parried each technique, moving flexibly and blocking all of his opponent's strikes. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes, and he launched a kick straight at Jin Guyu's head. His opponent hurriedly raised his arms to block the heavy kick. Xia Yu used this opportunity to shift from defense to offense, focusing all his inner strength into his left fist, delivering a powerful punch to Jin Guyu's lower abdomen. His opponent felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. The blood and energy in his body surged, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, only finding his footing after retreating several yards. The surging inner energy within Jin Guoyu made him extremely uncomfortable. He frowned and muttered, "The god of war lives up to his reputation. I've already lost. I came here only to seek justice, not to create more bloodshed." Before he could even finish, Jin Guyu let out a roar, unleashing every ounce of his internal energy. "But that's still not enough to take me down. Let's keep going." Seeing this, Xia Yu was brimming with fighting spirit. That's exactly what I wanted. Having said that, the two caught their breath and continued the duel. Meanwhile, on a different peak, an old man and a youth were quietly observing the battle. Yuan Diezi's expression was solemn as he said, "No one has ever dared to openly criticize Huangfu Yunxuan like that. At first, I thought he was just a reckless fool seeking fame, but now it seems his martial arts are truly formidable. Master, is he really the legendary god of war everyone's been talking about?" "Yes, he is. His name is Xia Yu, and he hails from the northern barracks. I never expected such a young hero to come from those frozen lands. 10 years ago, I heard tales of a master there with peerless martial arts. It's a pity that due to the constant wars, I never had the chance to pay my respects. I wonder if this god of war has any connection to that master?" Up in the pavilion of the Lion Alliance, a father and son were also watching the match. Chi Hao Sen tightly gripped the two iron balls in his hands, saying in a low voice, "If this is the full extent of the god of war's strength, then I must say, I'm quite disappointed. The girl from the Great Sky Trade Guild begged me for help in vain." With that, Chi Hao Sen seemed to realize he was being too harsh, but given that the opponent was the Bean Demon, he knew he shouldn't hold his breath for the boy. Chimulin respectfully asked from the side, "Does that mean you think the god of war will lose, father?" "It's still too early to determine a victor, but the Bean Demon is not someone to be trifled with. How much do you really know about him?" Chi Mulin only said he heard the opponent was strong, but there had been no news of the Bean Demon in the martial arts world for years. 5 years ago, Jin Guyu appeared in the world like a shooting star and became known as the Bean Demon. From then on, he traveled everywhere seeking out masters to duel. That included the renowned swordsman, Single Strike of the Vast Sea, Yu Ji Qian, who was sliced in two during their fight, and the Shandong Fistmaster, Iron Demon Deng Shanghai, whose meridians were shattered by a single punch from Jin Guyu. Many say if he continues to grow, he will surely become one of the 4 great masters, but I never imagined he would end up as Huangfu Yunxuan's son-in-law. Old man Huangfu Yunxuan still maintains that arrogant attitude, thinking that just because he's a fist saint, he can throw money around like dirt. To think he can't even keep that girl, Nanggong Suqiao, in check. Meanwhile, Huangfu Junyue and his subordinates were thinking differently. "Shall we make our move, sir? This fist saint claims that doing anything now would be pointless. Chi Hao Sen of the Lion Alliance has always been indifferent to us, and Yun Diezi of the Ninefold Manor only hopes to see me in trouble." After a moment of silence, Huangfu Junyue gave a cold order. "Go and hide the people from the Iron Horse Escort Agency. Remember, do not leave a single trace." His subordinate bowed to receive the order, then vanished in a flash. The fist saint's face was dark as he muttered, "Nanggong Suqiao, how exactly should I deal with you?" By now, Xia Yu and Jin Guyu were locked in an intense exchange. Both poured their full power into a single strike, their internal energy so fierce the ground cracked and debris flew everywhere. Xia Yu clutched his chest, retreating a few steps to regulate his breathing. Compared to him, Jin Guyu looked to be in worse shape. He had been sent flying back 3 zong before finding his footing. Han Wuba asked anxiously, God of War, are you all right? I've never seen you struggle like this. Sha Yu sighed softly. I apologize for the concern, Elder. It seems my internal chi armor has no effect on him. Brother, I once heard Master say. The Bean Demon is a disciple of the Heavenly Sky Taoist, the leader of the 4 great masters. Master said his strength doesn't come from technique, but from the fact that he fights with a suicidal disregard for his own life. That is why so many masters have perished at his hands. Furthermore, brother, remember this. In a clash between great warriors, it is the spirit that matters most. Lose your nerve, and you've already lost half the battle. Hong Wuguai heard this and looked at Sha Yu with a playful grin. As far as nerve goes, our god of war doesn't lose to him at all. Sha Yu smiled slightly. Of course, you can rest easy and watch. By now, Jin Guyu had steadied his own blood flow. The Bean Demon smirked. Interesting. Shall we go again? With that, Jin Guyu swung his arms, and a steel chain shot out from his baggy robes. Sha Yu frowned. Dodging the chain would be effortless for him, but Su Xiaohu standing behind him would surely be killed by it. Thinking of this, Sha Yu gathered his internal energy into his palms, preparing to block the attack. Unexpectedly, Jin Guyu fired a second chain, but this one had been buried in the ground and shot up beneath Sha Yu's feet in an instant. The young man hurriedly backflipped, dodging the strike. But the 2 chains, controlled by Jin Guyu, clung to him like a shadow. Jin Guyu seized the chance to close in, quickly binding Sha Yu's limbs. In an instant, Sha Yu was dragged forward, losing his footing. The Bean Demon leaped into the air, channeling all his power into his right leg, and delivered a kick straight at Sha Yu's head. The young man frantically raised his arms to block, but the force was far greater than he had anticipated. Despite his best efforts, he was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Jin Guyu was standing firmly, while Sha Yu lay sprawled on the ground, his breathing ragged. Seeing Sha Yu collapsed and weak, the crowd erupted in shouts of disbelief. Jin Guyu spoke slowly. The Fist Saint once saved my master's life. Because of that, he ordered me to protect Huangfu Yunchuan. God of War, I must thank you. It's been many years since I felt this invigorated. No sooner had he finished speaking than the tide of the battle suddenly turned. The young man suddenly slammed his hands against the ground, using the recoil to spring back up. Thank you for answering my first question. Now, I just need to figure out why my chi armor doesn't work on you. Sha Yu's eyes sharpened. It's clear now your muscles and blood circulation are nothing like a normal person's. As he spoke, the young man held up 2 fingers, with thin streams of chi dancing between them. Immediately, Jin Guyu felt his entire body shudder. The true chi he had hidden within his body during the fight was triggered by Sha Yu. His loose purple robe was shredded, revealing layers of steel chains wrapped tightly around his torso. I see. So, those are chains made from 1,000-year-old black iron. I was wondering where you were hiding them. So you wrapped it around your body. No wonder my inner energy couldn't hurt you. Jin Guoyu frowned, surprised that his opponent had identified the key to his defense so quickly. But then, he raised his left arm high and roared. So what if you know? With that, he channeled his massive inner energy into the iron chains. Instantly, the black iron chains ignited with a fierce flame. Jin Guoyu lowered his stance, gathering energy in his dantian. In a flash, countless chains whipped around like fire serpents in a frenzy. He swung his arms forward, and a barrage of chains shot straight at Sha Yu, but the young man remained as calm as still water. He whispered, everything in this world has a meridian. If you sever the meridian, nothing is unbreakable. As he spoke, Sha Yu swiped his hand repeatedly, instantly snapping the black iron chains. In just a few seconds, Sha Yu shifted from defense to offense, moving with agility and shattering each chain one by one. Millennium-grade black iron, which no sharp weapon could damage, was like tofu in his hands. Sha Yu suddenly pushed off the ground with his toes, his body bolting toward Jin Guoyu. His opponent, still swinging his arms, was too late to retract his technique for defense. Sha Yu delivered a powerful kick with his right leg, then pivoted to use his waist and hips to land a brutal elbow strike to his opponent's chest. This strike hit with the force of 10,000 soldiers. A domineering blast of energy pierced straight into Jin Guoyu's heart. The chains on his body shattered from the impact. Sha Yu raised his left fist, channeling all his inner energy into it. The young man landed a heavy punch directly on the spot he had just elbowed. The dense black iron chains could no longer protect him, and they exploded instantly, scattering in every direction. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, Jin Guoyu threw a punch at Sha Yu's head, but the young man retracted his move instantly, raising his fist to meet him. Their fists collided with a violent crash, and the sound of metal shattering rang out. The chains wrapped around Jin Guoyu's arms shattered into pieces. Stunned by the heavy impact, he fell backward. Jin Guoyu stared at his bare arms, bewildered. A moment later, he calmed down and said tremblingly, "Now I understand why so many masters have died by your hands. The title, God of War, truly is well earned." He laughed loudly. The thrill of being so close to death was oddly nostalgic. Suddenly, the demon-like man's eyes sharpened. "God of War, watch out. This is my final technique." Jin Guoyu raised his left hand to the sky, and the chains under his control spiraled upward, instantly forming a giant whirlwind of iron chains with heaven-shaking power. This was his sect's ultimate technique, the Blood Wheel 8 Desolations kill. Seeing this, Sha Yu's expression turned grave. He realized his opponent had poured his entire cultivation into this move. Just then, the whirlwind of chains crashed down with terrifying force, lunging straight toward the young man. But Sha Yu nonchalantly extended his right hand and struck the whirlwind with a single palm. A powerful surge of energy burst from the young man, engulfing the storm. Sha Yu forced his energy to rotate in the opposite direction, and the chain whirlwind began to crumble bit by bit. With a deafening explosion, Jin Guoyu stood frozen in shock. Countless broken chain fragments rained down like a downpour. A strange thought flashed through his mind. He felt that this scene was incredibly beautiful, even though he knew that death was hidden behind that beauty. Suddenly, Jin Guoyu's pupils dilated. The young man's fair hand had pierced right through his chest. Sha Yu said softly, "You are the first martial artist to acknowledge me after I arrived in the Central Plains, so I gave it my all. Is that so? Then I am truly honored. Fighting you was exhilarating. It's just a pity I won't have another chance for a rematch. Actually, there is no deep hatred between us. It's just that this matter is beyond your control. I only blame Huangfu Junyue, the mastermind behind everything. That old man pushes all the blame onto his subordinates while he stands high above looking down. If I don't punch him, I can't swallow this resentment." As he spoke, Sha Yu clenched his hand into a fist, and a powerful wave of energy blasted out, aimed directly at Huangfu Junyue, who stood 100 yards away. Huangfu Yunchuan did not expect his opponent to dare strike directly. The Saint of Fists hurriedly channeled his energy, his inner force erupting. "I didn't expect the Five Dragon Alliance to be this weak now. That a wet-behind-the-ears kid dares to strike at me." Huangfu Yunchuan tightened his right fist. Seeing the powerful blast of energy approaching, the Saint of Fists spread his legs, gathered strength in his waist and hips, and threw a punch to meet it. The two forces collided, and the surroundings instantly clouded over. Huangfu Yunchuan shouted softly, his inner energy exploding as the two forces clashed and scattered to the east and west. The residual energy flew toward the lake, causing the water to steam and surge. Huangfu Yunchuan suppressed the boiling blood in his body, and slowly retracted his fist. A bit of steam still lingered on his right fist. It was clear that the punch had cost him quite a bit of effort. After regulating his breath, Huangfu Junyue gave a cold laugh and used telepathy. "Welcome to the Iron Martial Alliance, God of War. I will treat you well." Sha Yu smiled slightly at this. The young man stood tall and coldly replied via telepathy, "I look forward to your performance, Saint of Fists, Huangfu Junyue." Huangfu Yunchuan flicked his sleeves and left for his small courtyard, where he sat under the eaves, staring at his right hand. Just then, a figure flew in. A subordinate knelt on one knee and respectfully reported that all preparations were complete. As long as the Saint of Fists gave the order, the Iron Heart Cloud arrow would move immediately. Huangfu Yunchuan tilted his head slightly. "Deng Yuxian is a top master of the Elder Council. Is it a pity to send him? Deng Yuxian's martial arts are indeed very high, but he is too upright and honest, often clashing with the other elders. The subordinate believes he will definitely hinder the development of the Five Dragon Alliance. Most importantly, he does not come from one of the 5 great clans. Later, all the blame can be dumped on him without anyone investigating." Huangfu Yunchuan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. "Fine. Let's proceed with the plan tonight." His subordinate's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as he bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood." After the subordinate left, Huangfu Junyue looked down at his right hand again. After clashing with the God of War, he's still trembling a bit. The Saint of Fists' face grows even darker. This kid is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. If Nangong Sukiao hadn't kidnapped Mo Guyu, things wouldn't have reached this point. At the thought of this, Quan Sheng's eyes sharpened. He extended 2 fingers, and a surge of internal energy shot from his fingertips, cutting off the wilting flower. After doing this, Huangfu Junyue gave a cold laugh, his hesitation and indecision turning into a calculated strike. Clearly, the flower being cut off represented this martial saint's final choice. Seeing his trusted guard killed, yet his father showing no concern, Huangfu Yunshuan stepped forward with a dark expression. This guy dares to blatantly kill my guard. He clearly doesn't respect the Five Dragon Alliance at all. Someone, capture this wretch and throw him into the dungeon for the Alliance Master to deal with. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jin Guyu struggled to his feet and spoke up to object. Huangfu Yunshuan, shut your mouth. I said it before, this was a duel I challenged. It has nothing to do with the Five Dragon Alliance. Besides, in martial arts duels, life and death are part of the game. I lost, and I accept it. Don't make me die in such a disgraceful way. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists watching nearby voiced their support, saying that it was a fair fight between the two sides, and even the Five Dragon Alliance couldn't use their power to oppress others. The pier immediately erupted into chaos, with the crowd of martial artists jeering and demanding that Huangfu Yunshuan get lost. The second young master of Quansheng turned purple with rage. His hatred for Sha Yu had reached its peak. While Sha Yu looked at Jin Guyu with a pained expression, he finally understood what it meant to be helpless in the martial arts world. Sha Yu, you don't need to pity me. Jin here can die in the ring with no regrets, but you must be careful of my master. Tian Kong Dao Ren, my master, is a very prideful man. If he finds out I died by your hand, he will surely seek you out for revenge in the future. After saying this, the man took his last breath, leaving behind deep sighs from everyone at the pier. When night fell, at the branch of the Great Heaven Trading Group in the Iron Feather Alliance, Han Wuba and Han Su looked out at the pavilion in the middle of the lake with heavy expressions. Han Su stated bluntly that the incident was too strange. Sha Yu not only killed Huangfu Yunshuan's guard, but also openly disrespected Quan Sheng, yet until now, the Five Dragon Alliance hadn't made a move. One reason is that Sha Yu defeated his opponent, making them a bit cautious. The other is that they have to worry about public opinion in the martial arts world. Elder Hong, why aren't the big brother and Miss Su worried at all? They haven't seen each other for 10 years. Just let them talk. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Sha Yu and Su Xiaohu were telling each other what they had been through over the last decade. Su Xiaohu asked if Han Wuba had come to the Central Plains, and Sha Yu said that his master had passed away 10 years ago. Su Xiaohu looked sad upon hearing this, and gently apologized, while Sha Yu appeared quite relaxed. The master's deep grudge has been avenged, so I can rest easy now. But then again, the old man still had one unfulfilled wish. At this point, Sha Yu's expression turned serious. Su Xiaohu, do you know the Lu Zhou Han family? The girl replied that of course she knew them. Although the Han family had declined, they were once a powerful martial arts family in Anhui. Moreover, the daughter of the Han family was one of the 3 famous young ladies, and after joining the Lion Alliance, she was even more highly regarded by the invincible Blade Overlord. Just then, the maid Jin Lian ran over to report, "Miss, we've found the place where the Iron Horse Escort Agency's family is being held. I heard it was kept by Deng Yuxian of the Five Dragon Alliance's Elder Council. Now, experts from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Five Dragon Alliance are already there, saying they want to dispose of him on the spot." Sha Yu's face changed instantly upon hearing this, and he stood up to ask the maid where Deng Yuxian was. The maid pointed in a direction, and Su Xiaohu immediately said she would lead the way, but the young man had already flown out of the pavilion. "There's no more time. Jin Lian, take good care of the young lady." Sha Yu raced like the wind toward where the maid had pointed. He didn't expect Huangfu Junyue to use such a flimsy excuse. Suddenly, a muffled dialogue reached Sha Yu's ears. How could it be me who imprisoned Mo Guyu's family? Deng Yuxian, you are still denying it? We have found proof that you colluded with the Northern Plains. You were already working for the Northern Plains before you joined the Five Dragon Alliance, and since then, you have always provided them with intelligence. Recently, you imprisoned the people of the Iron Horse Escort Agency to frame the Five Dragon Alliance, and sow discord in the Central Plains martial arts world. With evidence this clear, do you still want to deny it? In the courtyard, Deng Yuxian shouted loudly, "Nonsense! I am a man of the Central Plains. How could I sell secret information of the Iron Feather Alliance to the Northern Plains? I know what you're thinking, so there's no point in talking. Deng Yuxian, you colluded with foreign enemies to harm the Alliance Master. Your crimes are numerous. Today, I will take your life here to serve as a warning to others." As soon as he finished speaking, the law enforcement hall expert swung his sword down. Sha Yu had just landed on the courtyard wall and saw this scene. After a moment of shock, Sha Yu sneered and muttered, "Huangfu Yunshuan, this old man is truly good at shifting the blame." A night passed without incident. The next morning, everyone gathered in the main hall of the Great Heaven Trading Group. Xia Yu recounted what he had witnessed the night before. Han Wuba looked grave upon hearing it. He couldn't believe the Five Dragon Alliance would frame an elder. Su Xiaohu said that Deng Yuxian was an upright man who not only clashed with the Elder Council, but also frequently opposed Huangfu Junyue, so it was normal for them to frame him. I still don't understand how the Five Dragon Alliance could forge evidence of kidnapping Master Mo's family, but how could they forge evidence that Deng Yuxian colluded with the Northern Plains? Su Xiaohu said bluntly that there was no need to look into this. Xia Yu was a bit puzzled. Nobody cared about the process of how things happened. People only cared about the results. Brother Xia Yu, do you believe it? Tomorrow, Deng Yuxian will become a sinner, reviled by the whole world. All attention will be focused on Deng Yuxian, colluding with the Northern Plains. After a while, no one will bother to investigate the fact that the Five Dragon Alliance kidnapped Master Mo's family anymore, because people will not suspect an organization like the Five Dragon Alliance. On the contrary, they will praise Huangfu Junyue for being upright and impartial, sacrificing his own family for the greater good. Hong Wuguai had a different opinion. Miss Su, we still have Master Mo, who is both a victim and a witness. The Five Dragon Alliance manipulates these kinds of things very easily. Since Huangfu Yunxuan has dumped all the blame on Deng Yuxian, all the evidence will surely be arranged perfectly, and the words of Master Mo alone won't be enough to shake them. The Iron Feather Alliance is their territory, and the Five Dragon Alliance has deep, powerful roots. Even if they suffer losses, they can recover. But we are different. Once we fail, we will be doomed forever. That's why we need to plan carefully and strike for a one-hit kill. Xia Yu nods at this, and Su Xiaohu adds, right. We still don't understand the Iron Martial Alliance well enough. Su Xiaohu begins to brief everyone on the Iron Martial Alliance. First is the master of the Ninefold Mansion, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Yuan. Rumor has it, this Sword Saint isn't someone you want to mess with. Furthermore, his swordsmanship has reached a profound realm. They say Yuan has surpassed the sword through Qi stage, and some even claim he has attained the level of a Continental Sword Immortal. Hong Wuguai curls his lip, thinking Continental Sword Immortal is just an exaggeration. Then there's the Invincible Blade Overlord, Ji Haosen, who is even more of a legend. He built the Lion Alliance from nothing. It's said his blade technique focuses solely on attack, ignoring defense entirely. In the martial arts world, almost no one can withstand a single blow from him. Ji Haosen once said he doesn't like to overthink. Whether handling work or fighting, he just goes by his intuition. Yet, he managed to grow the Lion Alliance into a powerhouse in just 20 years. I don't think that was just simple intuition. Compared to those two, the person we need to be most careful of is the Saint of Fist, Huangfu Junyue. That old man is not only powerful, but also incredibly cunning and treacherous. Even though the Ninefold Mansion, the Lion Alliance, and the Five Dragon Alliance are secretly at odds, as long as they share mutual interests, they won't turn on each other. Huangfu Yunxuan understands this perfectly, so no matter what outsiders say about him, he couldn't care less. Upon hearing this, Mo Guyu's face turns grim. If Huangfu Junyue is truly as Su Xiaohu describes, then perhaps his younger brother and family have already been murdered. Seeing Mo Guyu clench his fists, Su Xiaohu intelligently guesses his thoughts. Master Mo, rest assured, your family is almost certainly still alive. Huangfu Yunxuan is in such a rush to frame Deng Yuxian, which proves he's scared too. He never expected things to escalate this far because the appearance of the God of War was completely outside their plans. As long as Brother Xia Yu is still in the Iron Martial Alliance, they won't dare touch your family. That is their final trump card. Xia Yu nods after hearing Su Xiaohu's analysis. He understands that the battle has already begun in the shadows. At the same time, in Huangfu Junyue's private courtyard, a subordinate reports that after the God of War dueled with the Bean Ghost, many young people in the Iron Martial Alliance have become restless. 10 years ago, after Chao Yuan was driven back to the north, the internal power struggle within the Iron Martial Alliance never ceased. Many martial arts experts hold key positions, yet they fail to fulfill their duties. The emergence of the God of War has ignited the passion of the younger generation. Huangfu Yunxuan remains calm, saying this situation also exists in the Ninefold Mansion and the Lion Alliance. As long as they don't step forward, the Five Dragon Alliance has no reason to interfere. But the subordinate expresses his concern. If the Five Dragon Alliance keeps ignoring the God of War, and he ends up cooperating with the Ninefold Mansion or the Lion Alliance, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Huangfu Junyue sneers. Don't worry, they won't cooperate. The God of War openly provoked me. so the other two sides will definitely want to recruit him. But that god of war is an arrogant man. He's sure to reject them. It's lucky enough that they haven't fought yet, let alone cooperate. The subordinate stays silent. Huang Fu Yunxuan notices and asks, "You're really desperate to get rid of that god of war, aren't you? I just worry the god of war will become an uncontrollable variable, like the Iron Horse Escort Agency." Huang Fu Yunxuan ponders for a moment before saying, "What if we hand him over to Nangang Suqiao? That girl has a blood feud with the god of war. Push her to the front and pretend to help her. If she can take care of him, everything will go smoothly. If there's any slip-up, just handle it the same way we did Deng Yuxian. If Nangang Suqiao dies at the hands of the god of war, even better. When that happens, just claim the god of war wants to wipe out the Nangang family root and branch, and all attention will be focused on that kid." At this, Huang Fu Junyue smirks, knowing his plan will proceed as intended. Meanwhile, Xia Yu has no idea he's being targeted. In the corridor, the young man and the young woman are walking side by side, chatting. Su Xiaohu predicts that the Ninefold Mansion and the Lion Alliance will surely try to recruit Xia Yu. The young man asks for her opinion on who he should work with. The girl frowns in thought, saying that since the pros and cons aren't clear yet, it's best not to get too close to anyone. Xia Yu nods to remember this, then invites Su Xiaohu out for a stroll. The girl is delighted. "Just you and brother Xia Yu? Okay, let me go prepare and change my clothes. I'll be right out." Xia Yu is about to agree when he catches sight of someone Hansu is practicing sword in the distance. When asked, he learns the other guy is feeling frustrated, which is why he's training. Xia Yu invites his younger brother along. As luck would have it, Su Xiaohu and I are going for a walk around the Iron Martial Alliance. Since you're bored, why don't you join us to clear your head? After speaking, Xia Yu turns to look at the girl for her opinion. Although annoyed that he missed her intent, Su Xiaohu cannot refuse. Hansu excitedly agrees immediately. Su Xiaohu clenches her fists, thinking to herself, "What a pair of sworn brothers. Neither of them can read a room." Su Xiaohu, "Didn't you say you were going to change clothes? Never mind, let's just walk around here." Meanwhile, at another area of the Five Dragon Alliance, Nangang Suqiao tosses and turns, feeling extremely uneasy. She has realized Huang Fu Yunxuan's dissatisfaction with her. The Saint of Fist never forgives a subordinate who fails twice. She has tried and failed to assassinate the god of war many times. Huang Fu Yunxuan, keeping her around, is probably only out of guilt toward the Nangang family. Nangang Suqiao slowly pushes open the door to a quiet room where 3 corpses are laid out. Yan Lianhua stands still for a long time before making a resolve she must make Huang Fu Junyue owe her even more. Only then can she and the Nangang family survive. At this moment, a subordinate approaches and bows. Nangang Suqiao immediately asks if he has found anything. The subordinate says that after the autopsy, he has gained some preliminary understanding of the god of war's martial arts. Saying this, the subordinate walks over to a cold jade bed and pulls back a white silk sheet, revealing a corpse that has not yet decomposed. This person is the assassin from the Wuyang Yin clan who died at the hands of the god of war. Nangang Suqiao stares at it and asks what he discovered. "My lady, please look. These 3 bodies all have one thing in common. Their meridians are completely severed, but the fatal wound in each case was a ruptured heart." Nangang Suqiao seems to suddenly understand, and asked, "Are you saying they all died from the war god's internal energy?" "That's correct. It means if you engage the war god in combat, you must never make direct physical contact with him." Hearing this, Nangang Suqiao furrowed her brows in thought. A while later, she returned to the main hall to relay these conclusions to Nangang Suojin and Nangang Shangyuan. Nangang Suojin stated that he had never heard of such a martial art. Nangang Shangyuan nodded in agreement, his expression somber. "If we want to deal with the war god, we must strike from a distance. If it comes to close combat, perhaps we should try sealing his acupoints, though we can't be sure if it will be effective." Nangang Suojin pondered this for a long time before speaking slowly. "It seems we must find a master skilled in long-range weaponry, and it has to be a top-tier expert." Nangang Shangyuan quickly asked his father if he had anyone suitable in mind. "I am thinking of one person, but I do not know if we can convince him to come." After saying this, Nangang Suojin slammed his sword against the ground. "We must try, regardless. I will go and invite him myself. You two continue to examine those corpses." A sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time, they had to kill the war god. Meanwhile, at the Juchong Pavilion, Duanmu Kongyan was walking toward the main hall, looking restless. She saw her master, Yun Diezi, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. "Zheng Yan, I hear you are quite close with the young master of the Da Tian Trading Company. and that you have met the war god in Taiyuan Prefecture. Duan Mukongyan replied that she and Su Xiaohu were like sisters and that she had been saved by Sha Yu in Taiyuan. Good. You should pay a visit to the Datian Trading Company and tell them I wish to meet the war god. But master, Sha Yu is currently at the center of the storm. Shouldn't we wait a little longer? Yun Diezi placed a hand on his chest and said slowly, I would like to wait, but I do not have much time left. On the bustling streets of Tiwu Alliance, Su Xiaohu walked in front, while Sha Yu and Han Su followed leisurely. Su Xiaohu, you don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? The girl turned around and forced a smile, claiming she was fine, but she immediately took her frustration out on Han Su. Senior Han, the Zhongnan sword sect, is under the Jiuchong Pavilion. You've come to the Tiwu Alliance, don't you intend to pay respects to the elders? Han Su was so embarrassed by her question that his face turned bright red. He seemed to have something difficult to say. Suddenly, a voice from nearby mocked, I was wondering the same thing. A disciple of the Zhongnan sword sect comes to the Taiwu Alliance without paying respects to me, an elder, and instead goes for a stroll? Han Su, do you have no regard for our school? Han Su's face paled as a group of people approached. Leading them was Shi Wanhai, an elder of the Zhongnan sword sect. Han Su quickly stepped forward to bow, but Shi Wanhai did not stop berating him. Seeing this, Sha Yu frowned. He finally understood why his brother didn't want to go to the Jiuchong Pavilion. Su Xiaohu told Sha Yu the identity of the newcomer, explaining that since the sect leader had gone into seclusion, all external affairs of the Zhongnan sword sect were handled by this man. Unexpectedly, the group became even more brazen. One disciple dared to insult Han Su's deceased master. Senior brother, are you using swordplay to pick up girls now? Don't be as spineless as your master. No woman likes a man like that. Han Su was so furious that his face turned deep red, and just as he was about to retort, Shi Wanhai continued the mockery. A kid who only knows how to bury his head in restoring his master's lost sword techniques. Han Su couldn't take it anymore and shouted, The Heavenly Gang 36 sword technique is the supreme art of our sect. What is wrong with my master working hard to restore it? At that moment, a calm voice cut through the air. Are you all bullying him? Shi Wanhai turned his head and his eyes widened in shock. The young man in green was standing less than a meter from Han Su, yet the elder hadn't even noticed his presence. This young man seemed completely at one with his surroundings. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Cheng Zhouzhan, however, didn't think much of it. He stepped forward, looking at the stranger provocatively. You brat, if you want to meddle in other people's business, you'd better state your name. You aren't qualified to know my name. Move aside. Cheng Zhouzhan was incensed. He stepped back and prepared to draw his sword, but was immediately stopped by Shi Wanhai. Zhouzhan, stop. You are no match for him. After saying this, Shi Wanhai looked at the young man and said in a deep voice, I am Shi Wanhai, an elder of the Zhongnan sword sect. May I ask for your honorable name? I am Sha Yu, from the north, and I am a sworn brother of Han Su. Han Su and I met on the Yangtze River and hit it off immediately, so I have kept him by my side for these past few days. It is my fault that Han Su did not go to the Jiuchong Pavilion to pay his respects. I hope Elder Shi will not punish him too harshly. Hearing this, Shi Wanhai began searching his memory. He felt the name Sha Yu sounded familiar. When he recalled the earth-shattering battle at the docks yesterday, the elder's pupils shrank, and he gasped, You are the war god who defeated the bean demon and challenged the sword saint. As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd swarmed in. The war god's fame had spread throughout the Taiwu Alliance overnight. Cheng Zhouzhan was now breaking into a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Shi Wanhai was secretly terrified as well. Yesterday, the Sword Saint had ordered that no Jiuchong Pavilion forces were to clash with the war god. Thinking of this, Shi Wanhai quickly said, Since the war god has spoken for him, I will let him off for now. But, discipline in the sect cannot be broken. Han Su, come and pay your respects later. Sha Yu nodded to him in gratitude. Han Su furrowed his brows and replied respectfully, Understood. As the two parties passed each other, Shi Wanhai whispered, Don't think that just because the war god is backing you, I am afraid of you. Cheng Zhouzhan also threatened under his breath, Senior brother, I'll be testing your skills later. Just as the Zhongnan sword sect group was about to leave, Sha Yu suddenly spoke up, Elder Shi, please wait. Shi Wanhai jolted to a stop. Cheng Zhouzhan looked back in terror, fearing the killing machine would lose his temper, but he only saw Sha Yu's serious expression, as he said loudly, You may look down on Han Su's martial arts now, but there is a famous saying, Do not bully a young man because he is poor, for his future achievements are not something you can compare to. Shi Wanhai gritted his teeth in anger, But thinking of the other man's strength and the Sword Saint's orders, the elder had no choice but to swallow his anger, bid farewell, and lead his men away. Big brother, I know you did that to stand up for me, but that last remark was really out of line. Su Xiaohu patted Hantu's shoulder and said gently, after arriving in the Central Plains, I've met countless experts, many of whom use swords, but none have a heart as pure as yours. I didn't say those words just to flatter you. Hantu felt moved, wanting to say something but finding himself tongue-tied. After a while he finally said, Big brother, I'll be heading off now. Watching Hantu's retreating figure, Su Xiaohu remarked softly, he really should have said everything on his mind. Martial hero Han has everything going for him, but he's just too shy. That's exactly why he can't unleash his full potential. If he could overcome that, I doubt there would be many left in the martial arts world who could stand against him. Seeing Su Xiaohu go quiet, Xiaoyu asked what was on her mind. Su Xiaohu said she was a merchant, so naturally, she was thinking about profits. Xiaoyu understood immediately. Are you looking to invest in Han too? The girl smiled, her voice clear as an aureole. Why not? Brother Xiaoyu also thinks highly of him. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on such a talent? After Hantu left, Su Xiaohu turned around and smiled, saying, It's still early. We could go for a stroll for a little longer. Xiaoyu felt flustered as her soft hand took his, but he let Su Xiaohu pull him along to walk around the Tiwu Alliance. Happy times always pass by in a flash, and soon the sun had set in the west. Seeing the streets getting empty, they prepared to head back. Just then, the sound of a carriage rushing toward them echoed from behind. Xiaoyu and Su Xiaohu turned around to see a carriage barreling straight at them. Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled Su Xiaohu behind him, and once the carriage came to a halt, a beautiful figure stepped out. The person who arrived was Nanggong Tuqiao. Miss Su, it's been a while. Su Xiaohu, still shaken, greeted her. So it is, Miss Nanggong. Xiaoyu's heart stirred upon hearing this. So this was one of the 3 most famous young ladies in the world. Nanggong Tuqiao approached them, intending to find Miss Su to discuss their previous business, but she added, It seems I've come at a bad time. She then looked over at Xiaoyu. I presume this is the god of war. It's a pleasure. Miss Nanggong, there is no need for such formalities. Between us, there is nothing to be pleased about. Facing the young man's cold response, Nanggong Tuqiao remained indifferent. We are both people of the martial arts world. Common courtesies should still be observed. She then proactively reached out her hand to shake Xiaoyu's. But suddenly, she recalled the warning her subordinates had given her earlier that day. All of them had their meridians severed and died from ruptured hearts. When engaging the god of war, absolutely do not make direct contact with him. Thinking of this, Nanggong Tuqiao hurriedly pulled her hand back, clenching her fist in fear. Just then, the young man's cold voice rang out. You had best not try anything, whether it was kidnapping Mu Guyu last time or driving that carriage at Xiaohu just now. I only struck back in self-defense before, but from now on, if you pull any more shady tricks, I will kill you. With that, Xiaoyu called Su Xiaohu to leave. They brushed past each other, leaving only Nanggong Tuqiao standing there, stunned. She gritted her teeth, her expression fierce. God of war, I swear we are enemies for life. At the same time, in the Great Hall of the Lion Alliance, the unrivaled blade, Tai Housen sat solemnly. Mu Lin, I want to meet the god of war. Do you have a way? Jia Mulin pondered for a moment before saying, I have a way, leave this to me. Soon the moon had climbed to the top of the sky. Xiaoyu and Su Xiaohu walked and talked as they returned to the living quarters of the Great Heaven Trade Group. Along the way, Su Xiaohu analyzed the current situation once more. Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire her exceptional wit. Leave these political power struggles to you, and leave the fighting to me. If you run into any trouble, just tell me. Perhaps I can help. Su Xiaohu thought for a moment and said that there was indeed something quite troublesome. Previously, the Five Dragon Alliance had approached her to discuss a partnership, but right now, the black market merchants were suppressing the Great Heaven Trade Group everywhere. To ensure sufficient operating capital, she hadn't given them an answer yet. I have some silver, about 100,000 taels of gold. I wonder if that's enough. Su Xiaohu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but immediately after, she asked in disbelief where Xiaoyu got so much money. Xiaoyu recounted what had happened previously, explaining how he had played the fisherman to reap the rewards amidst the conflict between factions, and how he had seized that gold. I hid that gold at East Ming Mountain, 100 miles from Benxi, at a place called Yizui Ridge. Feel free to take it if you need it. Su Xiaohu was deeply moved and said she would return every bit of the gold, but before she could finish, Xiaoyu gently tapped her forehead. He called her a silly girl, saying she didn't need to return it, just being able to help her made him happy. The two walked while laughing and talking. At the gate of the mansion, they met Jin Lian, the maid, running over in a hurry. Jin Lian bowed and reported that Zhe Mulin, the leader of the North Wind Guards, wanted to see Xia Yu. Xia Yu remained calm, but Su Xiaohu's expression shifted slightly. When the two reached the main hall, Zhe Mulin was standing there. He greeted them. Xia Yu, long time no see. Xia Yu cupped his hands in return. Apologies for keeping the young master waiting. Xia Yu calculated internally. Indeed, everything was unfolding just as Xiaohu had predicted, but he didn't expect the Lion Alliance to move so quickly. After the polite greetings, Zhe Mulin got straight to the point. He said that the wealth master of the Great Strength Manor was incredibly grateful for Xia Yu's heroic intervention and wanted to invite him to the manor to express his appreciation. Han Wuba stood nearby and asked, "So this is an invitation from the Winged Eagle Group?" Xia Yu looked puzzled. Zhe Mulin explained that the Winged Eagle Group was a smaller unit under the Lion Alliance, gathering the most talented young people of the Alliance, and the Wealth Master, Wan Zexiang, was in charge of them. Hearing the phrase, talented young people, Xia Yu fell into deep thought. After a moment, he asked, "I heard that Ice Flower Han Xiangya is also at the Lion Alliance. I wonder if Miss Han is in the Winged Eagle Group?" Su Xiaohu glanced at Xia Yu, and Zhe Mulin's face turned serious, his mind quickly calculating. During their earlier conversation, Xia Yu had seemed distracted, but now he was taking the initiative to ask about the young lady of the Han family. Thinking of this, Zhe Mulin smiled, feeling he had grasped the key. Naturally, Miss Han is also a member of the Winged Eagle Group, and she is highly valued by my father. The Flying Eagle Group is having a gathering in a few days. If Han Xiangya sees fit to attend, I'll definitely meet her there. In that case, I accept the invitation. See you then. Right at that moment, a maid quietly approached Liu Xiaohu, whispering that Miss Duanmu wanted to see him. Liu Xiaohu instructed the servant to lead Duanmu Zhongyan to the side parlor, telling her that he would be right there. Hearing the conversation between master and servant, Zhe Muling furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't expected the Juchong mansion to act so quickly. To avoid an awkward encounter, he stood up and took his leave. After stepping out of the residence, Zhe Muling looked back and thought to himself, right now, every faction is eyeing the Great Heaven Trading Group and the God of War, especially the Five Dragon Alliance, which has dispatched so many experts. Yet, Shan Sa Wu isn't worried at all. He's meeting both me and Duanmu Kongyan. It was as if he didn't care that Huangfu Junyue was monitoring him. The young master of the Lion Alliance felt a glimmer of anticipation. He wondered what kind of waves this God of War would stir up. During the day, Su Xiaohu was all smiles with her beloved, but back home, she pouted. This was because Shan Sa Wu had just accepted Zhe Muling's invitation, while turning down a meeting with her close friend, Duanmu Kongyan. This made Su Xiaohu feel slighted. Seeing her sulk, Shan Sa Wu had to explain. He accepted Zhe Muling's invitation not because of the Lion Alliance, and he refused Duanmu Kongyan not because of the Juchong mansion. Zhe Muling only invited him to meet the young warriors of the Winged Eagle Group, not the unrivaled Blade Master, while Duanmu Kongyan wanted him to meet the Sword Saint. Su Xiaohu looked at Shan Sa Wu for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Sa Wu, isn't going to the Winged Eagle Group implicitly supporting the Lion Alliance? You should either agree to both or refuse both." Shan Sa Wu heard this and immediately understood the issue. As the saying goes, if people aren't content, they grow resentful. The factions in the Jianghu are the same. He knew he had to visit the Winged Eagle Group. He immediately asked Su Xiaohu if there was a way to satisfy both sides. She said, of course there was. It turned out the Iron Martial Alliance was originally established to resist the Yuan dynasty. Therefore, when it was founded, they secretly built an underground fortress in case they were defeated by the Yuan army, and the entire Iron Martial Alliance was wiped out. Su Xiaohu took out an ancient map and spread it on the table. This is the original architectural plan that I spent a fortune to acquire. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the underground fortress was abandoned. Now, almost no one knows it exists. Su Xiaohu suggested they could secretly meet the Sword Saint there, allowing him to keep his word to the Winged Eagle Group without offending the Juchong mansion. The next night, Shan Sa Wu followed the map to the entrance of the secret passage. Looking up, he saw the surrounding ruins. It was truly the site of a place abandoned for many years. Shan Sa Wu walked along the passage with his hands behind his back. After a while, a massive boulder blocked the path. Last night, Xiaohu had warned him that the guards who were stationed here had sealed the passage upon their retreat. Seeing this, Shan Sa Wu reached out, his palm surging with constant, powerful, internal energy. He struck with one palm, and the 10,000-pound boulder began to crack from the center. Suddenly, Shan Sa Wu opened his eyes wide. He felt a familiar fluctuation, wisps of faint, true energy radiating from behind the rock, just like the feeling when he and his master broke into the Wangxian cave years ago. In an instant, he understood this was the work of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. This martial arts master was showing off his full strength without holding back. His true energy poured out, seemingly questioning Shan Sa Wu. "Young man, have you ever seen my true strength?" Seeing this, Shan Sa Wu smiled faintly and stamped his foot hard on the ground. The protective energy around him suddenly erupted, surging in all directions. The young man thought to himself, "I also want to ask you, Plum Blossom Sword Saint, are you qualified to face the heaven-breaking martial statue?" The two surges of energy collided and dissipated. The passage immediately fell silent again. Shan Sa Wu walked on with his hands behind his back. In the pitch-black passage, a blinding light suddenly appeared. Shan Sa Wu looked up and saw a long sword hovering in midair. He recognized that this was not a real sword, but a heart sword. So-called heart sword is true energy transformed by one's will. Wherever the mind goes, the sword follows, and it is incredibly sharp. At this moment, the heart sword began to gradually dissipate, turning into countless plum blossom petals falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a plum tree grew from the ground, and in a flash, it soared to the sky while petals fell continuously. Moments later, an entire forest of plum blossoms had grown all around. Shan Sa Wu stood in the middle of the plum forest, unable to help but admire it. These plum petals were all imbued with immense internal power. If they attacked simultaneously, even he would find it hard to defend. Thinking this, the young man couldn't help but exclaim, "The Plum Blossom Sword Saint is truly worthy of his name, deserving to be the sword immortal of the continent." At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. "To be praised by the god of war, this old man is truly honored. I wonder if the god of war is interested in taking a move from this old man." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuan Diezi's eyes widened, turning a strange, dark red. The plum forest was suddenly swept by a strong wind, and the surging internal power carried countless plum petals to attack the young man. Shan Sa Wu remained calm and casually asked, "Is this the reason you wanted to meet me?" Seeing the countless plum petals rushing toward him like a storm, Shan Sa Wu stood. Immediately after, the plum petals fell like rain. The young man stood in the midst of the flower rain without a scratch. Yuan Diezi asked in a low voice, "Young man, why didn't you strike back? The Sword Saint's technique is beautiful, but it lacks killing intent. Why would I need to defend myself? Truly a hero among the youth. My Taoist name is Yuan Diezi. I am currently the master of the Juchong Mansion. I have heard of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. I am Shan Sa Wu." Having said that, the young man walked up to Yuan Diezi. Shan Sa Wu sat cross-legged and waited silently for the Sword Saint to continue. Yuan Diezi spoke slowly. "This old man has a question. If I hadn't retracted my move at the last second, what would you have done? Or are you confident you could have blocked my full-force strike at that moment?" Shan Sa Wu replied, "I am untalented. The martial arts I practice are somewhat unique. I can see through an opponent's aura, so I could tell whether the Sword Saint's attack held killing intent or not. However, if I had misjudged, death would have been unavoidable. But I believe that since you, senior, were willing to lower yourself to come here and meet me, you surely didn't intend to kill me." Yuan Diezi was stunned. He had never heard of such martial arts in the Jianghu. "Then, in your view, what is this old man's current aura like? Your internal energy is hidden and not revealed. Senior, you have obviously reached the realm of returning to simplicity, but there is one thing I don't understand." Shan Sa Wu said this, his gaze sharpening. "I can feel that the true energy in your heart meridian, senior, is chaotic. Please forgive my bluntness, but has the Sword Saint been poisoned?" Yuan Diezi stared at the young man in front of him for a long time without saying a word. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Trading Group, Jin Lian was cleaning the room, muttering to herself that it was truly strange for the Sword Saint to take the initiative to invite the God of War to meet. Su Tiaohu remained deeply troubled by Shan Sa Wu's desire to join the Winged Eagle Group, clearly agreeing to help the Deathwood Ridge only because of Han Xiangya. Kim Lian remarked that the ice flower Han Xiangya had a cold and aloof personality. Perhaps the young hero just wanted to meet her out of curiosity. Su Tiaohu didn't take a word of it to heart. Her mind was entirely occupied with the relationship between the two of them. Could it be that Brother Shawu's previous trip to Luzhou wasn't for the Nangong family, but for the ice flower Han Xiangya? Unable to figure out the reason, Su Tiaohu immediately ordered Kim Lian to send word to the Anhui branch, demanding a detailed investigation into everything Shan Sha Wu did in Luzhou. "My lady, the Anhui branch has already reported everything regarding Shan Sha Wu. Why don't you just ask him yourself?" Su Tiaohu was at her wit's end, feeling like crying without tears. What if Brother Sha Wu really went to find Miss Han? Don't talk so much. Hurry and send word to the Anhui branch, and include all the places he has been to before. Don't miss a single detail. Did you hear me? Returning to the secret tunnel, Yuan pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "Have you ever heard of the Iceling ancient poison?" Shan Sha Wu shook his head slightly, indicating he had never heard of it. I had to scour through ancient records just to find a mention of it. This poison is as small as a grain of rice, unlike most parasites that thrive in the southern border or other hot, humid regions. This one only lives in the North Sea ice plains. In low temperatures, they enter a state of hibernation, but once they enter a human body, they consume the host's internal energy. As you said, I have been afflicted by this poison, and it has already consumed about 30% of my internal energy. Shan Sha Wu was shocked, unable to believe that someone could successfully ambush the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. It is shameful, but I don't even know when or where I was struck. Currently, I am using my true energy to protect my heart vessels, but that only slows down the erosion of my energy. It cannot cure it at the root. If my internal energy runs dry, I will be frozen into ice. Shan Sha Wu asked if he could use his internal energy to burn out the parasite. Yuan replied, "The Iceling parasite feeds on true energy. Even though I have mastered the Purple Cloud Divine technique, trying to burn it out with my own energy would be like adding fuel to the fire." Shan Sha Wu understood and asked, "I wonder why the Sword Saint is telling such a secret to an outsider like me." Unexpectedly, Yuan countered by asking how the young man viewed the current state of the Iron Martial Alliance. Shan Sha Wu spoke frankly, "The Iron Martial Alliance is in utter chaos right now. You are not wrong. The Iron Martial Alliance looks peaceful on the surface, but in reality, various factions are fighting in the shadows, especially in the last few months where dozens of experts have gone missing without a trace." Yuan analyzed that it was all related to his assassination, and the culprit was very likely from the Nine Heavens Mansion. At this point, Yuan suddenly made a startling statement. "Would you be willing to help me thoroughly investigate the shady dealings within the Iron Martial Alliance? I can sense a great danger spreading in the dark." Shan Sha Wu, "You don't belong to any faction, so you are the most suitable person to step forward. Furthermore, you are highly skilled, and many young people in the Iron Martial Alliance admire you. I hope you can take on the responsibility of saving the martial arts world." Surprisingly, Shan Sha Wu remained unmoved by Yuan flattery and firmly rejected the request of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The elder frowned and asked for the reason. The young man said straight out that he did not want to get involved in martial arts disputes. And besides, the Nine Heavens Mansion had many disciples, countless experts, and even if there were someone with bad intentions, they had the ability to handle it themselves. "I am an outsider. If I intervene now, not only will it fail to solve the problem, but it may also create new conflicts." Hearing this, Yuan stood up and carefully explained the logic behind it. After a while, he sighed and said, "Very well, but once the internal conflicts of the Iron Martial Alliance erupt, I would like to ask you to lend our Nine Heavens Mansion a hand." Saying this, he looked at Shan Sha Wu with deep meaning. "This small favor shouldn't be too much to ask, right? As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I can give it a try. But my stance remains the same. I do not want to get involved in the feuds of the pugilistic world." Having said that, Shan Sha Wu stood up to take his leave. Before parting, Yuan warned Shan Sha Wu to be careful of Quan Sheng, and urged him never to underestimate Huang Fujun Yue, as no one had ever seen his full strength to this day. Finished speaking, Yuan flew upward, using the famous walking on flowers technique of the Huashan school. He stepped lightly through the air, as if floating upward, and in an instant, he soared high, leaving only gusts of wind sweeping through the tunnel. "Young man, the future of the martial arts world will surely have a place for you." Shan Sha Wu looked up at the fading figure of the Sword Saint, silently admiring that the Huashan school's movement techniques were truly exquisite. But immediately after, he thought about how a legendary Sword Saint could be ambushed so easily. This Iron Martial Alliance was not such a good place after all. Calming his mind, he tried to emulate Yuan by stepping into the air, but after a few tries, he finally decided to walk out of the tunnel instead. The scene shifts to Dongkou County, 400 miles from the Iron Martial Alliance. Two beggar sect disciples were wandering around with a portrait, asking questions. The portrait depicted a court official. The beggar sect had received intelligence that a man named Xia Nusi, who had once followed an envoy mission to the north, was now living in Dongkou County. The two searched along the way, and finally, a villager informed them that Xia Nusi lived in a house on the hillside. The two disciples thanked him profusely and left. Finding this man would lead them to clues about that court official. However, they did not notice a burly man standing by the side of the road, quietly observing their every move. The man's face was covered by a tattered cloth, but a long, fearsome scar could still be seen on his face. At the same time, 2 other beggar sect disciples brought someone over. This man was Zhang Chengzhe, the branch leader of the Dongku beggar sect. He was the only beggar in Dongkou County, so he was appointed as the branch leader. The leading 4-bag disciple said they had located Xianuxi and ordered Zhang Chengzhe to lead the way. The group immediately headed toward the school on the hillside. Zhang Chengzhe said, Xianuxi came here 10 years ago and has made a living by teaching. As they arrived at the school, they happened to meet an old man coming out. Xianuxi and Zhang Chengzhe had known each other for a long time. Seeing him bring a few beggars today, the old man was a bit surprised. Zhang Chengzhe cupped his hands and introduced them. These are disciples of the beggar sect, who have come to ask about the time you traveled to the north years ago. Hearing this, the old man was startled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The leading 4-bag disciple cupped his hands and said, It is said that you, sir, 10 years used to follow the Yuan envoy delegation to the northern lands, and someone wanted to track down the young girl who was kidnapped all those years ago. Hearing this, Xianuxi froze. After a long silence, the old man trembled and said, I will go with you. Let me go pack my things. Several beggar sect disciples watched the old man turn back into the house, one of them worrying that he might try to escape, but another reassured him that even though the old man used to work for the Yuan dynasty, he had washed his hands of it by now. Just then, a deep, gruff voice echoed from behind. A traitor is a traitor forever. The beggar sect disciples whipped around, demanding to know who dared speak up. They heard the man continue in a chilling voice. 10 years ago, he betrayed his own people, and now he has betrayed the Yuan dynasty. At that mention, the muscular man's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp. I should never have let him live back then. Spotting the vicious scar on the man's face, the leading 4-bag disciple narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the Yuan official from the wanted posters? Thinking of this, he shouted, Don't let him get away. He's the very man Elder Hong has been looking for. The remaining beggar sect disciples changed expression upon hearing this, instantly roaring as they rushed forward to surround and attack the man. Up in the sky, a streak of lightning tore the night apart. The beggar sect disciples lunged at the man, but he remained completely unfazed, clenching his fists tightly, clearly not taking these people seriously at all. Inside the house, Xianuxi clutched the table, trying to keep himself steady. The old man looked as though he had aged 10 years in a split second. Even though others had cursed him as a running dog of the Yuan dynasty and he hadn't cared, the events of 10 years ago weighed down on his heart like 1,000 tons. Every night, the hopeless, agonizing cries of the young girl still echoed in his ears. Xianuxi tremblingly walked out of the study. Today, he could finally find some release, but the moment he stepped out the door, his eyes widened in terror. Zhang Chu's neck had been snapped, and his body was tossed carelessly on the ground, while the other beggar sect disciples had already been beaten down. The muscular man coldly glared at Xianuxi. I intended to let you live out your days in peace, but you just don't know what's good for you. With that, he casually tossed the corpse aside and walked toward the old man. Paralyzed by fear, Xianuxi felt his legs turn to jelly and collapsed to the ground. The man stared down at the old man with a fierce expression. Aristocrats, carrying dark blood, do not allow betrayal. Finishing his sentence, he raised his massive, muscle-bound arm. Xianuxi opened his eyes in utter despair. 2 hours later, at the Iron Martial Alliance, a beggar sect disciple reported everything that had happened in Dongkou County to Han Wuba. Hearing the report, Han Wuba's face darkened. The lead they had worked so hard to find was cut off once again. Furthermore, the enemy made their move right after the beggar sect located Xianuxi, clearly to silence him. This meant that over the past 10 years, the enemy had likely been tracking the sect's every single move. Han Wuba immediately decided to report this matter to Shan Shavu. At the same time, at the Nangong clan estate, a special visitor appeared. A female ghost-like figure in black materialized inside the room, bluntly asking Nangong Suqiao where the god of war was. Nangong Suqiao replied that he was currently at the Great Heaven Commercial Guild, and added that a new identity and residence had already been prepared for her, which would help her get close to the god of war and make a move when the time was right. At that, she looked at the woman with a meaningful gaze. After you finish this mission, you will die too. To her surprise, the woman didn't care in the least. As long as she could kill him, what was this life worth? With that, the woman's figure flashed and vanished. Right then, footsteps echoed from behind. Nangong Suojin looked in the direction where the woman had disappeared and muttered softly, I thought she was scared out of her wits by the god of war, but I never expected you to convince her to go back after him." Nanggong Suqiao stated that she would definitely complete the mission, then asked how the matter of inviting their uncle's people was going. Nanggong Suojin replied that recruiting reinforcements was going very smoothly. "I just told him that his disciple died at the hands of the god of war, and he agreed to step in right away. It's just that his reaction to the news of his disciple's death was bizarrely calm, merely remarking offhandedly that the kid was useless, which is more than enough to prove how furious he actually is. He has never been one for words, he only believes in action. Now we just have to wait for Shang Yuan to finish what he's doing, and all preparations will be complete." Nanggong Suqiao asked, "Brother, how much longer will it take? It should be very soon. Haste makes waste." Suqiao: "If we fail this time, our Nanggong clan won't exist anymore either. Rest assured, uncle, we will definitely succeed this time." Meanwhile, the eldest young master of the Murong clan had joined the Five Dragons sect under Huangfu Junyue to avenge his father, only to be tortured by him to the point where death seemed better than life. A moment later, Huangfu Junyue prepared to leave. The elderly monk respectfully escorted the two to the door. Before parting ways, the old monk presented two requests to Huangfu Yunxuan. The old monk bluntly stated that the disciples had been exhausted lately, so he requested the alliance leader to grant them a few days of rest. Knowing that breaking the seal would consume a lot of energy, Huangfu Junyue immediately nodded in agreement. Then, with a gloomy expression, the old monk put forward his second request. "I humbly ask the alliance leader to permit this humble monk to step outside for a few days." Hearing this, Huangfu Yunxuan narrowed his eyes and asked what he intended to do. This humble monk wishes to find a flawless vessel to refine into the ultimate corpse demon. Understanding washed over Huangfu Yunxuan. Upon hearing that, "Since the master doesn't need my help, you must already have someone suitable in mind, right?" The old monk smiled, silently acknowledging the assumption. "Very well, but this is the last time. People are already getting suspicious." These tantric monks had previously made a pact with Huangfu Yunxuan. They would help the alliance leader lift the seals of the 7 extreme yin and cold essences, while using these items to help Huangfu Junyue forge an immortal corpse demon, in exchange for the 5 Dragons sect, protecting them and leaving behind 1 corpse demon to help revive their sect. Hearing the 4 words, immortal corpse demon, a subordinate felt a jolt in his heart and asked if it was the same as Kang Wei from before. Huangfu Yunxuan made no attempt to hide it from his new subordinate, bluntly stating that Kang Wei couldn't even compare. As it turned out, the immortal corpse demon was a forbidden technique recorded in ancient texts. Ordinary corpse refinement used dead bodies as a medium, whereas the immortal corpse demon used living people as sacrificial vessels. The refinement process was simply excruciatingly difficult, and the slightest mistake would cause the victim's soul to scatter completely. It wasn't until 500 years ago that a tantric monk created the extreme yin and cold essence, utilizing overwhelming yin energy to neutralize the target's entire body of yang energy, and then using secret incantations to bind the victim's soul, making the creation of an immortal corpse demon a reality. An immortal corpse demon retained its sentience and therefore would never forget its martial arts skills, but their physical strength far exceeds that of a normal person. The most terrifying thing is that although they can think for themselves, they have lost their basic humanity. Once they go beyond control, they won't even hesitate to kill their own kin. By nature, they are demons born for slaughter. There's an old tale behind this. 500 years ago, a branch of the esoteric sect fled to Shenyang. They secretly forged 7 ultimate cold yin essences deep within a mountain and prepared to refine the immortal demon corpses to restore the western regions. However, their tracks were discovered by the Northern Ridge Great Emperor, the #1 master of the North at that time. Fearing the chaos the immortal demon corpses would unleash upon the world, the Northern Ridge Great Emperor went there alone and wiped out the entire sect of esoteric monks. After retrieving the 7 forged ultimate cold yin essences, the Northern Ridge Great Emperor realized that these items contained world-destroying power, so he attempted to use his supreme cultivation to destroy them. Unexpectedly, the items were incredibly malevolent. No matter how profound his internal energy was, he couldn't break them. Under his constant bombardment of powerful internal energy, the immense yin energy within the ultimate cold yin essences erupted, instantly flooding the entire cave. The cave was transformed into an ice den in an instant. The Northern Ridge Great Emperor, with his peerless martial arts, managed to escape with his life, but he became even more convinced that if these things ever appeared, the world would surely fall into chaos. Thus, he spent the rest of his life guarding the cave. That cave became known as the Northern Ridge Cave. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. 20 years ago, Murong Dongtian stumbled upon the Northern Ridge Cave. By then, the Northern Ridge Great Emperor had passed away, but his corpse had not decomposed. Murong Dongtian recognized the figure before him as the Northern Ridge Great Emperor, and the 7 boxes were still suspended behind the corpse. Furthermore, Murong Dongtian inherited the Northern Ridge Great Emperor's martial arts, along with the secret method for crafting the Golden Wheel. But he kept it a secret from everyone. It wasn't until he discovered he couldn't open those boxes that he sent a letter to Quan Sheng, who had always been interested in the Northern Ridge Great Emperor. In the letter, he offered to surrender the corpse of the Northern Ridge Great Emperor and the 7 boxes. In exchange, Huangfu Junyue had to agree to let the Murong clan join the 5 Dragon Gate and reward the Murong clan with 10,000 taels of gold. Huangfu Yunxuan knew the true value of those 7 boxes and agreed without a second thought. That led to the incident where the Iron Horse Escort Agency transported those 2 shipments. After finishing the story, Huangfu Junyue boasted, "A single immortal demon corpse is enough to match the strength of the 3 great sects, let alone 7 of them." Hearing this, Quan Sheng let out a cold laugh. Snowfeather Gate would not exist for much longer. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven Trade Union, Sha Yu was leaning against the railing, gazing toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Hong Wugui curiously followed the young man's gaze and saw Mo Geiwu frowning in the pavilion. The old beggar immediately understood what Sha Yu was thinking and offered some comfort. "We've already done our best, but there really isn't any other way for now." Sha Yu didn't answer but asked why he hadn't seen Han Su for the past few days. Hong Wugui said that Han Su had visited the Zhongnan sect a few days ago and had been cooped up in his room ever since he returned. "I suspect the boy went through something there, but then again, I'm no immortal. How would I know everything?" Sha Yu sensed the old beggar had something more to say and told him to speak plainly. Hong Wugui scratched his head sheepishly and finally decided to tell the truth. "It's about the Yuan dynasty envoy we found a lead. A few days ago, we found a man named Xia Nusi. 10 years ago, he accompanied the Yuan dynasty envoy to the north. Upon hearing this, Sha Yu said he wanted to meet this man. He's gone missing, no sign of life, no trace of a body. The beggar sect lost 4 disciples. It seems things don't look good for them." The young man, hearing this, opened his eyes wide, unable to accept the news for a moment. "He was in Dongkou County, 400 miles away. I thought it was close, and I planned to bring him to you as a surprise. I'm sorry." Sha Yu heard this and pressed his hands against the railing, unable to speak for a long while. 400 miles at his speed, he could likely arrive in less than a day, and given just 1 day, he could have found out the whereabouts of Elder Wu Ai. The young man thought of this and felt as if the world were spinning. Hong Wugui said he hadn't expected such an outcome either. The opposition had let Xianusi live for 10 years, yet the moment the beggar sect found him, he was silenced. A moment later, Sha Yu calmed down and said slowly, "Elder Hong, this is not your fault." Seeing the young man's cold eyes, Hong Wugui felt a shiver run through him. He could sense the fury hidden beneath the calm tone. Sha Yu turned his head, his voice sincere. "It was my own preoccupation with other matters that caused me to neglect this." Afterward, the two began to analyze the situation. Hong Wugui couldn't understand why the opposition hadn't killed this man from the start, but instead waited until the beggar sect found him before silencing him. Sha Yu analyzed that they were likely watching in the shadows all along, wanting to use Xianusi to track down those who were investigating them. Hong Wugui expressed his confusion. For such a meticulous organization, once they made a move, they would surely leave a trail. Could they be leaving trails on purpose to counter-investigate them? Sha Yu grabbed an umbrella and said he had to make a trip to the Lion Alliance, as he had an appointment with the trade union today. Hong Wugui absent-mindedly told him to be careful, while inwardly planning to send someone to investigate thoroughly. Having said that, the young man turned and walked into the rain toward the Lion Alliance. Suddenly, the young man's footsteps halted. He saw several burly men blocking his path ahead. One of them, calling himself Guo Dashan, came from Zichi, one of the 17 squads of the Iron Martial Gate. Sha Yu frowned and asked what they wanted. Guo Dashan pulled off his hood and said coldly, "I watched the match between you and Do Kun. You're only worthy of me using my full strength." As he spoke, Guo Dashan threw his hood aside and took a stance. "Little brat, dare to fight me. How about a round of my great power divine fist, Guo Dashan?" Before he could finish his sentence, his vision blurred, and Sha Yu had already moved behind him. This Zichi master was momentarily stunned, but then a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "So, that's how it is. Then don't blame me." As he spoke, Guo Dashan roared, spun around, crouched low, and threw a powerful punch toward the young man's back. But immediately after, a miserable scream rang out on the street. Meanwhile, Shi Muling was waiting at the gate of the Lion Alliance. He had an appointment to meet Sha Yu at the hour of the rooster. But it was now 15 minutes past the hour of the rooster, and the other party had yet to appear. Suddenly, he saw a figure approaching through the rain. Xie Muling hurried forward to greet him and clasped his hands in salutation. Xia Yu said he had been delayed by some business on the way and apologized sincerely. Xie Muling noticed a tear in the young man's umbrella. He guessed the situation, 7 or 8 parts correct. Afterward, he personally led the way, and in a short while, he brought Xia Yu to the main hall. Dozens of people were already waiting inside. All handsome young men from the Flying Eagle group. Qi Muling took the initiative to introduce them, saying that these people were all outstanding talents among the factions under the Lion Alliance. They had not only mastered the martial arts of their own sects, but his father had also taught them the martial arts of the Lion Alliance. It was no exaggeration to say they were the future of the Lion Alliance, so his father had poured all his heart and soul into them. Xia Yu glanced over the members of the Flying Eagle group, and with just one look, he spotted a woman in clothes as white as snow. He had already seen the painting of the ice flower at the Han family of Luzhou, and instantly recognized that this girl was the Han Xiangya he had been searching for all this time. In the young man's mind, his master's instructions from years ago echoed in his ears. Xia Yu, if she isn't living well, help her once. If she is doing well, then just leave her in peace. Xia Yu looked at the girl, and thought to himself, Master, the woman you always longed for is right before my eyes. She is living very well now. You can rest in peace in the afterlife. No one knew that this scene had been caught by Qi Muling. The young master of the Lion Alliance smiled. The way his guest was looking at the ice flower was not ordinary at all, and it seemed everything was going as he had predicted. Thinking of this, Qi Muling took the initiative to speak. Xia Yu, let me introduce you. This lady is one of the 3 renowned beauties under heaven, the eldest Miss Han Xiangya of the Han family of Luzhou. She is currently the vice leader of the Flying Eagle group, and my father thinks very highly of her. Han Xiangya spoke in a cold yet gentle voice. It is an honor to meet the god of war today. Xia Yu replied with polite formalities, when suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps was heard. Xia Yu and Han Xiangya could not help but turn their heads to look, only to see an old man, as sturdy as a tower, striding toward them, accompanied by a booming laugh like thunder. The old man walked up to Xia Yu and said in a deep voice, This must be the young brother they call the god of war. I am Yuan Dejiang, the supreme elder of the Dali fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dejiang spread his arms, which were as thick as tree trunks, and without a word, he gave Xia Yu a tight hug. Truly, thank you. I heard you were coming today, and I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Thanks to you, the Dali fortress luckily escaped the catastrophe in Shenyang. I don't know how to repay this great favor of yours. As he spoke, Yuan Dejiang spun Xia Yu around a few times, leaving the members of the Flying Eagle group standing by in stunned silence. Hey, have you ever seen Elder Yuan treat anyone so kindly? Never. Only the Alliance leader is treated like that. Qi Muling saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked, while Yuan Dejiang ignored everyone's stares and pulled Xia Yu aside, saying that they absolutely had to have a good talk today. Xia Yu's eyes unconsciously glanced back at Han Xiangya, asking if it was all right to just ignore the elites of the Flying Eagle group like this. The Lion Alliance elder quickly caught his gaze, and thought to himself, could it be that, just as Qi Muling guessed, the god of war has fallen for the ice flower, Han Xiangya? Thinking of this, Yuan Dejiang chuckled. It's fine. Let them entertain themselves. Let's have a chat. But immediately after, he turned to instruct Han Xiangya. Xiangya, my girl. The latter replied respectfully, waiting in silence. After today's gathering ends, stay behind for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Han Xiangya kept her expression emotionless and gave a slight nod. Then the two of them walked to the back hall to take their seats. Yuan Dejiang once again expressed his gratitude. The Lion Alliance elder showered Xia Yu with praise, saying that the god of war's arrival had stirred the passion of all the martial artists. Xia Yu calmly replied, Senior, you are too kind. I do not deserve such praise. Yuan Dejiang laughed loudly. My friend, you are too humble. What I say is the truth. Many young martial artists admire you. Saying this, the Lion Alliance elder changed his tone. In truth, titles like the 2 saints, 3 masters, and 4 venerables have existed for too long. They have been famous for decades, and for now, the Ta Wu sect still belongs to them. Do you think that is reasonable? The Tai Wu sect's success today is certainly due to their efforts, but their current stagnation is also their responsibility. They are old, yet they refuse to relinquish power to the younger generation. The Yuan dynasty is weak now and has retreated to the north. The Ta Wu sect should have been dissolved by now. Hearing this, Xia Yu asked in confusion, Are you hoping for the Ta Wu sect to dissolve? Wan Dejiang stared intently at the young man. Of course not. I simply have high expectations for you. Perhaps you haven't realized yet that you have become a storm that is shaking the very foundations of the Tiwu sect. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping. In the downpour, a monk in a cloak stood on a thin thread. The old monk was like a night owl guarding the gate of the Lion Alliance, looking toward the main hall where the members of the Flying Eagle group were gathering, muttering to himself. With such talent, it would be a waste not to train into an immortal corpse demon. Ice Flower, Han Xiangya, you were born for eternal life. As he said this, the old monk's expression grew even more fanatical. Tonight, I will turn you into the most beautiful person in the world. The old man lowered himself to personally host a feast for a young man, and even poured wine for him himself, showing great intimacy. Sha Yu took the wine cup from Wan Dejiang and sniffed it slightly. Noticing a rich, elegant fragrance drifting up, Wan Dejiang proudly introduced the wine as dragon flower, saying it was a rare, exquisite wine found nowhere else in the world. By the time they were slightly tipsy, the elder laughed and said, Sha Yu, what do you think of that girl Xiangya? Sha Yu said that since it was their first meeting, he had no special feelings, but Wan Dejiang's expression suddenly became serious, noting that the young hero's eyes looked at her very differently. Heroes love beauties. It has been that way since ancient times, especially when she has martial arts skills above the rest. The only flaw this girl has is that her temperament is a bit cold. But it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing, I can act as a matchmaker for you both. Sha Yu looked at him calmly. Thank you for your kindness, elder. But I have no such intentions. Seeing the young man so determined, Van Duck Jiang laughed heartily. I only think the two of you make a perfect couple. Please, don't take offense, young hero. Come, let's have a drink. Outside the hallway, Thiet Mok Lin felt restless. Elder Van and Sha Yu had been talking for over 2 hours. Thinking about this, the young master clenched his fist tightly. He felt that the two of them had been talking a bit too long today. Could there be some secret between them? Just then, a beautiful figure glided over. Tai Mu Ling asked Han Xiangya why she had come. She replied that she was acting under the League leader's orders to summon him for an audience. Tai Mu Ling frowned slightly. He had intended to see Shan Sha Wu off himself, but it seemed he would have to bid him farewell now. Immediately after, he asked Han Xiangya to accompany him to the back hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the back hall, Tai Mu Ling's expression changed. He saw that Wan Dejiang was already dead drunk. Elder Wan was not one to indulge in alcohol. Shan Sha Wu, it seems the old man really likes you. Shan Sha Wu just smiled and said nothing. Immediately after, he looked at Timu Ling with interest and asked if he would like to share a few drinks as well. Tai Mu Ling tactfully declined, saying he had urgent business to attend to and could not see him off properly, hoping he would forgive the discourtesy. To his surprise, the intoxicated Wan Dejiang interrupted, suddenly saying, The Lion League cannot be impolite. Just let the girl, Xiangya, see the guest off. Hearing this, Han Xiangya obeyed, then walked up to Shan Sha Wu and gestured for him to follow. Watching their retreating figures, the drunken Wan Dejiang mumbled, The War God and the Ice Flower, truly a match made in heaven. Tai Mu Ling asked in a low voice, Elder, are you trying to play matchmaker for them? As long as that girl remains in the martial world, she will eventually have to marry. Besides, she comes from the Han family, a clan that is currently in decline. If Shan Sha Wu has feelings for her, even a little, then letting them marry isn't a bad thing. If they can become husband and wife, not only will the Flying Eagle group benefit, but the Lion League will also gain a powerful ally. Saying this, the elder sneered. If both parties refused, there was nothing to lose anyway. Tai Mu Ling bid farewell to Wan Dejiang and walked out of the back hall alone. Wan Dejiang's words left him lost in thought. Han Xiangya's talent far exceeded his own. Surpassing him in martial arts was only a matter of time. It was just that because she came from the waning Han family, she could only stop at the rank of deputy leader of the Flying Eagle group. Perhaps marrying the War God was truly the best choice. The Lion League's young master watched the two gradually disappear into the distance, his mind racing, unable to calm down. The War God was about his age, yet he had only stepped into the martial world for less than 3 months and had already built a legendary reputation. First, he defeated Murong Dongtian, head of the Murong family in Shenyang. Then he repelled 2 guest experts of the Five Dragon Gate in Taiyuan and single-handedly stormed the Nangong family in Anhui, forcing the patriarch Nangong Wu Jing to his death, subsequently defeating the 2 major assassin families, the Wu Yang Yin clan and the Qing Yang sect. On his way south, he even made the 18 camps of the Yangtze River tremble, and even Do Gun, a disciple of the Heavenly Vault Taoist, died miserably at his hands. Tai Muling wondered. If he were to follow the other's path, he would likely face more peril than safety. Fortunately, he had a father with great ambitions. Although his father had yet to make a move, he knew he was definitely waiting for the right moment. Just like the old foxes of the 5 Dragon Gate and the 9 Heavens Manor. All 3 powers knew clearly that whoever secured the war god would significantly boost their strength, and at that point, the remaining 2 would surely unite. Yesterday's enemies could instantly become today's allies. That was the martial world. That is why no one has dared to openly recruit the war god until now. Tai Muling watched the 2 blend into the bustling crowd. The young master showed back his thoughts, mumbling, "War god, you truly are a headache for us." Speaking of Shan Wu, he quietly followed behind Han Ya. Her cold personality reminded him of his master. Thinking of this, the young man took the initiative to start a conversation, stating bluntly that her appearance did not resemble her father's. Han Ya was slightly surprised and turned back to look. "You know my father?" Shan Wu said he had once visited the Han household in Luzhou. Upon hearing this, Han Ya returned to her icy, aloof expression and asked about her father's health. "He is well, just very worried about you." The girl looked at Shan Wu with meaningful eyes. "Since you have met my father, you must already know. I am his adopted daughter, so our appearances are different. Although I am an adopted daughter, he has always treated me like his own child." Shan Wu was momentarily stunned by the girl's frank answer, thought for a moment, and then said he had one more question to ask. But before he could say it, he was flatly refused by Han Ya. The girl said she would not answer any more questions. Watching her back as she walked away, Shan Wu suddenly felt as if he were seeing his master again. From her cold demeanor and straightforward way of speaking to her gait, everything was so similar to his master, but he immediately laughed bitterly. The girl's father was now the head of the Han family, and loved her dearly. And looking at things now, Han Ya seemed to be living well. So should he tell her everything about his master, or should he just let her live like this? Suddenly, Shan Wu's pupils contracted, and several pale blue Buddhist prayer beads floated strangely around him. In that instant, everything around them seemed to stop. The young man felt that even time had ceased to flow. At this moment, a grim voice rang out from behind. "Ordinary people are all bewitched by her beauty, and cannot free themselves. Only I can see the talent hidden within that beauty. Han Ya, I will refine you into the most perfect immortal corpse demon in history." As he spoke, the old monk took a talisman from his sleeve, accompanied by a strange chant, and the talisman immediately burst into flames on its own. When the talisman burned out, the rising smoke turned into a stream of spiritual energy under the old monk's control, darting straight toward Han Ya. Just as that spiritual energy was about to touch her, a cold voice rang out. Shan Wu turned around, frowning. "What do you think you're doing?" The young man's shout caused the spiritual energy to freeze in midair. In reality, it was formed from the old monk's divine consciousness, using a secret technique of the esoteric sect to capture souls, often used in combat. But today, the old monk did not expect that the young man in front of him would be unaffected by his secret technique. He only saw a flash of cold light in Shan Wu's eyes. A domineering essence energy created from his divine consciousness shot out, and immediately afterward, the Buddhist beads exploded in unison. As for Shan Wu, he raised his left hand. The young man channeled his powerful internal energy into his palm, then curled his 5 fingers into a claw, grabbing that stream of spiritual energy. The opponent panicked and dodged, his figure flickering in and out of sight, gliding behind the young man. A murderous intent rose in the old monk's heart. He realized this child would definitely become a major threat in the future. He absolutely could not let him live. But he did not know that Sha Yu's heaven-breaking divine technique was unique, characterized by attacks that followed one's impulses and erupted naturally. The young man whirled around like a fierce tiger and struck out with a palm, hitting his opponent right in the chest. A surge of intense force instantly shattered the mental energy. Sha Yu stood tall, with one hand behind his back, while the mental energy dissipated into green smoke, slowly fading away until only a talisman torn into 3 pieces remained, drifting to the ground. Sha Yu turned back to look behind him and saw the old monk suffering from a backlash, fresh blood streaming from his nose and mouth. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The monk, upon seeing that look, turned pale, yet immediately glared back with a venomous stare, hissing a cruel threat. "I will never give up on that woman." As soon as he finished, the old monk vanished strangely on the spot, leaving behind a broken umbrella on the ground, as everything around them returned to normal. Han Wuba, confused, asked him what had happened. Sha Yu looked at her with a complicated expression. "If I hadn't learned the heaven-breaking divine technique from my master years ago, I fear Han Huangya would have been in grave danger just now. It turns out the heaven-breaking divine technique has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Generations of heaven-breaking warriors have fought countless duels, facing many strange individuals with bizarre tricks. Because of this, the predecessors of the heaven-breaking warrior lineage have constantly refined and perfected the art. Once you master the skill of circulating energy through the body, you can see through an opponent's shift in energy. That is why, just now, Sha Yu was not controlled by the old monk's secret arts, and was even able to strike down the mental energy projected by his spirit. Sha Yu pulled himself back to reality, thinking to himself that if his master was right, and if Han Huangya could inherit her teacher's Moon Soul sword technique, she would achieve similar results once she mastered it. It was just that, as of today, her cultivation had not yet reached that level, which was why she couldn't see through the old monk's trickery. Suddenly, Sha Yu turned his head back. He was certain he could no longer sense the old monk's presence, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still secretly watching him. Seeing nothing after a quick scan, he finally answered Han Huangya's question. "It's nothing. Let's go." He turned back to see her looking at him with a strange expression. Sha Yu remained calm and asked slowly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The young woman's cold voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Then why did you follow me?" The young man mentioned his umbrella had been stolen, and to her surprise, Sha Yu grabbed her hand, ignoring her shock. "No need to buy another one. We're less than half a mile from home. Let me hold the umbrella." Seeing the faint smile on the young man's face, Han Huangya stood frozen. The man before her suddenly gave her a sense of familiarity. Noticing her strange reaction, Sha Yu asked if she was all right. Han Huangya smiled softly and said, "It's nothing. I just felt that your smile, Sha Yu, was very familiar. It belongs to someone I don't know. Your smile is so much like his. He often appears in my dreams, but I can never remember who he is. His gaze is terrifying, yet he often smiles warmly at me." Perhaps it was the young man's warm, familiar smile that finally caused this cold, icy beauty to open up. It turned out she could no longer remember anything from before she was 8 years old. She only remembered her name was Han Huangya, and the place where she had suffered hellish torment. Han Huangya closed her eyes slightly, seemingly unwilling to recall it. "Perhaps it's because of the head injury I suffered back then. Other than that, I remember nothing. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I've never told anyone these things." Speaking of which, Han Huangya turned to look at him. "Maybe it's because your eyes and smile are just like the man I see in my dreams." Near a roadside tavern, a woman in black watched the two enter a small alley from a distance. She had witnessed the terror of the god of war, so for the past few days, she hadn't dared to get close, nor had she dared to look at him for more than 2 breaths. Ever since the Ngu Duong Am clan was exterminated, she had lived like a stray dog. It wasn't until Nam Kung Tukyo found her, promising to help her take revenge, that she didn't hesitate to accept the mission to track the god of war and find his weaknesses. Kojiao had been tracking him for 3 days. During that time, the only conclusion she reached was that the god of war had no weaknesses. Until today, when she witnessed that scene, she saw the god of war's umbrella shredded to pieces. Judging by his movements, he seemed to be fighting with thin air. The scene was bizarre, but Kojiao was certain of one thing. The god of war had been protecting that icy beauty, Han Huangya. That cold woman was his weakness. Just then, a beautiful figure approached. It was Nam Kung Tukyo. "Did you give her the task? Kojiao, you're still as seductive as ever. Ever since my clan was destroyed, I have stopped thinking of myself as a woman, nor do I care about the gazes of men." Nam Kung Tukyo didn't press the issue, sitting down across from Kojiao, saying that everything was ready and they were just waiting to lure the god of war into the trap. Kojiao trembled at these words, remaining silent. A moment later, she lifted her veil, stared intently at the other woman, and parted her red lips, her voice filled with fanaticism. "Don't worry, I just found the perfect way to trap him." Hearing this, a crazed look of joy appeared on Nam Kung Tukyo's face. The next morning, at the Great Thean Merchant Group, Tutuho stared at Sha Yu with a strange smile all morning, leaving him sweating bullets. "Tuho, is there something you want to tell me? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Brother Sha Yu, it's actually you who should have something to tell me, isn't it? Like, for example, what happened yesterday?" Sha Yu felt a pang of guilt. What could have happened to me yesterday? Tuto refused to let it go. "It's fine, take your time to think. I'm not in a hurry, there's really nothing. I only went drinking with Elder Van yesterday." Tutio Ho watched him with a deep, knowing look. "Is that really all there is to it?" Sha Yu insisted firmly. "That's really all. What else could there be? Who knows? It rained all night yesterday. Maybe brother Shan Wu was even strolling in the rain with that ice flower, or perhaps they were sharing the same umbrella. Shan Wu froze instantly upon hearing that. This little girl guessed every single detail right. Thinking of this, he hurriedly changed the subject. Little Hu, do you still remember my master? Su Xiaohu saw that the other party was serious, so she stopped pressing, and said that, of course, she remembered him. Although the white-haired old man had seemed stern back then, he had treated her with such warmth and kindness. He, like Shan Xiaowu, was one of her most cherished memories. She then asked why he had shifted the topic from the ice flower to the old master. Shan Xiaowu said flatly that Han Xiangya was his master's daughter. The words landed like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Su Xiaohu couldn't believe it for a moment. Shan Xiaowu explained that it was a long story, starting 10 years ago. An hour later, Su Xiaohu knew the whole truth. Her almond eyes were brimming with tears. She could never have imagined the hardships Han Xiangya had been through. Eavesdropping. Hong Wugui also felt a pang of pity, and asked Shan Xiaowu if he intended to tell Bing Hua the truth. Shan Xiaowu said he was hesitant, then looked at Su Xiaohu to ask for her opinion. Before Su Xiaohu could speak, the old beggar voiced his own. I think you should tell her everything. After all, she has the right to know the truth about her own origins. Whether she chooses to accept it or not, that's for her to decide. Su Xiaohu nodded slightly. You are the old master's only successor. You're the only one who can tell her the truth. Besides, the Five Dragon sect is plotting something, and we really shouldn't delay any longer. Shan Xiaowu frowned at this. The Five Dragon sect? What are they up to now? It was rumored that the Five Dragon sect had been making new moves lately. Shan Xiaowu couldn't help but furrow his brow, and after Su Xiaohu explained, he understood why. It turned out that in the last few days, the Five Dragon sect's supply logistics had increased significantly. The stockpiles of medicinal herbs and weapons far exceeded what was normal. Su Xiaohu guessed that the Five Dragon sect was about to make a major move. Not only that, but the number of spies around the Iron Martial sect had also skyrocketed. Curiously, these spies were tracking everyone in the Iron Martial sect without discrimination. Therefore, Su Xiaohu suspected that most of these spies had been sent by the Sword Saint. Although the Lion Alliance hadn't made any moves yet, given the invincible Blade Lord's personality, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death. With the common enemy the Yuan family having retreated to the north, the Iron Martial sect's collapse was only a matter of time. If that day came, Han Xiangya and the Feiyang caravan would surely side with the Lion Alliance. Shan Xiaowu gathered his thoughts. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes between these factions, but he couldn't leave Han Xiangya's safety to chance. He had originally planned to find his master's daughter and then go look for his fifth sworn sister, but now it seemed the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Just then, a loud shout rang in his ears. Shan Xiaowu looked up and saw someone practicing swordplay in the courtyard. It was Han Su, who had locked himself in his room for many days. The head disciple of the Zhongnan sect was drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Shan Xiaowu secretly praised his younger brother for having such a steadfast heart for the sword. At the same time, at the bustling pier of the Iron Martial sect, a tavern was packed with people, yet it was deathly silent. The martial artists were listening intently to a burly man's story. Guo Deshan was rambling on about how he had fought the war god, claiming he had traded 800 blows with his opponent before his arm was broken. But now, I've figured out his moves. Next time, I'll definitely make him kneel and beg for mercy. With that, Guo Deshan waved his hand and shouted, "Long live the 17. The crowd of the 17 cheered deafeningly. Only one swordsman in a dark corner observed it all in silence. Nan Wenhao held his long sword, lost in thought. He knew Guo Deshan's martial arts well. If he had fought the war god and only lost an arm, it seemed the war god wasn't all that impressive. At this thought, Nan Wenhao sneered and said loudly, "Master Guo is truly brave. I admire you." Hearing a familiar voice, Guo Deshan turned his head toward the sound, only to see Nan Wenhao walking toward him, head held high. He continued, "However, our people of the 17 have been bullied by the war god, and I can't swallow this anger. Master Guo, let's go find him together. If we experts of the 17 strike together, no matter how good he is, he won't be a match for us." Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Guo Deshan. He was terrified, but he couldn't back down. Returning to the Great Heaven caravan, Han Su regulated his breath and continued practicing his swordplay. Every strike sent the fallen leaves in the courtyard flying. The rebuke from Elder Shi Wenhai still echoed in his ears. "Do you want to follow in your master's footsteps?" Han Su squeezed his eyes shut, trying to banish the voice, but it lingered like a shadow. "How long do you intend to keep practicing that useless sword technique? Look at yourself now. You're just like your good-for-nothing master. Trying to restore the 36 Heavenly Dipper sword techniques? You're just daydreaming. Suddenly, Han Su shouted, "Shut up," and the sword move in his hand became even more powerful. This was definitively the 36 Heavenly Dipper sword techniques. It was the ultimate art of the Zhongnan sect, and restoring it was his master's lifelong wish. Han Su danced with his sword like a dragon, his figure flickering in and out of view, the sword aura sweeping across the area. I will not let my master's decades of effort go to waste, and I will not allow anyone to tarnish the 36 Heavenly Dipper sword techniques. Han Su sheathed his sword, catching a falling leaf with the tip. The young man furrowed his brow, his gaze firm as he muttered, "Even if it costs me my whole life, I must complete this sword technique." As he finished speaking, he began practicing again from the start. His master had only recovered the first 24 moves. The remaining 12 had the sword chants but no forms. Han Su wanted to perfect those final 12 moves through tireless practice. Just as he was about to start over, he saw Shan Shawu glide before him. He said softly, "It seems your sword heart is even firmer than I imagined." Taken aback, Han Su asked, "Is something wrong?" Shan Shawu didn't answer, but reached out to grab a long sword from the weapon rack, spun the hilt, and used the centrifugal force to flick the scabbard away. Drawing the sword, he said loudly, "Nothing's wrong. It's just that watching you practice makes my hands itch. Let's spar a few rounds as brothers." Delighted, Han Su asked, "Big brother knows how to use a sword too?" All martial arts paths lead to the same destination. Someone once attained supreme sword mastery on the Yangtze River. This is the same principle. Without another word, both men fell silent. The courtyard was deathly quiet. Han Su focused on every move Shan Shawu made. Just as a leaf fell before them, Shan Shawu's figure suddenly vanished. Han Su's expression changed slightly. His big brother's footwork was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, Shan Shawu had leaped into the air. A sword slashed down toward Han Tu's shoulder. He tilted his sword to parry the blow, then lightly tapped his toes against the ground, retreating to neutralize the force. After creating distance, Han Tu focused power into his legs and charged forward with both hands on his sword, using his hip rotation to swing down. But Sha Yu rotated his wrist, bringing his sword up to block. The two swords clashed with a jarring sound. Strangely, Han Tu felt that his opponent's sword had no force behind it at all, as if he were slashing into thin air, yet his own hands holding the sword went numb, and the blade felt like it was about to slip from his grip. He realized that Sha Yu had intentionally restrained his internal energy to avoid damaging the sword left to him by his master, while also using the moment to teach him swordsmanship. Han Tu was secretly moved, and he became more determined not to let his big brother down. Suddenly, Han Tu swung his sword with the power to split the heavens, and even Sha Yu didn't dare to block it directly, jumping up to evade it. Immediately after, a sharp blast of sword energy shot down, shattering the blue tiles on the ground. Sha Yu spun in the air like a soaring swallow, then landed gently, standing steadily behind Han Tu. Han Tu, however, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He had just used the 25th form of the Lei Kang dance. The young man felt like he was dreaming, muttering, "I did it. I actually did it." A moment later, he regained his senses, overjoyed. "Big brother, thanks to you, I've finally found the path to improvement." Sha Yu smiled and said softly, "I should be the one thanking you for letting me witness such a magnificent sword technique." Hong Nu Kuai, watching from the floor above, was a member of the beggar sect who felt deeply resentful toward Sha Yu. He could clearly see that it was thanks to Sha Yu's guidance that Han Tu was able to execute that final move. Just then, a commotion drew his attention. The old beggar turned around to see a crowd approaching the main gate. This group, each of them looking as fierce as a demon, was led by a master from the Blue Banner, Nam Van Hao. Seeing them aggressively marching toward the Dai Thien trading group, Hong Da Kuai was confused, while Quach Dai Sun turned pale, shouting that he hadn't recovered yet and they should challenge him another day. Hearing the chaotic footsteps drawing near, Sha Yu and Han Tu turned back out of curiosity, only to see a fierce group approaching, filled with an intense aura. One of them held a large flag high, with the number 17 written on it. As the group stormed into the courtyard, Nam Hao shouted loudly, "God of War, today the 17 will come to put an end to your undefeated legend." At that moment, Hong No Kui walked over to Sha Yu, whispering to introduce the group to him. It turned out that the 17 was a league of small sects. They always acted independently within the Thiet Vu sect, and even the three great powers couldn't make them listen. Seeing them arrive, Han Tu hurriedly asked, "Is there some misunderstanding?" Nam Van Hao sneered and shouted, "Yesterday, the god of war fought Quach Dai, son of the Purple Banner, for 1,000 rounds, and even severed his arm. We 17 always stand together. and today we've come to seek justice for him." Sha Yu was bewildered, while Quach Dai Sun ignored his comrade's attempts to stop him, loudly explaining, "I did bleed yesterday, and calling it a bloody battle is no exaggeration, but I'm not seriously injured. Can't we just let this go?" Looking at Quach Dai Sun's face, Sha Yu suddenly remembered. "I remember now. You were the one who ruined my umbrella yesterday." Nam Van Hao jumped forward, cutting them off. "Enough with the nonsense. Word is out that you are incredibly gifted. Some even say you are on par with the 2 sages and 3 fairies. Having said that, this master of the blue banner drew his sword from its scabbard, performed a quick flourish, and continued. But after hearing Master Quach's description, I feel the rumors are exaggerated. Now, rumors about you are everywhere in the Thiet Vu sect, and this will surely lead to trouble." Finishing his sentence, he slashed his sword down, wanting to show off his exquisite swordsmanship. Sha Yu looked at him as if he were a fool, not moving an inch. Seeing this, Nam Van Hao angrily pointed his sword at the young man. "We 17 are the neutral force of the Thiet Vu sect, and we have an obligation to expose these nonsensical rumors that are unsettling people." Sha Yu calmly asked, "Even if it costs you your life? So many of us 17 have died fighting against the Yuan dynasty. So what if we die? Is that something to be afraid of?" Sha Yu listened, his expression unchanged, and gave a slight nod. Immediately after, his right fist suddenly rose, blue energy swirling incessantly around it. Next, the young man stepped forward, closed the distance, and unleashed a powerful punch directly into Nam Van Hao's sword. The opponent's sword, made of fine steel, shattered into pieces, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Sha Yu slowly walked past Nam Van Hao, calmly saying, "I am glad to meet someone who cares about the future of the Thiet Vu sect like you. I respect you as a man of honor, so I will spare your life today." Hearing this, Nam Hao felt insulted. He screamed, intending to discard his sword and fight hand to hand, but to his surprise, the moment he exerted force, his arm throbbed with pain. The others from the 17 looked at each other in confusion, until they saw Nam Van Hao drop to his knees with a thud, clutching his sword arm and screaming in agony. Sha Yu stepped out in front of everyone, and said loudly, "You 17 are brave and courageous in your resistance against the Yuan, so I admire you deeply and could not bring myself to be ruthless. Now that you doubt my methods, why don't you all come at me at once? I will take you all on." A large man among them became furious, saying, "The 17 never team up to fight. I have the weakest martial arts in the 17, and I come from the Black Banner." But before he could finish his sentence, Sha Yu struck him away with a single palm. Another large man brandishing a long sword rushed forward, but before he could introduce himself, the young man sent him flying with another palm strike. "I am from the Silver Banner. I am from the White Banner." Sha Yu's footwork was as agile as a rabbit. He moved fluently, his hands unleashing strikes continuously. He fought with such grace it was like painting a picture, quickly knocking out several members of the 17. Seeing this, Quach Dai Sun could only cry. He never expected his joke to cause such consequences. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and news of the 17's repeated challenges against the god of war spread everywhere. Hoang Fu Quan Nok received the report from his subordinates and looked slightly stunned. How did they get involved with the god of war? His subordinate explained that initially, only one person had blocked the path to challenge him, but for some unknown reason, the 17 then went to the Dai Thien trading group together, taking turns challenging the god of war every day, and it has been 5 days now. Leader, the difficult problem now is that after fighting the god of war, they felt they had gained so much, and if this continued, they feared that boy's reputation would only keep growing. Huang Fu Junyue listened and sneered. "I was too merciful with him before. It's time to knock him off his pedestal." The subordinate reported the intel and left the mountain with a conflicted heart. Currently, it wasn't just the warriors from the 17th who were gathered at the Great Heaven Trade Union. Many warriors from other factions had come to watch as well. The god of war turned no one away, receiving every single challenger. Those who had fought him all claimed they had gained a lot of insight. He never expected that the god of war, who had been at the Iron Martial Alliance for less than half a month, would become so famous, nearly catching up to the 2 saints. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Trade Union, 2 warriors from the 17th shouted loudly and attacked Shan Wu. The latter, with a cold expression, calmly said, "You are all too slow." As he finished speaking, the youth threw a kick, striking one on the shoulder. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind the opponent. Shan Wu threw a powerful punch, hitting the other man in the chest. Both warriors from the 17th were sent flying instantly. The swift and decisive technique made the entire hall cheer in an instant. The youth didn't even pant. His expression remained unchanged as he casually said, "You're next." Guo Dashan watched the match with a fearful expression. Only now did he truly know the actual strength of the god of war. Immediately after, he turned to Nam Wenhao, who was next to him with his arm in a cast, and nagged, "I told you we shouldn't have come, but you insisted. Look at this now. One by one, if it's not a broken arm, it's a broken leg." Nam Wenhao flew into a rage upon hearing this, pointing at his broken arm and questioning the other guy about who had reported the enemy situation incorrectly. The Great Heaven Trade Union was lively every day now, and Su Xiaohu even arranged for Jin Lian to provide lunch for these warriors. Just then, Jin Lian was distributing food behind Guo Dashan and his companion, just in time to hear them whispering, "Who is the golden guest beside the god of war?" Word is, he's a disciple of the Zhongnan sect and a sworn brother of the god of war. I really admire him. The god of war seems to be 26 or 27. 5 years older than me. Maybe I should ask him to be my big brother too? Hearing this, Jin Lian couldn't help but scold them. "Looking at you two, you don't seem any younger than Shan Wu." The two Guo Dashan turned their heads back, looking aggrieved as they said not to judge a book by its cover. Jin Lian asked why the 17th kept coming to challenge the god of war. As soon as she said that, both men, who were eating dumplings, were stunned. "You clearly know you're no match for the god of war. I'm very curious why you still challenge him every single day." Guo Dashan stared at his broken arm, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "I don't know why, but I don't feel any jealousy toward him. Our people have been enjoying this process over the past few days. Perhaps this place has allowed us to feel some kind of meaning." Jin Lian straight up pointed out that this was, in fact, a sense of belonging. After saying that, she turned and left to continue distributing food, leaving the two Guo Dashan standing there, staring at each other. She said, "We found a sense of belonging here. What do you think? Is it possible to feel a sense of belonging even while getting beaten up?" Both of them couldn't help but shiver. This way of putting it was truly hard to believe. Just then, a burly man holding a long spear charged over. He stomped hard on the ground with his toes, leaped high into the air, and lunged straight at Shan Wu in the middle of the courtyard. Seeing yet another warrior from the 17th lunging at him, Shan Wu crouched down and said coldly, "Your footwork is fast, but your spear technique is too weak." As he finished speaking, the youth stepped back lightly, just in time to avoid the opponent's direct downward spear thrust. The warrior missed his strike, used the recoil to leap up, and swung the long spear with the momentum of a falling mountain, aiming straight for Shan Wu's head. But Shan Wu kicked, snapping the spear shaft in two. The youth's calm voice rang out again, "Don't let your opponent grasp the pattern of your techniques." As he finished speaking, the man felt a powerful burst of force hit his face. In an instant, the warrior was kicked, flying by the youth, his whole body sent backward like a kite with a broken string. Upstairs, Feng Yukui watched as the warrior fell into the dining area. The surrounding crowd burst into deafening cheers. Su Xiaohu asked the old beggar if he knew why Shan Wu was doing this. During these days, he hadn't just been sparring with the 17th's warriors daily. He also didn't hesitate to point out the flaws in each challenger's technique. Shan Wu said he was trying to catch a sly fox. Su Xiaohu was slightly stunned hearing this. Even though she was exceptionally clever, she didn't understand the meaning of that statement. It turned out that a few days ago, Hong Yukui had asked Shan Wu, and he hadn't answered directly, saying instead that he was fox hunting. A fox is naturally very alert, so you can't give it a chance to escape. Lure the enemy out and strike to kill. This is the fox hunting method my father taught me. Hong Yukui felt a jolt in his heart. Could the old fox you're talking about be Huangfu Junyue? Su Xiaohu heard the explanation and was instantly so angry her face turned red. Her name also contained the character for tiger, and she was clearly unhappy that Shan Wu was equating the two. But immediately after, she stopped joking, her face full of worry. In her eyes, Huangfu Junwei was not someone easy to deal with. Hong Yukui, however, remained quite calm. He knew Shan Wu must have his reasons for doing this. Just then, a little girl ran quickly toward the two of them. Su Xiaohu gently asked why the little girl had come. The girl innocently held out a letter, saying that a woman in white with silver hair had told her to bring it. Su Xiaohu's mind raced after hearing this, and in an instant, she thought of someone. Immediately, she ordered the match to stop and delivered the letter to Shan Wu. The warriors of the 17th, seeing the young master of the Great Heaven Trade Union for the first time, all expressed their admiration for Su Xiaohu. Shan Wu looked confused and spoke up. "Did Miss Han send this?" Su Xiaohu said there was no name on the letter, but based on the little girl's description, the sender was like an ice flower blooming on the snow plains. Shan Wu opened the letter suspiciously. He didn't understand why Han Xiangye would send a letter at this time. "Han Su, pay respects to the big brother." Han Su looked solemn and couldn't help but ask, Shan Wu said Han Xiangya had invited him to meet tonight at Fuyue Island. Su Xiaohu was slightly stunned. Fuyue Island was 2 miles away and had always been desolate. She didn't understand why Iceflower would ask to meet there. She asked to meet me there, so she must have her reasons. We'll know when we go tonight. Su Xiaohu. I leave this place to you for now. After saying that, Shan Savu gathered strength in his legs, leaped up, and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. It was the first time Han Tu had ever seen his boss in such a rush. He immediately shouted toward Shan Savu's retreating back. Boss, are you planning to abandon Miss Su Tu-ho just to go find the ice flower? Exposed in front of everyone, Su Tu-ho blushed and hurriedly tried to stop him. Han To didn't know the reason, but she understood better than anyone. Han Huangya was the daughter of Shan Savu's master. When concerned Cloud's judgment, he really had no other choice. Below the veranda, Hongvu Kui quietly watched the young man leave. For some reason, a sudden, ominous premonition rose in his heart. With his extensive experience in the martial world, he always felt that the letter was strange. The old beggar hesitated, unsure whether he should stop Shan Savu from leaving. Seeing the god of war rushing away, Quach Dai Sun and his companion were bewildered, completely confused by the situation. Nam Van Hao immediately shouted, God of war, do you intend to leave us behind and go alone? Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a soft voice spoke up. Savu brother has an urgent matter, so he had to head out first. Shortly after, Su Tu-ho stepped forward and told everyone that since they had been working hard fighting over the past few days, the Great Heaven Merchant Guild would host a banquet for all the warriors present. The martial artists cheered upon hearing this, praising Su Tu-ho's hospitality. Hey, are we going to the banquet too? Of course. It would be rude not to accept Miss Su's kindness. Before long, the sun had set in the west, and a bright moon quietly rose, hanging high in the night sky. On a lake about 2 miles away from the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, the young man lightly tapped his feet on the surface of the water, barely making a ripple. As he glided past, the gentle ripples shattered the moon's reflection on the water. Shan Savu's figure moved as fast as lightning. Clearly, he was using a light body technique to tread across the lake. A moment later, the young man narrowed his eyes as a small island appeared not far ahead. Shan Savu took a deep breath, his body soaring into midair, then landing gently on a tree branch, scanning his surroundings. He saw that the small island before him looked as if it had been split in two by a giant axe, forming a natural crevice in the middle. This must be the Fu Nguyen Island that Han Huangya had mentioned. Soon after, he spotted a small house tucked into the crevice. The house backed against the cliff, surrounded by water on 3 sides. Once surrounded there was basically no way to escape. A beautiful figure in snow-white clothes sat quietly under the eaves. Shan Savu's expression grew stern. He thought to himself, the person he wanted to see most was appearing in the most suspicious place. A moment later, a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I want to see what kind of game you're playing. Having said that, the young man leaped from the branch, taking a moment to land lightly by the small house at the bottom of the crevice. The crevice was deeper than he had imagined. Shan Savu stood with his hands behind his back and greeted Han Huangya. Unexpectedly, she seemed quite surprised, asking him why he had come. Shan Savu frowned slightly, his tone skeptical. Didn't you write the letter asking me to come and meet you? Han Huangya stood up from the table and walked over to welcome him, firmly denying it, saying bluntly that she had never sent any letter. She claimed she was there on a mission for the Flying Eagle Guild, under orders to wait for further instructions. Shan Savu's expression remained unchanged, but he immediately became vigilant. He noticed that the woman in front of him walked differently than the real Han Huangya. Thinking of this, he calmly replied, saying perhaps someone had used the ice flower's name to lure him here. While talking, he glanced at the table and spotted a second suspicious detail. This woman had casually set her sword down. A swordswoman on a mission would never make such a mistake. It could only mean that the Ming Qing sword wasn't actually her weapon of choice. At that moment, Han Huangya spoke up coldly. Shan Savu, who do you think led us here? What is their goal? Unexpectedly, Shan Savu said something startling. Right now, I don't care what their goal is. What I care more about is why you are disguised as Han Huangya. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Han Huangya, her eyes widened, her pupils contracted. At the same time, several figures were rushing rapidly toward the crevice. The two leading the group were Nam Kung, So Tien, and his son. Before long, everyone had reached the edge of the cliff. Both sides of the crevice were filled with experts from the Nam Kung family. Nam Kung So Tien stood on a tree branch with his arms crossed over his chest. The old man looked down at the small house from above, his face full of murderous intent. Nam Kung Thuong Nguyen also frowned, looking fierce. In the group, Only one burly man wearing a conical hat stood motionless. A black wind blew, and the veil hanging from the hat shifted, revealing a long, savage scar over his left eye. A few days ago, the young man had shared an umbrella with the young woman. Hearing Shansavu's question, Han Huangya tried to remain calm, saying she didn't understand what he was talking about. The young man said nothing more and suddenly raised his left hand. Seeing the energy gathering in his hand, Han Huangya was instantly terrified, her face turning deathly pale. Immediately after, a powerful burst of energy struck right at the center of her forehead. Han Huangya let out a cry, instinctively covering her face with her hands as she crouched down. The hat on her head was blown away by the energy. Then, she looked at the young man in the distance with venomous eyes. Underneath the delicate, fair skin, a different face emerged. Since you've already seen through it, I don't need to pretend anymore. As she spoke, she tore the human skin mask off her face. Shansavu saw her true appearance and asked with suspicion, who exactly was she? Kojiao looked at the young man with hatred, and said coldly, that day, you wiped out my whole family. Of the 5 sons Am family, I am the only survivor. What? Have you forgotten so soon? In that forest, you killed 92 of my family members. My eldest brother, Am Mok Chan, had his head crushed by your palm strike. My second brother, Am Do Vien, still hasn't had his body found. Hearing this, Shansavu finally remembered that the person in front of him was the woman who had escaped that day. It turned out that ever since that day, Ko Jiao had discovered the special relationship between the two. She had begun to observe Han Huangya's every move, never expecting that she would still be caught by the other party and have her clues seen through. After learning the whole story, Shansavu said gently, that day, you set an ambush first. I was forced to act. I acknowledge your intent to avenge your family, so I will spare your life. Having said that, Shansavu turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Ko Jiao's voice rang out from behind, talking about the best way to disguise oneself as someone else. The best way is to use a human skin mask, but Han Huangya's hair is as white as snow, so it's basically impossible to find a suitable match. Aren't you curious whose face this mask was made from? As soon as those words were spoken, Shansavu suddenly froze and said coldly, what did you do to her? Yin Jijiao stepped hard on the human mask. Her face was twisted with the thrill of revenge as she spoke hysterically. I peeled her face off, bit by bit. God of War, you're the one who killed her. Hearing this, Shanshawu's eyebrows shot up, his eyes widening. Killing you would be far too easy. Before Shanshawu could move, Yin Jijiao struck first, throwing several flying daggers. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, an iron chain whipped through the air, intercepting every single one of them. With the metallic clatter of the chain, the daggers were sent flying. The chain then retracted instantly, curling around the man's arm like a trained serpent. The man retracted the chain and said in a low voice, Yin Jijiao, I understand your frustration, but you shouldn't break your word. You two promised me 2 conditions before I agreed to face the God of War. First, I get to fight him one-on-one. Second, no one interferes in our duel. Sha Yu stared into the newcomer's eyes, realizing with a start that they were a strange, ghostly white. The man stepped out from the shadows of the house and continued. God of War, today you and I will have a fair fight. We settle who is stronger, and we settle who survives. I don't know who you are, and I don't care to know. The grudge between me and that woman is far from over, so move aside. The man blocked his path, refusing to yield. I am Yuan Muyi, master of the demon fighter, Jin Guyu. Sha Yu frowned slightly. Just as Jin Guyu had said, his master had come seeking revenge. The young man said calmly, I will fight you, but only after I'm done dealing with Yin Jijiao. Yuan Muyi's expression darkened. It seems I've been away from the martial arts world for too long if some arrogant brat thinks he can look down on me. As he spoke, the eyes of this Tiankong Taoist turned sharp. He raised his left fist, gathering a swirling gale of energy. He poured his strength into it, unleashing a powerful punch that surged toward Sha Yu. The youth crouched, throwing his hands up to defend himself, barely holding off the overwhelming force of the blow. Even then, the residual energy from the impact shattered half the small house. As the dust settled, Yuan Muyi said arrogantly, Now, can we begin? Sha Yu's expression had never been more serious. Before we fight, I have to ask. The demon fighter claimed you owed a debt to the Huangfu military band. Yuan Muyi noted that many were curious about this, but he had no desire to relive those painful memories. The youth nodded slightly. In that case, please, show me what you've got. Sha Yu channeled his internal energy, took a step back, and lowered his stance. A powerful force erupted from his body, making his robes whip violently in the wind. Yuan Muyi smiled. So this is the heavenly shattering divine art? Let's see what makes it so special. Sha Yu stomped his foot, sending a sharp wave of energy through the ground. It surged upward, instantly latching onto Wan Muyi and penetrating his body. The man felt a dull ache deep in his muscles and bones. Some of the energy even began to invade his internal organs. Wan Muyi was shocked. If Nanggong Suqiao hadn't warned him earlier, he might have suffered the same fate as Nanggong Wujin. The Tiankong Taoist no longer dared to be careless. He exploded with all his internal power, forcing the invader's energy out of his body. Sha Yu's expression changed in disbelief. Wan Muyi crossed his arms and said coldly, "The heavenly shattering divine art is nothing special." He pushed off the ground, lunging forward with a crushing blow to Sha Yu's chest, sending the youth flying like a broken kite. Wan Muyi followed up, grabbing the youth by the ankle and slamming him into the ground with terrifying force. Sha Yu gritted his teeth as blood surged within him. His internal energy seemed useless against this man he had clearly come prepared. Wan Muyi seemed to read the youth's thoughts. Surprised now? It's too late. The Taoist pivoted on his right foot, using the momentum to hurl the youth away. As Sha Yu was about to collide with a pillar, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest, took a deep breath, and focused his energy into his core. He executed a mid-air maneuver, kicking off the pillar to cancel his momentum and landing gracefully on his feet. Wan Muyi said coldly, "You've only practiced for a few years, and you think you can rule the world? Young man, don't think your heavenly shattering divine art is invincible." His voice carried a touch of sorrow. Gu Yu, that child, had such talent. If he had only fully mastered the silver spirit, how could he have died by your hand? Wan Muyi raised his hands, his energy flowing ceaselessly, as his chains danced to his command, protecting his limbs. He posed like a drawn bow. "Today, I will break your heavenly shattering divine art and avenge my fallen disciple." Sha Yu suddenly flashed a wide grin. His fighting spirit ignited, and he declared loudly, "You clearly don't know that the 5 heavenly shattering phases have never known defeat in 1,000 years." He gathered his energy, and just as he prepared to strike, Wan Muyi lunged with a palm strike. The youth could only block, then threw a punch at the Taoist's head, which was easily parried. The two moved through the small house, locked in a fierce, high-stakes battle. Internal energy tore through the structure, sending wooden planks flying in every direction. Watching from afar, Nanggong Suojin and his father were stunned by the intensity of the fight. After a moment, Nanggong Suojin asked, "Hasn't the spy near Binghua sent word yet? If she finds out about this, it will be difficult to handle." Nanggong Shangyuan asked his father, "If you're so worried about Binghua, why not just kill her once and for all?" "Binghua herself isn't the problem," his father replied. "It's the Flying Eagle group behind her. If the Flying Eagle group gets involved, the Lion Alliance won't just stand by. Before we know it, the Ninefold Mansion might jump in too. This battle concerns the survival of the Nanggong family. We cannot afford to be reckless." Meanwhile, at the Iron Martial Alliance, the elegant Binghua was deep in thought. She had joined the Flying Eagle group some time ago, and it had proven to be exactly as she imagined, filled with gifted masters and experts. CZ Ming also fully supported the Flying Eagle Corps. With enough time, they were bound to rival the 3 great powers. But that wasn't what she was concerned about. She joined the Flying Eagle Corps for one reason: to master the Moon Soul Sword technique. That was why she accepted the role of deputy leader, hoping to receive guidance from the peerless blade master. Han Xiangya donned her cloak and picked up the long sword from the tea table. She walked to the window, gazing at the night sky, feeling an uneasy restlessness in her heart. Han Xiangya stepped lightly off the ground and flew out the window. The ice flower drew her sword, practicing the technique in her mind. To call it a sword technique was an understatement. It was more of a sword intent, as the entire Moon Soul sword technique lacked specific movements. It focused entirely on tempering the sword's spirit. Once mastered, it could be integrated into any complex sword strike. What bothered her was that such a formidable technique felt like she hadn't actually learned it at all. The Moon Soul sword technique seemed innate, existing right in her mind, so she had once desperately asked her foster father about it. The head of the Han family said her biological parents might have taught her, but whenever she asked for information about them, he always dodged the question. Suddenly, the image of a young man flashed in her mind. Han Xiangya finished her sequence and stood still, sighing. She didn't know why she kept thinking of that old man from her dreams. 20 years had passed, and she still couldn't see his face clearly, yet she felt a deep, haunting familiarity toward him. The sensation made her restless and annoyed. Abruptly, she looked into the distance with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Why are you disturbing me just when I'm already frustrated? Ever since I escorted Shan Sha Wu that day, you've been tailing me." As she spoke, The murderous intent in the girl's eyes flared. "How long do you plan on following me?" A black-clad spy 100 meters away shuddered. He hadn't expected her to spot him from such a distance. Without a second thought, the spy leaped up, intending to flee. He prided himself on having some of the best Lightfoot skills in the Iron Martial Alliance. Even though he had been exposed, he was confident that Han Xiangya couldn't catch him. Just as he touched the ground and prepared to jump again, he felt an icy coldness in his calves. Both of his calves had been severed by a wave of sword energy. The wound was frozen to the bone, and the blood froze instantly. The spy let out a miserable scream and collapsed. At that moment, a beautiful figure landed gracefully, her clothes fluttering in the wind. It was the ice flower, Han Xiangya, who had been in pursuit. The spy tried to endure the pain, his heart filled with shock. Rumors said Han Xiangya might become the first female sword immortal, and now it seemed that wasn't just idle chatter in the martial world. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, determined to relay the news that he had been compromised to the clan head. He hurriedly reached into his chest for a signal flare. Once fired, it would mean his mission had failed. But the next second, he felt his arms grow cold too. He watched as his two severed arms flew away. Han Xiangya sheathed her sword, turning back to where she stood. Only her fluttering robes suggested she had just moved at all. The girl's voice remained soft. "Now, tell me everything, and I might consider giving you a quick death." Meanwhile, near Floating Moon Island, a small boat was slowly approaching. He knew he shouldn't interfere with his big brother's love life, but his sister-in-law, Xiaohu, was also a good person. To confirm his brother wasn't off cheating, he went to Floating Moon Island alone. During this time, Hansu kept urging the boatman, Duong Boom, to speed up. The boatman said the crosswinds made it difficult, and Duong Boom would only slow the boat down. Hansu had no choice but to let the boatman row onward. Suddenly, the boat sank slightly. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing on the mast. The woman was dressed in snow white, her hair as pale as bone, looking like an ice flower blooming on a snowy plain. Han Xiangya adjusted her breathing and looked into the distance. The small island ahead looked as if it had been carved out by a giant blade. That must be Floating Moon Island, where Shan Shawu was. Immediately, the ice flower took a deep breath and leaped, her body like an arrow released from a bow, shooting forward. Han Su watched the scene in disbelief, but the boatman's words confirmed his suspicion. He couldn't believe that he was actually seeing the ice flower, Han Xiangya. This trip was worth it. Han Su was stunned speechless. If the ice flower was meeting his big brother, why would she have been waiting on the island? Why was she rushing there now? Thinking of this, Han Su took a step forward, wanting to give chase, but realized his own skills were far too inferior, so he could only anxiously urge the boatman to go faster. At the peak of the Iron Martial Alliance, Huangfu Junyue stood silently, gazing into the distance. A subordinate approached from behind and asked the alliance leader why he wasn't resting yet. Wan Mu Wei has made his move. The kid, Su Chao, really escalated things. The subordinate knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "So you knew. The two are fighting on Floating Moon Island right now." To say I knew, I should say I sensed the massive shockwaves of their energy. Only the two of them could cause such a stir. It truly is attention-grabbing. The subordinate curiously asked Huangfu Junyue, "Who will win?" The man closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and spoke slowly. Perhaps Wan Mu Wei has a higher chance of winning. After all, he survived against that person before. The subordinate was astonished. "Alliance leader, you think the god of war will lose?" Huangfu Junyue opened his eyes and looked at his left hand. The memory of his duel with the boy that day was still vivid in his mind. The martial saint's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. It seemed the god of war wasn't very old. But who knew if that punch that day was the full extent of his strength? Let's wait and see who is truly the strongest. Back on Floating Moon Island, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Shan Shawu delivered a kick, striking Wan Mu Wei in the face. The latter groaned and was sent flying backward. But this heavenly canopy Taoist was extremely daring. Mid-air, he spun around, using the momentum to deliver a sweeping kick toward the boy's head. Even though Shan Shawu raised his arms to block, he was still blown away by the immense force. Van Mokvai steadied himself as he landed, then pushed off the ground with force, launching toward Sha Yu with a brutal knee strike aimed at his head. Sha Yu quickly crossed his arms to block, narrowly defending the hit, but the sheer force of the knee strike still sent him stumbling back. Using the recoil, Van Mokvai spun around and leaped behind his opponent. The Tian Kong Taoist seized the opportunity in a flash, his left hand lashing out to unleash an iron chain. Before Sha Yu could react, the chain had already wrapped tightly around his neck. Wan Muxi yanked his left hand back, pulling the chain taut. Luckily, Sha Yu was quick on his feet, using one arm to brace against it. Just then, Yuan moved in close, extending his right hand to grab the other end of the chain, and with a surge of strength from both hands, he hoisted the boy into mid-air. Under the cover of night, Han Xiangjia skipped across the water as if walking on land, reaching the nearby Fengyiet Island in no time. The violent gusts of energy erupting from the fissure startled her, clearly indicating that two top-tier masters were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, her ice-flower eyes narrowed. She spotted two figures perched on a branch near the cliff. She recognized one of them as an elder of the Nangong clan, a man the martial world called the Thunderbolt Sword, Nangong Sujin. The other was Nangong Suqiao's cousin, Nangong Shangyuan. Seeing them, Han Xiangya's expression shifted slightly. Could the mastermind behind all of this be the Nangong clan, or perhaps the Five Dragon Alliance standing behind them? Before she could dwell on it, another figure caught her attention. A man in a conical hat stood draped in green robes, facing the wind, radiating a terrifying, frigid aura. She had felt a similar presence from the underworld demon blade, Kang Wei. At that moment, the man seemed to notice he was being watched, casting a cold, bloodshot gaze in her direction. Han Xiangya's heart skipped a beat. She flickered and vanished, leaving behind nothing but a single ice flower drifting in the air. The man sneered. It seems the Nangong clan still couldn't stop Han Xiangya. Hiding behind a large tree, Han Xiangya was deep in thought. She could sense that the man's aura was even stronger than Kang Wei's. A master of this caliber definitely did not hail from the Nangong clan. Could he be one of the Five Dragon Alliance's new guest masters? Before she could puzzle it out, a soft groan reached her ears. Han Xiangya looked toward the small lakeside hut, filled with worry. She recognized that groan as Sha Yu's. Inside the hut, Yuan Muxi's brawny arms were pulling the chain taut, with Sha Yu still suspended in the air, his neck constricted. Even though the boy was bracing with one hand, he struggled to breathe under the opponent's 1,000-pound force. Sha Yu tried to channel his internal energy to snap the chain, but the Tian Kung Taoist had anticipated his move. Yuan Muxi suddenly landed a kick on the boy's back and channeled his energy into the chain. Sha Yu felt his internal flow becoming obstructed, and the chain around his neck tightened further. The sensation of suffocation began to cloud his consciousness. This near-death experience made him feel like he was back 10 years ago, but he was no longer the frail boy waiting to be slaughtered. Sha Yu suddenly gave a cold laugh, his internal energy coursing through his body like a raging river. Yuan Muxi was shocked. He hadn't expected this seemingly exhausted boy to possess such profound internal power. The next instant, the black iron chain shattered with a loud bang, and a brutal surge of energy exploded, sending Yuan Muxi flying backward. Before the Tian Kung Taoist could recover, Sha Yu lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. The boy transformed his palm into a fist, the veins on his arm bulging. Sha Yu poured his overwhelming strength into his punch, his deep blue eyes flashing with a sharp light. He struck out with the force of a collapsing mountain, aiming straight for the opponent's chest. The man hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but he was still hit with the impact of a sledgehammer, sent flying backward. Yuan Muxi channeled energy into his dantian and stomped his feet, trying to stabilize himself, but he still had to retreat several yards before he could barely stand. The Tian Kung Taoist dispelled the residual energy from the iron chain and said in a deep voice, "Truly a hero among the young, but this little bit of strength isn't enough." Before he could finish, his face suddenly changed. The boy stood tall in the distance, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Sha Yu raised his left hand, his energy swirling in his palm. With a cold look, the boy said, "I told you, the heaven-breaking 5 stances never fail." With that, he struck out with a palm, a strike as effortless as a celestial being brushing off dust, but the force engulfed Yuan Muxi, making his pupils contract. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were hallucinating. In his youth, he had traveled everywhere, seeking masters to challenge. In the far north, he had encountered a mysterious master. That man seemed to be the very embodiment of death. When he struck with a single palm, the man had no way to resist, as if he were falling into an endless darkness. Though the man eventually spared his life, having experienced that boundless darkness, he had never been able to see light again. From then on, that man became his lifelong nightmare. And this palm strike from Sha Yu was identical to his. In an instant, the brutal force crashed down. Yuan Muxi felt as if Mount Tai were crushing him, followed by a thunderous explosion from the fissure, and the entire hut was utterly destroyed by the palm force. A moment later, a figure stepped slowly out of the dust. Yuan Muxi was covered in protective energy and remained unscathed. The Tian Kung Taoist walked up to Sha Yu and said in a low voice, "I thought I would never experience that feeling again in this lifetime." At this, Yuan Muxi suddenly widened his eyes, Today, I have finally escaped that nightmare. Sha Yu smiled coldly. In that case, let's keep fighting. Wan Muxi gave a sharp shout, raised his left hand, and struck directly at Sha Yu's face. The latter dodged with a tilt of his body, attempting to parry. Suddenly, another iron chain whipped toward him. Sha Yu could only raise his elbow to deflect the strike aimed at his head. The two black iron chains, under Wan Muxi's control, and paired with his fierce palm strikes, left the boy struggling to defend himself. Sha Yu suddenly retreated, trying to create some distance, but the two chains followed him like shadows. Seeing the boy leap into the air, Wan Muxi roared, waving both hands as the two chains shot out like dragons surfacing from the sea, striking straight at Sha Yu. The boy used his hands and feet to slam into the two chains. In an instant, the sound of clashing metal rang out. He had pinned both ends of the chains into the cliff, but Wan Muxi continued to pour massive amounts of energy into them and yanked his hands downward. He tore a massive boulder from the cliffside and hurled it at the young man. Sha Yu turned his head, but his expression remained unchanged. The young man suddenly struck out with his palm, slamming it into the boulder. In an instant, his force pierced through the stone, carving out a hole over a yard wide, while the boulder continued to plummet, crashing straight toward Wan Muwei. Seeing this, he didn't dodge or retreat, but instead channeled his strength to leap upward. Wan Muwei passed through that very hole, soaring into the air to attack Sha Yu. Seeing this, the latter immediately whipped his right hand up, sending the 1,000-pound stone pillar hurtling toward Wan Muwei. After throwing it, the young man followed up with a kick. Wan Muwei raised both arms to intercept the pillar, struggling to hold it back, but suspended in midair, he had absolutely no leverage. In the nick of time, he frantically threw out two black iron chains, using his hands to split the pillar in two. Sha Yu couldn't help but inwardly praise his opponent's seasoned experience, and immediately after, he heard Wan Muwei let out a loud shout. With a wave of his arms, the two halves of the pillar flew right back at the young man. Sha Yu pushed both hands forward, causing the pillar to explode into fragments that rained down. Wan Muwei lightly tapped his toe on a piece of debris, using the force of the rebound to soar back up, then launched a punch at Sha Yu. The young man lifted his right leg, using his knee to block the powerful blow. Then, Sha Yu spun around and landed a punch square on his opponent's face. The latter, caught off guard, immediately plummeted. The young man didn't let up, delivering a kick to Wan Muwei's side, sending him crashing down like a shooting star. Unexpectedly, Wan Muwei suddenly flung out a chain. Before the young man could react, it had tightly bound his left arm. Sha Yu's heart skipped a beat. The opponent was clearly looking for a way to drag him down to the grave. Wan Muwei let out a roar, poured his strength into his hand, and flew up to grapple with the young man. The two hovered in midair, using each other's momentum to clash repeatedly. After a few moves, they both fell to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the two were seen locked in hand-to-hand combat, waves of power surging from their fists. Suddenly, Wan Muwei felt as if his heart had stopped beating. Just then, Sha Yu's internal energy suddenly surged, and before he could even react, Wan Muwei was sent flying. Wan Muwei felt his blood boiling uncontrollably. Even regulating his breath felt as difficult as ascending to heaven. In desperation, he had to use his black iron chain to steady himself. After regaining his balance, Wan Muwei suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth and nose. Looking at the handsome young man standing as immovable as a mountain in the distance, this Taoist of the celestial vault realized he had been backed into a corner, but he had nowhere left to run. Thinking this, he took a deep, steadying breath and channeled his inner energy to his limbs. Immediately, his chains began to blaze with scorching flames. This was the most powerful technique he had trained to use for his master, but the young man's strength was too terrifying. He had to kill him before he became even stronger. At that moment, Wan Muwei's entire body glowed fiery red, having pushed his internal energy to the absolute limit. Next, the raging flames completely engulfed him. Seeing this, Sha Yu's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected his opponent to be capable of such a move while so severely injured. Countless chains now spun around Wan Muwei at a dizzying speed, while searing energy continuously gathered in his raised left hand. Han Su arrived just in time to see this scene from afar. The lead disciple of the Zhongnan sect broke into a cold sweat. Realizing the one fighting his older brother was Wan Muwei, and remembering his master's words that Wan Muwei possessed an ultimate technique called the finger that breaks the heavens, he knew this must be that very move. Thinking this, he reached for his sword to help his brother, but a jade-like, cold hand stopped him. Han Su turned back to see that the person who arrived was the ice flower Han Xiangya. Han Su stated bluntly that Sha Yu's life was in danger, so how could he just stand by and watch? Han Xiangya admired the young man's chivalrous heart, but honestly told him that if he went over now, he would only be a burden. Meanwhile, the father and son of the Nangong family, who had been watching the fight, took action. Nangong Shangyuan was stunned to see his father draw his sword from its scabbard. He heard Nangong Sujin say in a low voice, "Today concerns the survival of our Nangong clan. Later, everyone must give it their all. No matter the consequences, I will bear them myself." Upon hearing this, Murong Juncheng spoke with a sarcastic tone, asking, "Why didn't you all attack together earlier?" "Shut up. This is no place for you to speak. Uncle Wan Muwei wants a one-on-one duel with the war god. Naturally, we cannot defy his wishes." Saying this, Nangong Shangyuan turned his head back. "Murong Juncheng, I know you are here to monitor us. You can go back and report whatever you want, but here, there is no need for you to interfere." Murong Juncheng just smirked without retorting. No one knew what that young master of the Murong clan was calculating in his heart. Back on the battlefield, Wan Muwei shouted, and the speed of the spinning chains suddenly increased. Massive energy surged, and rocks flew everywhere, while huge boulders fell as if intentionally cutting off Sha Yu's retreat. With the intense energy gathering in Wan Muwei's hand, many chains couldn't withstand the pressure, and snapped with a loud bang. Wan Muwei extended one finger, concentrating all his energy into the tip of it. Seeing this, Sha Yu's pupils contracted slightly. The young man extended his left hand, energy churning in his palm before he clenched it into a fist, funneling all his power into the blow. Since the opponent had used his strongest move, he would use the technique his master had passed down to him. Sha Yu's internal energy swirled continuously, and from his fist, 9 gaseous dragons coalesced. Just then, Wan Muwei pointed his finger, and a powerful bolt of energy, fast as lightning, shot forward. As Sha Yu unleashed his punch to meet it, the 9 dragons merged into one, creating a heaven-shaking roar. Wan Muwei's eyes widened in disbelief. His eyes, blind for decades, had actually regained their sight. In that very moment, his vision had returned to normal, but right after, the gaseous dragon crashed into him like a 10,000-pound hammer. A moment later, Wan Muwei struggled to open his eyes, and sure enough, he saw the bright moon in the night sky. The Taoist of the celestial vault whispered, "I never expected to see the moon again before I died." Sha Yu said softly, "You are truly worthy of the title of one of the 4 sovereigns." Wan Muwei laughed and said, "It is just an empty title. In this match, I have been defeated, and I have no regrets in death. Kid, what's the name of your final move?" "It's called 9 Dragons Roaring at the Heavens. My master used to say that this move can cut down even the immortals in the sky." Then, Shen Shaowu finally asked what had been on his mind. "Wan Muwei, with such incredible martial arts, why would you take orders from Huangfu Junyue? Years ago, I, the god of war, was beaten half to death by a martial arts master in the north, and these eyes of mine were ruined back then. Did Huangfu Junyue save my life? I don't know why he appeared there, and I don't know if he ever crossed blades with that expert." At this point, Wan Muwei's breathing began to fade. "He spared my life, but he took my eyes. You helped me see the light, yet you took my life." In the distance, Yin Jijiao stood frozen like a wooden statue. She never expected Wan Muwei to die at the hands of the god of war. Suddenly, she snapped, letting out a shrill laugh before drawing her twin scimitars and charging straight at Shen Shaowu. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Nangong Suojin shouted an order from the cliffside, and several Nangong family experts immediately drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows directly at Shen Shaowu. Seeing Wan Muwei with his limbs severed and gasping for air, Yin Jijiao screamed and lunged at Shen Shaowu. But then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A barrage of arrows from the Nangong family experts pierced right through her head, and in an instant, a rain of countless more arrows turned her into a pincushion. Shen Shaowu was shielded by her body, so he remained unscathed. Yin Jijiao's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. Shen Shaowu said coldly, "You planned all of this, yet did you expect it to end like this?" Yin Jijiao looked at the young man with a venomous expression, saying she never intended to leave this place alive. They say a person's words are sincere when they are near death. Now, tell me, what did you do to Han Xiangya? The more curious you are, the less I'll tell you. Besides, you should be worrying about yourself." Upon hearing this, Shen Shaowu's face changed drastically. He heard strange noises coming from the arrows. It was the sound of fuses burning. "These are thunder arrows specially prepared for you, god of war. Let's head to hell together." As soon as Yin Jijiao finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted, and both she and Wan Muwei were instantly blown to dust. Shen Shaowu reacted with lightning speed, leaping back several yards to escape death. But before he could recover from the blast, Nangong Suojin leaped down from midair, slashing his sword toward the boy. The latter was caught off guard and couldn't dodge, so he channeled his internal energy into his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to block the strike with his body. Though his arms weren't severed, the massive force sent him stumbling. Nangong Suojin's aged eyes were filled with killing intent, and he immediately extended 2 fingers from his left hand to form a sword seal, pouring pure energy into his blade. With a flick of his left hand, the energy on the sword transformed into sword chi and shot forward. Shen Shawu tried to dodge, but was still forced back several yards. Once he regained his footing and looked at his palm, he saw a deep gash between his thumb and index finger. With a sharp, icy gaze, he sneered, "Since you've already arrived, you're resorting to sneak attacks? Humph. Only a fool speaks of martial honor." Nangong Suojin swung his sword into a stance and replied coldly, "In the pugilistic world, survival is the only truth." Hearing this, Shen Shawu's face turned stern. Without another word, he waved his hands, hurling several large boulders at Nangong Suojin. The latter, not daring to be careless, swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing beams of sword ki, shattering the boulders like tofu. Then, Nangong Suojin drove the tip of his foot into the ground, lunging forward with a straight sword thrust at Shen Shawu. The boy rubbed his palms together in front of him, grinding down the opponent's sword chi, but he was still knocked back by the overwhelming force. Having landed one strike, Nangong Suojin pressed the attack, spinning in mid-air to borrow the momentum for a downward slash. This was his signature technique, the 9-turn thunder sword. But he never dreamed that a twist would occur. A burly figure descended from the sky, a fist with the strength of a mountain smashing straight into his head. Shen Shawu watched the scene coldly. He could see that the iron-clad fist of the brute was covered in flesh and blood. Murong Juncheng casually wiped the blood from his hand and laughed heartily. "God of War, I've missed you to death." It turned out that while the two were fighting, Nangong family experts were aiming arrows at them. This was the plan Nangong Suojin had set. To use Shen Shawu to keep him distracted, then have his subordinates use thunder arrows to kill them both on the spot. However, Nangong Shang Yuan couldn't bring himself to strike his own father, so he hadn't given the order to fire. Murong Juncheng had reminded him repeatedly that the chance shouldn't be missed. Nangong Shang Yuan told him to shut up, claiming he was waiting for the perfect moment. Who would have thought that this hesitation would cause Murong Juncheng, who was seeking revenge, to strike first, piercing his chest with a single palm strike? The Nangong family experts were horrified, but Murong Juncheng's expression didn't change as he said coldly, "If you don't act now, I'll send you to join Nangong Shangyuan. If you obey, I'll ensure you live in luxury within the 5-Dragon Alliance." The subordinates looked at each other, then shouted, "We swear loyalty to the Nangong family," and aimed their bows at Murong Juncheng. Murong Juncheng slammed his palms together, sending out waves of energy that killed the subordinates on the spot. Having finished, he smiled and jumped down from the tree by the cliff. His target wasn't the God of War, but Nangong Suojin, which explained the brutal scene that just unfolded. Shen Shawu stared for a long time, still not recognizing who he was. Murong Juncheng sneered at the sight. "I'm in this state because of you, yet you don't even remember me?" With that, he flew into a rage, striking out with a palm, unleashing a massive force directed at Shen Shawu's head. The boy hurriedly raised his hands to block. He managed to deflect it, but was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Once Shen Shawu stabilized himself, a stream of bright red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The boy wiped it away with his hand, then slowly walked up to Murong Juncheng and stood still. With a sharp shout, energy erupted from his entire body, and surging waves of power swirled outward, stirring up countless debris. Murong Juncheng looked on with disdain. "To think you still have so much strength left after fighting 2 people," Shen Shawu calmly replied. "The heaven-breaking 5 aspects never retreats when facing an enemy." Meanwhile, at the summit of the 5-Dragon Alliance, Huangfu Junwei stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward Fuyu Island. He listened for a moment, but only heard a massive explosion. The Fist Saint finally couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The subordinate, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "Alliance leader, why the sigh?" Nangong Suoding's plan had clearly failed. The subordinate was left in disbelief after hearing that. The war god had actually managed to defeat 2 top-tier experts in a row. He didn't need to worry about him anymore. What is the current situation at the 9 Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance? Those 2 old men must have noticed the incident on Fun Guyet Island by now. The subordinate mentioned that the sword Saint Mai Hoa had received news from Duan Mok Tung Yen, but Van Diep II had yet to issue any orders to act, and the invincible Saber Lord seemed to be assessing the overall situation. Currently, his men hadn't gathered specific intelligence on the Lion Alliance, but it was strange that Han Huangya had rushed to Fundenjuet Island without any orders. Perhaps Chiet Hao Thum was also feeling confused by the ice and fire. After hearing his subordinate's report, Hoang Fu Quan Nach said in a deep voice, "Perhaps this is the best opportunity, and the time to change the landscape of the Iron Martial Alliance. Spread the word immediately. I, Hoang Fu Quan Nach, am summoning the Heroic Assembly." At the mountain peak, Hoang Fu Quan Nach commanded, "The time is ripe. Spread the word that I am hosting the Heroic Assembly." After a moment of silence, the Fist Saint added, "Wait, there is one more thing. Send all available forces to the Nangong clan to ensure Nangong, to Q's safety." The subordinate was confused. "Alliance leader, are you suggesting the war god will win?" Hoang Fu Quan Nach looked grave. If it were a complete immortal demonic corpse, the war god would certainly lose. But Murong Juncheng, like Kang Vai, was only a semi-finished product. Although the war god had won 2 consecutive battles and must be exhausted by now, his martial arts were very strange. "I worry that Murong Juncheng is no match for him," he sighed, but then added, "If Murong Juncheng dies, that's fine too. The next immortal demonic corpse will be even more perfect. Go and make the arrangements. We have much to do." On Fun Nguyen Island, Murong Juncheng narrowed his eyes, watching Sha Yu's surging internal energy, then roared and charged, thrusting his elbow toward Sha Yu's face. Sha Yu raised his arms to block, but was shoved against a boulder by Murong Juncheng. Murong Juncheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed, "My father's tragic death is because of you. My younger brother's tragic death is because of you. War God, the reason I live a life worse than death is also because of you." Murong Juncheng rained blows down like a storm. Sha Yu parried, but the massive force caused the rock behind him to shatter. The young man's eyes flashed as he spotted an opening. Sha Yu clenched his right fist, pouring his domineering force into the blow, colliding with his opponent's strike. 2 powerful forces slammed into each other, creating a loud explosion. Murong Juncheng was shocked. He felt a surge of powerful energy pierce his arm. His right arm was twisted, yet he felt nothing and gave a cold laugh. "Is that all you've got?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the twitching arm quickly recovered to normal. Murong Juncheng laughed loudly and struck down with his fist. Sha Yu shattered the boulder and was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string. The young man hit the ground and rolled several times. Murong Juncheng's arrogant laughter echoed out. "I know your martial arts are extraordinary, but before the immortal demonic corpse, everything is useless. No matter how this body is wounded, it can recover instantly." Sha Yu struggled to stand, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his long, narrow phoenix eyes devoid of emotion. In the crevice, Han Tu and Han Huangya were watching from afar, when they suddenly heard a loud boom from the battlefield. Han Tu called out to his elder brother in worry. Han Huangya's expression shifted, her mouth agape, as 2 figures surged out from the dust and smoke. Sha Yu took the lead, with a murderous Murong Juncheng in hot pursuit. The young man dodged while thinking. The Netherworld demonic saber also came from the 5 Dragon Alliance. Both have the ability to recover and possess extraordinary physiques. Thinking of this, Sha Yu couldn't help but mutter, "What exactly is that old man Hoang Pu Quan Nhac's planning?" Before he could think further, Murong Juncheng attacked even more fiercely. The 2 figures streaked through the crevice. Sha Yu seized an opportunity, slipped behind his opponent, and kicked Murong Juncheng's knee. But within a single breath, the leg healed as if nothing had happened. Murong Juncheng spun around and struck, hitting Sha Yu square in the face, sending him flying backward. Suddenly, the young man sensed danger from behind. In the nick of time, Sha Yu executed a white horse returns maneuver, kicking Murong Juncheng away. Having escaped, the young man landed safely. Murong Juncheng also stood firm a few yards away. Sha Yu had never been this serious before. The heaven-breaking divine art relied on severing the circulation of energy and blood, but his opponent possessed a powerful self-healing ability. The most difficult part was that the opponent's energy and blood flowed unobstructed, making it so that his internal energy, which had infiltrated the meridians, had no effect whatsoever. At this moment, Murong Juncheng roared, raising his right hand. Sha Yu didn't back down, raising his left hand. The Stadumon. The 2 palms collided, the sheer force scattering rocks in every direction. As they grappled, Sha Yu thought quickly. Could the immortal demonic corpse really be invincible? Murong Juncheng was terrified inside. He hadn't expected the war god to be this strong after so many battles. Thinking this, he became desperate to win, pressing his left hand hard into the heaven portal point on his right arm. Murong Juncheng's palm power suddenly surged. Sha Yu held nothing back either, exploding with all his internal energy. The young man's expression remained as cold as ever, but in his heart, he recalled a conversation from 10 years ago. Master, you said the slaying immortal technique of the heaven-breaking divine art can kill even immortals, but aren't immortals supposed to be immortal? Most people believe that immortals live forever. But there is nothing truly indestructible in this world. Take the 3 immortals of the 10,000 Immortal Cave as an example. Their cultivation has indeed surpassed the lifespan of ordinary people. The virtuous venerable is said to have lived for 3 cycles. But Sha Yu, you must remember, there is nothing in this world that is immortal and indestructible. You can use many methods to approach immortality, but that is merely delaying death, especially when faced with the heaven-breaking divine art. Remembering this, Sha Yu gave a cold smile, his internal energy surging as he continued in a deep voice, especially before the heaven-breaking divine art. Immortality is nothing but a joke. After speaking, Sha Yu extended his 2 right fingers, domineering energy swirling at his fingertips. Immediately after, a powerful force shot out like a rainbow, piercing the sun, imprinting itself onto Murong Juncheng's chest. The man screamed in pain, as if his liver and intestines were being torn apart. His body was sent flying back like a broken kite, retreating several yards before he could stand firm. The domineering energy surged into Murong Juncheng's chest. No matter how hard he tried to endure, he couldn't handle the agony. Sha Yu's calm voice echoed, "Didn't you say you couldn't feel pain? Why are you screaming so loudly now?" Murong Juncheng just laughed heartily. "Don't you see? The wound on my chest has already healed. War God, I told you, you cannot hurt me." Sha Yu sneered. The heaven-breaking divine art is unstoppable. Seeing the confidence on his face, Mo Dongquanthan felt a wave of panic. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he looked down at his dantian in disbelief. A moment later, he felt as if the internal energy inside his body was exploding. Even as an immortal demonic corpse, he was rattled enough to cough up blood. Mo Dongquanthan gritted his teeth and hissed, "Damn you! I am an immortal demonic corpse, undying and indestructible. This minor injury will heal in an instant." Sha Yu scoffed. "Since you're so confident in your recovery, stop blabbering and keep fighting." Although Mo Dongquanthan talked tough, he was secretly stunned. Since becoming an immortal demonic corpse, this was the first time he had felt pain. Could this kid's martial arts actually be that different? Realizing he couldn't afford to drag this out, he lunged forward and unleashed a palm strike at Sha Yu. The young man simply raised his left hand to meet the attack. Sha Yu stood with his hands behind his back, motionless and elegant. His eyes were as calm as still water, and he calmly said, "I already told you, the heaven-breaking 5 aspects know no defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy in Sha Yu's hand surged, releasing a force as powerful as a crashing waterfall. Mo Dongquanthan let out a horrific scream as he was sent flying backward. The young master of the Mo Dung clan no longer looked so arrogant. His bloodshot eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at his mangled arm, horrified to see that the wound was not healing like it used to. Before he could even recover, his dantian was struck again. Mo Dongquanthan spat out another mouthful of fresh blood and trembled as he asked, "What did you do to my body?" "The heaven-breaking divine art works by disrupting the flow of your blood and energy. You possess powerful self-healing abilities, which were indeed a headache for me. But my Slayer energy forms its own domain. Once it enters your body, it ignores your meridian paths." With that, the killing intent in Sha Yu's eyes flared. "It takes hold and won't let go until you're dead." He channeled his energy to the peak and said coldly, "Mo Dongquanthan, you're a dead man." Hearing this, Mo Dongquanthan's face turned pale. "God of War, I'll fight you to the death." The young master of the Mo Dung clan charged again, aiming a palm strike, but Sha Yu easily dodged it. It turned out to be a feint. Mo Dongquanthan took the opportunity to draw his blade and run. Sha Yu laughed at the sight. The young man raised his right hand, his domineering energy swirling around him. With a cold gaze, he whispered, "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Mo Dongquanthan glanced back, terrified. He looked at the cliffside, and his eyes lit up. There were still plenty of unused thunder arrows there. The cunning young master turned, pointed a finger, and fired a beam of energy, detonating the arrows. In an instant, thunderous explosions rocked Puet Island, shattering the cliff walls and sending boulders crashing down. Sha Yu felt a sense of déjà vu and muttered, "Every time I encounter the Mo Dung clan, they resort to these petty tricks." Han Tu and Han Huang Nya dodged the falling rocks, and even the usually composed young woman looked shaken. Han Tu was even more worried than her. Watching the massive boulders crashing down toward Sha Yu, she screamed, "Big brother, watch out!" A while later, once the canyon fell silent, the two of them kept calling out for Sha Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice answered, "I'm here." They followed the voice to see Sha Yu standing tall, holding up a massive boulder. The young man sighed, noting his cultivation wasn't quite high enough yet, and then heaved the 1,000-pound rock away. He looked around, but Mo Dung Quan Thon had vanished. He felt a pang of regret. If he didn't kill him now, he would become a major threat later. Just then, Han Tu and the others approached. "Big brother, I knew you'd be okay." Sha Yu nodded and then looked toward Han Huangya. His pupils contracted in sheer disbelief. Didn't Amko Jiao say Han Huangya was dead? Before he could process it, Han Huangya felt a gust of wind, and before she could react, Sha Yu pulled her into his arms. The girl was bewildered. "Sha Yu, what is the meaning of this?" "It's nothing. I'm just happy to see you safe and sound." Han. To watch this scene with her mouth agape, the young man silently made a resolution. Lady Tu must never find out about this. Sha Yu's voice suddenly turned frigid, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. "I swear I will not spare anyone who tries to harm you." He gently pushed Han Huangya away and turned to Han Tu, instructing, "Han Tu, take Lady Han back to the Phi On group first." Han Tu didn't understand. "If we're going together." Han Huangya also advised him to return and plan properly, as tonight's commotion was too loud and would likely attract unwanted attention from other factions. Sha Yu ignored their advice. He had already killed so many tonight, one more wouldn't make a difference. At that same time, at the Namkung clan residence within the Iron Martial Alliance, Namkung Tukyu nervously bit her nails. The Blood Lotus was no longer her calm self. She was restless, pacing back and forth in the room. Every 15 minutes, she would ask for news. The 5 Dragon Alliance guards advised her not to worry, claiming that even if the God of War hadn't died on Fuet Island, the 100 elites lost would be enough to cost him his life. Before the words were even out, someone outside let out a howl. "Who goes there? Stop him!" Namkung Tukyu felt as if she were falling into an abyss, while the guard captain sneered and drew his sword. "Lady Namkung, don't worry, I'll be right back." Before the captain could even step through the door, the frame was shattered, and a powerful force struck his chest. The guard captain was sent flying back and died instantly. Under the moonlight, a young man in tattered clothes stepped into the room. Outside, the bodies of over 105 Dragon Alliance elites were piled high, and the youth's clothes were stained with blood. Sha Yu walked in slowly and said softly, "Namkung Tukyu, I believe I told you, if you keep playing games, I will surely kill you." Looking into his cold eyes, Namkung Tukyu knew he truly intended to kill her. She broke into a cold sweat and trembled. "If you kill me, you are declaring war on the 5 Dragon Alliance." Zhan Sa-Wu sneered, his expression filled with disdain. "Even if I have to face the entire Iron Martial Alliance, I, the 5 Generals of Heaven Destruction, fear no one." Just then, a figure flew in, and the God of War halted his hand. Zhan Sa-Wu frowned slightly. This person had managed to approach him silently, proving their strength was not to be underestimated. Could it be reinforcements sent by Huangfu Junyue? The man wearing the hat saw him go silent and continued. "Regardless, the Nangong family belongs to the 5 Dragon Alliance. Even if Nangong Suqiao is guilty, she should be dealt with by the 5 Dragon Alliance." Nangong Suqiao clutched at the straw, crying out, "Chief Steward Lian, I knew the Alliance leader wouldn't abandon me." The man in the hat glanced at her, saying nothing. This person was the head steward of the 5 Dragon Alliance, Lian Bue. The steward drew his Ching Chang sword and said in a deep voice, "You have already wiped out the Nangong family. If you continue, the 5 Dragon Alliance will absolutely not stand by and watch. The Alliance leader does not want the conflict to spread, so I advise you to stop. There are 100 experts from the 5 Dragon Alliance's law enforcement hall outside. If you want to die, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing the words, law enforcement hall, Zhan Sa-Wu laughed coldly. "I remember now. Back when you wanted to shirk responsibility for kidnapping Hero Mu's family, it was your law enforcement hall that stepped up to pin the blame on Deng Wuxi." Meeting the cold gaze of his opponent, Lian Bue said, "God of War, that matter has already been concluded. Don't go around slandering us, or don't blame us for being ruthless." Nangong Suqiao heard this and felt a surge of joy. From the dialogue just now, she had gathered some information. Huangfu Junyue was also very dissatisfied with the God of War. This Blood Lotus laughed wildly, nearly losing her mind. "God of War, you have killed hundreds of martial artists from the Nangong family. The 5 Dragon Alliance can pretend not to see it, but if you kill me someone who holds an official position in the 5 Dragon Alliance, it would be no different than declaring war on the 5 Dragon Alliance." Zhan Sa-Wu made a dismissive sound, then, without warning, struck with a finger. Lian Bue's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged Nangong Suqiao to dodge. But a powerful surge of energy shattered her arm. The woman's tragic scream echoed throughout the great hall. Lian Bue shouted, God of War, are you truly this unreasonable? Only now do you know how to talk reason with me. When you kidnapped Muguyu's family, were you being reasonable then? When you framed Deng Wuxi, were you being reasonable then? At this point, Zhang Sawu's gaze turned sharp. Since there is no sense to be made between us, let's just be direct. Looking into the beast-like eyes of his opponent, Lian Bue had no doubt about the God of War's determination to commit a massacre. At that moment, he recalled the instructions Huangfu Junyue had given him before he left. Those small fries are certainly not the God of War's match. If he is still alive, he will surely go to kill Nangong Suqiao. When that happens, relay my words to him and try to convince him to stop. If, after knowing the Alliance leader's intentions, he still refuses to stop, should I kill him on the spot? Huangfu Junyue had sighed and said slowly, even if you join forces with the law enforcement hall, you cannot kill him. By that time, sacrificing the Nangong family is worth it. If he truly refuses to concede, you must retreat immediately. Until the heroic assembly begins, do not provoke him further. As he said this, Huangfu Junyue smiled faintly. But from the moment he kills Nangong Suqiao, he will have completely fallen into my trap. Zhang Sawu channeled his qi into his eyes, his internal pressure constantly rising. Lian Bue, who was closest to him, began to bleed from his nose and mouth. A moment later, the head steward did not draw his sword but turned to leave. Before departing, he said viciously, you brought this upon yourself. If you want to be an enemy of the Five Dragon Alliance, bear the consequences yourself. Zhang Sawu sneered, not even looking back, and replied indifferently, you were always like that anyway. Do as you please. Lian Bue said nothing more, his figure flashing and disappearing. Nangong Suqiao felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. No matter how much she screamed, no one answered. Zhang Sawu raised his right hand, his internal energy churning in his palm as he looked at the man who was slowly approaching. Nangong Suqiao trembled and begged, wait, God of War, let's talk this over. I can understand you using any means necessary to kill me, but you dared to touch my matters, daughter? This I cannot accept. Immediately after, Nangong Suqiao's pupils contracted, followed by a tragic shriek that tore through the night. A few days later, in the secret underground base of the Iron Martial Alliance, Huangfu Junyue arrived alone. The emergence of the God of War had completely changed the situation of the Iron Martial Alliance. Although he had lost a capable arm in the Nangong family, it had implicitly fit his plan. As he reached the end of the tunnel, the martial saint curled his lip in a smile. How did you find this secret place? No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure descended from the air. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, as graceful as an immortal, and replied softly, I also owe thanks to a friend for knowing this place. Huangfu Junyue smiled, his tone mocking, Sword Saint Mai Hua, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time since I could speak face-to-face with Alliance leader Huangfu. The two found an empty spot to sit and greet each other. Huangfu Junyue placed a jar of wine and 2 cups on the table, but immediately after, a surge of energy struck, knocking the cups away. A man standing several yards away channeled energy into his hand, pulling the wine jar toward himself. Zhe Haoshen tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp, provoking him. Even if I arrived, Alliance leader Huangfu shouldn't have prepared only 2 cups, right? Huangfu Junyue laughed instead of getting angry, saying calmly, still as impolite as ever, it's truly tiresome. The unmatched blade tyrant glanced sideways at him. Rivers and mountains are easy to change, but a man's nature is hard to alter. People like us only change when we die. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Yuan hurriedly changed the subject. Did Alliance leader Huangfu call us here because of the heroic assembly? That's right. I want to discuss this with you both. Zhe Haoshen also dropped his mocking expression and asked seriously, do you really want to disband the Iron Martial Alliance? As it turned out, 10 years ago, the Central Plains martial arts world had held a heroic assembly, where the top experts agreed to form the Iron Martial Alliance to resist the Yuan dynasty together. Now that the Yuan dynasty had retreated to the grasslands, the situation was settled. According to the original agreement, if they wanted to disband the Iron Martial Alliance, they also had to hold a heroic assembly. Zhe Haoshen narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. For the past 10 years, we have all achieved what we wanted, so it is time to go our separate ways. Since you two have decided this old Taoist has no reason to object. Then, in 1 month, we shall hold the heroic assembly to decide. Today I invited you both here for a second matter I wish to discuss. I am sure you both have heard that the God of War wiped out the Nangong family. Everyone knows that the Nangong family is a prestigious clan in the Central Plains martial arts world, held immense merit for resisting the Yuan dynasty. Shan Shanyu not only massacred the Nangong family on Fenguyet Island, but also killed Nangong Suqiao, the sole survivor. This act was truly ruthless and excessive, intolerable to heaven and earth. As the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance, I certainly cannot stand idly by behind these iron bars. Shan Shanyu opened his eyes to glare at this saint of power. Old man, so this was your scheme. Rewinding to a few days ago, at Heaven's Sun Mountain, 500 miles north of Dongting Lake, an old man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Heaven Gate's two freaks. It's been a long time. You've grown quite bold." The old man in gray robes spoke with venom. "Old freak Yuan, you dare to take my disciple's life and still dare to speak so arrogantly?" Yuan Xiandao closed his eyes, showing not a hint of fear. "Your disciple was unrighteous and immoral. I killed him. What is wrong with that?" The old man in green robes let out a cold snort. "Defending your accomplice? She's just a woman. Why be so ruthless? Enough babbling. Even if you are one of the three overlords, we of the Heaven Gate aren't afraid of you. Make your move." Wei Wen Xiandao extended his withered hand, curling it into a claw. As he channeled his inner energy to his fingertips, his knuckles cracked like popping beans. He then crouched into a stance, and bright red energy erupted from his body. Wei Wen Xiandao's gaze was sharp. He said coldly, "Don't you know that my very body is a weapon?" The old man in gray laughed loudly, shouting "Good" 3 times, before pushing off the ground and lunging at his opponent. The old man in green shouted, "Follow me, brother!" In midair, the two connected their short spears together, the 2 short spears instantly becoming a bizarre weapon. But Wei Wen Xiandao's figure flickered, his hands suddenly separated, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the Heaven Gate 2 freaks. Then, only 2 miserable screams were heard in the air. The Heaven Gate 2 freaks became the Heaven Gate 4 freaks, as 4 pieces of their bodies fell like dead leaves into the deep abyss. Wei Wen Xiandao sighed and said softly, "Come out. Stop hiding like a coward." As soon as he finished, a figure appeared behind him. Master of the Lion Alliance, Zhe Muling, pays his respects to Elder Wei Wen. The old man turned his head to glance at him. "So, you are the young master of the Jie clan. What do you want with me?" A few days ago, the god of war went on a rampage on Fenguyet Island, not only defeating Wan Muyi, one of the 4 venerables, but also wiping out the Nangong family of the Five Dragon Alliance. My father hopes you will intervene, Elder. Wei Wen Xiandao thought for a moment and whispered, "Go tell your father that I don't want to get involved. Even though I have a bit of friendship with Leader Zhe, it's not enough to sacrifice myself for him. Besides, the god of war's business has nothing to do with me. What if we use the blood jade as a condition? Would you be willing to act then, Elder?" Hearing this, Wei Wen Xiandao's expression shifted slightly. He stared at Zhou Muling and muttered to himself, "Is this for real? If your father personally promises that the blood jade will be my reward if I take action. In that case, I will go meet this god of war. I want to see who this person is that has forced you all to hire an outsider like me." The old man, known as the Iron Overlord, muttered that it was actually worth the wait. This is the Iron Martial Alliance, the largest martial arts organization in the Central Plains, yet it was mocked by this old man in white, having lost its former prestige. Wei Wen Xiandao followed Zhe Muling across the lake to the Iron Martial Alliance. As soon as he landed, people from the Lion Alliance bowed to welcome him. The person meeting him was the dock supervisor, Cat Zhonghe, whose attitude was completely different from when he greeted Shan Shanyu. This shadowless soul chaser was clearly much more humble today. "Elder Weiwen, you've had a long, tiring journey. Please come to your quarters. My father will host a banquet for you tonight. I will personally come to pick you up later." Hearing this, the Iron Overlord smiled. "If you didn't know better, you'd think I was here for a vacation. No need for quarters, and no need for a banquet. I know where the Great Heaven Trading Group is. You don't need to follow me." After saying this, Wei Wen Xiandao waved his hand and walked straight toward the Great Heaven Trading Group alone. At the same time, inside the Great Heaven Trading Group, 10 branch leaders were gathered. Everyone was debating, heatedly, about which side the trading group should take. Ever since Shan Shanyu arrived at the Iron Martial Alliance, his reputation had spread. Some admired the god of war's great martial arts, while others despised him because of the grudge with the Five Dragon Alliance. After Shan Shanyu defeated Wan Muyi, the situation gradually shifted. The god of war's overwhelming strength, surpassing that of the 4 venerables, earned him more respect. But after news of Nangong Suqiao's death spread, people's attitudes toward him began to change. Public opinion condemning the god of war as a ruthless, cold-blooded killer rose sharply. This time, it wasn't just the Five Dragon Alliance wanting to punish him. Even the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance were unhappy. Thus, the Great Heaven Trading Group, where Shan Shanyu was staying, became everyone's target. Countless eyes were secretly watching every move made there. Inside the Great Heaven Trading Group, they were split into two factions. One, led by Han Shan, advocated cutting ties with the god of war to protect the trading group's interests. The other, led by Quan Do Huan, supported the god of war, saying that Su Xiaohu had spent so much effort searching for Shan Shanyu for many years. Everyone saw it clearly, and the man had previously done the trading group a favor in Taiyuan. Cutting ties would be the same as making the young lady a traitor to her own word. Head of the board, we are merchants. Putting interests first is a basic principle. Hesitation will only bring trouble to the trading group. Head Han, business must be built on trust. If we cut ties with even our benefactors, who will dare to cooperate with us in the future? Su Xiaohu tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest. This intelligent woman was deep in thought. After a moment, she spoke, her voice gentle. Uncle Han is right. As merchants, we cannot ignore profit. Han Shan was overjoyed upon hearing this, while Quan Do Huan looked dejected. But, Uncle, you are also right. If a merchant doesn't keep their word, it's no different from digging their own grave. Su Xiaohu's face turned serious. Her tone brooks no argument. I have decided. The Great Heaven Trading Group will stand by the god of war. Hearing this, Han Shan excitedly called out to her, while Quan Du Huan smiled, looking as if he had already predicted it. Uncle Han, I have made my decision. There is no need to say more. I hope everyone will trust my judgment. This situation will not last long. Having said that, Su Xiaohu turned and left. At that moment, Kim Lian rushed in, the maid relaying what she had just heard to her mistress. Su Xiaohu heard it, and her face turned pale. She exclaimed, "That's impossible. Why would the Lion Alliance do that?" Then, she hurriedly ran toward the backyard, wanting to deliver this news to Shan Shanyu. She had previously met with Tai Haoshen in person and reached an agreement. The invincible Blade Master also promised not to interfere. Yet now, the Lion Alliance is going back on their word, leaving Su Xiaohu in a state of turmoil. I must have let something slip. Could the Five Dragon Alliance be playing some kind of trick to force the Lion Alliance to change their stance? Hong Wukui was standing guard outside the back courtyard reception hall. Seeing Su Xiaohu rush over, he couldn't help but be surprised. As he watched her run straight inside, the beggar sect elder hurriedly said, "There is a guest inside." But before he could finish his sentence, Su Xiaohu pushed the door open and rushed in. "Big brother, we're in trouble." The young girl from the Lion Alliance ran into the living room in a panic. Seeing the scene inside, her words were cut short. She realized this old man was none other than the Iron Lord, Wen Xuandao. Su Xiaohu's face turned pale, her heart dropping as if into an abyss. She never expected Ti Haoshen would be able to invite someone like him. Xia Yu remained as calm as ever, saying that Wu Wen had come to visit that morning, and seeing that Su Xiaohu was busy, he had received him first. At this moment, Wen Xuandao spoke up. Su Xiaohu, you truly hold the reins of the Great Heaven Trading Group. In just 10 short years, you've turned the Great Heaven Trading Group into the #1 merchant association. People outside call you an unparalleled genius of business. As he spoke, the Iron Lord suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura. He hadn't expected to meet such a disrespectful little girl today. A terrifying pressure descended upon Su Xiaohu, and the young girl's face immediately turned ghastly white. This person's pressure was on par with the Blade Master. Right then, a soft laugh rang out. "Senior, I am receiving you on behalf of my master. But that doesn't mean you can just throw your weight around." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yu pointed a finger, and a tyrannical force instantly shattered the pressure. Wen Xuandao glanced at him, his pupils contracting. Su Xiaohu felt the suffocation in her chest vanish. She took a few deep breaths, finally regaining her composure after a moment, and gently apologized. Su Xiaohu was unaware of the Iron Lord's arrival and was a bit rude just now. "I hope you can forgive me, Senior." "Senior Wu Wen, Xiaohu has apologized already. Please let this matter drop." Wen Xuandao let out a cold snort without showing his attitude. Just this one exchange was enough to prove that the rumors outside were not unfounded. This remark is quite strange. If we are talking about etiquette, the senior was also in the wrong just now. By judging a person from a single glimpse, it is hard to avoid being biased. By looking at a small matter and assuming the worst about the big picture, you are bound to be skewed. Rebutted in such a measured way, Wen Xuandao frowned slightly. "Are you lecturing me on how to act? Junior, the senior coming here so early isn't just for an argument. Recently, there have been many rumors about me within the Iron Martial Alliance, and I suspect you are here as a representative of the Iron Martial Alliance. Why don't we just be direct? What is your real purpose here?" "Good kid. You're very straightforward. I won't beat around the bush either. I have come today to take you to the Iron Martial Alliance. Sha Yu looked at his opponent with a sharp gaze and smiled. Senior, do you think that's actually possible? It seems there are some difficulties, but it is not impossible. Outwardly, the Iron Lord appeared confident, but in reality, he was panicked inside. The person before him was a war god. Not yet 30, he had already defeated one of the four masters, Yuan Moksu, which proved that his strength was on par with his own. The most terrifying thing was that while this war god possessed peerless combat power, he appeared calm on the outside. Those indifferent eyes had clearly been through countless secret realms. Even if he went all out in a life-or-death battle, Wu Wenxuandao believed the odds were only 50-50. The Iron Lord suddenly smirked. Before meeting you, I was only a little curious. Now, it seems you are truly an opponent worth looking forward to. Sha Yu calmly watched his opponent, waiting for the next sentence, only to see him lean back into his chair and sigh. It's just a pity that I neither have the time to tangle with you, nor the certainty that I can win. Hearing this, Su Xiaohu suddenly had an idea, and said in a low voice, as far as I know, Senior Wuwen has always been arrogant and uninterested in worldly affairs. I don't understand why you are intervening in this matter. Is there some other hidden reason? As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Wenxuandao narrowed his eyes. There are many things in this world that are hard to understand. Isn't that the same for the situation with the Iron Horse Escort Agency? Senior, you also believe the way the Five Dragon Alliance acts is ridiculous, but you still intervene in this matter to make things difficult for my brother. If I am not mistaken, it is because of your grandson, right? Hearing this, the old eyes of Wu Wenxuandao stared fixedly at the young girl. Su Xiaohu was not afraid, and continued. As far as I know, your grandson suffers from a terminal illness called the 8 Extreme Soul-Severing Meridian. Those with this condition find that their meridians cannot circulate energy and blood. In this world, only Blood Jade can treat this condition. I assume the Alliance leader has promised to give you the Blood Jade once the job is done. Did I guess correctly? Wu Wenxuandao gave a bitter smile, his tone filled with respect. Miss Su is indeed learned enough to command respect. Then, his gaze flashed with a sharp light, and his tone turned cold. So, what are you trying to say? I understand your difficult situation, Senior, but it is clear that the Five Dragon Alliance is pulling the strings from behind. The Great Heaven Trading Group will do everything in our power to find the Blood Jade. I hope you can show some mercy, Senior. Wu Wenxuandao shook his head. Compared to the Blood Jade before me, your plan has too many variables, and I don't have the time to wait for you to find it. Although I am also dissatisfied with the behavior of the Five Dragon Alliance, for the sake of my beloved grandson, I have no other choice. Right then, Sha Yu suddenly asked, is there a way to satisfy both sides? Wu Wenxuandao glanced at him, implying that there probably wasn't. If I am captured by you and handed over to the Iron Martial Alliance, how will they handle me? You would be imprisoned in the underground dungeon of the Iron Martial Alliance, which is currently guarded by the Five Dragon Alliance, and they will hold a public hero assembly in a month to judge you. Sha Yu heard this and smiled. That's fine, then please go ahead, Senior. Su Xiaohu and Hong Wukui were both extremely horrified, the two of them desperately trying to persuade Sha Yu to think it over. The latter stood up, his voice calm. After all, killing is killing, and being judged by them is only natural. Although I don't believe the Five Dragon Alliance will handle this fairly, I believe Senior Wuwen will not help the wicked, so please, both of you, trust me. Hearing this, Wu Wenxuandao laughed heartily. This kid is truly courageous. Since you say it like that, I feel much more comfortable. It seems you are very confident that you will come out unscathed. But I must remind you of one thing. The method I use to subdue you is called the Asura Skylock Finger, which uses 2 opposing forces to suppress the acupuncture points. I can roughly guess your thoughts, but I advise you not to try and break it by force. If your chi flows in reverse, you'll be crippled for life. If the Heroes Assembly finds you innocent, I'll personally come to unseal your pressure points and offer you an apology. Sha Yu smiled. Don't give it a second thought. I only have one request. During the month I am held in the underground dungeon, I hope you, Senior, will stay with our Dythian merchant group. Nangong family's Yang Ni is still out there, and the scoundrels of the Five Dragon Alliance are restless. I'm counting on you, Senior, to help ensure safety here. Wu Wenxiandao agreed without hesitation, then suddenly struck with 2 crimson hot fingers toward Sha Yu. He used his signature technique, the Asura Heaven Locking Finger. The Tiefu Alliance's underground prison was called the Thunder Dungeon, located 100 zhang deep beneath the earth. Originally, the Thunder Dungeon was built to hold martial arts masters from the Yuan dynasty, but ever since the Tiefu Alliance was founded, The number of masters imprisoned here could be counted on one hand. Since the Yuan army retreated to the north, the dungeon existed in name only, until today, when someone finally arrived who was worthy of being held here. Huangfu Junyue smirked. War God, this is our first meeting. You really are imposing. Outside, they all say you have glowing blue eyes, but now that Taiba has sealed your meridians, your eyes look no different from a commoner's. Quan Sheng let out a sinister, cold laugh. Did you ever think there would come a day where you and I would meet like this? Sha Yu just curled his lip into a smile. Well, let's see how I fare here over the next half-month. Seeing Huangfu Junyue rambling incessantly with such sarcasm, Sha Yu smiled with a look of disdain. Old man, is this really your grand plan? Huangfu Junyue gave a cold laugh. Imprisoning you here was Master Tie's suggestion. You did such ruthless things to the Nangong family. As the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance, I naturally couldn't just stand by. He leaned in, his voice icy. But this situation isn't what I wanted at all. I wanted to crush your skull right now. You should thank Master Tai. Because of his suggestion, I've granted you 1 more month to live. This Thunder Dungeon is built entirely from granite, and it's located deep beneath a lake. Even if you could break through these solid walls, the lake water would flood in and leave you no way to survive. So I advise you not to seek your own death. With that, Huangfu Junyue turned to leave. The Heroes' Assembly is being held in 1 month. During this time, I'll be paying you frequent visits. The Five Dragon Alliance leader smirked. Oh, and one more thing. He suddenly raised his hand, flicked his finger in midair, and a surge of energy slammed the dungeon gate shut. There's only one guard here, and he has a bit of a bad temper. If it were the old you wouldn't need to worry about him, but now that your meridians are sealed, it's best if you stay on his good side. Without another word, Huangfu Junyue turned and walked away. Sha Yu quietly repeated Huangfu Junyue's words. The war god didn't look worried at all, muttering, 1 month is enough. Meanwhile, at the Daithian merchant group, after hearing the news that the war god was imprisoned in the Thunder Dungeon, everyone frowned. The Hong Five freaks blamed Sha Yu for being too reckless, while Guyu felt a deep sense of guilt. If it weren't for her trying to seek justice for him, Sha Yu wouldn't be in this situation. Seeing this, Han Su advised Mo Guyu not to blame herself too much. As with the Five Dragon Alliance's way of operating, the boss would have clashed with them sooner or later anyway. The kid is right. Instead of feeling guilty, we should be thinking of a plan. Han Su continued. The Heroes' Assembly is just for show. The Five Dragon Alliance will surely frame him to take him out. Hearing this, the old beggar complained indignantly. I don't know what the war god is thinking. If he had a plan, he should have at least given us a heads up. He looked at Su Xiaohu and asked in a low voice, Girl, do you know why the war god just gave in so easily? Seeing her remain silent, the old beggar wisely shut his mouth. It seemed Su Xiaohu didn't know the reason either. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Su Xiaohu spoke slowly. Perhaps all of this is part of my brother's plan. From the moment he stepped into the Tifu Alliance, he had already anticipated this step. The group was stunned. I'm not worried about my brother's safety. It's just that the Asura Heaven Locking Finger is an extremely advanced pressure point technique. Unless the person who cast it undoes it, an ordinary person cannot break it by their own strength. Su Xiaohu si. She could only hope this was all part of her brother's plan. The room fell into a long, heavy silence. The Hong Five freaks doubted her theory, arguing that even if this was the war god's plan, he couldn't have predicted that T-Ba would be the one to seal his meridians. But they had no choice but to trust the war god. There was nothing else they could do. Han Su scratched his head and voiced his own doubts. I heard Huangfu Junyue is hosting the Heroes' Assembly to dissolve the TFU Alliance. So why didn't he wait until after the dissolution to deal with the boss? And what about the Nine Heavens Mansion and the Lion Gate? They have no grudge against the boss, so why are they treating him like this? The words hit Su Xiaohu like a bolt of lightning. She had been unable to understand why the Lion Gate broke their word, but she had overlooked something crucial. The TFU Alliance would dissolve in just 1 month. By then, the 3 major factions would be busy fighting over their own interests. The war god, destroying the Nangong family, had infuriated the 5 great families. Huangfu Junyue was the leader of the Five Dragon Alliance. If he could deal with Sha Yu now, the alliance would be much more stable. And Taiba's suggestion to imprison the war god had essentially de-escalated the situation, causing Quan Sheng's chance to use this opportunity to cement his position in the alliance to vanish into thin air. Realizing the implications, the clever girl whispered, Elder Hong, I need a favor from you. Su Xiaohu leaned into the old beggar's ear and whispered